The Halo World Championship 2023 is presented by AMD, the Marines, Mountain Dew Game Fuel, and by Zowie.
Make it a double for Formal.
Sometimes you need someone to step up, and Formal said, I ain't here to lose this series. Going for three, that's Formal, baby!
Positioning is perfect. He's hitting big shots. I am such a fanboy.
Cap coming in, and it's an overkill. Wow, my God!
Yeah, I remember I'm like 10 years old. My brother's the only one with the Xbox, and I'm like having to go into his room while he's sleeping. I'm setting my alarm as a 10-year-old for like 2 a.m. And I'm going into his room, playing from 2 a.m. to 4 a.m., playing Team Snipers with no sound, no mic, nothing, just on his account, in the dark, and just having so much fun. That's just like an insane thought as a 10-year-old to be doing that. You realize like this game is like a masterpiece. Truly a masterclass of a video game. And if you weren't part of it, then you weren't part of it. But if you were, then like, you know exactly what I'm talking about. And it made me fall in love with video games completely. It was just like, I knew this is what I wanted to do. I knew that my passion was here, and I knew that it was just like, it was where I wanted to be.
Sometimes you need someone to step up.
I think they call Formal the multi-FPS god for a reason.
One of the best shooters, one of the best teammates, and one of the best champions, I think, to ever hold a controller.
I just don't see anybody topping what he has managed to accomplish.
2 games, 2 world championships. Most people dream of being at the top of the pile in 1 game, which they work their whole career for, their whole life for.
The legacy that he's cemented is just being just championship after championship after championship.
He is the FPS god.
He puts pretty much everything that he has into competing.
By the time that this thing is done, Formal is going to be cemented in the history books of first-person shooters.
My first event was MLG Anaheim 2009. I went when I was like 13 years old. I didn't do too well, but like just the experience of like an old MLG event is just like something that if you didn't experience, you just didn't experience.
Walshy is down there.
Look at your fans!
Earning the right to call themselves champions.
You know, growing up, you see all these people like T-Squared and Walshy and Ogre Twins, and you kind of just like, you want to be them. My first event was definitely a disaster. I got kicked out of the hotel I was staying in. A couple buddies of mine were throwing stuff out the window at the Marriott and ended up hitting a security guard with a milkshake. So before we know it, there's banging on the doors and security guards are kicking us out. My dad has come get me. It's just a complete disaster. And safe to say I wasn't allowed to go to another event for like a couple years.
What's these?
That's when I like went to like our side and like shouldered it and went to their side.
My very first interaction with Matt, I think he like sent me a friend request and I declined it. And then he sent me a message and he said, why'd you decline it? And I said, I don't know you. And he said, well, get to know me.
This rando kid Formal who I'd never even heard of just kept killing me over and over.
I remember matching this kid online in the MLG playlist, and he was always just very noticeably skilled and noticeably a nasty sniper.
When you were watching his POV, it was just this insane consistency of reticle placement. When he was sniping, it was always on the head, and he would always snap on and just hit really, really solid shots.
Doing that as a child is crazy. It was very clear from the beginning he was built different.
As he started to succeed, started to win events, he realized that this might be a place where he could do some real damage. And it was unheard of for such a random name, in the sense where it's just some online kid to come and make such a big splash on the scene. When you see Formal on the server, it's a problem.
Let's go. Over. Tag. Tag. Trust.
Around 2014, there were a couple Halo players that were trying to switch over to Call of Duty, and Formal being one of them.
It was a really big deal when Formal switched over to Call of Duty. And right, he wasn't the only one. Players have made switches back and forth between the two.
I was making the decision to leave Halo just because there weren't really any Halo tournaments anymore. We had the AGLs, which crashed and burned. Halo wasn't really popping. It was Halo 4. Like, it was just a really dark time for Halo, and COD was popping.
Formal really kind of joined the scene in an explosive way.
The fact that he's able to switch titles so easily is almost unheard of, but honestly, I would even go as far and say it impossible.
He seemed like, I don't know how to word this nicely. He seemed like he had just all the confidence in the world.
It was just like a whole new scene. They didn't really have any respect for me because I was like a Halo pro. But I mean, like, slowly but surely, you see me just like start getting better and finding new teammates and just like slowly climbing the ladder.
Formal was at the time playing for a team called the Envy, and he sent me a DM. He sent me a DM and says, I heard you guys were gonna make a roster move. And this was year 2 of him switching from Halo to Call of Duty. And within a month, he was on the team.
Arguably the biggest roster move in COD history, Formal and Krem6 joined Nadeshot and Scum. That team, they won so much that we kind of all got used to it.
Once I joined Optic, it was like, yeah, it was for real. Everyone knew who you were. If you stood still for a little bit, there would just be like a line forming, and then you would have to like sign, so you get trapped for like hours.
I don't know if it's like the online era of COD that's kind of like been the final, like, you know, the thing that drained me, like, final, but it's just getting on and screaming every day. It's just like not it for me anymore, man. And I might just need a break from it for a little bit.
Yeah.
And I mean like a year break, and maybe I'll want to do it again.
Because when you're on Optic and like you're going to a champs, like all eyes are kind of on you. Everyone wants to see you fail, you know. Anytime you lose, it's like, yeah, they let you know it. So can definitely eat it a person.
Towards the end of his COD career, he just wasn't in love with the games as he once was. And it really, you could tell.
Nothing was going my way, no matter how much time I was putting in, just like wasn't really making a difference. I was losing the passion, and that whole year was just like horrible. You learn a lot about yourself, and you learn a lot about like, you know, what exactly you want to keep doing. If you're gonna keep doing it like this, and what's the point? And that's kind of where I took a step back from Call of Duty in 2021. I was kind of realizing like I was not really like a detriment to my team, but I definitely wasn't the best version of myself. And I realized I lost the passion for COD and just kind of needed to take a break and just kind of find myself again.
It was wild to hear that Matt was retiring. We're still at a time in esports where we don't know how many years each player might have, but it felt like with Formal that there was a lot more gas in the tank.
When you go through any like trials, like I've seen a lot of situations. I've seen a lot of like, you know, people come and go. I've seen careers crash and burn, and like I don't want that to happen to myself. So like kind of just reflect, and you realize like what steps did I take to get to this spot? What steps do I have to take to get out of it? You learn a lot about yourself, and you kind of see what you're made of, and see if you're really, you know, down to get into it and like fix it. But like this is like the dream that everyone like kind of strives for, you know, as a kid, like especially nowadays, like playing video games for a living is like a dream. So I was down to just like buckle in and, you know, just like fix it.
So Formal announces he's coming back.
So when we had the rumors about Formal coming back, I'm not gonna lie, I think there was a smile on everyone's face. Just a little like, this is time.
Everyone is talking about Formal. He is coming back to Halo for the first time, and he is frying. I mean, the damage that he was putting up in some of these like AIDS lobbies that he was in was absurd.
And it's starting to be answered. There's one, there's two. Formal's back, baby.
Before we know, we've won back to back to back, and it's like all that doubt's gone, and you know, like everyone's kind of realizing like this is like kind of insane.
You know, you need that type of veteran experience and that type of player that keeps the morale high, that keeps you focused, you know, lets you know that everything's okay if something goes wrong.
Matt really had that leadership. He had that X factor, especially being a seasoned champion. He just knew what it took in game and out of game to kind of talk to us and coach us on those aspects.
What happens whenever he does love a game? He immediately is one of the best.
There's a lot of people who have a lot of wins, but there's only a few few, I would say, that earned every single win in a dominant fashion.
Like it was going to be done. There's Formal for the killing spree. Hits the right from the top. Making a double kill. Will he get the trip here?
If you look at the trajectory of his career, he plays what he wants to play, and when he wants to play it, he's the best.
Pushing aggressively as it's a triple now for Formal. He wants more. Give it to him.
When he won that world championship and fulfilled what he said he wanted to do, you can see how much it meant to him. He got back to the top and I think proved to not only the fans but himself that it was the right decision to make to come back.
Formal's legacy is absolutely ridiculous.
He has a lot of respect in the esports community.
I mean, it's a crazy accolade, and not a lot of people have it for a reason.
I mean, that's the thing the stories are made of.
Halo is always gonna have a special place to me just because of like the years of like 2007 to like 2011. It was just like, it just felt like a dream. It felt like I was living in Fantasyland, like I was just off in La La Land by myself, just like living every day to like the fullest, like in Halo. Like, it sounds kind of weird to say, but it was truly just like a really impactful time in my life.
And I think for a lot of people, Halo has been that foundation as an FPS for 2 decades now, essentially. And I think that's why Halo really just runs deep.
It's obvious to me how much Formal loves Halo and how dear it is to his heart. You know, even after he switched over to another title, he came back to Halo because it's really like his one true love when it comes to esports. You know, Formal and Halo go hand in hand.
What this whole journey has done is just given purpose to my life. I've always, appreciated these times, even in the dark times and the bad times. You still appreciate what it is, and like I wouldn't want to change anything for the world.
Hello and welcome to the 2023 Halo World Championship here in the home of Halo, Seattle, Washington. We have had an incredible year filled with some very special competitive moments that only seem to get more and more impressive as our roadmap went on. But for this final ride of 2023, can we top everything we have seen to date? I guess we'll find out. And joining me on the desk to find out that very question this weekend, I have Clutch and Tony. Gentlemen, I am so excited to be here. Day one of our World Championships. I can't believe it's here already. Wes, how excited are you?
I mean, it's Worlds, baby, right? This is the reason you kick off every year. This is what the players look forward to the most. The energy is starting to trickle into the room with all the fans, but most importantly, every single team, every player that I've tried to talk to is locked in. I can't wait to see the best Halo as of yet and change some lives.
Me too. And Tony, I've got to say there are some serious contenders away from our top 3 who are coming in and looking to cause some upsets at the final tournament. How excited are you to see things being shaken up, maybe?
Yeah, it feels like a cliche, but I mean, this really has been the most competitive that we've seen Halo from 1 through 8, 8 through 12. Anybody can make a run here in the World Championship.
Indeed, we'll have to find out who those teams will be, but my goodness me, we've had an exceptional season so far. This year has been so incredible, and like I said, our roadmap, it only got better and better as we got through all of the events, all of the majors, all of the global invitationals, where we saw all of our invitational teams from around the globe battle it out against NA's finest as well, and of course coming here now to Seattle, Washington at our World Championships. So excited, but we also did have some, like I said, serious contenders, right? The top 3 teams have been lights out. Each one of them has won an event. Some of them have won 2 events. But we've had 3 teams here really battling out all season long and hoping to peak at the exactly right time. Let's talk about our most recent champions, Optic and Tony. These guys, they're looking to lift a trophy once again and go back-to-back in World Championships.
Yeah, I mean, Optic Gaming, they're the textbook definition of a roller coaster season. Let's go all the way back to Charlotte, where Optic pulled off the three-peat and solidified themselves as the #1 team in the world. until they won. Optic then went on to have, let's say, not the best performance at both Dallas and their home major in Arlington. They then went to SLC, and although we saw improvements, they didn't make it to the grand finals. And finally, we get to Fort Worth, where all the outside noise is coming in, where roster changes here, and no longer being a championship contender. And Optic Gaming step up to the plate, hit a grand slam home run, and Optic Gaming reclaimed their throne at Fort Worth.
They certainly did indeed. It was unbelievably impressive. I think a lot of their fans were getting very uneasy as the season went on, Clutch. Doubts coming forward, a lot of talk online. But I think being able to have that resilience in a squad like Optic Gaming, where you know that they've had success before, they've had the ultimate success, right? A World Championship title rings, events. But to see them then bounce back in that roller coaster fashion in the right time, it's just so incredible.
Perfect time. You couldn't have wrote a story better if you were Optic throughout the season. I feel like having to fall short a couple of times is a good thing to keep you motivated, because make no mistake about it, ladies and gentlemen, this is still your former world champions. They still hold that championship belt, and until somebody takes it from them, Optic Gaming are going to be here to stay.
They certainly will indeed. They're going to be one of our big dogs to watch out for this weekend. And talking of big dogs, we saw the new Unlocked episode that they did debut the other day, and you saw it just before we got into the broadcast, but Optic Formal is here to play. And my goodness me, he's been such a huge X factor for this team. And Tony, talk to me about these numbers, these comparisons that we have right now, Fort Worth and Salt Lake City versus Arlington and Dallas, and how important it is for Formal to win a game.
I mean, he might just be the most important player on the team. As you see, is the team's X factor. When he steps up, when he has stats like this, Optic are the most dangerous team in this tournament. You saw the difference between them winning and ultimately the rest of the team.
We'll have to find out how our favorite on Optic, and I'm sure some of your favorites, the FPS God, will perform this weekend where it matters the most. But we've got to also talk about FaZe, who are right up there with them. They are biting at the ankles always this season, and have also taken 2 events for themselves, looking to take that third at this World Championship.
Yeah, FaZe might not have had the Fort Worth that you thought that they were projected to go on, but if you take a look at the stats coming into this tournament, what they've been doing online is downright scary. It's terrifying to the league right now. Their win-loss ratio is by far the best in map count through their scrims. FaZe are locked in for this World Championship, and what a better time to hit their flow. The reason this team made a team change to get rid of what was the dynasty that FaZe was for so long. These 3 had been together with Lethal for so long. An historic great team. But the change to Renegade was for a World Championship. Let's see what FaZe can bring to this World Championship and their opportunity this weekend.
They certainly are on the right track at the moment, and looking back at our online tournament, the most recent one that we had here, Tony, what did you notice about this squad that seemed just a little bit different in terms of the cleanups that they've had as a team to push forward in the most dominant fashion they can?
I mean, FaZe have looked locked in, and we're not just talking about just recent over the last 2 weeks. They've been locked in for the last month and a half, taking every single scrim seriously, taking every single game mode, and they look like they are ready to win a World Championship. Watch out for FaZe, they're the real deal.
They certainly are indeed. We're going to have a look at some stats in just a moment. And Wes, as we do, we're looking at the 2 tails of the year here in differences. But really, for me, it's that consistent level of dominance that you see. If they do hit that stride like we see in Arlington and Dallas, it's a very dangerous roster that you're talking about. It's whether or not they can get it together, I think, physically, mentally as a team, and get a game plan done.
Yeah, I think the stats tell the story right here, right? The King of the Hill win-loss ratio. There are specific objectives that have haunted this FaZe team in specific tournaments where if they see a series layout, they traditionally know if they're going to 3-0 this team or if it could potentially go 5 and get scary. FaZe have cleaned up their map pool so well, and that shows in their scrims, shows when you talk to them and you understand what they're focused on coming into this tournament. If they come in with clean objectives and no weak game types, this team is going to be so hard to beat.
Now, last but certainly not least, we have Space Station Gaming. Tony, a team that has been unbelievably consistent, maybe not consistent in the right manner that they want to be seen. They want to see consistent first place results, but they have been the kings of the second places, although picking up that hometown win.
Yeah, when I think of SSG, I think of consistency. This team has consistently averaged top 2 all season long. They've consistently averaged a 70% win percentage throughout every objective mode that has been played all season long. They have consistently been the gatekeepers of winning tournaments, not only this year, but throughout Halo Infinite's lifespan. But is consistency enough? At SOC, they were able to feed off of that crowd that was on fire for their hometown team. and it resulted in a huge win. Will they be able to find that same energy here at the World Championship, or will they consistently get second place?
When I think of SSG, I think of second place. Which one sticks out the most? World champions last year. They fell short. Optic Gaming came out on top, and that series has haunted them ever since. This is the moment that they have been waiting. They have had to wait an entire year to get back to the World Championship where they can redeem themselves and call themselves world champions. I expect to see the best of SSG this weekend as well.
I do too, and I think they have it in them. I think the big thing when we're going to get to the stats in a moment for all these guys is the iciness, the clutch factor. Icing up when it matters most. You're going to look right now at some of these map 5 win-loss ratio records. That's not what you want to see for a championship winning team. When you're going up against the likes of Optic, FaZe, Sentinels, when you're going up against the likes of Quadrant, you need that clutch factor. And Wes, it is so important to close out games.
Yeah, you're talking about the game 5s. Look at the Slayer win-loss ratio and compare the game 5s with that. They're winning their game 2s a majority of the time. It is those moments that is heartbreaking for the SSG team. The fans out there, do they have the ice this weekend? Will they clutch up in those big moments? Because you can guarantee, looking at those stats, they're going to be in them.
That's the big question, but I have another one for you, Wes, if you're open to it.
Go on, I'm always open.
We do have 3 big dogs here, but we certainly have a couple of other Scruffians running right behind them and looking to get let off the leash. I want to know what your wildcard teams are, because, I mean, there are some absolutely incredible rosters who are also gunning for this World Championship title.
Fantastic question, and the man on screen is going to have to say something about the performance he had at Worlds last year. Native Red got 3rd. Make no mistake about it, in the big moments, this team creates upsets. Let's see what Native Red can bring this weekend, because they are truly an underdog that I believe can compete in any individual series. It's just a matter of finding your rhythm for an entire weekend that Native Red really struggles on. So will they be able to recapture some of that magic they had at last year's Worlds is the big question. Moving on to Quadrant as well. What they've had, the roller coaster they've been on throughout this season, proving themselves time after time that they are a serious threat to any team, whether it's beating Optic several different times across the year, or if it's pushing other teams like FaZe to game 5. Quadrant have proven when they are on, they are just as scary as any of the big dogs we have in the league.
They certainly can be indeed. I think all of these teams that we're mentioning right now for wildcards, and I think the fact speaks for itself, right, Tony? We can't just pick one. There are multiple. That is how high the competition level is here in the HCS this year. Who are you really looking at from all of these wildcard teams to make a serious run?
And I'm looking at all 3 of them, to be honest with you. And it really comes down to like that rock, paper, scissors. I like Quadrant and Native Red to match up against Optic Gaming, but I don't really like them as much against like an SSG or FaZe. Meanwhile, I actually like Sentinels against FaZe. I think they're going to throw a couple of different looks. So it's really all about that matchup and game mode and map combination. Either one of those 3 teams, and there's many others that are in this tournament, can make a run in the right circumstance.
I love what you said there, because I do think that there are situations where you find some of these underdogs who match up really well with some of the seriously dominant teams here, and it just can shake things up. Talking about shaking things up, I'm going to shake things up for you guys right now, because we have some serious money on the line this weekend. Absolutely incredible. $1 million on the line. First place gets $400,000. There is so much money, but more importantly as well, pride that's on the line. First place means so much to all of these teams here who've been battling it out all season long to get this done. For you guys at home though, if you are tuning in, don't you worry, you get something too. Some prizes for you guys. Our Twitch drops are available. Make sure you are watching all weekend long. You need to watch for 3 hours. We also do have some co-streamers in the house. We've got Scump in the house who's co-streaming with us. A lot of Optic Gaming fans here, so make sure you go check out that co-stream, but make sure you have all your tabs open so that you can tune in to all of the actions. And if you want to know where to watch, don't worry, we've got you covered. 4 streams for you guys to tune into, all on Twitch and YouTube, so you can make sure you get all of the Twitch drops and, more importantly, all of the results as they're coming in as well. But this event is just simply wonderful. It's the home of Halo here in Seattle. And it really is a Halo festival. I mean, you look around right now, we've got fans filling in, getting ready for this first match of the day, but we also have the most incredible booths available for you guys to come and take a look at. If you are in this venue, make sure you check out. We've got Optic, FaZe, Space Station, Quadrant, and Sentinels. There are side tournaments going on featuring Halo 5. We've got a 25k free-for-all tournament happening as well. And Clutch, if I know you, you'll be trying to sneak off and get in that one, won't you?
Unfortunately, they know what I look like too much. Unless I wear my Halloween costume early, I don't think I'm going to be able to compete. But I do know that there are some OGs that have plans of playing in some of those events. Neighbor and T-Squared are in the building. I have a feeling that they're going to make some noise over there. It's going to be an exciting time to see the competition go down everywhere in the venue.
Talking about competition, we do have also a cosplay contest that will be happening. The voices of Master Chief and Cortana, Steve Downs and Jen Taylor are in the building, folks. And also they brought a very dear friend along as well, Keith David. So make sure you guys are having a look at what is happening. And I mean, look at this schedule for you guys. I mean, Season 5 Halloween Showdown, HCS Year 3 and ranked updates with Tashi. We've got our MVP trophy ceremony happening, cosplay finals on the main stage. And we also have that brand new Unlocked episode featuring Renegade also coming out tomorrow. So much to look forward to. But we've got to get back to the tournament, back to what we're talking about here, which is, of course, the gameplay and starting things off on a Friday, as per usual, folks. It is full play. 4 pools here of our best of the best competing at our World Championships. And Wes, I've got to start with you, mate. You know, what pool are you looking at right now to start making some noise early on?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of 1-2 matchups that are going to be tough, but Pool C is downright dreadful for those 3. Anybody can beat anybody out of Native Red, Shopify Rebellion, and Native White. The Natives got to go against each other in pool play once again. But these 3 teams are so evenly contested for me. I would give Native Red the leg up in just about every one of the series. They should be able to take care of business, but Shopify are terrifying. Native White, if they get hot and their individual skill is on, they are tough to push out of the way. This is going to be a stacked pool where every series could go the distance or in anyone's favor.
It certainly could indeed. And the matchup here, I mean, it's got to be Native Red versus Shopify, like you said. What makes this so special for you? I think looking at both of these teams and what they can bring to the table.
Yeah, I think it's the inconsistency of Shopify throughout the season that makes them a little bit scary. And we saw the best of Shopify so far at Dallas-Fort Worth. So that was a massive chance for them to gain some confidence. I'm really looking at Mental, the newcomer to this team, and the young gun in the Halo scene. I know he has Gears of War experience, but he's really picked up his play. They've started to give him the snipe at the start of certain maps. And with that, I really feel like Shopify have elevated their ability to slay because he's starting to make plays and he creates so much opportunity for the Ryan Noobs and Reigns of the world to just go off.
You know, him starting to make plays now, do you feel like this has been a little bit of an issue with the kind of consistency of this team, you know, the ups and downs? Is it a confidence thing? Is it the trust that had to have formed at the right time for Shopify?
I think we've always knocked Shopify for not having that slaying power that some of the other big dogs in the scene bring. Like, it is very difficult to keep up with the individual skill of some of the best teams in the world. And your players like Rain, Ryan Noob, like, they're typically inconsistent. When they're on, they can take over games with the best of the best. But they're not on as much as some of our other top teams. I'm looking for Shopify to maybe find a level of consistency with the moves that they're making as far as, hey, Mental, you get sniped, to maybe create a play style that plays better towards all of our successes and all of our positives, what we bring. So I'm looking forward to seeing how Shopify is kind of like tuned themselves coming into Worlds. And I think if I know Ryan Noob like I know Ryan Noob, he has set his team up for the best chance at success.
He probably has indeed, so watch out for Shopify Rebellion, folks. Now, Tony, I've got to ask you about your pool. Is there a pool of death lurking around, do you think? What are you kind of seeing when you look across all 4?
Well, I promise you that pool D stands for the pool of death. I would not want to be there. You got LBT and Na'Vi sitting toward the bottom half of that pool. And mind you, it's the same matchup that we saw earlier in Fort Worth, where LBT actually ended up getting an upset against SSG. Na'Vi ended up in a 3-way tie. It was absolutely madness over at Fort Worth. On the top side, you have FaZe and Quadra. We just finished talking about being legitimate contenders to winning a world championship. So when you see that matchup on screen, I promise you, get your popcorn, sit down, and make sure you're watching it, because you're talking about a matchup that has so much implications on it. This can be the difference of a team making a run, having an easier road in the bracket, and maybe making it towards that grand finals, or maybe going down lower into lower half and maybe not even getting to the grand final, maybe getting a top 4. There is so much implication on this matchup, so make sure you're watching at, what is that, 4:30 p.m. PT? Make sure you're there.
Tony's told you, folks, and if you don't follow suit, then I don't know what to tell you, because he's got your back. But I will say, with this matchup, there's some history here. FaZe enjoy this matchup. This is good for them. Quadrant, they would rather not play FaZe. I think of any of the top 3, they're like, oh, I'd rather not play FaZe, because that matchup is so consistent for FaZe to win. That being said, though, Quadrant has put in a lot of work behind the scenes. They have been here so early in North America to practice and to kind of just regain some type of momentum going forward into this World Championship. And Wes, when you're looking at Quadrant right now, if they do manage to do this against FaZe, they get this early dub, This really can set them up for some serious business this weekend.
It sets them up, yes. But what I'm looking from Quadrant for this weekend is the level of consistency we haven't seen from them. They have created upsets along the way throughout this year. They have won big series. When you're at the World Championship, let me tell you, it's not about one series. You got to figure out a way to beat every single team that is here that is stacked. You cannot just have one good series against Optic, one good series against FaZe. You got to find a way to be consistent. Let's see if the boot camp helped Quadrant enough to where they can find that level of consistency.
Let's see if it has indeed. But on your screen right now, folks, is our broadcast schedule. This is what is coming your way for pool play. Day number 1 here. Optic Gaming versus Complexity taking your screen first. Quadrant takes on Na'Vi afterwards. It is the Battle of Europe here. Native Red will meet Shopify Rebellion, a big matchup that Wes has pointed out, as well as Tony's FaZe versus Quadrant in Pool D, the Pool of Death. Then after that, Optic Gaming will make another appearance on the main stage, going up against G1. And finally, to round off your night, Space Station versus Sentinels. I gotta say, for pool play, there's a real mix of absolute bangers in there. And I think that's just testament to how great the competition level is here at Worlds. I think to be able to get to Worlds, there's no open bracket. You know, this is the set tournament, this is pool play. These teams have fought so hard all season long, West, to be here. You know, this is the biggest occasion for them, and it all amounts to this moment. It's a lot of pressure. How do you think some of our teams are going to handle that?
Yeah, I think as a player, you got to step back. You can't think about the big picture. You can't think about the money that's going to change your life if you figure out a way to win the whole thing. You have to literally take it, as cliche as it sounds, game by game. And every series is a best of 5, right? You got to figure out a way to win 3 out of these 5 and move forward. Just keep knocking off these small goals. And if teams are able to do that, you'll find yourself all of a sudden in the winner's bracket, semifinals, finals, whatever it may be. But if you let the moment and the atmosphere get too big for you, the distractions will absolutely create problems for you in that bracket or in pool play even.
Really glad you mentioned pressure, because I've actually heard you say it one time, Wes, pressure, it can create diamonds, it could also burst pipes. And here in the World Championship, there is no brighter light than right here, right now in Seattle. So you're gonna have to step it up. Everybody's have to put on their best performance here.
Well, I'll tell you what, I think it's about time we talk about our first matchup of the day. We've got a bit of time, people, so let's set this thing up. Optic versus Complexity. We're seeing the green wall to begin with. All of our fans coming out cheering for their Optic Gaming team. Now let's kick it off with Optic, of course. After winning that major, I mean, Wes, what are you looking for with Optic Gaming right now as they kick off their day of pool play?
I really want to dive into a listen-in very early on with Optic, and I expect this series to go in Optic's favor very heavily, so this is not going to be indicative of what we're to expect from Optic throughout this weekend. But what I will say is somewhere along the way at Fort Worth, Optic started having fun again. Optic started really enjoying themselves, and with that, you could hear it in their communication that there wasn't this frustration, there wasn't this, hey, not everything's going to go our way, and letting that, like, multiply into like the game and the future games in the entire series, right? Optic started enjoying themselves, and with that, they started finding that level of teamwork that we know is championship caliber, and that's why I feel like they had so much success. So early on, I expect them to have a lot of fun versus Complexity. Like, this is going to be a lucid, trippy highlight reel for us all. And as Optic fans, you get to enjoy this one. It's the series later tonight that's going to be the one that tells you the most about how Optic's feeling early on.
For sure, this is a set the tone moment for Optic Gaming here. I think there's actually a lot that weighs into frustration as a pro player. You going up against moments that are really out of your control sometimes are really difficult to handle. Frustration can get the better of you no matter the experience, the ability on your side. So love that from you, Clutch, looking out for that on Optic's side. Now, Tony, I've got to ask you, in terms of map mode combination, is there anything that you're kind of looking at for Optic Gaming that they might actually be looking forward to?
It has to be Oddball Live Fire right at that map number 4. You're talking about a map that could be a closeout here, especially because CTF Empyrean, you already know Complexity loves that. It could be a situation where Complexity take game number 1, and then in order to close it out, they'll have to go Solitude, Recharge, and then end it on Live Fire Oddball. They're one of the best Live Fire teams in the league. They're one of the best Oddball teams in the league. Complexity are going to have their work cut out for them on this map and game mode combination.
They certainly will have their work cut out for them. I think series layout aside, I think it's going to be a really tough battle for these guys on the main stage. But the question is, are they up to the task? And, well, I've got him. Let's talk about Complexity, right? I mean, Clutch, give it to us straight, man. How confident are you in Complexity right now going up against our previous event winners?
I'm not very confident at all in Complexity, right? This is supposed to be a slaughter in Optic's favor. I think this is a layup for them. Complexity, don't get me wrong, you got some talent on that team, and when they're playing on fire, those talents can take over the game. The Gilkeys of the world, like we've seen what he can do when he's playing his best. He's literally carried a team to a championship in the MCC days. Empyrean CTF's an opportunity for Gilkey to take over. I think game one is a must-win for Complexity, right? I think you have to figure out a way to get the job done and extend the series to at least a fourth and build some confidence for maybe the other series.
Indeed, I think confidence is going to be so important. We talk about that dynamic quite often here at the HCS to make sure you are on the right track mentally to take down even what seems to sometimes be an impossible foe, right, on that main stage, because anything can happen. We've seen some crazy things this season, from major underdogs to major winners, and that's just something that happens. Now, I've got to ask you, Tony, because you're the man of the stats, of the numbers, of kind of weighing things up in the balance of Halo Infinite here. You know, are we looking at map 1, would you say, to give some confidence to Complexity and how they can potentially start this series against Optic?
Absolutely, and honestly, it's what has to be the tone setter here for Complexity. Capture the Flag is the only game mode that you've been consistently over a 55% win percentage literally all season long, from tournament to tournament. The rest of the ones, you're found to kind of struggle against the top teams of the league. But Capture the Flag, specifically on Empyrean, this is Complexity's bread and butter. They have to come out and they have to win this game number 1, just like Wes said.
They certainly do indeed. Looking across for Complexity West, when you've watched their scrims and you're looking at some of the results and even just previous tournaments, have you seen any kind of consistent growth from this roster? Have you been impressed with anything that you've seen that you want them to carry forward, especially coming into this final tournament of our season?
Yeah, I think the consistency is the question at hand, right? There's some times where they'll almost go even in map count with some of our best teams in the world in these scrims, and then there's some times where it gets pretty ugly pretty quickly and the stats do not look good. Complexity, which version are you going to show? Because it's not this Optic Gaming series, if I'm Complexity, that matters the most to me. It's the other pool play series along the way that are going to be so important. I do think it's important to get off on the right foot, to build some level of confidence, to show that you can compete with the team, with the world's best team. And that's Optic Gaming. I mean, you got your hands full with not only the former champions of the world, but the most recent champions as well. You know, going into this series, it's probably going to get ugly, but if you can keep it close and compete, I'm telling you, that rolls into the rest of the weekend.
Now, right now we have our map records, but it's across our series layout for this series. And Tony, I'm kind of looking right now at that Recharge Strongholds right bang in the middle, that game 3, which often can be quite a big swing map for a few teams looking for that reverse sweep potentially on the cards. And I'm looking at the ratios here. Yes, Optic Gaming have definitely had kind of more reps on this, but I'm looking also at the win percentages, and quite clearly Complexity have the win percentage over Optic Gaming. Is there anything that can be said there potentially for that map number 3? Let's say Complexity do get map 1 done. Like you said, you know, the emphasis on that first one. Map 3, I mean, that could give the potential to vote up 2-1 in a series by the end of that if they play their cards right.
Yeah, for me, Complexity really have to step up their game and kind of steal maybe a chapter from the playbook of Quadrant. You really have to make sure that your decision-making is on point when you're going into Strongholds on Recharge. There's going to be times where you have a double cap, you see Optic attacking one of the bases. You have to decide, do you have timing? Can you stop that capture, or is your best course of action to out-rotate the enemy team? Complexity's decision-making is really going to be tested when on Strongholds Recharge.
In all honesty, it gets from bad to worse, though, Watt. You look at game 2, Solitude Slayer, Optic being 5-0 and Complexity being 0-3. Typically, traditionally, if you're the underdog in a series of this magnitude, you have to win both Slayers. The fact that they are so weak at that Slayer and Optic are so strong at that Slayer only boosts the confidence of Optic coming in when they see that series layout.
Well, I'm really excited about this first series on the main stage, but we are having a couple of things that are getting worked out there to make sure all of our players are really, really happy and ready to go, because of course World Championships is a big deal, folks. So while we are going to be just waiting for that one, we're going to look across our pools right now and we're going to head to our Bravo stream and we're going to actually watch some Halo Infinite action. Why not kick off the day with a little bit of something extra? And we're going to hop into pool C. We've got Shopify Rebellion going up against Native White currently at the moment on Bravo. And I'm just interested to see how Shopify Rebellion kind of open things up. You know, emphasis on West, what you talked about with Mental coming forward, the confidence, the main playing power, ability potentially being there right here and right now, and we get to see that firsthand.
It's tough to start your tournament on fire. Let's see if anybody's brought their A game. It's 4 down for Native White right now. As Shopify looks to be in a dominant lead here in game 1, 3-0, and time on the 4th hill. Looking to put a punctuation on this one, Tony. And all of Shopify look to be gunning. As you take a look at the stats at the top left, everybody is having their way.
You know, oftentimes I said Native White was really underrated here in this tournament, and obviously doesn't show so far in this King of the Hill, but King of the Hill is a tough matchup for Native White going up against Shopify Rebellion, so I can't really say I'm surprised here. 3-0 so far. Shopify looking to put the finishing touches on this last one. Can Collect stay alive? Can Native White maybe put one on the board? Yeah, maybe not.
Doesn't look good. Shopify still in the hill, still getting time, still under pressure though, and Cycle able to get that kill with the overshield, using it to a success, taking down Tap, and Rain finds one, and that's going to do it, Tony. Moments away from ending this game, like I said, in dominant fashion.
Tough matchup for Native White for that game number 1, but if there's one thing I do know about this Native White roster is going into game number 2, they're going to be able to hit that mental reset button and really go back in and really come out and put their best foot forward. They much rather see a Slayer against Shopify Rebellion than ultimately a King of the Hill.
Yeah, unfortunately, that was just pure dominance out of Shopify Rebellion at that point. What have you got to say for Native White right now, as we're kind of just teeing up a couple of new things here? You know, Native White, again, for me, a bit of a similar story to Shopify Rebellion, I think, with actually less success at times as well.
Yeah.
But Native White really have had that roller coaster ride. All sorts of things have been happening to them too, personal, outside of Halo as well. But how are you feeling about them coming into this tournament?
Yeah, they just haven't been the same throughout this year. It's been a tough year, the roller coaster of teammates they've had to go through due to visa issues or whatever it may be, restrictions. And all of these problems have kind of added up to their ability to stay with the rest of the pack as far as the Shopifys and Native Reds, where they once were. Because remember, that team had gotten top 4 before, but this is a shadow of that team at this point in time. They have not played to the level that I've expected those 4 individuals to play, and it doesn't look good after seeing that game 1, especially just the score. Shopify look primed to put themselves in a head-to-head against Native Red that will be for the pool later on if they continue the way they are in that series.
Tony, what is it about Native White that gives them the ability to bounce back? Because we have seen times where Native White have been really, really good, and there is always that shine, that spark. Why else would they be here on this world stage? So what do you want to see from them to really try and fight back early on in pool play?
Well, for me, it's one simple thing. It's McWin. You have the second oldest player in the league. You know what's another word or phrase for old? Check my notes. Ancient? No, that's not it. Past his prime? No. I'm sorry. Experience. That's what I'm looking for. Experienced player. And when you have your IGL with your leader coming in with that much experience, and also him being able to articulate himself so well, I've been able to interview McWin a few times. I would love to go into battle with McWin as my leader on the battlefield.
I love that. All the experience, the veteran, right? The veteran plays that comes from him. But I gotta say, low-key roasted there, mate. Low-key roasting him, but we'll let it slide. We'll let it slide for sure. Yeah, I've got to say, I think it's important to also, you know, kind of listen to voice of reason, to experience in situations where you need it most. And I think, especially when you're kind of getting flattened in a map 1 of pool play at Worlds, it's not how you want it to go. It's not how you've been practicing for this tournament, and that is going to be difficult to kind of get out of that rut, especially after a really dominant kind of game 1 from your opponent.
100%. If you lose this series, you put yourself behind that 8 ball so far, because Native Red is going to be even more difficult than Shopify Rebellion to beat. This is the series that both of these two teams were probably hyper-focused on, knowing it was how they were kicking off their tournament, knowing that it was going to be the first series of the day, knowing that you had to come into game 1 on fire. Looks like Shopify knew what they had to do to be ready for that moment. Native White do not look ready.
No, they certainly do not look ready. I'm excited about map number 2. I'm not even sure what map number 2 is going to be against these guys. Obviously Slayer, but I'm not sure which one it will be. Is there a favorite you think for Native White in terms of a Slayer? I don't know if you have any of the info there, Tony, but is there one that you might like to see for them to maybe regain a little bit?
For me, I'd rather see any Slayer on any map as opposed to King of the Hill. We know Shopify Rebellion are a strong King of the Hill roster, and especially against Native White, that tends to be one of their weaker game modes. So no matter what the map is, going in for Native White, they're gonna be able to slay. You have Suspect on the roster, you have Collect. These are players that know how to put down damage and stay alive, which is what you need to do on Team Slayer.
very much so. Well, look, we're waiting for some of the action to start. We're waiting for the main stage. We're also waiting for Bravo Stream to get set back up. But let's just quickly talk about how incredible this event is. It really is a Halo festival. I'm looking out past the cameras and all I can see is just the most incredible things that have been set up for our community who have made it out to Worlds. It really is a celebration. I mean, I'm pretty sure I see also a Warthog to my right there. I remember riding that on BTB the other night as well. So that was good memories.
Good
and
times.
it's good to see one in real life right next to me as well. But it is absolutely stunning in here. And Clutch, like last year, it really was amazing. What has been your favorite part, I think, of coming in here, feeling all the Halo love and the vibes that are coming forward from the rest of this event?
Honestly, we're seeing it on screen. The Hall of Champions,
Yes.
just walking back so many memories and being fortunate enough to have lived through some of them in some of those moments. But just to show respect to the greats that have been there. I mean, Dave Walsh is on 5 different TVs in that hall. Squared's on a couple. I mean, there's so much history. The Ogres, everyone that has won these massive World Championship events, the respect that's being given to them, I mean, those to me are why I played the game. Those are the moments that I cherished and remembered as far as I want to do this one day. I want to get this good. And I know for a fact there's so many players competing. Just every player here competing at this World Championship has those same ambitions of one day being respected in that hall alongside the greats.
I love that so much. We literally are adding to that hall this weekend, which is just such an incredible full circle moment. And to be able to see that, you're right, relive that as you walk down and enter the World Championships, it really is a special, special moment. Speaking of special moments though, I know that we've had many incredible plays, some cracked things coming out of our competitors this season. It has been absolutely amazing. So we went around some of our casters and broadcast team and asked what our favorite moments were from this year. Check out what we said.
Over shoulder grab for face. And they wrap.
You know, sometimes things break. And it just happens sometimes.
What a moment that was.
But it was a good moment. It was a good moment. We're going to smooth past it. And when that is fixed, we'll let you know what some of our amazing moments are. Aside from your actual favorite moment that you picked, Clutch.
What did I pick?
Can you recall, speaking of the Hall of Champions, what has been your favorite moment of Halo history? I know that's digging deep now, but has there been a moment?
I'm selfish. If you're gonna ask me,
Oh,
it's
go on,
gotta
be
be.
selfish.
It's gotta be
While
the.
we're here and filling, why not?
It's gotta be the time that I had an opportunity to win a championship. Right? I only won one, but I won the big one. And as a player, that was like the one goal I had set out for. That was the one thing I had said I wanted to do before it was all said and done. And I was fortunate enough to be alongside some of the best players to ever play the game and be holding that check up at the end of the day. It's a trophy now, and man, I mean, that just solidifies like the career and the hard work that you put in as a player. And I think everybody looks for that moment. Everybody needs that like accomplishment in order to ride off into the sunset. Some people get it more than once. We have a bunch competing this weekend, but you do feel for the guys that haven't won yet. They need that moment of solidification that all of my time and effort has proven that I can achieve anything I set out for.
Tony, what do you think when you think of a World Championship? What comes to your mind in terms of being here all season long, watching these guys put their blood, sweat, and tears into their craft, and it all comes down to this moment for them to be able to lift that trophy and call themselves a world champion? What kind of feeling, emotion does it give you?
Well, I mean, one thing I want to start off by saying that I came really close to winning a world championship.
Yeah, at the GameStop
I want to let you know, I back-to-back MVPs at my local GameStop. Shout out New Brunswick, New Jersey, next to Day Day's house.
Hey,
I was there. And not only that, Rookie of the Year, Most Improved Player, then MVP, and the National Champion. So I'm just saying, I was out there in the trenches, but I mean, honestly, I just think, look, when you come into a world championship, a tournament of this magnitude, the one thing you have to lean on is your preparation. And then you have to come in and take these scrims so seriously, put in the work. Shoot, take ranked matchmaking seriously. Take everything seriously leading up until this tournament.
I think that was just Tony's way of begging for his teammates to take the game serious when he's playing matchmaking. But on to the action, on to game 2, Native White versus Shopify. And let's see if Native White can make this a little bit higher of a contest here. Is 4-3, they have the lead. Let's see how long they can hold it and if they can push it in their favor.
Native White starting out with a little lead here, and now you have McWin with that shock rifle in hands, immediately trying to take over the gold side of the map. I see Rain and Ryan, they're looking to infiltrate, and we all see a 2-2 split because the rest of Shopify Rebellion are attacking the A side of the map at the same time. They're trying to take over the full map by splitting up in twos.
Miquin's gonna have a lot of pressure around him, but it does look like Shopify are split, and I love this decision by Miquin to get out of dodge if he can, and at least take the 2-on-2 towards Elevator. Instead, he gets sandwiched by Shopify. They have the shock rifle out of Miquin's hands. They've got this game all tied up, or just about. And in fact, they've actually taken the lead with the last 2 kills. With shock in hands of Rain, this could turn ugly very quickly for Shopify.
Ryan, who does a great job of ratting that corner, making sure to go in at the right time, gets the back smack onto tapping buns, clears out that tower side. Meanwhile, Rain was able to bring the shock over towards top A. The most important weapon on the map is now in the hands of Shopify Rebellion. They have now doubled the score line here of Native White. Things are not looking good for Native.
Not looking good, and I was pointing out Mental at the start of the show as far as my player to watch. He started this game out 6-1-0. That slaying power that Mental has started to bring to this team has clearly started to impact the tournament, as now with a 1-0 lead, a 14-7 lead here in game 2, and Camo in his hand. Let's see what he can do.
What's more dangerous than Mental, who hasn't died one time in the Slayer, one with a camouflage in his hands, but somebody takes height immediately, gets put right back down. A beautiful stick now from Mental, and he's not done yet. Suspector, you can get it too. That's 2 down for Native White, and Mental is still thriving here towards Whirlpool.
You want to talk about championship caliber players? Mental has so many championships in Gears of War that these moments, these big world championship moments, are not going to get to this player. He looks calm, cool, collected. I love the patience we saw with that camo play. He is playing out of his mind right now.
It's the Halo World Championships, and my man is 1 kill away from a killing frenzy. He's about to go for perfection this game, but meanwhile, off the screen, Native White start to take control. 3 down for Shopify Rebellion. Mental's now the only player alive for his team, and he's catching nades left and right, down to 1 shot, doing everything he can to stay alive. Here comes the reinforcements.
Way to stay alive as well. Look at that just patient play. Just such a heads up to back up, wait for his teammate, and now once his teammates are here, they're able to push. The frenzy comes through. Mental killing everything, still without a death in this game. The actual difference in the scoreline right now is Mental's performance.
This man is going out of his mind at the moment here on a recharge. Double-digit lead as they quickly try to approach the A side. Mental realized there's a lot of damage going down there, so he backs down. His teammate Cycle ends up going down, and White is active camouflage coming up. Native White have the opportunity to steal this away along with momentum in the game.
Yeah, Native White need to figure out a way to compete for this camouflage. They cannot afford to give it to Mental, and unfortunately, that's what has happened since we switched off and back onto his screen. Mental able to get that camo, get out of dodge, and now that it's active, Native White once again full of problems right now, no solutions at hand, 27-19, and I love that Mental doesn't feel pressure to make a play. You have the lead, giving up a free death, just trying to be aggressive is not the play. So he relocates here bottom elevator, and now he's found himself behind 2 players.
Finds the first one, but the second right behind him doesn't realize it, and Suspector is able to take down the camouflage player, giving Mental his first death of the game, but you're still up by 8 kills of Shopify Rebellion, and Rain is chasing down 2 players. McWin down to 1 shot, somehow gets the melee kill, but still, Shopify Rebellion still have control. You're still up by 7, and you are looking comfortable right now.
As strong as Mental is playing, 12-2-2, does finally have a couple of deaths to his name. It's just a 7-kill game. Native White's still in this one for now, but you got to find a way to make the difference here. In just a moment's notice, or that series will be 2-0.
Talk about difference maker. He is really popping off. Mental, absolutely massive. You're almost like a psychic, Wes.
Sometimes I'm good at my job.
Sometimes you are pretty good at your job, I'll give you that.
Sometimes.
But you can watch more of that action right now over on Bravo. Head to the B stream and make sure you catch the end of that match. Well, folks, it is enough from us at the desk. I can definitely tell you that much. We do have our first match ready to go. We have 2 wonderful casters waiting to talk a lot of stuff in your ears. We've got Shurzy and Gaskin on the mics, folks. It's over to them.
Thanks so much, Lottie. And if you're like me, tired of listening to Wes, it's time to get some action underway. The stage is set, and Seattle, the home of Halo, is now hosting some of the greatest players from around the world. And what a curtain opener we have. Optic Gaming, the current reigning defending champions, up against Complexity. Dan, what are you feeling about the tournament? How are you feeling about the series?
I mean, tournament I can't wait for, and it's always great to see the reigning world champions as well as the reigning LAN champions we have, Optic Gaming, up first, because it kind of sets the precedent for the tournament. How are they playing? How are they feeling? You heard Wes on the desk say, I want to get a listen in nice and early to see what the mood's like, what the camp's like with the Optic Gaming roster. And a Complexity game here, it should be an easy one for them. This should be an absolute blowout. We've seen these two teams compete several times already this season, and every single time it's gone in favor 3-0 to Optic Gaming. But there's always that what if. There's always that one team that could maybe make an upset, make a name for themselves. And Complexity have the players capable of doing that. You've heard it from the analyst desk. We've got players who have been there, done that. This should be a brilliant series, but I do still think it will be an Optic dominant one.
Taking a look at the series layout then, game number 1, how important that could be. CTF Empyrean, Dan, tell me something about it.
It's very good opener for Optic Gaming. They're 7-1 at the moment. You would have seen it in the graphics a little bit earlier. It's one of their best game types because they can play it at their own pace. They can be comfortable on their one side of the map. They absorb pressure and then they just attack when they get given that opportunity. That being said, Complexity have one of the better win rates on CTF Empyrean as well. They know how they should manage the map. They've got good snipers on that roster as well, so they should feel comfortable here in map 1.
Now, all eyes are set, and the expectation here is that Optic Gaming will win this series. But for Complexity, they can look back to last year, how Native Red went on that momentous run. They got top 3. Can Complexity be that team that causes the upset?
They can. Do I think they will? Probably not, but maybe my mind will be changed after game 1 here, because if we see players like Karmaya just step up to the plate, become that superstar that we believe he is capable of, then there is a chance they could disrupt this roster, and maybe Optic will be left scratching their heads a little bit, looking across the main stage saying, hey, are we going to allow this to happen? Optic cannot allow this to be a banana skin. They have to start strong, as it looks like we are almost ready to kick off the Halo World Championship.
Optic Gaming looking to cement themselves one of the greatest teams of all time, going back-to-back Halo World Championships, a feat only accomplished by the former Tox roster and CLG. That's what's at stake this weekend. And for Complexity, looking to be that underdog and cause the upset. We don't have to wait too much longer to open the Halo World Championships. Shields up, weapons hot, Optic Gaming title defense starts now.
And already Lucid sprinting towards that sniper rifle to ensure that he can be the player to watch over his teammates and make sure the Overshield and rockets can be secured, but it has not gone well. Complexity have been able to get them. And Lucid is going to be sent for a little skydive.
No parachutes to deploy. Off the map he goes, sniper rifle along with him. On board with Tusk now. The 1v1 against APG, and the gangster rings through. And already they've started to take control. And Optic Gaming laying siege to Complexity's base.
Keep an eye on the positions that APG will hold and the angles that he will take to try and support teammates. He's always putting his body on the line, but he's always prepared to get into the action and get a little bit scrappy. And it's very important that APG can find these positions for the team. As Karmaya will go down, Optic Gaming looking to just assert their dominance. But it looks like we may get a restart here because it looks like Complexity have lost a player.
One player drops out. We will get that all sorted and situated once more, because Optic Gaming are a very good team. They don't need an extra man as well.
They do not, but I did see a snipe shot was hit from one Optic member to another, so even without any sort of auto-aim assistance, they can still hit the headshots. Very impressive. But yes, it is going to be a false start, and we'll get that one all sorted on the main stage shortly. But I think that Complexity, what they can learn from the brief moment they had on Empyrean there is starting strategy seems to be pretty good. They were able to get a little bit of dominance in the middle of the map. They were able to get towards the Overshield, towards the rockets. Optic kind of sat back and gave the Overshield to them, gave the rockets to them, said, look, we're just going to nade it and see what happens. The thing you always get after a restart is a chance to maybe make up for a poor opening strategy.
Maybe it's time for Optic to rewrite some of those wrongs and attack it in a different form, in a different manner. But we did see as the game developed, Optic Gaming got control and Complexity were immediately put on the back foot after getting that rather hopeful and pretty decent start and strat. So I think there's something for Optic to look at straight away and maybe change things.
Yeah, maybe they can change things. Now, while we wait for the players to get ready on the main stage and fix those issues, we can look at one of my favorite moments from this year. Let's take a look.
Currently sitting on 25 kills, 10 assists, and 12 deaths. You simply don't win a game when someone's performing like that.
Camo's coming up as well, and Lucid does manage to take down the Quadrant player who was top middle, but gets taken down himself by Legend. If a Camo can go in the hands of Quadrant here, hold your phones. 1 minute 52 on the clock. Flag just been tossed out ever so slightly, but no one to run it. 3 dead on Optic Gaming side, and Flag will start to move. Lucid's been spotted out. And maybe there's still life in this game just yet. Remember, it's 3-1 because of the flag that was there from the restart. But Quadrant are about to make this 3-2.
So you're telling me there's a chance? SLG has the camouflage. And are Optic Gaming guilty of being just a little bit complacent? Maybe they believed this game was out of sight. Legend goes into the base once more. Trippy's in trouble over on the fridge. Can SLG get the kill? Yes, he can. And the flag's on the move.
Never say never as SLG gets a double, pushes through. Quadrant tie this one up. I thought it was done. Maybe you thought it was done, but Quadrant had better thoughts about this one.
There's still a job to do. 55 seconds left in regulation time.
No way.
All of a sudden, Optic are scrambling. They're on the back foot. And Quadrant descend on the base once more.
And now Optic just want that final whistle blown. They want to get it into overtime. They don't want to be thinking about what's happening with this momentum from Quadrant. Legend needs to be careful. 2 go down as Quadrant's still moving. And Optic Gaming firmly on the back foot.
Quadrant are moving the flag in. They've gotten it all the way over to the closet. Legend picking the route the safest way he can go up the shroom stairs as he trickles all the way home. All 4 members there, and Quadrant take the lead here.
I promise you, you will not see anything like this again in HCS as Optic find themselves on the brink of losing 3-0 to a European roster that has been questioned, that has been formed, that has been talked about for years as 5 seconds.
Well, funny thing about your favourite moment is that was actually the one I wanted to pick, but I was told you can't have that because Dan's already...
I got first dibs, and that's absolutely fine, but it's great. As a talent team, we were asked kind of what our favourite moments were throughout the year, and I mean, that one from Quadrant, they were down by 3 flags going into the final couple of minutes against Optic Gaming and able to come back 3-0 them, and I think that was really the start of Quadrant throughout this year, wasn't it? And how impressive they've been making themselves into a top 3 team.
Yeah, because typically we had seen them go to a Game 5 and beat Optic that way, but to dominate in a 3-0 fashion, now, obviously Game 3, what it was, an absolute madness. We'll never see it again. You said that in the commentary, but I think that was them announcing themselves in the world stage as not only just a threat to some of these teams, but they can finish top 3 consistently.
Yeah, and maybe it was bad luck for Optic because now they're on the main stage. They probably didn't really want to be hearing of those moments where they threw away a lead in that fashion, because I don't think we will ever see anything like that ever again. Optic Gaming will be far more locked in, as I'm sure they are locked in, ready for their first match on the main stage here against Complexity. And you know, we were able to see the documentary about Formal and his journey, and I mean, how amazing it would be if he was able to go back-to-back Halo World Championships. He already is solidified as one of the best, one of the greatest console players of all time. I think if he was to add another World Championship here, surely there's no questions about who is the best. But he's alongside also these up-and-coming talents. I mean, you've got Lucid and Trippy, who at one point were up-and-coming talents. Now they are certified Gs. They are the boys, and they're looking to try and make it back-to-back World Championships as well, alongside APG. I mean, what more can you say about APG? He is a living legend, and it just is a roster that has the potential here to show what they are made of in any series they go up against any team.
And if you haven't had the opportunity to watch that documentary, Unlocked, featuring Formal, it's about a 12.5 minute video. It is well worth the watch. Such great production value. Shout out to HCS and indeed Loose Films for putting that together and shining a spotlight on some of the best in the business.
Yeah, and Formal, I mean, if he can play how he did in the previous event, then I think Optic will be in very full force. I mean, it was all about Lucid and how Lucid slays and what an incredible slaying power he brings to this roster. But then when Formal gets going, you see those clips of the overkills that he hits, the kill attacks that he hits, even sometimes the triples. It seems to just inject momentum into this side. They almost thrive off of the way that Formal is playing.
Formal can really be that pace setter for his team. When he starts to hit those shots that you talk about, when he gets those kill streaks, you start to think, hang on a second, Optic Gaming look totally different than a moment or two ago, a game or two ago. When Formal hits his stride, that team is almost unstoppable.
And I think that's why it's important that during this first series, they do get going. They don't just think, well, you know, it's only Complexity. This is the World Championship. Every single series is going to be relatively tough. Sure, there are going to be some that are a little bit easier than others, but Complexity are here for a reason. When you look at King Nick, Gilkey, Kamea, and Tusk, all 4 of those players can show what they're made of as well. And even though maybe they're not on this leaderboard, they certainly could cause a stir in this series.
Taking a look at the Fort Worth kill leaderboard then, Lucid Formal in the top 3. And that just goes to show how important they are to the team to make sure they get the slays, to put APG and Trippy in positions to capitalize on that objective.
Yeah, and I mean, no surprise, you see the likes of FaZe and Optic up there, but also Legend sneaking in for Quadrant. What an incredible season he's had as well. Really has shown he is one of the best players in the world. But I think for Optic Gaming, when they look at this, say, okay, well, why aren't we at the top of that leaderboard? Well, that's because Optic are happy to share that slays around. There is no one player that is just going to step up for them. They have to rely on. Everyone on Optic can do that job, and that's why they are one of our most consistent teams and why they are the reigning champions here.
You speak about up-and-coming players and now solidified Gs, and let's talk about APG, how important and pivotal he has been to that team and their successes, not just last tournament, but all of last year, Dan. He always puts this team in the right position when it comes to the objective, having that ball and just knowing when to rotate, when to hold. He is one of the top players in the game.
He is indeed, and as we compare two of the top players from each team, you've got Formal, you've got Gilkey, and I mean, Gilkey's KD, very impressive from Fort Worth in CTF, because of course we are going to be starting off with CTF Empyrean. And Gilkey loves Empyrean CTF. He loves playing any sort of remake from Halo 3. I mean, the Gilkster is going to be more than happy to be playing this map to start with.
You speak about what he loves. He loves the hotel lobby. Every time I go down there, he's out there having a drink, talking to the lads. And Gilkey, you must start to work for the hotel, like a concierge.
Of course, the soda is what he's having, right? He's always going to be down there. You get a free $10 every single time you go into that lobby, so you can make sure he's got them. But the damage difference is something we can focus on here. I mean, Formal outputs a lot of damage for this roster. He was always just getting those shots down, whether it be with a sniper rifle, whether it be a battle rifle. It doesn't matter what's in his hands. But he's also prepared to put himself in those dangerous scenarios. For example, in Empyrean, he will be competing for those rockets. He will be prepared to take that challenge down Greenhall because he knows he can win so many challenges. He's a very confident young man.
And we talk about Empyrean CTF, and this is one of Optic Gaming's favorite flag game types, and that doesn't really put Complexity into good stead. And these two teams have faced off last event, and Optic Gaming did get the better of them 3-0, so Complexity need to put up more of a fight, particularly in game 1.
It's why you always have to put a little asterisk next to any sort of stats. You know, I love statistics, I love looking into map win rates, and you know, Complexity is one of their best win rates, but it's who have they played against on CTF Empyrean? Have they played against Optic as much? And it's when you look at the teams that Optic have beaten on CTF Empyrean and the teams that Complexity have beaten on CTF Empyrean, it is a very contrasting difference, right? Optic have been able to dominate whoever they go up against with only one loss, whereas a lot of Complexity's victories have maybe come against some of the lower seeded teams. For me to believe that Complexity can win this series and that Empyrean is this big game type for them, they have to start strong. I want to see an early capture for them. I want to see them dominating Optic's side of the map. Take control of the tower if you want to really assert dominance. I know that some teams don't like to take tower, they want to be running it long haul, but we've seen that tower control and running it under bridge can work here in Halo Infinite.
And it's important for all of Complexity to be firing on all cylinders, because any one of those players letting the side down, not putting down the damage or the stats, Optic Gaming will punish them every single time.
Optic will punish you, and I think that it's why Optic sometimes struggle against the teams that play a little bit faster, because Optic want to be able to slow the game down, assess what their opposition is going to be doing, and then react off of that. Optic are a reactive team rather than sometimes a proactive team.
Now, we were watching Shopify Native White. Let's have another little look and see what's going on in that series. It was Native White who were down, and look at that. Tony spoke about how important the Slayer was and how Native White needed to win it, and they have. Into game 3 we go.
It was looking a little bit worrying when we saw game 1. It was King of the Hill and Shopify 4-0'd Native White, and I was thinking, is it going to be just one of those tournaments? But it looks like no. Native White are here to play. They've tied it up 1-1, and they have a lead here on Aquarius Capture the Flag.
A perfect start in game number 1.
Well, they did have a lead.
Shopify Rebellion, and as you say that, yep, all tied up we go. Series 1-1, game now 1-1. And Ryan Newb can push down the P side in a 1v1 against Mikwin. Two very experienced gentlemen, and they continue to jostle, but this time both players will survive.
And I'd have both of these teams around the kind of top 6 area, top 8 maybe on a bad day. Can they push themselves that little bit further? Can we see a Shopify native going into the top 4? Because we know they're capable of that, and Shopify have been there, they've done that. Shopify looked good in that King of the Hill. I was thinking, okay, Shopify are the team that we have to keep an eye on. They're the ones who could upset this bracket. But I think the crazy thing with pool play and what we saw at Fort Worth as well is depending on where you finish in pool play, it can really change that bracket and how it plays. And you can sometimes get a little bit of an easier bracket depending on what happens in the other pools. Shopify maybe we're looking to try and top this one and hope that something can happen along those lines.
Rebellion at Fort Worth really seem to find that extra gear. Struggling here against Native White though. Down 2 members, and it's Ryan Noob back at the opposition base, trying to make a nuisance of himself, and he will kill Mikwen. The flag runs all the way home. Collect's got hands on, made it towards the closet side. Collect just trying to throw down a few denial grenades as Mikwen will get hands on, trying to slam this one home. Tapping Buttons is there, and it's Native White who take the lead.
Yeah, group effort there. They have given up map control, though, by ensuring that all 3 members worked in tandem to capture that flag. So at least Shopify aren't going to be fearing any sort of back-to-back flag caps, but at least Native White have been able to take the lead once more. But you noticed it, Collect dropping the flag, playing his life instead, rather than just trying to aimlessly run it into the base, which we do see some players get a little bit greedy for that capture. But Collectors are more than happy to play for the team. It's Tapping Buttons. Killing spree at the moment, 9 kills. We don't often get a chance to talk about Tapping as much. I feel like when he was on his previous rosters, he was the main guy. He was the person we would always be looking at. But on this Native White roster, they're all the main guys at times. But Tapping Buttons definitely deserves his praise.
Tapping Buttons sharing the spotlight with the rest of his teammates. Continues to put down shots, but Cycle wins that 1v1. There's few you would bet against in a 1v1, and Cycle knows how to hit those shots. Again, he puts the Spectre in the grave. And as those Sizzle Sticks take away the shields, the HP will be drained as well. And that map control that Native White had forfeited for the meantime in getting that flag capture, they've almost seized control once again.
Also, it's still surprising for me to see 1-1 on that overall scoreboard, because when we were looking at the previous game, Cycle was on Killing Frenzy, yet Shopify somehow still were not able to close out that game, and then they just need to make sure they're working around Cycle here. I do think he can be that X factor. 12 kills at the moment, but they need to make sure these kills turn into a little bit of map control, start to get his flag moving.
2 down. There is the opportunity to perhaps get the flag moving. Collect will get a trade, a very important one as well. As Cycle waits for his shields to pop up face to face with Tapping Buttons. He has got the first shot in him. And Ryan Noob on hand to ensure Tapping Buttons hits the respawn screen. But all the pressure that Shopify are putting down, Native White are holding strong.
Nice nades from Mikwen to ensure that it's not going to be an easy push onto the flag, but it was Ryan Noob from top middle assisting Cycle. It's something Ryan Noob always does well. But we will go back to our main game. It's going to be Optic Gaming versus Complexity. Remember, if you want to carry on watching the B stream, head on over and watch that Twitch link. But Complexity with a 1-0 lead as we join this one. I said I wanted to see an early flag cap from Complexity to prove why those stats could be true. And here they are, 1-0 up against Optic Gaming.
A hot start for Complexity. Texas rivals, these 2 orgs. Usually when they clash, it goes the way of the green wall. Could this be the moment on the biggest stage of them all to cause the upset? Have they been waiting all year long to do it here and now? Tusk in a 1v1 with Formal under bridge. The Optic Gaming man will fall. Can they hold this lead, or do they have ambitions of building on it?
Well, usually if you can take a lead against Optic Gaming, you are going to find yourself in a far better scenario, because then it means now Optic have to kind of up the tempo a little bit. They have to be the ones to try and break through this setup, get onto the other side of the base. They can't just sit at that halfway line and defend like they can do previously. So this is the perfect start. This is exactly what Complexity would have wanted. And now they will play around these rockets in about 20 seconds, get a couple of nades perhaps. It is always interesting to see which team is going to prefer rockets over overshoot.
Optic Gaming now forced to be the aggressors, down by 1. Like you rightfully mentioned, power-ups should be on the map very soon, as all 4 down for Optic Gaming. That's Complexity making inroads in the base. Over the halfway point is Karmaya as he tries to dip out. Unsuccessful though. Lucid's nades expertly placed an overshield in the chest of Tusk.
And rockets as well for Gilkey, so that all 4 dead came in the perfect time for Complexity. Really now pressing Optic, and Optic forced back a little bit, but Lucid just doing what Lucid does best. Gets into a position to ensure that those 2 players from Complexity were caught a little bit off guard, and that just stops this push. It stems it from Complexity, but it's good. Complexity need to continue to be aggressive here. Force Optic back. Don't allow Optic to suddenly take map control here.
Lucid with a pivotal plasma pistol shot to the spine of the overshield player. Quell the push. And there's now Optic Gaming threatening to put a flag cap on the board of their own. APG wisely backs away as Gilkey looks for the Chal. Grenades go down, keeping APG 1 shot, but Trippy's there, and here comes the push.
And maybe here comes the boom as well. Formal's going to have sniper rifle control on top of tower. They've already taken down 2. That's the last remaining player. And this is going to be a flag run under bridge. We were talking about this a little bit earlier. It can work if you have that control, and with these kills that are just flooding in now, this is going to be an easy and comfortable cap for Optic to tie it up. Very efficient. That's the Optic gaming I expected to see.
Sebastian talks about under the sea. It appears under the bridge can also be a successful route, particularly if you want to get yourself back into a game of CTF on Empyrean. Expertly done from the Optic Gaming boys. Now they starting to find their feet here in Seattle.
They've got both sniper rifles, so now they can dominate whichever side of the map they want. Formal happily takes that one as Trippy cleans it up. And now for Complexity, they've just got to be careful, because if they off-spawn, just keep running into these snipers, they're going to slowly lose even more control of their base. And it could be a back-to-back flag cap potential here for Optic.
That member of Complexity almost got double force pushed. Formal finds the shins of King Nick. That's all that was required. As he holds the top tower and now pushing into the base. Tusk down to 3 shots, and Formal will get that kill. APG combines, but they will fall. It's 2v2 on the map for now.
That's the only downside of holding tower and trying to run it under bridge, is that those spawns over towards Mauler can be very overwhelming if you don't bank the nades correctly. It allowed Complexity to trade out. Optic are still trying to press their advantage, but now it finally gets stopped. Complexity can breathe for a short while. But with rockets and overshield coming up, very wise from APG. Instead of just trying to rush across to the other side of the base and try and help his team, starts focusing on these power-ups.
APG hears footsteps above him, and with good reason. The Tusk descends on the overshield with Heatwave in hand and secures his second successive ones of the game. Lucid bottom tower tries to stay alive and avoid the shots, trying to narrow the angle. Tusk says no, no, no. Respawn screen for you, fella. But Formal on hand to ensure the overshield won't be a factor for much longer.
But again, it's rockets as well for Complexity. This is not what we're necessarily used to be seeing from Optic Gaming on Empyrean CTF. They're usually the ones that are dominating all the power-ups, all the power weapons. So Complexity have done their homework, and they've made sure that they can hold these angles correctly to ensure that they're instead getting said power weapons. And it's good patience from Karmea as well. He's not just pushing willy-nilly here to try and pick up a kill or 2. He wants to make these kills count as the first one does connect.
Second one, the chamber will find a home. 3 dead for Optic Gaming. Just over 6 minutes on the clock. Sniper rifles about to pop as well. Formal waits under bridge. A couple of shots on the Tusk, but backs away, knowing he will be a threat on the map. King Nick down long haul will be sent back home. But it's Complexity who are putting and applying all the pressure right now.
Well, you say that, but
where did he come from?
Suddenly, Gilkey out of nowhere appears, but APG is able to sniff him out. It's Gilkey at the moment with 12 kills, but it is Optic Gaming who are just slightly pinned back. King Nick's also trying to force his way into the base right now. So a lot of responsibility on these sniper shots for APG, and he is not missing. So important that you get these bodies just so that someone can clean it up, so you can stop these pushes from happening. Again.
Consistent damage by APG. Allowing his teammates to clean up some one-shots. And Optic's base is safe for now. Tusk, though, peels one off. Top tower with a fadeaway shot. And APG lies lifeless top tower. Sniper rifle down 2. And it's now Tusk can start to find the bodies. 2 dead for Optic Gaming.
APG again, though, on the defense. In that flag. Willing to have a boxer brawl with anyone who might walk in. Gilkey, though, getting aggressive on that tower. But you can see the spawns now over towards Mauler. It's going to be the same problem for Complexity here. These spawns are very overwhelming, and Complexity just have to back off, because rockets are going to be coming up in 10.
Tusk holding the line. Trippy goes down. Rockets in 5. APG knows how important they can be. Tusk has to give them up here. It's great pressure from Optic Gaming. And Formal on hand to get the clean up as well. Could these rockets be pivotal in Optic Gaming taking the lead?
Yeah, this is far better from Optic in planning their kills, making sure they time it correctly, so now they've got rockets to work with. APG just looking for any wandering players down towards Overshield as well, and now Optic need to put these rockets to good use, and APG will cover with them, but not able to connect with the first rocket, and this could be a dead flag if they're not careful.
Formal goes down, along with his longtime teammate, good friend APG. They have to give this one up, but Trippy tries to keep it alive. Gilkey's getting tanked up from the back. A back from Karmea just to keep Gilkey alive. This flag's dead in the water.
Yeah, huge there from Karmea to be aware, make sure that the backpack comes through. Otherwise, it could have been a chance for Optic to try and just get a messy flag on the go. We spoke about it just before the series, and we saw the comparison, Gilkey versus Formal. It's been Gilkey at the moment putting the numbers up. Formal hasn't had the hottest of starts, but he's been in a lot of positions where instead he's had to just put that damage down for his team, and Lucid's been picking up the kills. Trippy has Plasma Pistol in hand to shut down the Gilkster.
Trippy might not be done there. Takes the shields away of King Nick. Nothing left in that Spartan but a bit of paint. Shields will come back. Ready to re-engage. A couple of warning shots over towards Lucid. Both players familiar with each other and know exactly where they're positioned now. That information will be passed along. There's now APG who will fall, but two members of Complexity will go down along with him. And King Nick desperately tries to live, but Trippy ensures that will not be a possibility.
But the longer this goes on, the more confidence Complexity are going to be gaining here, Jersey. 2 minutes 50 left on the clock. They're still tied with the reigning champions, not just reigning LAN, but reigning world champions, Optic Gaming. And they are keeping them at bay. They are frustrating them here. And we knew that this could be Complexity's best game type, but APG with the sniper rifle might have just ripped Complexity's hopes away from them right under their nose.
APG's peeling wigs. Gilkey though. Frag grenade spins up and takes Formal's legs from under him. And again, the damage still being put down as APG fires another shot towards King Nick. Can he almost out-BR him here? The gangster's not missing shots right now.
So much confidence as well, so much belief in your team there to re-challenge with the battle rifle, re-challenge with the sniper rifle, as APG almost holding the whole of Complexity back by himself. And Optic Gaming will put this, will they? Oh, 3 have gone down. Good grenades coming from Complexity as there's a last stand here.
Optic Gaming in trouble now, risking a counter cap. Flag's been returned. Complexity trying to stay alive here, trying to stay in the game. And they've managed to send that flag back home. Optic Gaming on the doorstep of taking the lead.
Incredible return there from Tux to be able to just sneak round to Long Haul whilst all that focus was happening over towards Sword. And sometimes you need that in a player, someone who is able to put on a brave face and say, I think I can get to that base. I think I can overextend. It's a double kill now for King Nick as well as they continue to frustrate Optic Gaming here.
King Nick walking down Long Haul. APG puts down a couple of shots and immediately Nick has to put the brakes on and slam it into reverse. Gilkey also down to no shields. And it is now Optic Gaming who hold the numbers advantage and they will push forward.
Lucid having a little peek from under bridge. Does call out the one player, but look at the angles that Complexity are taking at the moment. They're not kind of bunching up and allowing Optic to target them. Every corner they turn, there's a different Complexity player watching them from a distance. It's great coverage and great teamwork from Complexity, but it's very defensive. And it is allowing Optic now to start taking advantage of it after they get pick after pick. Tusk last remaining player yet again here in Mauler.
Gonna get cleared out. Tusk will go down. Karmaya over towards Cut. Beautiful grenade. Will take Formal out, but not before the Optic Gaming man claims his life. APG gets flagged down Long Haul, and this is the opportunity in the moment for Optic Gaming to steal the game. No damage being taken. APG has a clean run at this, and he will slam it home as the green wall go up 2-1.
And after all that fight, after all of that effort from Complexity, it's ripped away from them in the final moments. And it was APG who was brave enough to dive over the grenades, grab that flag and get it down Long Haul. And there is not going to be time here for Complexity to even get a flag touch. Optic Gaming will take game number 1 in this series as they start off the Halo World Championship 23 with a dub.
Perhaps not as easy as they anticipated. Complexity made a real game of it. But showing resilience once more, our Optic Gaming. We spoke about how important game 1 would be, and it's gone the way of the green wall.
And those are the kind of games that make you champions. Those are the kind of games that perhaps if Optic weren't really up for it, they would have probably fell down to a Complexity that were frustrating them, but they made sure they kept on fighting hard. They had to change their strategy a little bit in the mid game. They were giving up too much rocket control, so they started to be a bit more aggressive at the right time. And I think Optic will be delighted to just kind of say, all right, that was a tough game 1, but at least we're able to get through it, because Complexity were making it difficult for them. A lot of the positions that Complexity players were finding themselves in, they were just tagging Optic in the backside, and Optic was just kind of turning around. They were already down in that fight, and they were never really able to get going.
Sometimes results are more important than performance. And speaking of, Lucid, 7,000 400 damage. He's starting the tournament off right here on Friday.
But we have to talk about that kind of sniper spree from APG as well. I mean, that was one way to shut down any momentum from Complexity, who were starting to feel themselves a little bit. Of course, they had that 1-0 lead, but APG ripping, I think it was 3 faces, or at least it was a double. And after that, Complexity never really recovered. And I think that Complexity now, they have to take the positives from it, right? It's very easy to have your head down and say, oh, we could have won that map number 1, but that's good. You could have won that map number 1 against Optic Gaming. Take that into map number 2. Take that into your BR fights that you're going to have in this upcoming Slayer match.
And Wes spoke about it on the desk. For Complexity, their tournament will not be judged about how they perform against Optic Gaming. And what we can say is they can take great pride and encouragement from the way they did before.
No, it won't be judged, but it could certainly define their tournament and how they react to this series. Even if they lose this 3-0, what do you learn from it? Are you going to be able to build from it? Are you going to have confidence? Or is it going to allow you to just kind of say, well, we're not good enough. We're not going to win this tournament, so who cares? Every team should believe they are good enough to win the tournament. Otherwise, why are you here at the Halo World Championship? You have to set the bar high. Slayer Solitude is what we're going to have for map number 2 then. And if Complexity can play how they did, I mean, they were out slaying Optic for the majority of that game. It's certainly possible here that this Slayer could go in favor of them.
Game 2 on the horizon. Optic Gaming up 1-0 in the series. Dan, who does this game favor?
I mean, momentum is on the side of Complexity in a way, just because of how they were playing, but when in terms of game type and map mode combinations, Optic have never lost Slayer Solitude. They're 5-0 throughout the season. Complexity have never won it. So stats would suggest that we're going in favor of Optic Gaming here, but if Complexity can just have the confidence they did in map number 1, win a couple of BR fights, there's no reason why they can't take it.
Optic have map control. And Kamei is in the respawn screen. Formula's the QT. Get himself out of dodge, tried to get beamed out. Not able to tap the button quick enough, unfortunately for him.
Scotty wasn't fast enough.
Lovely Star Trek reference. We'll take them all day, all weekend long. Gilkey, S4, lands the body. We know how important they can be in just ensuring that player, your teammate cleans up. He's down to no shields, a couple of shots over towards APG. Nothing connecting, nothing doing for now. As Lucid pokes his head out, S4, Gilkey's forced to give up the position. And Optic Gaming begin to collapse here. 2 dead for Complexity, could very quickly become 4.
You got to remember that Complexity have never won a map against Optic Gaming this season, so the fact they even came that close in map number 1 shows they have been improving, and perhaps they are finding their form at the right time here at the Halo World Championship. But if they could just sneak a little Slayer victory here, then maybe the chances could be there, as Formal was just waiting, hovering, hoping that someone was going to eventually walk into that reticule.
Crosshair, placement on point. Tuscan blue window, back down, Trippy will go and finish business. Kill secured to the green wall. Gilkey, as he heads up Soda stairs, Formal could be about to get a pinch and a backstab, but Kamei is there to ensure his teammate will not receive any damage.
Keep your eyes on this young man, Kamei. I think that there's a big future for him in esports in general, but of course Halo is his focus, and he has shown what an incredible asset he's been to this Complexity roster. Okay, I'm glad he got a kill after I picked him up. I was really worried that maybe it was going to be a whiff, but he's okay. Complexity only 1 behind. And Kamea, with the addition on this Complexity team, he has just shown what he is made of, and I think if they can get him into these confident positions where he will happily take 1v1s and not running into 3 members, Complexity could find themselves in a good position here.
1v1s are fine, 1v3s less so. Kamea will go down. A bright future ahead for that young man. Tusk and King Nick over towards Snipe. And Trippy patrolling around Loop. Lucid keeps himself alive with the help of the QT. Sneakily on this little ledge. No angles in which Complexity can put him away. Trippy on Light Rifle will continue to put down damage. There's a 2-kill, making a 3-kill lead for Optic, but Complexity keeping this one close in the early game.
But notice how Optic, when they were pinned back, they were patient, they waited, they expected someone to be a little bit rogue on the side of Complexity, take advantage of it, get that pick, and then they push out. And now, because of it, they've been able to get snipe control. Trippy's going to have a field day here, and Complexity find themselves behind. They find themselves spawning over towards gold. and they're going to have to hope for something similar. But the big difference is you're not going to see Optic poke and prod like Complexity, where Optic are going to be more than happy now with a 3-kill lead to say, you've got to come to us here.
Trippy with snipe. Like you say, Optic are happy to invite the pressure on. APG remains crouched over towards the Soda stairs, just keeping his sniper rifle player nice and comfortable, receiving little to no pressure whatsoever. Complexity happy to slow this one down as well. Gilkey threatening to step out just a touch. Teammates not there in support. The call appears to be a tram loop push as they start to rotate that way. The pressure being applied. APG will go down, but it will get one in the trade. And two members of Optic positioned over towards blue. Trippy is now isolated and all alone. He is landing some body shots, which is some good suppression fire. And APG spawns back up again, and they can continue to hold the line.
Well, the push is constantly attempted here by Complexity, but Optic are holding strong. It's a good time to jump into a listening and see what the comms are like and how they're dealing with these pushes from Optic Gaming.
Careful, Brad, careful. All right, we have Quantum.
One guy walking up loop, he's just sitting back. These guys aren't moving.
I'm going
to try to look driveway.
That's driveway with us. Going right. That's pushing up driveway. There's two guys on that.
Two guys there.
Top yellow, out in the open.
Eight thrust should be up. Back up.
Yeah, these guys are, there's like triple yard right now. These guys are super stacked yard side.
They might have two thrusts, careful.
That one guy loop, I think, with thrust. I might get hit yard here, or from yard.
I got you.
Yeah, they're just waiting. These guys are just gonna wait.
LR. They know I'm still sniping.
They're just watching my corner, bro.
Oh, wait, so?
Both just watching my corner.
LR.
Go,
Dead from loop. One top floor right now, just jumped up.
Yo, loop.
Yo, bottom market, two guys market. And bottom mid. Yo, U-turn one. Dude, one shot market, one shot bottom dip. Front dip. And then U-turn, he was U-turn.
That's looking.
He's still there.
Absolute, going to top
Nice, guys.
Yo, bottom market.
Absolute. One bullet, he's a thrust, going market.
One shot market.
Flutter.
You thrust market absolute. Nice. Mark again. Dip.
One bullet here.
Chris.
I'm looking Chris. I don't see him.
I'm hiding posters. But Ryan gets this shit, guys.
Attack from top goal.
Yeah, they probably gonna be thrust.
I'm watching flower door, I'm watching that. Throw it on me.
Yeah, still top goal with thrust.
We got snipe coming in 20.
Yo, Joe, I'm trying to look at you.
Don't even.
Just keep looking bottom of it.
Soda, he just pushed me. He's weak. Two soda sticks. They're trying to push, guys. They're trying to push.
They're hitting this out, guys. They're hitting concrete.
now.
Nade it. Throw another nade.
Trying to play
I
for
don't have anymore.
We're here with you now, Tommy.
I'm getting S4. Have shields. One shot on me concrete. Yes.
He went away. He went DR. Get the quantum coming.
I am.
He's on a push. LR's one. There's two guys here.
Back up. Check your cafe real quick. Cafe is clear.
I want to get different angles, okay? I'm hiding. They left. Yeah. Driveway.
I think they're hitting snipe. Let's see.
Top yellow.
We don't have cafe right now.
Hey, cafe on me, guys.
Joey, try to come down the ramp.
High window.
On me. On me, guys.
Coming, Joe. Have shields, Joey. Have shields.
I can't. There's two there.
Dude, there's two guys top cafe.
We all dead. Alright, they have a sniper. They have everything.
The thrust might be up soon if we spawn there.
Yo, hide Brad.
Yo, we spawn
Already on Brad.
Yo, top gold.
We're gonna 8 Brad in yard
Two
probably.
guys cafe.
Yard me coming?
I'm coming, Brad.
They have a sniper cafe.
I'm watching LR. Careful of angles.
Run away. Sitting with self.
Yeah, right there.
Want to fight LR, Brad?
Cafe.
High window sniping.
I'm absolute, guys.
Yo, glass, Joey.
I can't.
One shot snipe.
Sniping
One shot snipe.
5 minutes remaining.
I'm gonna fight this guy.
Sweet.
Low window weak. Sniping weak. Really weak.
One
shot.
Well, Optic were able to hold for quite some time, but finally Complexity were breaking through and they tied this game up 31-31. You can see how slow, how methodical it was, Jersey. Every single time that Complexity tried to make a push, Optic wanted to counter it. They wanted to position themselves so they could fight with as many guns as possible.
Complexity continue to employ guerrilla warfare tactics. Both teams continue to hold the same sides of the map they have 10-15 kills ago. But it's Complexity who have now closed the gap. What was a 4 or 5 kill lead is now all tied up. Complexity making a real game of this one.
And Complexity very impressed with the angles they were able to take to actually get that initial pick. It was often from the loop they were able to do the damage where it caught Optic a little bit off guard. You saw as well, Trippy was trying to find angles with a sniper rifle and then he got pressured by the players over towards blue. So Complexity reacting very well despite the fact that Optic were kind of set up and ready and should have been able to comfortably just kind of slowly get through this game. But it just shows that Complexity are here to really put on a show for us. 13 kills at the moment from King Nick. But is this going to be another game of so close, but just not quite there, as Gilkey's going to get caught up?
Here comes the push then into yard. Trippy's clearing out the riffraff. 2 down, threatening to make it a triple kill. Got 1 player behind him, somehow, some way escaped with his life. And now Optic Gaming hold a 3-kill lead.
I think this is better though from Optic. They were kind of sitting back and they've noticed that it wasn't necessarily working. Even when they were able to get the first pick, Complexity was still getting damage down. Complexity was still getting kills in their favor. But sometimes you have to just up the ante a little bit and say, all right, well, if they're going to play slow, what happens if we play a little bit more fast-paced? And they did catch a few players off guard, and now they have a few kills lead because of it.
Lucid continues to put down damage. Backs Karmaya up as well. They hold Snipe. Gilkey heads towards S1. And will begin to push the lift. Up he flies. Body shot connects. Formal on hand to ensure he's no longer a problem for Optic Gaming. And Lucid firing shots, if not to find a body, just to lose the ammo. As they hold this 4-kill lead, King Nick gets checked out of hotel. And Gilkey in blue loses his shield, and now Optic Gaming are starting to roll.
Yeah, 6 kills now you feel should be too much for Complexity. Even if they try and slow this one down, there's only 2 minutes and 30 seconds left on the clock, so they can't really afford to. And Optic have come to life just at the right moment, very similarly to what we saw in map number 1. And I think that's what Optic Gaming do best. They analyze their opponents, they try and work out what's going wrong, what's going right, and then they will find that weakness, and they very much expose Complexity here.
Game slows down once more. Complexity desperately trying to stay alive in this game. They need almost a complete, clean wipe to stand any chance. They're getting pressured. Tusk is isolated again. He will go down. Not having the best of games is Tusk. 3, 8, and 9 at the moment. Just not able to put it together. And Optic Gaming requires 3 more kills.
But again, rather than Optic just holding angles and waiting for Complexity, they took the game to them. They rotate round and they find themselves just 1 kill away.
1 more kill remaining. Tusk in the lift. Gilkey could be the latest victim. Optic Formal Max is there once more to ensure Optic Gaming double their series lead.
And it'll be yet another frustrating one for Complexity because they were there or thereabouts. They were up there, tied with Optic Gaming. But Optic Gaming, they kind of caught a whiff of what was going on. They were saying, okay, well, Complexity want to consistently push loot. They want to try and take sniper control off them. We're having this battle where we're giving up a couple of kills, we're gaining 1. We're only staying 1 or 2 kills ahead. It's not enough. You can't afford to be that close in a Slayer. You need to take a 5-kill advantage. So they started to instead push round. They flanked a little bit, but they flanked together, which is very important. Shouldn't flank alone too often. But it was 20 kills from Formal. We said, is he going to catch fire? Are we going to see Formal showing what he's made of? And he really did in map number 2.
And you can hear in the listening, Lucid had the read. He said, listen, there's 3 of them set up in yard. They're very heavy pushed over here, and there's 1 over towards Tram Loop. And we've seen that pattern consistently. Optic Gaming figured it out. They got the read, and they replied the finishing touches to the game. Looking at damage, again, Lucid 4,100, but this time it's Trippy who tops the game for Optic. But King Nick on the other side, 4,800, but the rest of his team's just lagging behind them.
And it's something that you are going to see throughout the Halo World Championship, is there are some teams who are going to have a deeper playbook than others. Complexity, they kind of ran out of ideas a little bit of how to break through onto Optic Gaming there, and Optic, they were happy to dig a little bit further into said playbook, and they instead said, well, let's not play defensive, let's start to counter a little bit here. And as soon as they did start finding those angles and pressuring over towards yard instead of just holding it Snipe, that's when they started to find success and really got some kills going.
Optic Gaming, 2 to the good. Looking not flawless, there's still some holes in the game. But find themselves up on a clean record for now. On the horizon though, Stronghold Recharge is game number 3. And that has not typically been a particularly strong game type for Optic Gaming.
No, Stronghold's Recharge is one of Optic's worst, that's for sure, but again, some of the losses they've had have been against the likes of, FaZe or a Quadrant, for example, one of the best Stronghold teams that we have in the league. So you can't read into it too much. I think that the fact that Complexity have never beaten Optic on any of these game types, still you have to lean towards the green wall. But again, there is that chance of now a reverse sweep, right? If Complexity can beat Optic on their worst game type, you go into one-ball live fire and suddenly you're thinking, okay, well maybe we can disrupt something. But I think we are realists here in the caster booth, and we're starting to see a pattern emerging that Optic, They start slow, but then they burst into life towards the late game, and Complexity just can't quite handle it.
And it looks like Optic Gaming are starting to play a little bit of Connect 3. With game 1 and 2 already lit up, looking for the hat-trick in Recharge Strongholds. Before Optic, Dan, we spoke about how they're looking to defend their title. We spoke about how important Formal is. Let's take a look at both his stats and Lucid's.
Yeah, and they have been just the main slayers of this roster. I don't think that APG or Trippy would have any kind of disputes about that. I think we know what Formal and Lucid are capable of, but they just are an absolute pair at the moment, and they are a dominant force in this league. And you can see that the KDs and Slayers are very different between the two. Lucid is usually the player who steps up in those Slayers, but Formal showed us just there that it's not always going to be about Lucid and the Slayers. Like, any of these two players can step up when they need to. And I'm very impressed with how they've started here in this tournament. And if they can find that rhythm that we've seen at Fort Worth, that we saw all the way back at the start of the season as well, there's no reason why they can't be lifting that trophy yet again.
And last year, the story was, when will Optic get that win? This year, they got the first couple and then they started a little bit of a downtrend. Now they find themselves finding form at the perfect opportunity, winning Fort Worth, heading into Worlds. Very similar story last year. They won the event before Worlds and rolled in and carried that momentum forward.
I mean, I think what Optic have done this year, it should be kind of studied in classes of esports. It's stick together, it's go through the hard times, it's work on what's going wrong and making sure you fix it, because it shows that the progress has paid off for them. They won the first event, then they have that downward trend. They finished top 4, which was unexpected. 5th, 6th was even on the horizon at one point, and then suddenly they're back into first place going into the World Championship when they finally hit their form yet again. So many teams would have broken up during that really tough period. There was even cries from fans, oh, they should be dropping X player, they should be picking up this player, they shouldn't. No, it had to be these 4 guys on the main stage together, and if they can go on to win another Halo World Championship, then they can rub it in all of those faces of anyone who doubted them.
Silencing the haters. That's exactly what Optic Gaming have done, particularly last event, showing that they're still a dominant force in the scene. That man on your screen, APG, proving not only last event, but all year long, how important and pivotal he could be to the team. People calling for his head. Unfortunately, and unfortunately for the people doing so, they just don't know ball.
I think it's just one of those scenarios where we have 3 incredible teams in the HCS who on any given day can win a tournament. And it's very easy to go, well, you know, they went from 1st to 3rd, so they must be bad. They have to make a change. Because it's so competitive, it's just these minor differences that can make or break your season sometimes. It can make or break a tournament. And then when you get into a bracket where suddenly you get a team that's on fire, like Quadrant, for example, who can get you when you're down in the dumps, it is such a close and competitive league, and that's why I love the HCS. But for APG, for example, I mean, stats maybe won't be on his side sometimes, but I would encourage anyone who doesn't believe APG should be on this roster to watch his POV for an entire game, not just what's seen on the main screen, because the positions that he takes, the things that he does for the team is imperative for what we've seen in their success from the OG.
Decision making very rarely can be questioned from APG, and as we load into game 3, are they about to put an exclamation point on the end of this series and swat Complexity away? They've been little more than noisy neighbors. They're about to load into Recharge Stronghold, and Optic Gaming looking to complete the sweep and start off perfect in pool play. But before we even get there, Dan, there's some more to break down, analyze, and talk about, particularly the statistics when it comes to this game type.
Yeah, while we get the game ready, I mean, it's a 3-7 map record for Optic Gaming on Stronghold's Recharge. So, again, it's one of their worst. 7 losses is not something you expect to see next to Optic Gaming in general as a roster, because they've been so consistent across the board. And one of the reasons why they struggle with Strongholds is because of the pace in which they play. I've already mentioned it a few times. They like to play a little bit slow, assess their opponents, how they do it, then they come back into the game. Sometimes you don't get that opportunity in Strongholds because that game can get away from you, and then to force yourself to make a comeback can be very difficult, especially on Recharge where you can really lock down 2 of those Strongholds. I don't think that's necessarily going to be the case here for Complexity. I don't think they have the strength to hold Optic Gaming for that long, or the pace to do what like Quadrant can do, or what like FaZe can do when they out-rotate Optic. But that's perhaps why we see such a struggle for Optic in general on this map and mode.
And it is important to know, you speak about the pace, and in other game types you can maybe get away with it with a capture the flag and the Slayer, building some momentum and getting yourself back to the game after you assess your opponents. But with Strongholds, you can hemorrhage so many points to give yourself just too much to do.
Yeah, if you find yourself under a triple cap and you don't have a game plan, if you haven't maybe made that assessment, you haven't made that judgment, then you are going to find yourself losing 50, 60, 70 points, and then all of a sudden you may have lost that game. So Complexity maybe need to take something away from what's happened in these early games, get an early start, and then lock down 2 of these strongholds. But Optic, off the starting strategy, will gain control here of the camouflage.
Needler in hand, the Formal as well. Not able to get the pink mist to do its job. Camouflage will be traded out. 2 dead for Complexity though. A and C were in control for Optic for just a moment, but B and C immediately flipped, and Gilkey now has the shock rifle to play with as he finds one to the body of Trippy, but pink mist this time will come up trumps.
Neither is far more important than you would think on this map as well. 4 scenarios like that when you can just burst around a corner, let rip, and take down that one enemy who might just be a nuisance, especially if they have something like a shock rifle. But Optic just need to try and wrestle back C here. You can then force Complexity back into pipe spawn and then say, all right, well, we can hold these 2. Where are you going to go? If you go long haul, we're going to have eyes trained. If you come gold and come through pipes, we've got a Formal waiting for you.
Formal hits 4 of the best. Perfect kill. Complexity will get A, but will forfeit B in the process. The plasma rifle shots down. Baiting them in is Formal, inviting the pressure on. Can he get one? The answer is no. He will give up gold pipes for now. Trippy, though, immediately turns his attention towards A and gets a plasma grenade, a little blue furry attached to him, and that will leave him with just smoke from his boots.
Well, Optic, we're just trying to say, well, we'll play where Complexity are not. They push towards B because they notice the spawns and we're probably going to be behind them at A. Also, B and C, or A and B, are usually a lot easier to hold than A and C. Giving your opponent gold pipe spawn just gives them a little bit too much room to try and analyze where they'd like to push. As Gilkey flies over towards A, denies that capture, but will get quickly shut down. Now, those kind of plays are important to stop teams getting too many points too quickly. At the same time, you do have to be careful not to give up too much map control when you're doing it.
Map control was forfeit. Complexity fell in numbers, 3 to be exact. Now having to fight off their backs and from the ropes of gold pipes. King Nick, though, ensures that C could very quickly come in their control as he starts to transition it that way. Lucid will get 1, Trippy the other. King Nick has fallen. We could very quickly fall into a little triple cap territory.
But notice how when Optic Gaming see Complexity is spawning over towards pipes, they don't sit back and wait. Instead, they are pushing and they are forcing Complexity to make a decision about where they want to go. And Long Haul was where they were forced to go. They give them C, and now Optic get their desired hold of A and B. This is what they've been fighting for all of the early game. This is where they are far more comfortable as well.
Optic have the foundation to build upon. A very good lead here. Just tip over 20 points. Gilkey over towards Glass. We'll get the hairs ripped off the top of his head, but we'll stay alive for now. Carmea, bottom elevator. It's a solo push for now. Doesn't really have the support nor the help to make this one stick. You can hear it grapple in the distance. And it's going to be Tusk coming to help. Formal's alone for now. Needs a little bit of support from the boys, but Lucid is there to do the damage. That push is unsuccessful for Complexity.
Does he need support? Sometimes all you need is a little shock rifle in hand or a plasma nade just to finish things off. You'd think that maybe it was finally broken, but what Formal did there was delay. He allowed APG to then off-spawn, come and assist, as now they continue to score. And this A and B hold is perfect for Optic Gaming. It's frustrating Complexity now because it's so difficult to try and push up through glass. So then you find yourselves trying to go through tower, and then you're very vulnerable to grenades and from being drilled from up top gold. And this is going to be another scenario here, shows of what does Complexity have in the playbook? How deep can they go? Are they out of ideas already?
Camouflage on the map. Oh, APG also on the map with a shock rifle. King Nick drops from the heavens and ensures Trippy will not get away with the camouflage. It's going to be a burn, sacrifices his life, but that's the sort of death that King Nick needs to give up if he can do that sort of damage.
The 2 versus 2. APG out of shock rifle ammo, which is important, I think, for Complexity here, because now they've got a little bit more wiggle room to try and get down long haul if they want to try and push glass. But Trippy is just a one-man army over towards long, and they've not been able to break through. As we now see this lead start to get a little bit out of control, and this is usually where the heads start to drop for teams. You see that scoreboard just ticking over, and you're over 100 points behind, and you know what a war this is going to be to try and get back into the game.
APG is looking to make Top Elevator his permanent place of residence. Send all mail to that address. As Tusk tries to get close and will land a sticky grenade, an all-important one, and that could be the beginning of a setup breaker. As they now have control of A and they push Optic towards pipes.
How often do you send mail to an elevator? That's what I want to know. That's very concerning.
They don't even have mailboxes, actually.
Enemy team
170 to 40 now. So this was the break, but did it take too long for Complexity? They will get the A and B hold for the first time. Optic now over towards C. Complexity shouldn't push up too aggressively on this. You don't want to give away a death and allow Optic to now break through and get that player advantage. It's a 1-for-1 trade, make it a 2-for-2 trade, but again, is it a little bit too much of aggression here because it just opens some of these avenues to Optic Gaming?
Complexity holding a very high line of engagement, perhaps risking the setup that they worked so tirelessly to hold. And now Nick over towards the pipes. That setup is broken. Not only that, they have a momentary triple cap, while Complexity transfer C once more. And again, Optic are scoring. You spoke about how important it is to hold. Complexity unable to do so.
Yeah, Complexity made the mistake there of when they were being pressured over towards A, they tried to take C instead of maybe fighting and pushing over towards B. You really have to try and avoid the other team at times, out-rotate them. But what Optic did very well was they made sure they just doubled down a little bit. They tried to use B as a distraction whilst they ensured they got A. 3 go down though, as Complexity will be able to take back B control. And they do have a camouflage to work with. This game is not over by any means, but it is going to be a long old road here for Complexity.
Need to do a much better job of holding the setup. Nick's got camouflage. He's tiptoeing his way into enemy territory. Looking to get behind the lines of Optic Gaming. A little bit of patience being employed. Trippy spotted him out though. Those monitors are 1080p, Dan. 144 FPS. Locked in. And King Nick unable to make anything work with the camouflage. And again, Complexity setup falls apart.
Really got to do better with the camo there as well. That's going to be frustrating for King Nick, who has had a pretty good game, a pretty good series actually. I mean, there's a lot said about King Nick and his performance back at the SSG Invitational in Salt Lake City. Really underperformed, and I'm sure that he probably went back, made sure he practiced his heart out to ensure he never had a performance like that again at a tournament, and certainly is proving that he is worthy of being here at the Halo World Championship. 12 kills at the moment. But Optic still having control of A and C this time. So now once they get a pick, they will probably try and retake gold pipes, retake B, and they will often give up C just to try and get A and B back under their control again.
Kills been spread pretty evenly on the board for Optic Gaming. 3 dead for a moment though.
Wow.
Trippy walks on into elevator. You look at the clear house here. Gilkey ensures they will control A once more. But Complexity have very few mistakes left in the tank because Optic Gaming required just 15 points to end this series.
I mean, these plasma grenades have been the difference maker at times for Optic. Whether it's just throwing a last-ditch effort to try and get a trade, or whether it's just to try and shut down a camouflage, they've always had them in their back pockets as B and C. And soon to be A are going to be in the control of Optic Gaming. And this could be the beginning of the end.
Winning game APG is currently having 16 kills, 4 and 8. Not known for putting up the massive statistics. Usually putting the objective first, proving he can do both here and now against Complexity. As Optic need just 5 more points.
It's going to be a fight over towards B. Lucid's there to contest, and that is going to be the last-ditch effort done. Complexity are going to be out of this one, and Optic Gaming 3-0 to kick off the Halo World Championship 2023. And Optic look like they are ready. They mean business. Are we going to see back-to-back Halo World Championships for this roster? It's very early days, but they certainly have shown that they are more than capable to shut down some of these contending teams.
3-0, flawless victory for the defending champions. Complexity looked good in parts and in phases, but unfortunately Optic Gaming just had too much smoke.
Really do have that championship mentality from what I've seen as well. A slow start in the first map of the day, but really easily able to pick apart what was going wrong and what their opposition was maybe having strengths in. And then they found those weaknesses. They exposed what Complexity were doing on Slayer Solitude, and they were able to get a really impressive lead, turned it into a 50-40 victory. And then Stronghold's recharge, it never really looked out of sight for Optic Gaming after they got that early hold of A and B. Once they did have their ideal strategy, Complexity never really looked like they were getting back into the game.
Complexity had to pick themselves up off the floor and go again, but it's Optic who go 1-0 in the pools and how important that could be, particularly with what we've seen last event and some of the teams throwing the seeds away.
Yeah, I think that, every team has been guilty of it throughout the year, of being slow off the start and losing to a team they shouldn't have, or dropping a map they shouldn't have. And then questions start to be asked, not just by us, but by the team as well. Why are we losing maps to a team like that? I think it was really important that Optic started flawlessly, as you said, because they want to be world champions again, and there's no reason why they can't.
Well, the dev spoke about, Wes quickly mentioned that he didn't expect Complexity to put up much of a fight, and Optic Gaming did show that their championship mentality rings through. And Blaze got an interview with Lucid. Take it away, fella.
Asking Seattle, give it up for Optic Gaming as they kick this tournament off right once again in Seattle with a dub. Lucid, talk to me about this series. It's a 3-0 victory. How you feeling? You feel like you got those first game jitters out the way?
Yeah, I think for us, they really weren't there for the most part. We're just talking beforehand that we're just here to treat this team just like as if we're moving into Saturday, Sunday. It's the same plan.
Nice. And the game plan went very, very well there. Now, before coming to this event, Complexity, they had a little pre-tournament before coming to Champs. What did you guys learn from that you wanted to bring in to this event and work on?
Yeah, I think tournament style is just very different from something like scrims. So it was just what we already kind of knew, but having a few weeks off of not being in this type of environment, that was a good indicator of just the right times to play slow, the right times to play fast. So it was just a good indication of what we already knew, and just get the muscles flexing again on what we got to do.
Exactly, right? And especially when a tournament style and scrims, like regular tournaments versus champs, it's a completely different energy, okay? And we definitely saw you guys playing with that championship pace that you want up here in the pool play. But, lastly, before I let you go and get ready for your next match, what do you want to say to these Green Wall fans out here that's been supporting you today, and the people out there watching the watch party?
Of course, as always, you guys are always loud, always present. It's very much appreciated. It does not go unnoticed whatsoever. In-game, out-of-game. Very much appreciate you guys. Thank you for being here. Enjoy the rest of the weekend.
Make some noise for yourself, Seattle, as well as Optic Gaming for winning that first match of the day. That's going to do it for us on the stage. Lot, take us away.
There you have it, Green Wall, your first look at Optic Gaming in your 2023 Halo World Championships. My goodness me, a 3-0 sweep is exactly what the doctor ordered for this Remedy to go back-to-back in World Championships for Optic Gaming. Let's talk about it. Optic, a little bit of a shaky start. Complexity came off pretty hot. Optic probably were like, okay, hold on a second. These guys are biting back. But they found their feet, right? And that's something that we see often in pool play with some of our top teams, but especially Optic Gaming. We gave them the buzzword resilience for a reason, and they've had it across now 2 years. And I've got to say, that was exactly what was on show. They were down in Empyrean. They came back at times again in the Slayer as well. And West, they're looking pretty damn good.
Yeah, I think it's everything you want to see from the Green Wall early on. Each individual on Optic stepped up in moments or in specific games that really showcased the superstar power that everyone on this team has. In Game 1, it was Lucid. In Game 2, it was Formal. In Game 3, it was APG. And Trippy was consistent all series long. So, that's what you want to see. Is everybody feeling themselves on this Friday? And the answer for Optic Gaming, yes. Although we knew this series wasn't going to be a very long one, I think Optic showed you just enough to say, all right, the champs are here.
Tony, we heard from Lucid about the pacing. That's something that he had learned from that Complexity tournament heading into the World Championships. What did you make of their pacing, their adjustments to that in this series?
Yeah, I think Optic definitely showed that they can get aggressive and they feel really comfortable even when the game is as close as it is. And lots of teams will maybe crumble in that pressure, maybe feel a little bit uncomfortable. Complexity kept it close, Optic kept fighting back, and then obviously when it came to them picking up the pace when they had to, Optic did what they did. 3-0 sweep looked really good for the Green Wall.
Tony, looking across these stats here for Complexity and their journey that is still left. Of course, it's early doors, but don't worry about it. Complexity, they still got quite a road to go down. But what was really standing out to you about this Complexity roster? Maybe want them to continue as they push through that pool.
To me, it was about that young man from Jersey, King Nick, coming out, and not only about the kills, now obviously the 20 kills in the game number 1, that 17 bomb in game 2, totaling 52 kills throughout all 3 games, but it was the aggressiveness that he came up with. Lots of times King Nick is known for making the right decision when it comes to those flanks and making that decision that way, but with King Nick being as aggressive as he was, putting down the damage on the map, big step up coming out of King Nick.
You got to take a look at those stats for just a moment. Go back and screenshot them if you're watching from the stream. But there's a glaring issue there for Complexity. 57 deaths for King Nick, 40 deaths for 2 other players. When you die 17 more times than one of your teammates in in 3 games, that means you're playing at a different pace, and there's not a cohesion, and that's something that we have to knock Complexity on, right? They don't seem like they're that cohesive unit that we know Optic Gaming to be. When you see outliers that significant in deaths, that is very telling that these players are not playing together. These players are not playing at the same pace. I'm not going to call whose problem it is to solve, because it is probably a mix of both. I need you guys to pick it up. I need to slow it down, but that's a problem, an outlier for sure.
Well, we'll have to see if Complexity can fix that one on the fly. But for you guys, I'm going to fix things up for you right now. We've got a bundle, a limited time bundle for you, Championship 1. It is absolutely fantastic. The Halo World Championship 2023 Championship bundle is available right now through to October 31st only. And just to remember as well, a portion of all of these sales during this period will go to the winning team of the Halo World Championship 2023. So make sure you're supporting our Halo World Champions by picking up this absolutely stunning championship bundle. I've got to say, flying through some of the maps here with what looks like this most incredible armor coating that I've seen for quite some time. I mean, pretty angelic to say the least, but really excited about what we've seen so far. We've got a little bit of extra action while we're waiting for things to kick off on the main stage, and then we get to see Optic Gaming to open up your day here at the World Championships in Seattle. What more could you ask for? Well, I'll tell you what, a lot more action coming up next, which is going to be incredible. We're going to head to a quick break. When we come back, though, we have plenty more coming your way. Full play has just started, and we have a European showdown on the cards. Na'Vi versus Quadrant coming up right after the break.
The Halo World Championship 2023 is presented by AMD, the Marines, Mountain Dew Game Fuel, and by Zowie.
The future is threatened by enemies often unimaginable. When there are battles to win for America's future, there is one constant: Marines.
There's a lot of people who have a lot of wins. There's only a few, I would say, that earned every single win in a dominant fashion.
Looks like it's going to be done, but Formal for the killing spree. Hits the brightest from the top, making a double kill. Will he get the...
If you look at the trajectory of his career, he plays what he wants to play, and when he wants to play it, he's the best.
Formal's legacy is absolutely ridiculous.
2 games, 2 world championships.
It's a crazy accolade, and not a lot of people have it for a reason.
He is the FPS god.
so deep in my heart that you're really a part of me. I've got you under my skin.
The future of our species is at great risk. Master Chief and the other Spartans are our only hope.
Welcome to the rubble.
Moving to you, Chief.
Acknowledged. Cortana.
Hello, Master Chief.
Silver team, on me.
Hello, Halo fans, and welcome back to the 2023 Halo World Championship here in the home of Halo, Seattle, Washington. Things are looking pretty beautiful outside, but I'll tell you something, it's not as good as it looks inside because that main stage is glistening, it is shining, ready and primed for a world champion at the end of this weekend to hoist a trophy and take another ring for the making here in our Halo history. Absolutely incredible. On the desk I have Clutch and Tony. Fellas, we just watched the first match of the day, Optic versus Complexity, and Optic, they get it done. 3-0, clean sweep across the board, and they will push on in pool play. And we'll find out some extra results a little bit later on, but the ones that are coming through right now from the other pools, we are waiting for still. Well, there we go. We don't really have any updates for you guys, but something I do want to quickly point out in Pool C, we talked about Pool C earlier on. We do have Ascending Baseline who are not going to be competing in the tournament, just so that everyone is aware. We'll have a little bit more on how Pool C will work out depending on results a little bit later on, but just want to make sure you guys get that heads up. Really excited about a couple of these pools, but especially Pool D, and we're going to be seeing that one next, and I cannot wait because we do have, of course, that European showdown. There's a lot of personal kind of energy on the line here, a lot of, I think, bragging rights, I think underlying maybe qualms and things that a lot of these players are feeling. You know, there's been previous roster builds with the same players and now they're playing against one another and history has been made on one side, not the other. There is a lot to kind of tackle here and it's in the form of a series, and I'm so excited to see what both of these teams have got when it matters the most. Let's talk about Quadrant first though, because Quadrant, they have been absolutely incredible. And Wes, the European rivalry, how are you expecting Quadrant to tackle this matchup? What do you think they've got?
Yeah, I think they're going to win this in dominant fashion. Anything we've seen from Quadrant has been better than anything we've seen from Na'Vi throughout the year. These two teams, however, they are familiar with each other, so there may be some tight games in there where they're not surprised by, Na'Vi aren't surprised by how well Quadrant play or their meticulous way of playing strongholds that is so like world famous. But I expect Quadrant to be the better team. They have the 4 better individuals. They have the more individual skill. They have the better strategy. If Quadrant really want to go on the run that they have set themselves up for, that they hope to achieve throughout this weekend, this is a series you can't overlook, but you need to dominate.
You certainly do indeed. Tony, would you agree here? Do you think Quadrant is just on another level at the moment?
Yeah, so far this year, you know, Quadrant really have asserted themselves as maybe a tier above Na'Vi. You know, Quadrant are the real deal. There are a bunch of young stars coming in, and really excited about them. You know, they match up stylistically well against an Optic Gaming roster. They even were able to take FaZe over to that Game 7 over in Grand Finals. Quadrant are prepared to make a deep run here in the tournament, and I'm excited to see what they do.
They certainly will indeed. And I got to say, the man on your screen right now, a USMC service record seeker. He is such a game changer amongst, honestly, all four of these boys on this team. They're both absolutely incredible in their own right, but Seeker, he has been such a standout as well, and you can see right now in terms of the stats, the history on the left there, that third place finish for Europe, absolutely stunning, and means the world to these boys. Can they grow? Can Seeker make an impact that he needs to for this team, enabled to maybe hoist a trophy or just even make a better impact than that third place finish?
Yeah, when we saw the best of Quadrant so far throughout this year, it was really Seeker stepping up and matching the slaying power that Legend and Chick bring to the table. And no shame across the board on the SLG side either, but Seeker really was the MVP for me of that tournament, where they were able to play their best. Can he replicate that? Can you get more out of everyone on this team is the big question for me. The level of consistency is something that we haven't seen from Quadrant, but we know when they're playing at their best, they are tough to beat in anybody's hands.
Very, very difficult to beat, for sure. And I think a lot of teams have an awful lot of respect for them. And I think Na'Vi's going to need just that in order to battle it out and potentially take this series from Quadrant's hands. Let's talk about Na'Vi. I think they have progressed so much as a roster. The work that they have clearly put in, the change that they've made with Glories coming on board, it has been so, so important for them. But Wes, the familiarity of these two teams, it can easily allow you to sort of weigh up the pros and cons. But what are you leaning towards for Na'Vi in this situation, as opposed to going up against an unknown entity?
Yeah, if you're Na'Vi, this is probably your most practiced opponent in the history of Halo Infinite. You know these guys like the back of their hand. Yes, they have the talent, the individual skill. They're known to be better than you, and consistently they are better than you. But you know exactly what to expect, and from a strategic level, nothing should catch you off guard. I like to think of it, honestly, like a division rival in football or whatnot. Every single time a team that is a rival with another team that plays so often are those games decided by so few points. And I think that that really translates to Halo as well. If you scrim a team so very often, those games are traditionally a lot closer. I think Na'Vi can lean on their experience and how much they know about this team and maybe get the upper hand. And at the end of the day, you just need the upper hand in 3 games.
Tony, there's a lot of history between these two rosters here. What does this matchup mean for Na'Vi, do you think?
I mean, in my opinion, I think this matchup means the world for Na'Vi. You know, I think of Jimbo, who was a part of that original Fab E roster, who had the highest placing team outside of North America. I think of Snipestone, who started off on that Ascent roster in Season 1, so he's very familiar with at least half of the roster from Quadrant. And I feel like Na'Vi in a position right now where they want to prove that they're one of the best international teams in the world, not just that other team in EU right now.
Exactly, and look, it wasn't so long ago that we were kind of honestly roasting Na'Vi, and I think rightfully so. It was not looking good for this team. What has changed? A roster change has changed, and Glories has come on board and really been that kind of shining light, that push that they needed. And I think that's in the form of not only the skill that this young lad brings, but Glories also has that IGL ability too. And Clutch, what have you noticed between that switch and what's happened with Na'Vi since picking up this guy?
I mean, Fort Worth was definitely the best version of Na'Vi that we've seen throughout this year, and that has to do with Glories starting to find his footing here, right? You got to remember how young he is in his own right, too. This is only his, what, second or third time traveling to the States in order to compete. A player like Jimbo's been doing this for over a decade, it seems. But Glory seems to have found home. I mean, probably the best stats on the team from Fort Worth, and paired with that, a ton of playmaking ability. He tweeted out a few clips of them scrimming FaZe, and although the games probably didn't go in Na'Vi's favor a majority of the time, Glory was making some plays. He got several different overkills. If you're able to do that, you step up big time.
You do step up big time. That's exactly what Glories has done. Talking about stepping things up, though, the coach is expecting that of this Na'Vi roster, and we did manage to catch up with Wonderboy. You're seeing him on your screen right now. This guy was catching up with Guy Blaze to talk about this first European matchup.
What's up, everybody? Blaze here with Coach Wonderboy of Na'Vi, and I'm with him as he gets ready for his matchup up against Quadrant. We're all excited for it, Coach, because it's a European showdown, Quadrant versus Na'Vi. How y'all feeling going up into this first matchup the day in this pool?
Yeah, we feel really good. I mean, the pool is a tough one, but we feel like every match is winnable for us. We've been looking forward to playing Quadrant because we haven't had a chance to play them in tournaments on LAN at all this year.
Okay.
And also online since maybe May, even earlier than that. So it's been a while. They've learned some new tricks, so have we. So I think it's going to be a good match.
Oh, I think it's going to be a great matchup indeed. And like you said, it's your first time playing throughout the year. These ain't scrims. This is Halo champs, okay? Now, most people may say Quadrant's going to take it, but what do you want those people to know, and what do you want your boys to know as they get ready for this matchup?
We have to go into every match thinking that we can beat anyone. It's what we're going to have to do in this pool because we have 3 really solid teams. Obviously, Quadrant have done some incredible things throughout the year, so I'm just going to tell them, hey, one game at a time, we can beat anyone.
Hey, one game at a time. Keep it like that, all right? I'm going to let you get on up out of here. That does it for me and Wonder Boy. Let's get it.
Great confident words coming from Wonder Boy, their coach here, and it's going to be needed. This is going to be a brawl on the main stage. You talk about European rosters and we compare them often, especially these two. Well, I have another comparison for you. Snipedrone versus Chick right now. And why are we kind of looking at this head-to-head clutch? What is it about these two players that is so important? Apart from the exactly same KD that we're seeing overall here, what is it about these two guys that really kind of propel their team into success?
Yeah, Chick basically replaced Snipedrone, teaming with 2 members from Ascend. So Snipedrone trying to get revenge on what his old teammates would be, but in reality, the accomplishments that Chick and the rest of Quadrant have had throughout this year, I mean, they blow anything that Snipedrone and Ascend were able to do out the water the first year. So even though the stats look about even, you got to favor what Chick brought to the table.
You certainly do indeed, and Tony, you know, with Snipedrone, I don't think you could have had a better kind of swap here. I think Snipedrone has been such a massive addition to this team as well.
I mean, he really is, and if I'm Snipedrone, you know, I have a little bit of a chip on my shoulder. You were one French lesson away from being on this roster, on this Quadrant roster, with your former teammates on the sense of, I'm Snipedrone, I'm coming into this matchup, and I'm making sure that I show off and I show out. Watch the stats by the end of this matchup, it's going to be through the roof.
It certainly will indeed. Well, folks, it is that time in just about a minute. We do have an exceptional match for you on the main stage. I gotta say, I love watching how incredible Europe has been this season, how much they are an up-and-coming entity in this global situation that we have here in Halo Infinite. And it's been so impressive to watch how incredible the standard of European Halo has gone and how much it has really excelled. And we're gonna see that firsthand in just a moment. Well, folks, it is time. We have your European showdown. Quadrant versus Na'Vi starts right now.
Welcome back, everybody, to the main stage here in Seattle, and welcome to the most special event of the year, of course. The Halo World Championships has kicked off already, but it gives us some special games, the Halo World Championship, and no more special than the Battle of Europe.
Absolutely, of course, 2 teams that, as you heard earlier, know each other very well. However, their stories throughout the year really could not be any different.
Very, very true indeed. Quadrant on one side, broken records, record placements, really taken the HCS by storm, but the story was Na'Vi's just a few years ago, some of these players. These were the players who were breaking records, who were the team to watch in Europe, but now they match against each other here in pool play, here on the main stage.
That's right, of course. Quadrant undoubtedly the favorite here based on the year that they've had, but you heard it in the interviews earlier as well. This has huge upset potential for Na'Vi and so much on the line in their first series of pool play.
No 2 teams would have played each other more than these 2 teams. Over in Europe, the scrim schedule usually says Quadrant versus Na'Vi 2 or 3 times a week for both of these squads, so they will know each other like the back of their hands. The question is, can Na'Vi upset Quadrant here and take the throne of the best hero?
Nice job here from Quadrant, already to neutralize that overshield. Kills will be traded though, 2 sides here. Quadrant do find themselves 3 dead. Chick is your last player alive off of the opening break.
Chick gonna be trying to survive as well, but Glory, the new addition, who really impressed with the impressive run that Na'Vi did have at our last event in Fort Worth. Didn't quite get the placement maybe they would have wanted, but really good signs for once coming in, and a lot of it down to this man, Andy.
Yeah, absolutely. Can't really be overstated just how much Glory has done for this roster this year, and also just the way he's made, my goodness, a name for himself, and it's perfect shots like that that have put him on the map in a huge way. Quadrant find themselves 3 dead yet again, but we got to talk about Quadrant's year, right? What they've been able to do. If you haven't seen Quadrant this year, this team has put the continent on the map, really for the first time in a meaningful way, with top 3 finishes. For the first time ever in 2 decades of competitive Halo, Quadrant has done what seemed to be impossible for Europe. Now they find themselves as the dark horse here. The team just outside the top 3 looking to steal a Halo World Championship.
But first they have to go through their long-term adversaries in Na'Vi. And Na'Vi, even though they had a really solid start here, saw control of the Quadrant base for just a few moments. The first flag is going to be moved here by Quadrant. 2 players down for Na'Vi. SLG's going to pick up another. He'll find 2 in the feed, and Legend is already down that long haul, but Seeker is there to support him. This could be the first cap here, going to Quadrant.
Oh boy, that's a nice slide. Whenever you see someone coming out of your needles as a flag's coming home, that means one's going home. You know he had the support and the coverage. A very nice opening here for Quadrant as they will put the first flag in. It's also worth noting that they do that only with a 1-kill advantage. They're outslaying 13-12, so you can tell the objective efficiency is there. They let the kills be traded. As you mentioned, Mark, Na'Vi gets the better of the 2 opening breaks. However, Quadrant, the first time they strike, they score.
Push coming down the long hill here from Na'Vi, though. They do pick up a couple of kills, and it's time for them to try and answer back to the early flag cap that did come in from Quadrant. And Na'Vi, who historically between these 2 teams have had the better of them, certainly in scrims when it comes to the flag game types. Well, they haven't been performing too well in their flag game types recently. Wonderboy was speaking to me before this game got underway, and he was saying, we think we've worked out where the problem is, but we need to put it right and test it now.
Yeah, how interesting here to hear that storyline, right? Right now, they're going to need to find out. They've only got 9 minutes or so to do it, see if they've got what they need, the changes that they were looking for. SLG thinking about it. Take it down in the end. Jimbo answers back to make sure to keep things a little bit closer here. Seeker, though, with a lot of overshield to play with. Here comes the push.
Just saw SLG with the rockets. He got those kills. Seeker pushing now with that overshield and the heat wave. Starting to stack up here. The power on the map into the hands of Quadrant. Seeker waiting for time and waiting for support to come in for the rest of his team before he tries to make this play, though.
Nice angles. Look at the isolation. Almost able to isolate both of those battles. However, in the end, it's a really respectable 2v1 coming in from Na'Vi. You can't have Seeker with a heat wave in your mauler. That will spell disaster. 8:45 on the clock.
2 snipers here, though, for Quadrant. Jimbo's going to take 1 down, but SLG does trade the kill out, and there is that second sniper rifle for all at home to see. Now, we've seen what these guys can do with these weapons. SLG has been electric. If you watch the complexity warm-up, you will know what we're talking about. He doesn't miss too many hits.
You got to think Quadrant, of course, has their eyes set on what could be a historic finish yet again for not just Europe, but of course themselves. But first they need to get through, as we talked about, their biggest rivals from the same continent here in Na'Vi. 1-0 off of the opening, and so far so good. However, still a lot of game to play here, Mark.
Glory does have the sniper rifle on the other side of things for Na'Vi, and you can see him in the feed. He's picked up a couple of kills, and now you're going to see SLG left on somewhat of an island. Na'Vi have pushed the other side of the map. Push going to come in from Snipe Drone, but SLG will deal with that. And SLG, even though he's last player alive for a few moments there, is causing enough of a disruption here for Na'Vi to keep them away from that flag.
Tell you what, is SLG ever playing a classic PTCF or what? Sniping him from the sword cuts, you know just how much Halo 3 this man played as well. He gets a spree and some good damage. Because Snipe Drone's the last player alive, not able to convert, though. That could have been big if anyone from Quadrant was in position. It was good damage from SLG, but it looks like Na'Vi will have the time to reset there.
Should be able to reset and claim their base back. You see the double push coming on the sword bridge will mean Na'Vi at least have a little bit of space to work with, but it gives us an opportunity maybe just to look back on the difference that we've seen between the 2 teams so far in this game, Andy, right? Na'Vi early control of the map on the Quadrant side, but weren't efficient enough with their kills, their positioning to get that flag moving. The one opportunity that Quadrant have had, it's the scoreline that we have in front of us. It's a 1-0 lead, and that is the difference between the 2 teams so far.
Couldn't have said it better myself here. In the end, Mighty's trying to get around to the turret,
Chick was aware to it though. Look how Chick was watching in the S1 there. Goes up to top tower and knows that the flanker was coming through, and he prioritizes that perfectly. And Quadrant maintains control of their base for now.
They have control of the base, but Overshield being picked up alongside the rockets here for Na'Vi. Now, what can you make of this, Na'Vi? You have to put this to use. You have to pick up the Slays, and you have to get that flag moving. Legend in a 1v1 and won't win it. One more rocket here to use for Glory to try and force Quadrant back into a position where they're all respawning together and they can get that flag moving.
Oh no, gets taken down here. 2 dead for both sides. And we'll see they get another kill. Let's see what happens on this flag here. Sika cleans out the base. Big important battle here.
Problem is for Na'Vi here, this is such a disjointed push. You could see it was 2 one side into the sword courtyard and 2 on the high side, and Quadrant were able to trade kills out enough so that they just kept spawning in and around their flag, being able to take these fights with numbers. And Na'Vi had rockets, had overshield, didn't even get the flag moving, Andy. It's a big blunder coming in from Na'Vi.
Yeah, in the end there, Na'Vi with a lot of poise. They had 2 dead, 3 dead for just a second, but in the end, Quadrant wraps around both their tower and their mauler to clear out their base. In the end, they're taken down. However, they do find themselves with a 2-kill advantage here with 2 dead.
Snipers coming up as well. You can see that Glory just picked up a Quadrant sniper rifle. Legend's going to pick up 1, and Sika, who is being so disruptive here. My goodness, that player in the courtyard must have been the one-shot of all one-shots, and now Snipe Drone finds himself on his own.
See what Jimbo can do. 3 dead. Jimbo's going to be your first spawner. Plat's going to rush green here, and here comes the push, and this will now be toe-to-toe battle at green.
Nades go in. Jimbo gets 1. Legend will trade it out, though. Legend's still 1 shot in that green box. And what a year this man has had. We were having a conversation before this tournament got underway. Who's the one player you think has broken out most this year? You would have to say Legend. He's put himself into a different tier of competitors in the HCS.
It really has here. SLG still playing the sword like the Halo 3 veteran that he is. 2 dead for both sides. Very important note here. Only 3 kills still separating these 2 teams. Quadrant is only outslaying 46 to 43. So Na'Vi is holding in the Slay department, but so far not able to break just yet, as we have less than 5 minutes to play in game number 1.
Mighty's just trying his best to stay alive at the moment. The pressure coming in, and manages to do so enough to get his shields back and keep the heat wave in his hands. Should be able to clean up Sika here on the training. But the pressure continuing to come in here for Na'Vi to deal with. Na'Vi do deal with it though. 2 dead here for Quadrant, and they should be able to at least push past that 50-yard line. Rockets coming up as well.
Especially with the rockets popping here, they're going to get the grab, and there will be a battle in green wall as well. They do find kills coming in yet again. Flag starting to be on the move. It's a good opportunity to get into a listen here with Na'Vi. Let's get in.
Shoot it back. Shoot it back.
Can you pull this?
Take all your time.
Take all the time.
I have low side. I have low
One's
side.
OE,
One shot.
one to your left, to your left.
One shot, there's 2, check.
Who are we? Who are we? I don't know.
One shot, there's 2, check.
Yeah, one off.
Go back, go back, go back.
Three.
Go back.
Going.
Go on.
That's Jim
Go,
staying.
our
sword.
Oh, I wasted rock on dude.
Our sword.
Two dead. Chick was on the side. Nice. Shot our sword. Rock's out. Last guy check.
Nice, David.
Last guy check.
Check.
Do info.
I'm forward.
You're quite far, David.
Trying to get to David, bro.
And the ones are green. We stuck hard. The green kill me. The green kill me.
One shot, they're training. Coming, Mike.
One shot, they needles.
Go start up.
Green now, Sika.
Let's go under bridge. Let's go under bridge.
One shot, they're second.
On the bridge to the runway. Let's go on the runway.
Go to green. One shot, they're new.
There's 2. Runway and then last guy's there's 2. If you push you high, last guy's there's 1.
3 dead.
Last guy's there's sword somewhere.
It's SOG.
He's on the sword, but he's definitely a runway.
It's trying to take space on
Yeah,
Mall.
C-wave. I have you.
Could have spawned flag here, maybe. He's already
they're first.
Legend.
Okay, there's 2. Check there's 2.
One shot, come out.
Oh, you. I'm gonna trade.
I'm killed the on side.
Dead free. Last guy, maybe the flag.
On me. They're first smaller.
Yeah, I'm chasing Muller.
We had a flag move. I'm trying to live.
Well, Na'Vi do get that flag on the board. It's 1-1 now, and all of a sudden, Quadrant are reeling a little bit here, Andy. And the difference this time, Na'Vi got the power-ups, but used them. They had the organization and the strategy to get that flag moving. They pick up the kills, and now they're looking to go into a lead.
This is a completely different game. They get the kills as well. They get the flag out. All 8 players up on the map here. The kills will determine where the flag goes, and the first one goes in favor of Na'Vi.
Trying to play this one slow and careful though. Chick no shields. Jimbo's going to try and force this one. Mighty's is there to keep him a little bit of cover here, and if he can pick up the kill on Sika, then all of a sudden Na'Vi will have this flag back to their side. They'll have it up onto their plat, and from 1-0 down, Na'Vi find themselves 2-1 up.
Wow, what a time there to be able to go into the listening as that first flag goes, and another one back to back. Marcus said that Na'Vi thought that they weren't done everything they needed to. More shots from Mighty's as well. Still 3 dead for Quadrant. We heard earlier that Na'Vi might have done the work they needed to clean up their CTF game. Now, in the late game, they somehow lead 2-1 with 2 minutes left.
2 minutes left. Now we're going to learn a lot about Na'Vi. So many times this season, it's been heartbreak in the final moments of games, heartbreak in the final moments of series, where they haven't been able to close out. Seeker getting these rockets might ask them those questions once more. Can they deal with the pressure now that Quadrant will have on their side?
Seeker with repulse as well here. Knows he's not going to get a rocket sent back to him, and he has all the goodies to push with. Here comes the Quadrant push.
One rocket can be wasted. Mighty's does a fantastic job to bait that out. And even though they continue to hold forward here, that's 2 rockets and 1 kill. Na'Vi have done a pretty good job of holding the line, and you can see Glory on that tower as well. He's going to be the quarterback, trying to hold back the push here, coming in from Quadrant.
Might be a posh push as well. Depends how it works out for them as they're going to be flying into the Mauler here. All 8 players up. This push could win the game.
Big win from Snipe Drone, though. That's going to give Mauler spawns. Chick still alive on the flag. Quadrant trying to pressurize, but Glory picks up another kill. It's a 2v2 here. Where these kills go might decide if this flag is moving or Quadrant on the back foot again.
Chick desperately is trying to stay alive on the first BR. He's able to do so, and now this battle's pivotal as well. You can tell there was some help that came in. Jimbo, last player alive.
Legend got the trade, and now you're going to see the flag moving. Snipe Drone just come off spawn. Glory is going to join him, but map control is here for Legend and Quadrant. Blowing those plasma grenades up, by the way, such a smart thing to do here from Legend on this run. Stops that remote detonation chance, and now Quadrant got that flag back to their base.
Of course, we wouldn't have the story any other way here. Needs to wrap the first BR, should be able to do so, and he's able to do it with just under half shield. Tied up 2-2. 35 seconds left on the clock.
35 seconds left. Na'Vi trying to look for a counter-camp opportunity here. Chick will be taken down. Glory trying to survive. Doesn't do a huge amount of damage, but it's enough for Jimbo to move in. Quadrant now 2 dead. This push is so vital. SLG trying to take down Jimbo, doesn't get the beat down. And that should reset the map here. Na'Vi will have to fight for mid-map control again.
Very big win there from SLG. You thought Jim might get the trade in the end. He doesn't, and that means, as you say, Quadrant can reset safely. And we will be going here to sudden death overtime.
Oh, the flood's coming in here from Quadrant, though. And it looks like the same story we mentioned for Na'Vi might be rearing its ugly head once more. Legend inside of the base. Flag already moving. 2 players here for Na'Vi to deal with inside of their own flag. And SLG also has a sniper rifle. 2 dead for Na'Vi, but 2 dead on the Quadrant side too.
Very important kills coming in here. As you said, 2 dead for both sides. Snipe Drone with a big win from the Needles. That will be the tie, making sure that the flag does come home during the initial sudden death. And that will send us here to a proper overtime period in your game number 1.
5 minutes remaining.
Next flag wins between the 2 best teams in Europe, Quadrant and Na'Vi. And it looks like Glory is going to have access to those rockets early on here as well. Fires 1 blind just to make sure the push doesn't come in to trade. And elsewhere, kills will be traded on either side. Snipe Drone should be able to secure that overshield. But Chick somehow took no damage whatsoever. He used the railing perfectly, but Glory good enough with that battle rifle to shut him down.
Yeah, like you say, it's a big waste of a rocket there, but the fact that he can wrap and still take down Chick without taking any damage is a big deal. And things slow down just a bit off of what was a pretty chaotic opening. Both teams know just how much is on the line here in this game number 1. So much. Right, what is even happening here? Glory somehow wins that in what was a little bit of a messy one here down an overshield, and he'll pay the price in the end.
Yeah, that was a little bit ugly, but at least they got the job done in the end. Snipe Drone now inside of the base, and look at the kills. They're falling in the way of Na'Vi. It's a 2v2 on the map at the moment. A little bit of a misstep here that could be the difference maker. Now Snipe Drone has to change his thought process from getting that flag moving to staying alive, buying time for the rest of Na'Vi to push up.
Able to get the stick in the end, but I think whether that flag got to the plat or not, I think that was probably going to meet some resistance, so not too much to worry about here on the next spawn. It was 2 dead for both sides. We'll see if Jim can win. This one does it cleanly, eventually taken down, though, by SLG.
SLG with a sniper rifle. There's a double kill for Norwood. Immediately turns his attentions towards the Na'Vi side of the map. Wants to get forward, wants to push forward, wants to put some pressure on these respawners. But also recognizes he's got to wait for a little bit of help. Mighty stays alive. Jimbo now a free spawn, looking to clean him up.
Oh boy, stays alive as well, does SLG. Very nice job. Eventually he's traded out, but big credit to both teams here, Mark. The way that they're killing the last player alive, whether it's Tower or Mauler, they're doing so well to make sure that their base is cleared out before they make that push. Jimbo, your last player alive for Na'Vi.
Just come off respawn as well, and there's 2 players here to run this flag. It's Legend and Seeker. The duo who've impressed so many this year, but Na'Vi again with a defensive stand, and this time it's Mighty's. Quadrant are 3 dead, the push is dead. And Na'Vi now can apply some pressure onto the Quadrant side of the map.
Drop all down as well, and as you say, not only do they clear out their base, but they do it fast enough where they're now going to be the aggressors in this scenario here. 2:43 left in sudden death. Gotta also point out here, since the sudden death period has started, Na'Vi has begun outslaying 96-90. The game has completely turned around, and Mighty's has been a big part of that.
Rockets, though, they're on the map. Who's closest to them? It looks like most players have a little bit too much distance to cover before they even get their hands on those rockets. Snipedrone might be that player, but look at the damage here. That's coming in from 90s, and it has cleared the way. You can see Jimbo is on the first BR. The rockets have now been picked up, but I'm pretty sure Legend might have just taken Snipedrone down, who had that rocket launcher.
Here's the question, does Jim stay alive? So far, no, he eventually gets taken down. You almost might have thought Jim might have converted on both of the kills there off of the Mighty's damage from the first BR. Unfortunately, the timing was just a bit off there with Jim and Mighty's. It felt like they could have probably 2v0'd that in the end in terms of total kills and staying alive. They do fall, though. 153 left in OT.
Strong push coming through the long haul here from Na'Vi once again. And I think it's been a fascinating insight into how much these two teams have played against each other. Just watching them go back and forth and back and forth. Really nothing between the two teams so far in this game. But nobody will remember that. If you can win this game, if you can get that clutch flag cap to win this game, as Na'Vi now find themselves once again trapped on the respawn and the flag moving here for Quadrant.
A lot of pressure here on Glorious. Glorious is the only one sniping Sword. Everyone else spawned tower and has since pushed out Courtyard, or as you see Jim on the first BR as well. Glory needs to make sure he hits the kills, but Mighty's also doing his job.
Now you can see the flood coming in. Legend is trying to help Seeker, but also recognizes he can't overextend. Now he has to stay alive. Glory does get a kill, and now Legend finds himself dead. Quadrant find themselves 4 dead. Shink's just been killed again off the respawn, and Na'Vi now have full map control and the flag moving.
60 seconds left right now, outslaying by 10. It's 107-97, and they're starting to heat up here. Can they convert on this flag run? All 8 players alive.
Jimbo gets one. Glory gets another, and even though he missed the first 2 bullets, the ones that count, they're being hit as Na'Vi will win in overtime and go up 1-0 in this series.
And coming in, we heard from Na'Vi that it was a great chance for upset potential in the game number 1. Though unlikely, a chance for upset potential, and they take it and seize it in overtime, outslaying their opponents 110-97 and winning the game with a final score of 3-2. They now lead over the favorites in Quadrant 1-0 after game 1.
Fantastic, almost chess-like game between the two. Every single player on both teams knew exactly what the other team was going to do at all times. Couple of moments for me that stood out. Defensive plays coming in from Na'Vi. How many times did we see them having to wrap back through their flag? And most importantly, having done so, winning that fight. Not overextending, not over-challenging, making sure they cleared out their base and stopped that pressure coming in from Quadrant.
How about Glory in that game? 34-25. Whew. Unreal stats in a game number 1 where you win deep in overtime. Unreal from Glory. Let's take a look at some highlights.
And you imagine that Glory will be involved in a lot of these highlights as well. We talked about him being the new addition to this team, what he brings, and I think he's a name we're going to be talking about for quite some time as well. One thing I want to tell you, a little story, let's have a little bit of story time here before we go into our next game as we walk through the highlights. If you're wondering about his personality, what kind of player he is, how he approaches the game, I watch a lot of these guys scrims, and they were having, shall we say, a little bit of a disagreement, a little bit of a conversation, shall we say, about energy in the scrim. They needed to pick it up, and Glory was kind of highlighted by, I think it was Snipedrone in one occasion. And Glory's response was unlike anything I've heard from many players throughout the years. Usually it's a, oh, come on, man, like, we're losing the scrim, like, let's get on with it. Glory's words, and I'm paraphrasing slightly, but it's almost his exact sentence was, what can I do to make this better for you?
Yeah,
and I mean, that tells you so much about the character, the personality of this player, and you combine that with individual skill, hell of a player in there.
It's amazing. I mean, the maturity to be able to ask questions like that when you're already losing a scrim and saying, how can I better support you? What can I do for this team? The man is wise beyond his years. It's incredible to see. And also, guess what? He goes 34-25 in game number 1 in a game that you win by 1 flag. Unbelievable stuff from Glory. He's already a household name and now adding even more to his reputation. Next up, they'll face each other on Slayer Solitude. Here's a look at Glory and Legend.
Yeah, 2 players with impressive KDs, as you can see on your screen right now. But looking at statistics, you can see the Slayer stats of these 2 players. But statistically this season, this has been a good game fight for Quadrant. They are 3-0 overall at the moment in this game type. Na'Vi not been too hot on it, even in scrims, in tournament play especially. So if Na'Vi take this one, it would be a surprise to say the least. But what an opportunity it is for that surprise.
It really is. You have to wonder how that momentum might factor in as well. It could have been pretty deflating for Na'Vi to have gotten that far in that OT and have lost, right? That's going to not sit well with you. On the Quadrant side, they've got to be asking questions as well. In a game type, and of course series that they're favored in, already finding themselves down 1-0. What can they do here in game number 2?
Well, Solitude Slayer is where we go, and Quadrant are being asked questions right at the start of this tournament. And obviously nobody really remembers how a tournament starts. It's all about how you finish. But for Na'Vi, if they can go 2-0 up in this series now, the entire tournament complexion changes for them. And the same could be said potentially for Quadrant as well. Starting off with Snipe Drone here from Na'Vi, 1 up in the series, looking to make it 2.
And you have to think in terms of attitude, in terms of approach. Quadrant is going to be ticked. They are going to want to come out of this absolutely firing out of the gates and get right back into the series. They start off with a 1-kill lead off the break.
Now, Solitude Slayer has become a game pretty much all about controlling the sniper rifle, right? We can see teams lock down so many angles, so many lines of sight, and pin teams back in the yard if they can control that sniper rifle. And if you've got someone as talented as the man on your screen who's holding it, it's usually going to mean the elite is going to extend. Na'Vi have got to be careful here because SLG, he can rip faces.
This is really going to be a mental test for Na'Vi. Oh! Nice little shot from SLG on the fadeaway. He'll retire here over to blue. A big, big mental test here for Na'Vi because, as we said, Quadrant is going to come out absolutely furious out of the gates, and you can expect to see a little bit of a Quadrant lead. In fact, we're already seeing one here by 3 kills. Na'Vi needs to stay in this game. We all know Solitude Slayer, you can bring these games back. You can dig deep. Quadrant's going to want to make sure that gap gets as big as possible.
Game just slowed down slightly here. Jimbo does pick up one to Seeker, but SLG trying to be aggressive, trying to reposition with his sniper rifle, not being given an opportunity to hit a clear shot at the moment, and I'll be kind of out-rotating. Finally, we'll find Glory. But a 3-kill lead is enough at the moment for Quadrant to call themselves the team that are in control on the map.
10-8 here, and you can see both teams really respecting one another quite heavily in terms of not wanting to let this game get out of hand. Quadrant not playing with their usual confidence here, right? Usually when you see them with a 3-kill lead in a game type like this, they'll take a few more risks. However, very calculated from them.
Glory! Oh, you thought that SLG had no right to win that, and you'd be right in thinking that.
Absolutely.
But the thrust bails him out of that situation alongside a little bit of individual skill. And for someone like SLG, 1 bullet, 1 kill could completely change how he plays in a game in a series.
I was going to say the same exact thing. All it takes is a few of these sequences, and he's opened the game right up. 14-10 now. What was just a 2-kill lead has been extended to 4.
New sniper rifle going to be coming up pretty soon as well. Both teams will have their eyes on controlling the snipe side of the map to make sure they're the ones who are in position to pick it up. Na'Vi, even though they haven't had the snipe though, Andy, have kept this close. It's still just a 3-kill game.
Yeah, they've done really well. And let's not forget, this is exactly what Na'Vi did in game number 1, right? They kept the slays very, very close. In the end, they outslay. We'll see if they can do it again here. They've kept the game, as you say, within 3.
QT up. SLG going to pop it.
And drop it.
Jimbo will be taken down at the end of that QT. The port now down top middle, which is going to allow him a lot of freedom on the map. And those shots and the confidence as well from Glory to take that fight keeps this at just a 3-kill game. Make it 2 now as Na'Vi pull another kill back.
Pops it, drops it, couldn't lock it in the end.
Missing the sequence.
Yeah.
One thing.
Just needed to lock it. In the end, as you say, that lead that was 4 and looked like it might be increasing has been reduced to just 2 again. Big credit here for Na'Vi to now bring the game within 1 as Jim has started to snipe.
Now Jimbo, he's going to have some pressure on him because you can see a couple of kills being picked up by Quadrant. Needs to keep that sniper in his hands or at least get into position to buy time for teammates to trade. But here comes the flank now from Seeker. Sniper rifle will be taken down, but Jimbo did enough work. He picked up 2, which means that the sniper isn't a free pickup here for Quadrant.
Didn't get to see him there, but yeah, Jim just went off here as he was getting pushed posters. He gets both of those kills. However, the game extends once again to a 4-kill lead. Quadrant's going to be happy with it so far, but they know there's a lot more work to do.
All of Na'Vi trapped in blue, though. Is there a medal for 4-for-1?
It looks like this is about to be an episode of Red vs. Blue, if I'm honest. It looks a lot more like something from RBB than a main stage matchup with the little bit of a spawn trap that we have happening here.
Seeker now going to try and rotate a little bit away from the snipe, see if he can catch any angles of Na'Vi players leaving blue where they are currently completely and utterly trapped. Mighties! Caught sprinting for just a moment there as he turned that corner. Jimbo picks up 1. Legend will push in though, and now you're seeing the trades come through, and it looks like they're going to get the better of these trades. Na'Vi, 4 dead. It's not even trades, it's a clean wipe of Na'Vi. They were stuck in blue, and they had no hope of getting out.
Oh boy, and it might be a very similar episode here. Sika tries to get in there fast. In the end, he does pay the price, but not before a 6-kill lead for Quadrant.
And it almost feels without the power weapon, they've been playing better as Legend snaps onto Mighties for that headshot. Na'Vi find themselves 2 dead, but it's a 2v2 situation at the moment. SLG should be taken down, but he's not. Not only does he get the kill, he stays alive as well, and Quadrant seem to be just finding that rhythm a bit more.
And it's things like that that blow up in a game. It's a really impressive sequence that comes in from Quadrant there overall. Yes, they had the spawn trap in blue. It's another thing to execute on it. They executed perfectly with a 4 dead wipe. Then they pressure glass. After that, SLG staying alive bottom middle in those scenarios is what now gives them this heavy 8-kill lead, 32-24. This is the game they want to be playing.
And it feels like Quadrant have just kind of worked Na'Vi out in this game type now. They've got a 3 or 4 dead, and from there they've just been cycling them off spawn. They really have been put in the blender of all blenders. It's 36-24, and Na'Vi continually squad spawning together. Now they're getting a split spawn, and it's just a case of who do you want to kill first, Mighties or the other two? They choose Mighties, and now they can flop with the numbers.
Industrial grade blender is what they did there. That's French made, and one of the best. That's commercial use only. 38-24. The Quadrant blender continues on. Still 2 dead for Na'Vi, and I couldn't agree more. Not only have they figured Na'Vi out, I think they also were playing the patient game, right? They're like, hey, this is our game type. We're 3-0 in this game type recently. We know what we need to do. Let's only force it when we need to, and we had that advantage, and that's exactly what they've done now, and the game has gotten completely out of hand due to their patience. Oh my,
no way! You can't let that happen. Na'Vi looked the wrong way when they crossed the road, and now SLG is making them pay. It's 3 in a row here for SLG, and that not only puts the lead out of sight of Na'Vi here, it opens up the snipe side. They'll have snipe. It's a case of thinking about game 3 for Na'Vi. Quadrant are rolling.
SLG is 7x positive at 14-2 right now. 14-2 might be already the standout Slayer stat of the entire tournament.
It's early days. It's early days, but you might well be right. Not the biggest risk I've ever seen when it comes to that kind of stat line. It's just a case of closing it out now. Na'Vi, a few individual battles might make them feel a bit better going into the next game, but Quadrant have done what they needed to do in this game. They've answered back after a strong performance early on. In that game number 1 from Na'Vi, maybe a little nice shot to close this out. No, not going to happen, but Mighties, even though he picked that kill up, could well be the first death here that will send us into that game 3 with the series tied up at 1-1.
Just waiting for this last kill here, really just a matter of time, and it should be traded up somewhere. Blue looks like might be where that final kill comes in. Not just yet, but it will. In the end, come in, it's Quadrant with a big bounce back in a Slayer, and it looked close for a while. But once we hit that 30-kill mark, Quadrant runs away with the game type in an unbelievable fashion. A final score of 50-34, and SLG will go 14-4 in the end.
Fantastic performance from SLG, the IGL for this team, the leader. And when you need someone to step up and just drag a team back into the series after a little bit of a shocking game number 1, you're always looking to your leader to do that. There's that stat line for you at home, 14-4, a positive 10 from SLG.
Unreal, 9 assists as well. The man was all over the map, and luckily, thanks to the team in the back, we saw almost all those 14 kills on your screen. He was everywhere at once to 13.0 KDA to close out the game, and it will tie up our series 1-1.
Take a look at the damage stats as well, and it wouldn't surprise me to see SLG at the top of those leaderboards. There you go, 3.8k damage for him. But I'm going to kind of go back to some of the notes we made before this series on the series layout. We've got written down here, Game 1 CTF. A real chance for Na'Vi to go up early. CTF has been a game type where they have had success previously against Quadrant. Game 2, Quadrant 3-0 overall, we expect it to be 1-1. Now it's very interesting as we take a look at some of the highlights from that game, Andy. Game 3 is the one that we think heavily favors Quadrant. It's Strongholds on recharge. Strongholds, we know all about them, but also Na'Vi and Scrims in some tournaments have looked pretty good on this game type, and it's a real great game type to have as your swing game in a series like this.
It really is. We've even seen them in Scrims take this game type off of Quadrant, so it sets us up perfectly. So far, the stats have told the story. What we've expected in these 2 games has come true. Game 3 is where things get a little bit interesting, as you say, and it's a perfect time with the series tied 1-1.
It certainly is, and it gives us a little opportunity as well to talk about Quadrant and Strongholds, right? Because their record this season is almost impeccable, right? But we have seen them recently, a couple of losses start to pile up, and we were saying, is this Quadrant getting worse? Strongholds, don't think that's the case whatsoever. We think it's everyone else has looked at what Quadrant do so well, especially those top teams, the likes of FaZe, Space Station. And they've worked out what works for Quadrant and are doing it back to them. But we also feel like the rest of the map pool has got a little bit stronger for Quadrant now. So it's not a case of them relying on Strongholds as a game type to win in a series. It's more one that they're comfortable with. And in a game like this, where it's tied up as, a series like this, where it's tied up at 1-1, knowing Strongholds is coming next is still kind of a little bit of a comfort pick for them.
Yeah, look at these stats as well. You mentioned that Quadrant no longer perfect in Strongholds, but let's not forget they're 18-1 in the game type on the year. It's one of the most unbelievable stats in 2 decades of competitive Halo. Very rarely do you see a team with that strong of a record in a single game type. Winning most games by over 100 points, mind you, and unsurprisingly a positive KD. For Na'Vi, it's a very different story. However, the most important thing we need to remember is this is the Halo World Championship pool play, and Na'Vi only needs to win this game type once here to change the course of the series, and they've already done it online. Certainly an opportunity for them.
Both these teams, of course, been boot camping out in North America before this tournament got underway, putting in the exact preparation you would expect from 2 teams who want to really push the boat out when it comes to their placements at the Halo World Championship. So everyone is practiced. There's no excuses now for either team in this series. I mean, Clutch was saying on the desk, if you're Quadrant, you need to learn to win these series and dominate these kind of series. You cannot let it become a series that goes to a game 5, because then that starts to play on your mental going into the next series, the one after that. For Na'Vi, they know this is probably their biggest series of the year so far, right? Yeah. Taking down the European team who have been talked about, who have stolen all of the headlines from them that they've been used to as the leading team in Europe. And after a quiet season, it would be a real good way to make some noise for Na'Vi again, to beat Quadrant and set themselves up in the pool.
It really would. On the other side, let's not forget, Chick and SLG not here at the Halo World Championships last year. A devastating blow to the end of their season. When you talk about those 2 players, I think they need to make sure they're focusing up, right? Let's not forget, they know what it's like to not be here. Well, guess what? Now you're here. Now you've had the most historic run in European Halo history this season, taking down the current world champions on the main stage. The list goes on. Unbelievable highlights. Top 3 in a major tournament. Setting records for the continent. I think they need to focus on, realize there's a lot to play for here on this weekend. And their story has yet to be written. The final chapters of the year still being written in front of your eyes and in real time for them as well. What can they do here starting in pool play? That's the question.
Let's focus on the game type we have in front of us then. We saw some of the stats. We know that Quadrant loves Strongholds. We know they've had a huge amount of success. But Recharge, I think, as a map mode combo when it comes to Strongholds, I feel like it lends itself to a little bit more control than maybe the likes of a Livefire or a Streets or something like that previously, right? And I think that plays more into the hands of Na'Vi as if you were to say we're playing Livefire Strongholds, I don't give Na'Vi a chance.
Right.
Whereas Recharge, because you can hold the 2-cap, the AP setup, which they're very good at doing, there's going to be a little bit of an opportunity here at some point for them to put points on the board. The question is that devastating game 2 loss going to play on their minds now? And are Quadrant just going to roll with that and put that 3-cap and that hammer down and the French blender that you were talking about as we head into game number 3?
Absolutely, that's the question. This will be a mental battle, no doubt. The battle of Europe, but also a battle of wits here in our game number 3. We're tied up 1-1 between Quadrant and Na'Vi.
We talk about that nade from SLG, by the way. You are a nerd, Norman, and I know you'll love me saying that. Banks it off of the top of the turbine wall to get it down onto the double stacks. Beautiful stuff from him. 3 dead here for Na'Vi, the perfect start for Quadrant. And I mentioned the blender, Andy. Well, plug it in, because it looks like it's about to start up once more.
Plug it in. This is a high voltage, high power blender that's already hitting here. The 3-cap hits, and Chick with a camo as well. You bet he's going to get a shock after this kill.
Easy kill for him as well. Glory gets taken down, misses that melee. And it'll be a 2-cap for now. Na'Vi did manage to wrestle A away, but it's a 27-point start here, and now you're going to see the opportunity for Chick to maybe, the second time of asking, pick up that shock rifle. So it's camo, early 3-cap, and a shock now for Quadrant.
Very happy here, despite the European energy crisis. Quadrant still holding that blender down, no problem, full strength.
Just ruined my mood.
The bill will come at the end of the month, but as long as there's a...
It keeps coming every month.
As long as there's a solid placing at the Halo World Championship, it won't be a concern for the Quadrant players. They're up 50-0 here in game number 3.
Don't want to cast anymore. BNC going to be picked up, though, by Na'Vi. And now Chick under a little bit of pressure with his shot. Needs to hit some shots, not going to be able to do so. So even though that kill does come in, Na'Vi find themselves 4 dead. So Quadrant kind of baited them in a little bit there. They retake B, they retake C, and the 3-cap is here once again, rearing his ugly head for the team dressed in blue.
Blender hits again now. A, B,
I think you'll find it's actually
hold.
Le Brûle.
174-4. Triple cap continues. Jimbo tries to stay alive. Not going to happen. SLG with a killing spree, picking up where he left off. He's already 5-3.
A game one loss can do a huge amount to refocus you in a series, especially when it's against a long-term rival. And it looks like it really upset Quadrant, the way that they lost that game number one. And now they are looking to make Na'Vi pay. They are constantly in the death screen. And if you could just take a second, wherever you are, if you're sat here in Seattle in the crowd, if you're sat at home, to look at the leaderboards, the scoreboards, it's 136-4, and the triple cap is still here. Na'Vi cannot move.
You saw the stats on your screen. Quadrant only losing this game type across all maps once this season. You might have thought that the story was over in terms of Quadrant and Stronghold just because they lost one game. Think again. 170-4 here. The blender continues.
Finally, a kill gets picked up by Na'Vi. Immediately traded out, though. They can't get near a Stronghold.
Glory
they cannot get back on the map. It's not just a case of they can't stop the scoring. They can't get on the map.
We won't have much time to catch this game. It's 191-4, and Glory just picked up his first kill.
Chick gets the stop on the B. They get the reset onto B as well. So just as Na'Vi thought, hey, well, maybe we're going to have a bit of luck here. Maybe we're going to force our way through and get some scoring. Well, forget about it, because Chick's on a killing spree. Na'Vi are 4 dead. And now they're going to push on to Gloria's last player alive. Boy, he'll be taken down as well. This is going to be another triple cap. C's going to be converted, but hey, Jimbo, welcome to SLG's world.
Mark, if there's anything you want to talk about during this game, you better make sure to get it in these next few minutes here, because the AC hold will continue even if B flips here. We'll see if the reset might head. No, it's going to actually get reset here at B. So 220-4 in what might be one of their most devastating outings in Strongholds yet. Jimbo, though, wins that from the heavens. He'll win that battle to try to flip A.
I think if I'm in Na'Vi's comms right now, I'm saying this is an opportunity for us to pull off one of the greatest comebacks we've ever seen in Halo, because it's 240 and rising for 4. It's the only thing you kind of can keep hoping, right?
You might not have time to get that sentence out.
Yeah, exactly. It's almost over here. 245 and rising. Na'Vi just jumping in all the strongholds at once to see if one of them works.
Scepter trying to do this, though, in a 1v2. Not going to be easy. That one should be picked up. 2 dead here from both sides. See if the A reset comes in.
We'll be able to here. You can see the Seeker's going to be in there. It doesn't even need to jump into it. What? That game was quick. That game was quick. Quadrant dominating Recharge Strongholds. Go 2-1 up in the series, and do you remember any of that game? It's pretty cool. Can't really remember anything happening, apart from Na'Vi being dead.
Quadrant outslays 34-15.
That'll be why.
And keep Na'Vi limited to 15 kills on a Strongholds Recharge. Even worse is 4 points. 250-4 is your final score in game number 3. And if you're just joining us, you're thinking, how on earth was this series tied 1-1?
I got a question for you. This is a challenge, actually. Give me something positive from Na'Vi in that last game.
Give me a second, come back to me.
Yeah, I'll come back to you in a few moments, but 250-4, I mean, it says it all right. You don't need us to break down what a dominating performance that was from Quadrant. They are certainly answering back as they find themselves 2-1 up in the series. And he's still perusing the statistics to see if he can find anything.
Come back to me.
Stay, plenty of time.
Stay with us.
Although if the next game is quick, Andy, you might not get a word in this one. Oddball Live Fire is where we go next.
Unbelievable. Talk about, I mean,
you got nothing, do you?
I know. Oh, sorry, by the way, to answer your question, I have absolutely nothing in terms of positive takeaways there for the Na'Vi side. I think the score tells the whole story, and we don't sugarcoat it up here. 250-4 is your final. And how about that for a boost for Quadrant, right? After a tough game 1 loss in OT, they're now not just with that 34 game 2 win, to remind everyone here, not just on the main stage, not just in the venue, but everyone watching at home as well, you might have thought that the Quadrant Stronghold's incredible story was over. Guess what? Think again, 250-4. They're back on top, and that is just an enormous momentum boost for them going into not just this next game, but potentially the rest of pool play as well. It's a huge, huge victory.
That was ugly, but now it's a chance to forget about that, and they're going to have to if Na'Vi want to be back in this series, and Oddball Live Fire does give them the opportunity to do so. This is one of the stronger game types for Na'Vi in their setup, in their collective, and it will have to be, because Stronghold's Recharge certainly didn't look like one there.
An unbelievable result here at the Halo World Championship. To see a game play out the way that it did, it's going to give all the momentum in the world to Quadrant, and Na'Vi, as we said earlier, needs to find a way mentally and in the communications department as well to bounce back into this series, try to get us to a game number 5. Live Fire Oddball, could be your last game of the series if Quadrant takes it. Otherwise, Na'Vi will look to send us to that final Slayer.
Something to keep an eye on in this game type, though, is the oddball efficiency of Quadrant. It's something I've been watching in scrims, in tournament play. Sometimes they can be a little bit lackluster when it comes to picking that ball up and scrapping up those 5-10 seconds that can make the difference when you get to the end of the round. But for now, Na'Vi have got to answer back. They have to find some sort of energy because they have just been bopped in the last 2 games.
Absolutely tough results for them after such an amazing game number 1 result and finish for them. 4 dead off the opening. Quadrant will find themselves with an opportunity for a snipe and an overshield grab here. Ooh, Jim though.
Got away with it. Just about got away with that overshield. And now he's going to grab that ball. Should have a heat wave to play with as well. And Na'Vi able to play tight here. SLG does have that snipe. But Mighty's with the first kill is going to trade out and allow more ball time here for Na'Vi. The problem here for Jim is he can't find anyone. That 2-tap was nasty.
Oh my goodness, that is industrial grade 2-tap for sure. My heat wave don't hit like that.
A lot of industrial grade things coming out today. We're not messing around here at the Halo World Championships. Nothing is commercial.
Let's see what Jim can do here. Staying alive there. I will say, Quadrant did really well to melt his OV. Eventually gets taken down, but in the end, it's Quadrant honestly taking down the OV the way they did, prevented any sort of real run happening there. However, look at it, 28-0. Legend's your last player alive.
3 dead. And Na'Vi do have the ball in their hands. And I've got to say, Jim is a big confidence player, right? And you could see in a couple of those fights, yeah, he gets the nice 2-tap, but after that looked a little bit shaky. He didn't look sure of himself. And he's going to have to change that very, very quickly. Seeker gets poked at. Ooh, he just slid under that bullet from Glory, but a 30-point lead here for Na'Vi at the start of this game is certainly just going to kind of calm them down, I think, a bit. After the bopping, like I mentioned, they took in that last 2 games.
Big respect there for Glory, just blind firing into the Shroud, and he actually is able to get the trade off of the blind fire into the melee in the window. A nice play from him. Difficult micro to pull off against a player like SLG, but he's able to do it in the end. Snipedrone staying alive here. They're still up 35-0.
Boop. You sneaky boy, Snipedrone. The opportunity was he wasn't sneaky enough. Overshield coming up here. It is down on the platform, and it looks like Glory should be able to scoop this one up here for Na'Vi. But actually goes down. I'm not sure if you managed to pop it. SLG, did you manage to get that for your own? Or is it going to be Chick who got it? Interesting to see what happens here.
Chick has it. Look at it in the pocket. You saw the end trail. He's going to pop it and lock it. Might even be able to drop it.
Enemy has the ball.
All eyes on the drop. Chick now trying to hunt down some Na'Vi players. Snipedrone going to be baiting out the back of Green here, and Na'Vi do a really good job to actually trade that out. And even though Quadrant still have the ball in their hands, it's only going to be for a few moments. Snipedrone picks up another. It's a 2v2 on the map right now, but with one player going down for Quadrant, another will fall. It's 4 dead, and Na'Vi have control of Girich, and more importantly, control of the ball.
Really nice play there from the plat there to 2v1 that player, pushing in the big door. It's a very important kill. That's going to lead to continued scoring here for Na'Vi. And you thought it was going to be Quadrant tying the game up. However, you got to love the isolation there of that 2v1 coming in from Na'Vi. They now lead 52-14.
Jim with the heat wave again. Heat wave control been heavily in the favor of Na'Vi so far in this game. Chick being taken down as well is going to open up an opportunity for them to move the ball back into Garage. Seeker is going to get away with the sniper rifle, but Jim now pushing up, trying to put pressure onto these pushes coming in from Quadrant, who I've got to say have been a little bit predictable on some of these pushes in and around the overshield side.
I agree, and Na'Vi's completely taken advantage of it each time. They've just gone textbook plays and textbook counters to those pushes, and it's worked out for them as they still lead 64-14. Still a lot of ball to play with, but they really have set themselves up for success here with just under 3 minutes left on the clock.
Ball gets played as well, so Quadrant, even though they picked up the kills, weren't able to flush Jim out. They weren't able to take him down, so he's still a problem here with this heat wave in his hands, and you can see he's trying to play close corners here, trying to make sure that he's in effective range to use that weapon at his best. But even with the damage that's going down, Quadrant have got that ball back to tower now, and Na'Vi find themselves 2 dead.
Question is what happens with the overshield here as well. It's a big moment in the game to see where this is going to swing.
Here's Chick. Misses the first one, misses the second. Legend picks up one though onto Glory, so the overshield should be picked up here by Quadrant. It will be. Mighty's gets a kill in the feed, but you expect time here to be picked up by Quadrant, and even though the gap is 64-24 at this point, SLG with this overshield should be able to pick up the kills to clear the way here for Quadrant to pick up more ball time.
Important trade comes in from Jimbo. Glory last player alive. Let's see exactly where he is on the map. Should be a spawner if I'm not mistaken, so that will indeed be a little bit delayed, but still time on the board for Quadrant as they start to get back into this game.
Look at Seeker. Seeker just been so sneaky, flanking behind the Na'Vi South. They almost forgot about checking a few corners or watching their back, and now Na'Vi have to force their way on in the softball, and Seeker still trying to find players, and Na'Vi have managed to avoid all of the attentions of Quadrant. Quadrant once again find themselves 3 dead, and Na'Vi just pick them apart.
It's a very big swing from Glory. I had mentioned just moments ago, 3 dead, as you say, for Quadrant. Should be 4 on the trade here. He will get it, unsurprisingly. Great plays from Glory, but there's a lot to talk about there. Glory's 13-7 right now. On the last play, we said Glory's the first spawner. He actually snuck back A, gets a kill at A, and also works with Snipe Drone on a scoreboard pinch as well. It's a really good counter, and to be honest, Quadrant cannot afford to let those things happen.
Glory trying to hold down Garage at the moment with his sniper rifle, but push now coming in. Na'Vi have tried to rotate that ball away, but didn't manage to get it out of Garage towards Green quick enough. And now, with 2 dead, finally, Quadrant get a little bit of time on the board here, and they have some semblance of a setup as well. 77-54, and rising is the score. Quadrant looking to make this comeback. Now Na'Vi are being questioned again. Can you deal with this pressure?
That's the question. It's not going to be easy. It's going to be a lot of questions like that for them, not just this weekend, but in this ball game as well, as Quadrant will continue to apply the pressure in their traditional way here. 20 points separating the two. Quadrant still looking to bring this game right back, and there's a lot of game clock to play with.
Really important moments, though, in this game. Glory's just picked up a double. Pressure coming in, and not only is this important to keep the ball out of the hands of Quadrant, the overshield is coming up as well. Jimbo making his move. Seeker's trying to cut him down and stop this. The flood now comes in. Jim should be able to get this overshield, and Na'Vi now have a chance to get the ball out of the hands of Quadrant, but also pick up kills and think about maybe winning the round.
Man, Jimbo just with so much faith in
Stop
that
the play ball. They stopped the play ball.
They stopped the play, which is huge. Also overshield on Heatwave here. That's a huge stop on the play ball at back green. 3 dead. Seeker's your only player alive. This could be the home stretch for Na'Vi.
It should be the home stretch for Na'Vi. Now, can they execute? They have Heatwave, they have Overshield, they have Sniper Rifle, they have the ball, they have everything they need to win this first round. Seeker take it down, Jimbo with 2, SLG the last hope, he's nowhere near, and Na'Vi will close out the first round here in Opal.
Man, like you said, they were going to be tested and questions were going to be asked in that late game. It was a pivotal time, but Jimbo prioritizes getting to the OV instead of isolating that battle. He doesn't stay scoreboard, he gets to the OV plat, he gets the Overshield. They're going to get the cap there in the end to get all the time on the board. All Mighty's had to do was melee the air from back green because his team was slaying so well, and Na'Vi takes round number 1 of your game number 4.
We need to highlight Glory once again. 19-9 and 58 seconds of objective time in that first round. Absolutely
unbelievable.
Phenomenal statistics from him.
Unbelievable stat line there. That is the stat line of dreams. To be honest, he's got no business doing it against the best in Europe on the main stage, if I'm honest, at the Halo World Championship, but somehow he's pulling it off.
He's got no business doing that in matchmaking, let alone here in Seattle at the Halo World Championships, like you say. 2 dead here for Na'Vi. Mighty has that odd ball in his hands, and he's got it at the back of green to be played as well, and he's going to make sure that that ball does go off the map. Legend with the Overshield and the Snipe, though, is a chance now to pick up kills, and finally, just get a little bit of grounding here for Quadrant.
Very similar start, huh? Oh! Jimbo
I mentioned
wants...
how Snipe Drone was being sneaky earlier. That Jim's just outdone him.
Jimbo wants the rifle for himself. He grabs it, and he's going to look to Brain as well. How similar a start in our round number 2, right? 27-0, and it essentially looks exactly like it did in round number 1.
Na'Vi trying to rotate to green again, but they're being pinched at the moment. Seeker is there, Chick is going to get another, Legend gets 2 actually, and now Na'Vi will find themselves 4 dead. As all players fall, they don't get that play ball, and this now, for me, it's a real... Quadrant need to prove to me they can hold a cell for more than 15 seconds.
Let's see what they can do here. And you have to wonder, maybe that round 1, another wake-up call for Quadrant. They're coming off huge momentum off of games 2 and 3, so it's surprising to see just what Na'Vi can do, but as we talked about earlier, ball has become slowly one of Navi's best game types, where it wasn't always the case. And now they've really worked on their ball gameplay. It's showing here in our game number 4.
SLG just dismissing the push that came in. By the way, there's another kill. It's 4 dead once again, back-to-back 4 deads for Na'Vi. And now SLG is looking to up the pace a little bit, but Snipe Drone gets that first pick.
Will be a lead change as well here, 40-28 now, as Quadrant does go in the lead, not just by a few, but by 12. Legend with the Overshield as well, and despite being 2 dead, they're going to look to select these kills here, be very, very selective in the way that they stay on the map here with this Obi to regain advantage off the spawn.
I think the important thing here for Quadrant is they don't have to prioritize the oddball till the kills come in now. They can play with the cushion they have. They have the Overshield, they have Heatwave, they have everything they need to play around the lead they've already established. Na'Vi now under pressure.
And as we said, questions will be continually asked of Na'Vi. They have a nice little tag team there to make sure the Overshield gets taken down, but they still have work to do on this push.
Really good push though from Na'Vi, really good coordination. You can see a couple players flew towards tower and then a couple more kind of doubled back. But playing as twos is important in oddball to make sure that you isolate one player and see if you can get that pick. Na'Vi now looking to clean up here, forcing their way into Garage. SLG putting down so much damage. Someone has to push him. Finally, Mighty's gets that kill, but bought enough time here for Legend to get involved in this match.
Let's see if Legend can make something out of the scraps there. As you said, it was good damage, but I think the timing is just off for Quadrant. They now find themselves 3 dead, and despite the fact that you had SLG with a great nade onto window and then a great isolation to scoreboard, Legend's just a second off of the pace in terms of the overall composure of Quadrant. This means more time on the board. Navi's only down by 10.
Jim being annoying at tower as well. You can see his quick shots down, and Snipe Drone's going to clean up that damage. Chick takes damage as well, and Snipe Drone smartly leaves him there, because what threat is Chick right now to that oddball?
Couldn't agree more. Exactly what I was going to say about Snipe Drone. The discipline to do a 2-shot there onto Nest Box and then leave it. Big deal. Shows the veteran play here coming in from Snipe Drone. Legend's going to try to get a little bit of time here, but he gets caught out.
Snipe Drone will finally be taken down. Na'Vi find themselves 2 dead, and the oddball back in the hands now of the French squad. And almost as importantly, you would imagine, with a sniper in his hands, Chick had the chance to lock down the overshield now. Not for the first time in this game for Quadrant. That's been the difference, I feel, between the two teams, is the power of control.
If Glory stays alive, there's a completely different battle happening for the overshield. But Chick somehow hits the body out of nowhere. I think Snipe Drone gets tagged. No, he doesn't, because he goes for it. He wouldn't if he had. And that's a nice push there. It's a delayed push from Na'Vi. Even though they lose Glory on the dummies and around the overshield, they time it perfectly so that they get the OV in the end. However, they do find themselves down by 30.
Oddball in a really precarious situation. I think Jim's going to try and force this one back in towards the Garage and work alongside Snipe Drone, who has that overshield to clear the way. There's a beatdown. Another opportunity here. Legend stays alive, but Snipe Drone doing so much damage. Well, where's the help coming in from Na'Vi? Now there's 3 players in front of him. He gets the stick.
Wow.
He does more damage, but nobody there to capitalize. And you can see that Quadrant have just managed to evade the pushes, evade the double teams coming in from Na'Vi, and now they have a more established lead in this game.
Glory eventually gets in and gets a little bit of damage here, but Jimbo's going to be your last guy. He's the 4th push, actually. It's a very staggered, just off the pace once again delay, this time for Na'Vi on the pushes. Enough damage was done, though, where Jim finally pulls out a kill, and it's 3 dead, and that is high-level Halo Infinite in a nutshell. They're perfectly displayed by Na'Vi. It was just enough pressure the entire time to force the tides. And you thought as you were watching it that Na'Vi didn't have what they needed, but Jimbo stays alive just long enough for a push to come in from B, and they are scoring and in control once again.
78-52. Legend bottom middle. The ball does get played. Oh, what a challenge that is from Legend, and Jim taken down in that 1v1. Could be the difference in this round. 2 dead for Na'Vi, only 1 in the death screen here for Quadrant, and Quadrant prioritize that oddball and get it moving.
2 dead for both sides. These are enormous kills at this stage of the game. Snipe Drone picking that up will make it 3 dead for Quadrant. He stays alive. Players pushing out here on dummies and cuts.
Snipe Drone just about time to get his shields back. It's a huge 1v1, a huge 1v1, and Snipe Drone will stand tallest at the end of it.
I think anyone watching that who has played enough Halo Infinite or any Halo title throughout the years, you have your your hair standing up on your arm, because that's a nice double kill. Snipe Drone, as you say, just times it to keep his shields on the scoreboard ISO against SLG.
3 dead, overshield coming up. Na'Vi with the ball in their hands as well. They should, if they play this right, turn this game on its head. Snipe Drone was a good damage, however. Legend picks up the kill onto Jimbo. Glory still holding onto that oddball. Snipe Drone is trying to find Quadrant's players. Chick does win that fight, but now you're seeing Legend try and flank with his sniper rifle, and it's a tie game, but the kills are going in the favor of Quadrant.
Let's see what Quadrant can do here. Legend staying alive with Snipe and Heatwave and Repulse. This is a very big moment in this game here. 82-78, they take a small lead.
This could be the last full push. Mighty's gets taken down, snapped onto by Legend with that heat wave. 2 dead here for Na'Vi, 3 dead here for Na'Vi. Last player alive is going to be Snipe Drone, and he's about to find out the Legend has got a heat wave.
See what Snipe Drone can do. Not enough here in the end. Sika will pick up the kill, and this should be the final stretch here for Quadrant.
Mighty's got to fly in. Sika's going to try and rotate away though. 95 and rising. Glory taken down. 2 dead here for Na'Vi. Make it 3. Oh, there is the punctuation point. Coming in from Legend, it's tied up at 1-1, and we are going into a final round here.
I think the second you saw that heat wave hit into the courtyard, you were thinking, I hope he hits the Y button and we see a little bit of a brainer to close out the round. Of course he does it with style, and how fitting as we get ready to go into a 3rd round between these teams. Absolutely back and forth between them both. Legend with a nice, not easily done win against the Pillars player. Ball will be pulled early, but we are now in a sudden death final round of oddball here. If Quadrant takes this, they'll take the series. If Na'Vi takes it, we go to a game 5 Slayer.
And Legend is starting to flow here. You can just see it in the way he's moving around, the confidence in which he's taking these fights. And if you need a little boost of confidence, an Overshield will certainly give it to you. Sniper rifle in his hands, and Legend looking to take over.
Ooh, next little stick though does come in the end from Mighty's. Make sure to get the sniper out 2v2 on the map. Glory trying to stay alive top mid. He will be the one who sneaks away with a sniper for now.
Quadrant got that ball back to tower. Most of this game has been decided by ball time in and around the garage. But this is the first time we've seen a tower set up, and Glory now is trying to find dirt, trying to be sneaky and see if he can pick off one of these Quadrant players. However, he gets spotted out, and now he's probably thinking about getting the odd ball out. Chick's hands can't do it, and now might have just donated them the sniper rifle as well.
Yeah, he tries to go hero there. You can't really blame him. There was an opportunity if he hits that really low percentage brainer that he's able to at least play the ball or turn things around. It doesn't hit though, and as you say, it gives 5 extra sniper shots to SLG, who, mind you, is already 21 assists on the map. Just so much damage.
So much from SLG, like you say. And Na'Vi probably looking back on that last round and thinking, we could have won that.
Oh boy.
But they've got to go through SLG, and you get the feeling he's going to line this up. No way! Legend comes in to help him out, but you slippery pickle, SLG.
That is why it is such a high-risk reward play to try to bring that sniper rifle up the tower and win a 1v1, because SLG is going to turn around on the next push and take down 2 of your players. As a result, Quadrant leads 40-0 in your 3rd round.
Yeah, this has been complete domination from Quadrant in this round, and Na'Vi have got to start to find a bit of composure here. Start to find a little bit of flow and a little bit of teamwork, because it's been 1v1. They've been picked off, and another Overshield now goes to Quadrant, and this could get a little bit ugly if you're Na'Vi. They're not contesting the power-ups, they're not contesting the odd ball in pairs, and they're just allowing the game to come to Quadrant.
Here is a pair though. However, though, they go up against an Overshield. So honestly, it's a really respectable push there from Na'Vi on a 1-2 push all the way from Keydor, also as well as the scoreboard into window. However, when you're going up against Legend with an Overshield, he's going to win that 1v2. That's exactly what he does, and they continue scoring.
Jimbo gets one though. That's the first pick that they needed desperately. Second one comes in as well. Legend going to be forced to play ball, and finally Na'Vi do pick up some kills, and they needed to, because they have been slow at the start of this deciding round. Just a reminder that Quadrant up 2-1 in the series. This is the last round for Na'Vi. If they lose this one, the series is done and dusted. They need to send this to a game 5. They need this round.
They almost feel like this. Ooh boy, nice little return to sender as well, coming in there from Mighty's to stay alive with that repulse on the nade. That was 3 dead, and Na'Vi now scoring it again. So despite the fact that this was looking like the Quadrant boulder was going to continue down momentum, instead it's a killing spree for Mighty's. He's making it look easy, and more points on the board for Na'Vi.
This is what they needed. They needed someone just to give them a little bit of room, a little bit of confidence. And Mighty's is starting to play with that confidence. Bodies one player on the tower after picking up the important kill when the out BR bottom middle onto Legend. SLG going to be pushing, no, and now Na'Vi under pressure once more.
You have to wonder how that happened there. There should have been a little more support, right? If you have Mighty sniping on sandbags there should be a little more support to make sure he's not getting double or triple teams.
No contest on this Overshield once more. That's coming up in a few moments' time. Complete control of this side of the map for Quadrant. Finally, Na'Vi get those 2 kills. They get another one, and Legend now left on his own on an island. 10 seconds till the Overshield comes up, so Quadrant should be able to challenge it. But Na'Vi should be able to get this over if they get the kills they require.
Let's see what Cypher would do. There's a cuts and dummies push coming in right now. Unsurprisingly, this is a big moment in the game here. 36-57. Where does the Overshield go?
They got to push. Na'Vi, if they want that Overshield, have got to make a play. They've got to push up onto the cuts there. They just allow too easily Quadrant to walk up and pick this one up. Yes, they get some kills. Yes, Chick is going to be last alive, but you could have come out of that a little bit better if you're Na'Vi. Chick gets 1, which is going to just reset things, but Na'Vi are back into this. This is a 50-point, almost unresponsive run that's come in from them. 2 seconds, the difference between the 2 teams. And you get the feeling we're going down the wire here.
Yeah, what a set of plays they're coming in from Na'Vi in the end. It will be a ball grab coming in, because we do see 2 dead. Somehow Chick gets around the corner. No grab just yet. 3 dead for a second now. It will be Quadrant not forfeiting the lead, as they will continue scoring at 61-55. In the end, they have control once again.
Series is really on a knife edge right now. Quadrant know that if they just pick up maybe 1 or 2 more, 2-3 deads, that this game and the series will be there. Na'Vi will be feeling the same. This series will be over. It's 2v2 on the map. May hit heavily in the favor of Quadrant. As Seeker picks up another kill. Jimbo trying to push onto that oddball, but he's going to be singled out as the last player alive. He'll be taken care of. The ball goes back into the hands here of Quadrant. They have a lead. and it's starting to stack up. Na'Vi maybe have 1 or 2 more pushes in.
Yeah, Jim not able to get a kill there in the end. It's a really good double team that comes in from Quadrant to make sure that that back A push does not result even in a trade. As a result, Snipedrone has not been able to do anything the whole time because he's had no support, and it will stay a 25-point lead for Quadrant. They've only got 18 seconds to go.
15 seconds, all they need. Glory picks up 1. Jimbo trying to turn his attention. Can't deal with Seeker, though, who's now on a killing spree himself. Mighty's last alive. Legend has the ball in his hand. And in 14 seconds, the overshield comes up as well. Now, the game could end before them if the kills go in the favor of Quadrant. But Mighty's with 1. He's trying to keep this game going. But Legend sat top middle. He gets stuck, but it doesn't detonate in time. Legend lets out a roar as Quadrant will close the series out. 3-1.
And that roar tells you a lot, right? That's not an easy series for Quadrant, and that's one that they took very seriously. They knew that they had to here at the Halo World Championships up against their biggest rivals in Europe. Legend lets out a roar, and that tells you everything you need to know.
Quadrant just showing a little bit more, it felt like experience in the tight moments in that series. Na'Vi will be disappointed, understandably, but the Quadrant story has been one that's captured the hearts of many Halo fans throughout this season, and it looks like that story is going to continue. You summed it up perfectly. The conclusion to this year's story has not been written yet for Quadrant. There's a lot of Halo left here over the next few days for them to be a part of. The question is, how far can they go? Well, in that series, they showed that the start is everything they could have wanted.
And Clutch put it well on the desk as well, right? There's just like a lot that's going to go into this, and how a team wins in pool play tells a lot. You also mentioned it tells you a lot about how their tournament might go. To win here 3-1 in the fashion they did, it's a good sign for Quadrant. I think Na'Vi has a lot of respectable takeaways as well. However, when we really focus on Quadrant in that win, a lot to be proud of for Quadrant. The fashion in which they won their middle games, a lot to be said. And I think Quadrant's going to take from this series a lot of momentum. There's not a lot of questions to be asked. Maybe a few things to work on across the 2 game types. However, overall, if we're looking at Quadrant's momentum, it's pretty close to full power.
Yeah, I would have to agree. If you look at that series layout, a little bit of an alarm clock going off for them maybe. First game of the 3-2 overtime win for Na'Vi, but from there they switched on, they locked in, and they looked absolutely dominant, as we would expect from a team who has been so impressive so far this season. Quadrant looking strong, Andy.
Yeah, they look really good, and I think, as we said, maybe a few things to work on game type wise, but overall they're going to be able to look ahead to the next pool play match and get ready to keep putting on the performances like they have on that main stage.
I mean, this is a tough pool. We all know that, right? There's so many talented teams in Pool D, and Na'Vi are going to have to go through a few more if they want to keep moving forward in this tournament. Quadrant looks strong, though. I think they're looking forward to a matchup with FaZe a little bit longer. But for now, that's going to do it all here from us. We're going to send it over to Blaze on the main stage.
Thank you so much, Onset and Brav. As we get done with this European Classico between Na'Vi and Quadrant, it is Quadrant coming out on top. So Seattle, make some noise for these boys in green here on the stage. Man, Seeker, okay? Let's talk about this series because it was a close one. And your teammates already told you not to give up too many strats, as you normally like to talk to with me. But when it comes down to that all-ball game, all right? They take the first set from you guys, but Mighties and Glories was popping off. What was the game plan for you guys to really slow that one down and handle both of them to come out with that win?
I've been told that I cannot talk about strats or anything, so there's not much to say, to be fair. Like, we didn't really adapt ourselves when we lost the first one. We just kept playing like usual, to be fair. And I don't know, we did nothing special. They just played lights out. To be fair, like they played very well. Like, I was quite surprised.
You know, you guys looked really comfortable. Even after losing the first map, it was an easy Slayer. We saw that magnificent Strongholds gameplay out of you guys with the 250-4. And so after that, you guys seemed really comfortable there. Now, before this tournament, you guys had the Complexity pre-tournament. What did you guys learn from that you wanted to bring into this event?
I think the main thing that we learned in the Complexity tournament is that when we played against FaZe, we really choked the Game 7, you know, the Slayer. We shouldn't have lost that one. So, like, in Slayer, you just learn that whenever you have a big lead, you should just, like, run forward and trade skill. Like, because we played too scared. Like, we spoke about it, you know, the other day. And I think you're right on that one. Like, it's just that we should have more confidence in ourselves, especially when we have, like, big leads like that. And we just gotta play confident.
Yeah, and I agree. Hey, you guys play confident in this matchup for sure. It's definitely showing on stage. I'm gonna let you get ready for your next matchup, but what do you want to say to these Quadrant fans that's been supporting you here in the venue and at home?
I hope you like this one. It's only the start of the tournament. It's a really, really long tournament for us because we
It's only the start.
We don't want to stop right now. We want to go as far as possible, and if possible, bring it to Europe.
All right, give it up one more time for Quadrant Seattle. That's going to do it for us on the stage. Lot, take us away.
Thank you so much, Blaze and Sika. I don't know what it is about Sika, but he pulls on my heartstrings every time we have an interview with him. Every time.
There's something about those Quadrant boys that is like so genuine. Whenever like you hear them talk, and like obviously English is not their first language, but like they're so genuine with their responses, and he gave a lot of props to Na'Vi, so love the interview, Sika. Keep doing your thing.
We love to see that. Quadrant, absolutely incredible. I mean, both sides of the coin here on this series were just formidable foes against one another. We have some map 4 highlights here, and Tony, what was it about this map 4 that kept it so close between these two teams, but ultimately Quadrant pulling away?
Yeah, I mean, game number 4 was looking really exciting, and for this being tied for Quadrant's second best game side, Na'Vi definitely had to run for their money there. Round number 1 was looking so good for Na'Vi, literally all round long. We go to round 2, Na'Vi was still looking fairly dominant, but then Quadrant clutch out at the end and take over. And it was to that round number 3 where Quadrant started off with a 57-0 run. Na'Vi then respond with 53 straight points, and then eventually Quadrant took over and kind of never looked back from there. But still, it was ups and downs, left and right. I definitely give a shout out to Na'Vi for making this tough on Quadrant.
I gotta say, Wes, Legend here was just nuts.
Legend was nuts all series, but that's what you expect from the superstar on this Quadrant team. And I do want to break down this one play that I truly believe is just the epitome of what I know of Legend to be. Calm, cool, collected, movement to a T. Runs the flag into the Mauler right here, gets his shield back, blows up the plasma grenades because he knows he's going to G-slide right through that Needler. And if he didn't do that, if he didn't take his time in a very high-pressure situation under a minute down a flag, he would have died for sure. But because he takes his time, Legend does not let the moment get too big, and he gets Quadrant into overtime with that cap. And that's just like the epitome of just a heads-up play in a very chaotic situation. But Legend is calm, cool, and collected at all times.
Certainly is indeed. You can see the stats coming up on the screen right now. And I just want to say, giving props where it's due for Na'Vi. In that map 1, the overtime was very impressive from them. You talk about the cool, calm, collected. That's exactly what Na'Vi did in that overtime. It was stunning, the push that they made. Jimbo with that kind of patience at first BR, making sure that he wasn't going to push up too far and that he had the numbers as they were spawning up to be able to kind of get that push across the board, and they did just that. It was very impressive from Na'Vi.
I thought Na'Vi played very well throughout the series. Even though you got absolutely shellacked in the strongholds, you were able to kind of move on and play a very strong game 4 as well. Glory, by far the most impressive player on this team this series, but Mighty's having a strong series as well. That was the Mighty's we had kind of been waiting on to see all year. He had been a bit of a disappointment, but that is the best of Glory we have seen, and he is a true talent over there in Ireland.
Really is indeed. Well, I hope you guys enjoying that European Showdown Quadrant. They will take the dub in that series, but that's not the last of Na'Vi. They will be continuing through their pool play, and it's just going to get even harder from here as we go out throughout the weekend. But exceptional stuff from both teams here, so hopefully you're feeling pretty confident about both sides, no matter who you're fans of. And talking about a fan, I'm a big fan of Gamers Outreach, and by the way, it's back at the Halo World Championship. They have some of our favorite co-streamers over at the booth. We have Uber, Nick, and Oath, and we also have Aliak, Reclaimer, and Ice Spiteful joining in on the fun as well. They're doing some amazing giveaways on their streams to help raise donations towards go-karts. You can donate using the QR code in the corner, and this is what your donation amount gets. The ultimate goal for Gamers Outreach is to fund go-karts. So if you've never heard of Gamers Outreach, let's learn a little bit about the special things that they aim to do here.
He's had hard trials that I feel like a lot of people haven't really experienced. As a little kid, that's got to be tough.
There's research to demonstrate that play helps healing time, it helps reduce length of stay, it allows them to thrive in an environment when they're faced with adversity.
Go-karts help make gaming possible inside hospitals. They're portable video game stations that are designed specifically to address the challenges in hospital environment. Each cart is equipped with a lift mechanism, a tray for medical equipment, a screen that tilts depending on a patient's situation, and the entire cart is manufactured with medical-grade plastics.
They forget about what's happening in that hospital room. They can use it to distract from a painful procedure. They use it to make the day go by faster.
You've just challenged a driver.
Hello, I'm Megan.
Oh, nice to meet you. I'm Jerome.
I understand you have Ehlers-Danlos syndrome. Is that right?
Yeah.
Well, I do as well.
Oh my gosh. Or a back brace, stuff like that.
That's pretty similar to me, actually. I have a backpack all the time with my feeding tube, along with metal braces and things. Oh, there's a corner. I suppose what helps me is to think there's other things about me, not just the fact that I have this condition.
That's awesome.
What a novel and brilliant idea. A kid cooped up in a hospital room and a cart comes rolling in with a console on it and you can play games. That's great.
The use of video and virtual reality software as therapy continues to gain momentum in the medical community.
If I'm not feeling good, I get on Xbox and it gets my mind off things. I've created a community of friends that I get on and I play with every night.
The Halo World Championship 2023 is presented by AMD, the Marines, Mountain Dew Game Fuel, and by Zowie.
This is the world's most advanced processor. In entertainment, its rendering speeds render other processors obsolete. It drives the future of autonomous driving, powers cloud services for billions, helps change the course of climate change, connects communities of gamers anytime, anywhere, and uses AI to accelerate disease detection and cures. We make the world's most advanced processors, but only with your vision can we advance the world. AMD, together we advance.
There's a lot of people who have a lot of wins. There's only a few, I would say, that earned every single win in a dominant fashion.
Looks like it's going to be done. Formal for the killing spree. Hits the brain. Making a double kill. Will he get the...
If you look at the trajectory of his career, he plays what he wants to play, and when he wants to play it, he's the best.
Formal's legacy is absolutely ridiculous.
2 games, 2 world championships.
It's a crazy accolade, and not a lot of people have it for a reason.
He is the FPS god.
The future of our species is at great risk. Master Chief and the other Spartans are our only hope.
Welcome to the rubble.
Moving to you, Chief.
Acknowledged. Cortana.
Hello, Master Chief.
Silver team, on me.
For every generation, it has started with the call to serve. Discovering purpose and belonging well-earned. Fighting and winning for our nation and its people. But Marines are never really finished serving. Their commitment is visible in communities across our country. This is Semper Fidelis. Always faithful. Always Marine.
Hello folks and welcome back to the 2023 Halo World Championships. It truly has been an epic year of Halo Infinite and HCS, and all weekend long we're going to be looking back at our favourite plays of the year, and there was your first A&D power play of the year. Absolutely incredible. We loved seeing Mental. I mean, Mental has been so good. And Clutch, we talked about how amazing he has been and the kind of X-Factor player that he is for Shopify. So seeing Mental, you know, kind of really take the stage and early on getting a sneak peek of him as well was pretty epic.
Yeah, he actually had a killing frenzy in that game too. That game too we tuned into. However, I did see that the series the last time we tuned in was tied 1-1 and Native White were up in game 3. So I'm very curious to know what happened in the rest of that series. Mental may have cooled off, but I mean, an unbelievable clip. And he's actually done that a couple of times where he just has so much individual skill and pulls off the incredible.
Well, you talked about, you know, killing sprees, all that kind of nice stuff. Well, we do have our AMD power play, which is Mental with the overkill. Take a look at this.
We see another overshield find the hands of Rebellion, specifically Mental. Now combines that with a sniper in his back pocket, deals with one quickly in Seeker. The no-scope gonna connect onto Legend. Denial comes in.
God.
That player has no idea what's coming.
Get him, boy!
That's an overshield!
A lot of yelling.
I was going to say, rightfully so. But I just love how, you know, GB, you know, with your absolutely exceptional casting there, but GB just in the back hollering, just like, get him, boy!
Oh, my God!
And, you know, he's not wrong. I mean, absolutely. Do you remember that, Tony? That moment, you know, Mental just absolutely popping off, getting that overkill?
There's no way I can forget it. It was absolutely crazy. Everything was just going in their favor. They were grabbing every single overshield, putting in the work, and then right when you thought things started to sway the opposite way, Mental grabs that overshield again, puts it to work, and drops an overkill. I will never forget that moment.
Love that little fun fact. That was Shirzy's favorite moment as well from year 2 of this season. So there we go. Well, let's get back to business here. Let's take a look across our pools and see some of the scores coming in on the doors. And as you can see, Pool A, we have some updates. G1 1-0 over Divine Mind here. So G1 looking pretty prime time. They're going to have to go up against Complexity, and that actually is going to be a bit of a bloodbath, I feel. I think in terms of G1 and Complexity and kind of how they match up, I actually think that could be a lot closer than some might anticipate, Clutch.
I'd favor G1 in that matchup, but I mean, Complexity was not playing poorly against Optic. That is going to be a tight one, and whoever steps up, I'm looking at Precision, the big dog on G1, to carry his team to a victory.
And things going to plan in the other kind of cases there in some of our other series happening behind us as well. But on the main stage coming up next, we do have Native Red versus Shopify Rebellion. We're going to have a closer look at our AMD power play performer, which was Mental just moments ago, and see if he can actually try and duplicate some of the incredible plays that he's had this year, but on the main stage against Native Red. And speaking of, let's start with these boys. Oh, Wes, I mean, same pool last tournament. We saw this matchup. Native Red, they looked really good too, but Shopify, they got better of them in pools. So Native Red, they caught up in bracket play. How important is this series, do you think, to actually both of these teams?
I think this series is massive, but it's more important
on the side of Shopify, especially after seeing the pool results that we just took a look at and seeing that Shopify, even though they were up in dominant fashion in 1-0, up 10 kills in game 2, they actually lost that series against Native White earlier today. So this series is everything if they want a chance to go through winner's bracket. Native Red, they want that same magic they had last year. I'm looking at them to continue that level of play at a world championship level. So they're gonna have to come out hot as well and put Shopify down.
Tony, have you got a good sport analogy for me? Because I've been waiting to hear another absolute banger from you since the last event.
Yeah, I mean, going up into this matchup, it's really going to be all about Native Red's offense going up against Shopify's defense. And, you know, talk about that pool play matchup. It was a 2-1 defensive effort for Shopify Rebellion that beat them out in King of the Hill on Solitude. And then eventually it was Native Red's offense that beat out Shopify Rebellion in the winner's bracket on that same game mode and map combination. That tells you that Shopify want to be defensive and Native Red, they want to get on their offense.
Now, Wes, Shopify, this team, they're not afraid of showing their tactics, switching things up when they need to, and their strats. They always have something unusual up their sleeve. Notably, Snipe, though, has been going into different hands, Wes.
Yeah, I love what they've been able to do as far as allow the young gun in Mental, allow the newcomer in Mental, I should say. He's a young soul. He's gotten the Snipe as of recent for this squad, and they have been much more successful at their starting strats, much more competitive against some of the top teams. Unfortunately, they fell short earlier, so I'm not quite sure where their heads are at or if they're going to try and change things up the day of the tournament because things haven't gone your way.
Tony, when it comes to Shopify Rebellion, they've had their ups and downs. You know, the consistency has been questioned, but when it comes to the actual talent on this roster, is there a player that tends to be overlooked, do you think?
Yeah, you know, I bet Twitch chat is probably thinking, you know, Shopify Rebellion, we're going to be talking about Ryan Noob and how he's a big brain player and how he's underrated in the league and he pops off in the save department. That's what all the cast and analysts always talking about, Ryan Noob. And you know what, Twitch chat? You were absolutely right. Because as long as I'm on this desk, we are always going to be putting respect on Ryan Noob's name. He is not only one of the players that have been able to create the meta that we're playing right now, but also been able to figure out how to counter the meta time and time again throughout his amazing career. I'm a huge Ryan Noob fan and really excited to see what he does for Shopify Rebellion.
Yeah, I really actually think that Ryan Noob brings so much more to the table than people realize. I think there's more that goes into being on a really good Halo team than just the actual physical skill. There's a lot of tactics and kind of thought process that goes behind it. And Ryan Noob tends to be, and in history past, the guy with the brains for that team. So I'm excited to see what they've cooked up here. Like you said, Wes, and mentioned, you know, obviously having Mental now with kind of a different role here, and, you know, a lot of pressure in his hands, but it's been handling it pretty damn well. So getting to see that firsthand on the main stage is going to be pretty special. Well, without further ado, we do have an absolutely epic matchup for you guys for day one of your Halo World Championship. It's going to be Shopify versus Native Red, starting right now.
Baby, it's time for a good one. We got Shopify Rebellion versus Native Red. And I'm Golden Boy, joined by the one and only, kind of, Dave Walsh. David, David, ¿Qué pasó, papi? How are you doing today? I like you're trying to think about what to say, right?
I was like trying to go back to
where's he going?
Spanish. I was gonna like trying to reply back like, bien, y tú? Like,
yeah, yes, yo también. Anyway, guys, this is going to be an excellent matchup. We had an opportunity to commentate Shopify Rebellion versus Native White, and what a series
that was. And we know one thing about Native Red. They ain't no pushovers. Dave, this is going to be a slobber knocker 100%.
Yes, this one is such a closely contested pool, without a doubt. All three of these teams so evenly matched. And like we said, we saw Shopify barely fall 3-2 against Native White earlier. They have to bounce back in the series if they want any chance of taking top 2 in this pool.
This is a pivotal game for Shopify Rebellion. In a series that it looked like they could have very well walked away with the win. I mean, heck, I thought that they were on track to do so after that Stronghold game we saw from them, and that's going to open things up here in this series. So Native Red, I think they're going to be dealing with a different Shopify Rebellion, because what we saw in that Native White Strongholds game was a team that honestly looked like Quadrant, and that was pretty scary.
Yeah, they look super good in that mode. However, also when you look at the matchups and how these two teams do with the mode and maps, both the Slayers are looking in favor of Shopify. So we're going to likely see something where it's going to be a little bit of a back and forth. We might see Shopify take game 2. If we go to game 5, potentially take game 5. However, once again, Shopify was favored in many other instances against Native White.
You're right.
It's really tough to tell. We're here at Halo Worlds. It's who's playing better, who's hitting their shots, and who's making the right moves.
No, you ain't wrong, man. And honestly, like, it's Native Red. You know, this is a team this time last year was going on a miracle run in the Halo World Championship, putting the Native organization on the map. And now here they are yet again. And even though it's a little bit of a different look, you don't have Druck, you got Suppressed in this position, I think a lot of people are still excited about what this team can do, because these 4 players are going to be players we're talking about for years to come. There's just so much talent on this roster. It's absurd.
Yeah, so much talent on both these sides. But looking past game number 1, on map number 2, I'm really keeping my eyes here on Slayer the Streets. This is the mode that Shopify Rebellion barely lost game 5 against Native White. Looking at these stats, though, it's 5-2 for Shopify Rebellion compared to 2-6 for Native Red. So as long as Shopify Rebellion can calm their senses, collect themselves, they just go out and do their business as usual and hopefully take a 2-0 lead in the series or tie it up back 1-1.
One of the players, obviously, that we're going to be looking on the Rebellion side, without a doubt, it's going to be Riot Noob. You know, talked about it, the Death talked about it with Tony, discussing the impact that this legendary player has on this team, and it has been felt. But sometimes, as we saw in that Native White series, it could be a detriment. He likes to play this very unorthodox style. Sometimes it kind of bites him in the butt. Meanwhile, Native Red, they're a fast team. If they get an opportunity to right hook you in the face, they're going to go for it. And I think that Rebellion are aware of this, but it's whether or not they're prepared for it.
Yeah, it's all about playing fast when they need to. We saw when things slowed down, Shopify Rebellion played incredibly well in the Series 1 against Native White. When it slowed down, they calculated their pushes, they were able to get picks here and there, and eventually close out, or I should say tie up, that game number 5 before they had to go to a reset.
One thing I will say is that this matchup, once it starts up, should be a banger, and I'm excited for it. But we're going to have to wait a little while longer. For now, though, we're going to look at 2 other fantastic teams. We've got Space Station going up against C9, SSG up 2-1. And don't worry, we're going to be jumping into our Native Red Shopify Rebellion matchup in a moment. But for now, though, let's go ahead and take a gander at this, as Space Station are looking to maybe add a first point and oddball on the board here.
Yeah, Space Station's looking so strong. They just have to get 1 round of slays here to close out these last 13 seconds. Looks like Eco's trying to rotate that over towards Keydor, realizing that his team was losing the garage fight. And how's he still alive?
Dude, this is
How is he still alive?
Eco's a menace, man.
A time where you're desperately trying to move the ball away to help your teammates slay around it later. He tosses the ball, he gets the kill, he repels someone away from the window, hits a sniper headshot. What can't Eco do?
Well, he couldn't stay alive in that one, but it didn't matter, though, because they won the game. So there you go, look at that. Or they won the round, rather. But 1-0. I mean, really, Eco just... Hey, you really can't say enough good things about the player, like what he's done in his career, what he's accomplished. Kid's insane. Only going to continue to just add more accolades. So it could very well add it this weekend. SSG's a very strong contender for a world championship here, Dave, in Seattle. And I think that they could very well make that run. But of course, they have to be cognizant of the path ahead of them. And right now in their way is C9.
Gotta deal with every round here first. The fact that they've already lost a game so far this series needs to be a note for them to take away. We've seen in many cases teams come out a little flat in pool play, maybe not play to their fullest potential. However, Space Station, I feel like they, out of all the rosters, have been the most consistent. Yes, they've had some lackluster pool play performances throughout this year, but for the most part, they have had the strongest of the top 3 teams in all of pool play.
They've been top 2 practically every event except for one, where they were top 3. What a shame. How could they? Monsters, a lot of them. But genuinely speaking, this SSG squad is the definition of I mean, how many times have you seen this in Halo's history where we've had these like dominant, consistent teams, but to just constantly have these like grand finals appearances time and time again? I don't know, man. I feel like something's got to give. These guys got to win a world championship or another one rather eventually.
I feel like I've never seen something like that before in Halo. I mean, it's just, I guess it's pretty. It'd be pretty amazing if some team or players got to the finals.
Never heard of it, Dave.
Times and,
don't know who would possibly have gone on such an incredible run.
That'd be historic and legendary.
That'd be really cool if there was a team good enough to do it.
Yeah, if so. But
fortunately, that didn't exist when you were on it. Anyway.
See what I have to deal with?
See, no, because you did it. You did it, and I'm just adding it on. Okay? Right now, we're just talking. This is a podcast with Golden Boy and Walshy, okay? That's all it is. But as we look at the action, Cloud9, and an interesting note as well, 50-42 or 50-43 was the scoreline in the 42, excuse me, in the Solitude Slayer game. That Cloud9 won. And I want to take a moment to talk about the C9 team because it's unfortunate. It feels like this team oftentimes gets slept on, but I think it's for good reason. They've really struggled this year. It hasn't been that consistent for the team, and every time we see them, they kind of just seem to be on the receiving end of a rough series. And this time around, it feels like C9 came out to play, and I love seeing this. This is exactly what you need here in Seattle.
Well, Halo Infinite has been more competitive than ever, and it's really tough for us to highlight some of these teams because these teams have the ability to hang with a top 3 squad like we're watching right now. Yeah. But then they also have the ability to lose to a 12 through 16 squad.
Yeah.
And those are the sort of performances and wins and losses we have seen from Cloud9 throughout this year. So it's really tough to nail down the consistency for a roster who's had a variable amount of placings.
Yeah, and also, unfortunately, at times, a rotating door of, cast members, right? And that doesn't help out when you're trying to build that consistency. Take a gander at the teams that are the top performing teams here, and you'll notice the one line that goes through all of them. It's consistency in the roster. They don't make, silly changes just to make a change because, someone, was probably ego challenged one too many times. You know what I mean? Like, there was always that sense of like duty between these players where it's like, yeah, no, we gotta like try and pick up these wins for the top 3 teams, for the Optics and Phases and SSGs of the world. The C9s and Rebellions, and they will more than likely and very quickly get to that point. Heck, they probably already could be there because this event has given us some damn good Halo so far, Dave, and we only just started.
Yeah, it's really difficult to predict what is going to happen this event. Yes, there's some clear favorites and some stronger performances we expect, especially out of these top 3 like Space Station, Phase, and Optic, and also Quadrant. But if you want to catch the rest of this match, let's go over to twitch.tv/HGS. We got a main stage match to bring up on your screen. Native Red versus Shopify Rebellion. We're going to kick it off with game number 1 here soon.
Yeah, I'm really pumped for this one. If you get an opportunity, go back and check out the Native White Shopify Rebellion VOD to kind of get an idea of what to expect in this series because we saw a lot of really cool things from Rebellion. Firstly, the strongholds from Rebellion, as I had mentioned, Shades of Quadrant, scary. They shut down their opponent, and it was systematic the way that they did it. Multi-lane pushes, constantly trying to just be in the face of your opponent, and Native White had no solutions. How do you do that against a Native Red team, though?
I mean, the fact that they did against Quadrant says that they can do it against anybody.
That's true, and I think that goes without saying, right? Native Red knows that Shopify Rebellion have been putting in that work. You knew that this was on the path. And this is your series layout. Live Fire Stronghold, Street Slayer, Recharge Oddball, and if necessary, we'll go to Solitude King of the Hill. And finally, Live Fire Slayer. Based on the history of these 2 teams, I think we're going to need 4 or 5 maps to determine who's going to get the win on this one. Last time these 2 teams played, it was a 3-1 win for Native Red. Rebellion was able to get that first blood.
The very first game.
The very first game. And they're good at that. They're good at those first game wins. But you got to have that consistency time and time again. Otherwise, well, I mean, you'll be looking from the stands.
Yeah, I mean, we kind of saw that early success with Shopify against Native White in our last series. We saw them essentially win in the very first game and a half.
Yeah.
Because they dominated the King of the Hill on live fire. Game number 2, when it came to Slayer on recharge, they were up by a significant margin and then dropped that game. They dropped a 10-kill lead where Mental had a killing frenzy.
Hence the game and a half. We were like confused by this. We were like, wait, how does this make any sense? Shopify were just dominating. And then, just like that, Native White found that next gear, and they were able to get right back into the game. With Native Red, I feel like this is a team that once they get comfortable, and I feel like they're starting on that path, and Suppress being a part of this lineup is quite dangerous. It's going to be very difficult for Rebellion to have to make a stop here, but this is it, folks. We're jumping into the action. Live Fire Strongholds, map 1. Shopify Rebellion versus Native Red. As we get ready for the game to start up here in a moment and the teams are getting ready to go. There's a lot of pressure, Dave. A lot of pressure.
So much pressure, in fact, that I think we should take a step back.
Yeah, we should. We should reset for a second.
We should regroup.
We should regroup, give people more time to sit down on the stands, you know, do the thing. ¿Sabes?
So yeah, we'll make sure we get these players loaded up in the lobby shortly and get ready to start it off. But I can't say enough about these two teams and how evenly matched they are. Like I said, I feel like if I had to predict this just going off of stats, not going off of what I saw earlier today, I almost feel like it's game 2 and game 5 going for Rebellion. However, I do feel like 1, 3, and 4 are going over to Shop. Or sorry, are going to Native Red.
Native Red.
Yep.
Yeah. No, I agree with that. I think that makes total sense, especially when you consider like hot start into Slayer. Yeah, Rebellion like to get that first win, and it does serve them well a lot in the past. It's just going to be so hard to pull that off against Native Red. But hey, man, stranger things have certainly happened here. And to be completely frank, it doesn't matter where the chips fall, because either team is deserving in this position. This is a very difficult group. 3 teams, unfortunately, because Ascending Baseline couldn't compete. So really, it's a bloodbath in there, man. It's just 3, Native and Shopify. Crazy. This is it. Let's jump into the action now and start things off with Mental from Shopify Rebellion. And we'll see what this opening gambit's going to look like here. But immediately, we're going to see some trades being given off on both sides here. But Suppress answers with 2 of his own. B's going to be up for picking, and that is going to go straight over to Native Red.
Both teams got the same memo and said, all charge over at B and fight for this spot. Talik, now with the snipe, setting up for this OS. Can he get this crucial pick? He doesn't have as much help over here. Mental getting the first pick on to Manny. Suppress getting a pick on Mental himself, and that's going to be OS going in the hands of Shopify Rebellion. But he's getting slung out into the open. He doesn't get sniped because of it. But it looks like Talik has already repositioned and picked on other members of Shopify Rebellion.
There you go. So Cycle's able to get those 2 kills. It took some effort, but he was able to secure it. I do want to talk about briefly that whole play and how it went forward, because grab sniper in mid, come over to the garage, get the eyes on a overshield with 2 seconds left, and then you pop a smoke screen on it. You put pressure on the window player, and then they get the overshield. Both teams knew exactly what the other team wanted to do. And it has just led really to this kind of like, I wouldn't say stalemate, because Native Red are in the lead right now, but man, just brilliant plays, micro plays that these guys are making. So cool.
Yeah, absolutely incredible plays. We're going to see, how does Soul Snipe decide to play this? He feels like it's almost too good to be true, but at some point when you're not seeing any action, you're like, well, why can't I just go tip my toe in there just for a little bit, see how warm it is?
I want to see how the water
I don't think it's got to be that bad.
And then you end up dead.
Yeah, but right there, like we said, just too good to be true, because if pressure was not being received over at the C Stronghold, you know they're all over at Scoreboard and A Garage. So he kind of walked right into the trap, even though he knew something was awry.
Yeah, and that actually opens things up quite a bit here for Shopify Rebellion. They're now able to add some points to the board here. So we take a look at Rynu's perspective. Nice little fadeaway nade there to take out Talik. Heat Wave available too. And they do have positioning here. 2 members down. They're trying to go for this trip cap as well. It's going to put the pressure here on the blue squad to just try and make some moves.
Yeah, and getting that opening kill on Talik, breaking out of that garage. We are now seeing a trip cap here from Shopify, so any missteps can be so costly here against these squads, especially with how fast-paced these 2 teams play.
Yeah, I mean, Rebellion has been flying around the map, and Native Red have pretty much met them every single time. That's pacing that you certainly don't expect to see this early in the tournament, but this is what it's all about. Halo World Championship. Have a chance to put your name in history, and a lot of these players have been close. You know, they put your name in the history books, you're right there. big opportunity here in Seattle. It's going to be 2 caps now, A and B for Native Red. Rain trying to suss out where these targets are going to be coming from, but Manny's able to get 2 for his effort. It's going to be 3 down now for Shopify Rebellion. Just continues to look good for Native Red, who have already added on to a sizable score here at the start of the game.
And look at this fantastic movement. Return to sender on over towards Mental with that frag grenade, but these players around those pillars, I remember we saw also in that last match when we saw, I believe it's SLG just dancing around that pillar against Na'Vi. Players just learning even better in the second year of Halo Infinite how to maneuver and best disguise themselves around the map.
That's what you have to do, play your life. Every single respawn is super valuable at this level of play. B's up for grabs, so they're going for the reset. Ryan, he moved away to the mid over towards Sandbags to just try and support anyone pushing in the middle, but instead his teammates end up dying right before they go for that cap on B, and that's just going to continue to add on for Native Red. Certainly has to sting for Rebellion here.
Yeah, and Ryan kind of caught in a difficult position. Made a bold play to continue to rotate on over towards Nest, hoping to help his teammates from Garage, but both sides get picked apart, and Mental, the only one alive. Overshield popping up in the hands of Talik. Native Red in such a strong position right now.
Talik did eat a melee there, so he is going to stay alive for the time being. He's got 2 players down low, easy pickings for him. Uh-oh, shades of, all right, I like that. I like that you want to bust out the bandit there. I wonder why.
A little taste next year.
Manny now, as well as the rest of Shopify Rebellion, tussling down low here. You got yourself 3 caps for Native Red. They have been on fire at the start of this series here and showing no signs of slowing down. And I think that if you are Shopify Rebellion, you have to find a solution, figure it out. What are they doing so well here that you can try and maybe replicate or even try and exploit? And I just don't know if they have the time to figure this out here.
Yeah, this one's just difficult when they have so much slaying power. I mean, you now have 3 down. We did see Shopify do a great job getting a trip cap last time they got advantage. They have a trip cap now. If they get around to slaying here, this can start to bring them right back in the game.
We'll see how much they're able to benefit from this.
Amazing flank right here, by the way.
It is.
Unexpected.
Look at
Talik getting shot in the back. Panicking entirely.
He just hit him with every single piece of utility that he had in his arsenal just to remove that player. So effective with that. And that is going to open up A side, so they do secure that. 105, 162 and counting for Shopify Rebellion as they're trying to get back into this game, and they're so close to doing so here. And this is Cycle with a hot hand, a good run that he's been able to put together here, and I think he's doesn't want to slow down anytime soon.
He doesn't. He wants to run across the whole map. He wants to experience this whole world. He hasn't went to back a tower.
He's a young guy.
But he's went everywhere else. He's exploring everything that Livefire has to offer.
That's right. The sights, the sounds, the trees and water. I think. I don't know. I haven't really looked. But in any case, though, he keeps on going. What a run that Cycle's been going on here. Locking down B by himself as the rest of his teammates try and just remove the rest of the problems across the map. Yet another overshield grab as well for Native Red. Has to be heartbreaking for them there, but for Shopify Rebellion, that is.
But back in the game, though, they did what they set out to do. They got a trip cap. They closed about 100 points there once they got that trip cap, and they're right back in this. It gets scary once you start to get that big of a deficit. So for them to just run around, get all the slays, Cycle still might even be alive, helping with the tourism board from Livefire. Yep. But yeah, just doing everything right there. But mainly and most importantly, getting those slays and getting those points back on the board.
All right, B's about to get grabbed here, so Soul Snipe's going to go for an angle potentially inside of the garage, courtesy of the heat wave, which he got on the way over here. He's timing that one. Sniper battle in front of him. Does he stay alive out of this? The Sniper, nope. Instead, it's actually going to be Mental going down. Soul Snipe is profiting off of that one greatly. 2 players down now. He's got this snipe angled right toward mid, but he knows where the push can potentially come from here. Right toward dummies. He's able to cap 1.
Looking for any spawns there. Realize everyone came alive and damage has been done. Can he get the finish? Yes, he does. That is going to be a continued control here for Native Red. They only have 2 of the strongholds at the moment, but damage is still racking up. He needs a BR though.
Yeah, he needs a gun.
He's a bandit. He needs something.
Look, to your left, buddy. There's a gun there. There's a pistol. Just grab it. I'm trying to help you out here. Look out for a brother. But I guess he has other plans here. He's got one shot left with the snipe, too. Here comes the push now. 3 members. He's only got 1 bullet. Maybe he pulls off a miracle here. Get close. This is ridiculous. Okay, thank you.
Got the BR finally.
That's what I was saying, because if he does that, I would lose my mind. But 227 now, Rebellion trying to add on to this. And if they do a trip cap like they did a little while ago, Dave, they can really catapult in this lead if they want to.
They can. Last time we saw them get about 90 points in the trip cap. However, the pressure comes to be is this next step that Native Red gets could be the game ender. It's not unheard of to get 20 points, especially when you know you just have to slowly close it out. They just need a round of slays, and Native Red could close this out, but we're gonna see. Shopify have 1 or 2 pushes left here. Right here's gotta be the deciding battle. Rain fighting Talik from the nest, trying to repulse out, delaying as best he can.
5
but we
points.
do have Mental inside the hill. A pistol finish from Suppressed all the way across the map.
Give
against
it to the boy.
Him and Cycle.
Damn.
I love that roar there.
That was good.
Suppressed roars after the long range and close range pistol fights to secure game number 1 here for Native Red.
It was 1 push that they had, Dave. They spawned all the way back tower. For all week, it could have been a football field that they were crossing. It just would have taken forever for them to get to that point. And when you have these players hitting the way that Native Red are hitting, it is quite dangerous. And Native Red are going to go up 1-0 here. Live fire strongholds, a game mode that you know, intelligently enough pointed out, Dave. This was a game mode very good for Native Red. You felt confident with them. Now it's time to see if map 2, Slayer, works out for Rebellion. But we'll take a look at some of the highlights here.
Taking a look. This is also interesting. We've seen so many periods throughout this game where Native Red were holding that window. You saw Soul Snipe going back there. You saw Talik going back there. You saw them going for the spawn slays on players going towards dummies. Just holding that position quite a bit more than I expected and also really seen in setups from teams.
Yeah. There's certainly a layer of the game right now, as you had mentioned before, Halo Infinite just getting older and people getting more familiar with the game and participating in these tournaments. You're starting to see just all these little micro things start to pop up. Right? Small details that these players are trying to focus on. Where do you bank your grenade? How do you angle this? Where do you position here? And these 2 teams, I think, are really good examples of that because they're going to be the ones that, keep pushing this game forward, right? With the speed and aggression we saw from Native Red, a lot of teams last season picked up that aggression, right? With the exquisite stronghold plays and the way that Quadrant approached the game, a lot of people picked up on that too. There's learnings, and it's been exciting to watch these teams get better and better each and every event.
Yeah, they're looking both scary good. Taking a look at this head-to-head, though, between Suppressed and Ryanoob, a 1.07 KD versus Ryanoob, 1.04 from Fort Worth. Let's see how these 2 teams show up here today, though, at the Halo World Championship. That event was not too long ago, but we're in a whole different environment.
That's right.
Whole new city up here in Seattle. And Shopify Rebellion, they really need this game too.
They need it.
They're favored here, and they need it.
Yeah, this is pretty much, do or die to a certain extent for Shopify Rebellion here. They just can't give up anything else as far as the pool play goes because of the 3-team group. But we're going to start things off with Suppressed, one of our players to watch coming out of that last game there. Great help from Manny, but Ryanoob, the other player we were checking out, picks up a double with those rockets.
Shopify, like you said, getting those rockets. Ryanoob being aggressive, making this push. Knows that a stock rifle's around here somewhere, Tram, but both these players playing a little game cat and mouse, hiding from each other and running away.
And that time around, it was pretty much a who wants to play a game of chicken. And Suppressed and Rain were just...
Don't need to bring a third animal in this GB. I already said cat and mouse.
You did. I'm so sorry. I apologize to all the cats and mice that are out there.
We'll stop horsing around.
Ah, okay.
Right,
well, I hate
stop. Calm it down. It's all time
calm
to
it down, Dave. It's World Championship. Come on, man. Some decorum over here. This isn't the Bonanza. 7-4 total, and the count here is Native Red. Wanting to get a 2-0 against Shopify Rebellion really would be quite the downer for Rebellion after a few of the maps that they've had. So that's why Rebellion are going to try and keep this one close, which is what they do. 7-7 tie now with a few big kills coming in. Soul Snipe as well as Suppress going down. Manny is going to fall victim there as well. And I like that every time Rebellion and Native Red, like either side, they're in these fights. There's always trading.
Yeah, kills are just answered. We're not really seeing 2 kills secured, no deaths. It's 2 kills secured, one of your players has to go down.
Yeah, it's like an agreement that they all have with each other here. At least until we hit like maybe the halfway mark, and then it's like no holds barred, you know?
No, just these players know how to trade damage so well. Like you see right there, they're not afraid to sprint, slide, trade on melee. And somebody's there to answer that last headshot if necessary. 2 melee straight out there between Talik and Mental. And like we said, we have yet to see one team really get all 4 down and get some sort of spawn trap. This might be the very first chance we see Mental, the only one left alive here for Shopify Rebellion.
Yeah, and he's going to hang out over toward the cafe. They got the rockets, Native Red, so they take that away from Rebellion, who had a great opening strat to get those rockets early on. Now with these, maybe, you know, that could be the difference maker here. Or, you know, you just get one out of it. But either way, you keep it out of the hands of your opponent. That's the most important thing, and it opens up a side of the map for you. Oh, I like this.
Pushed on over. Tricked by the threat sensor, thinking that nobody's there since he checked. False sense of security right there. And 3 down again for Shopify Rebellion, but these kills have been traded back and forth. So
yeah,
it's not just like the 3 kills for Shopify. Shopify also took down 3 members of Native Red over the course of the last 15 seconds.
It just keeps happening. Every single time a kill comes through, it gets traded out instantly. And I was going to say a 2-kill swing potentially for Native Red. It gets answered back right away by Shopify Rebellion. Suppress now over toward B steps. Waiting to see if maybe there's going to be some easy pickings here. He does manage to find one. It's Mental. He was very weak inside of Tires. And he has a teammate putting pressure over toward the backside on A. And even though Talik is going to die out of that one, they're able to add some damage to this here. But the kills are going on the side of Shopify Rebellion. And then you get yourself a few more for Native Red. They're right next to each other. It's been constant this whole map.
Yeah, it's been so close this entire time. Yeah, I feel like we haven't seen much more of a lead than 3 outside the very beginning of this game. It's really been trades back and forth. We're going to see if that changes here in 15 seconds with this new set of rockets. Unlike the last time we saw Shopify Rebellion play this against another Native roster, we are not going to have this one go to time at all. Last time we went to a time. It was a tie in the first play of this.
That was a genius play that we just saw there. So smart. The player top of Tram was pulling so much attention that the other player came around from B steps and just beamed him, ruined him, and that gives Ryan Noob another rocket. So they were using that bait and switch to get themselves a power item, and they successfully do so. And as you mentioned before, you talked about the Native White game. Ryan Noob took his time with those rocks. Uh-oh. Okay, there it is. Okay, I was about to say, if he gets back whack here, that would suck. But he takes his time with those rockets, and he's very methodical with them. And that's kind of, it's been good and bad, because I think in that Native White game, if he would have pushed, maybe they could have gotten 1 kill out of that. But you know, he's just such a methodical player. He's probably thinking like, let me not just go ahead and throw these out willy-nilly. It's that intelligence that takes you to this level.
Well, we're speculating how Ryan Noob is calling this out and playing this. Let's hear from themselves. We're going to go to a listener with Shopify Rebellion and hear how they're going to try to close out this game number 2.
Give me a sec. Still two. Give me a sec. Still one. All right, all up. I'm coming now. 3. I'm coming. Give me max.
Get damage. Dead. Both dead.
Close on me. Give both skin. 2 seconds. Plants coming.
Both skin.
Both really weak. Nice.
Going down.
Should be spawn. Gonna be down. I'm here. Ice cream. I got one. Nice kill. Watch out. They'll be playing for Ryan in a second. Yeah. I'm pushing this out with you. Yo, hey.
Both. So B steps up. And arcade.
Yeah.
I got one. Watch arcade.
Dead. Oh, fuck. You're fucking shit, Tim. 4 more kills. Rockets.
4 kills remain for Shopify Rebellion. They can tie the series up 1-1. Excellent calls. And even hearing them say they're going to play for Ryan. They're going to play for Ryan because they know that he's causing problems in the back line.
That's how you know you've been a nuisance behind enemy lines. Just
one
playing
more.
on that 1 kill away. Native Red somehow have to play perfect Halo for 9 kills in a row to somehow bring this game back. They've got 1 kill. They make it 2 kills.
This is doable.
7 still to go, and this is going to be a tall order. Ryan Noob going to take his own hands, trade out of melee against Manny. and close out game number 2. We got ourselves a series.
Oh, yeah, baby. You love to see it. Rebellion managed to dig deep, pull off a win 50-45. This map plagued them in the native white game. This map and mode. So for them to be able to pick up the win here, has to feel like a bit of a monkey off their shoulder a bit, you know?
But that is the game that they need to win. Now the real test comes to be here in games number 3 and games number 4 here. Shopify Rebellion want to extend this series to a game 5 where they are favored. But these next 2 games, favored for Native Red.
Yeah. Oddball Recharge coming up next for map 3. But got to give credit where credit is due. Cycle's been playing a great series thus far. And yeah, he's on the top damage, top of scoreboard, but really, I think if you look at what he's been doing this game, he has been setting up his squad for success so many times, opens up the lanes for guys like Ryan, guys like Rain to go in for the flanks, do what they need to do. Meanwhile, you have an excellent Native Red team that thrives in that aggression, plays to very much a speed that is hard to counter at times. It's a clash of titans, I feel like. These 2 teams are, it's evenly matched, man.
Well, they got good, fast playing speed, but check out our broadcaster speeds. We're going to go to another game right now. We're going to watch some LVT versus Na'Vi right now on the side station and see how they're going about here in this game number 1 on Live Fire Strongholds.
We were watching the Na'Vi game earlier against Quadrant. What a matchup that was. Glory hopped off in that series. Unfortunately, toward the end, kind of teeter off a little bit, but then you had Snipe Drone picking up the slack as well. So Na'Vi are hitting at this event. They just need to keep this going and not let that Quadrant loss set them back too much.
Absolutely not. I mean, they knew they were not the favorites going against Quadrant, but they also put up an incredible fight. We saw them take game number 2. We saw them take round 1 in their oddball live fire. We saw them have moments. Now they just need to bounce back, build off that, and continue to make some moves in pool play.
He's going to get flipped for LVT. 3 players tucked away toward dummies. And remember, folks, you can watch this over toward the C-Stream. And I think also the friends over at LVT Halo are also covering this one as well. So make sure you go ahead and give those guys some love. Awesome what they do for the community. And Glory with a double kill there is looking quite solid thus far if he can keep this going. Diagram now getting a lot of pressure, but look at the way he's handling this. A 360 kill. Somebody stop this man.
Also keeping in mind all the teams that are in this pool, it's very high likelihood that whoever wins this match is going on to tomorrow.
Yeah.
Meaning that this, if you don't win this, you're pretty much done for.
Yeah.
You somehow have to beat Quadrant, you have to beat these other top teams inside Pool D.
And also, I mean, yeah, FaZe Quadrant, LVT Na'Vi, and on top of that, LVT took a map off of FaZe as well. So you know that it's there for them.
They got to string it together somehow, but this is the absolute best chance for both these teams to go on tomorrow. You don't want to put it into fate to have to beat a FaZe or beat a Quadrant.
Not at all.
To get your tournament life just back in line.
Yeah, and we're looking at a trip cap happening here for LVT as A's getting pressured. B was going to get grabbed for a brief moment there, but it ends up getting flipped. This is opening up the floodgates here for LVT to wrap up this first map here. The calls are coming through. Diagram letting them know exactly where they're going to be located. 2 players right outside. Weak in the knees as well as he comes around the corner. Should be able to pop the second one there. He knows exactly where he's going to be. And that is just going to continue to add on to LVT's just enormous score total that they've been able to conjure up. 231, to 158.
Yeah, and they're stopping the bleeding, but it's just stopping the bleeding. Points still ticking up here. They now have to make the obvious push on over towards B. Feels like they're already committed towards B as well. They could decide to make a different push all the way towards A, but 2 members fall down. Diagram and crew know where the players are at. Jimbo, the last one standing.
And this should very well be it. Once they lock this down, if they can secure or just hold on to their, their home flags, wherever that may be, either A or C, they got to actually bounce back off of this one. Can be quite problematic, but there it is. So they swapped it. They get the reset on B, and then they'll be good to go. 3 points remaining in LVT. So close, and they have to flip this A site here. So there's still going to be some game to play. Na'Vi trying to make something happen here as they're looking to make the flip happen.
Mighty.
And they get it.
Mighty somehow getting the flank and the shots from the side. and get that cleared. What looked like an absolute game over here could be the start of a miraculous comeback.
Uh-oh. Oh boy. This could actually be nuts. Okay, so they do manage to get the flip, but unfortunately, guys, you can check out all the action over toward the C stream, HCS Red on Twitch, or you can go to LVT Halo and check them out as well. We got a series that we got to follow here as we jump back over to Shopify Rebellion Native Red.
Yep, kicking off game number 2. We got Recharge, Oddball. Nobody going for that ball right off the start, just like it happens in all my matchmaking games.
Dave, maybe you're the problem.
I'm not going for it. I got to go for some slays, man. It's not my job.
Oh, okay.
I picked the ball. Someone else go grab it.
Yes. Selfish. Oh, man. All right, well, ball still up for grabs here. Native Red's going to be the first one to gain possession of it. It's got a lot of help over toward the elevator, too, with new spawns coming in. Even though there's going to be one member toward tower, that's Mental. He's not really in a position to make any moves quite yet. He's got help now. As Manny goes in for the kill, but he's going to take some shots from above as well. So, you know, this is a bit of a rock and a hard place situation to be in. Yeah, somehow Manny's still alive.
Somehow still remains there over in the pit. Gets the pick on Mental, and they got to stop this push here from control over towards elevator. This is going to decide who's going to be able to hold this ball for a bit. It looks like Native Red decides to scrap up some time. Sometimes this can be scary, though. You do not want to risk losing the fight in elevator because you not only lose control of the area, you lose ball time, and there it is. They went from a time where they had a setup and they could have maybe both been firing together to now have to retake elevator.
Yeah, it's a bit of a precarious situation that they find themselves in here. Cycle stays alive with the help of that metal pillar, but he's getting, I was going to say Mental. If he ended up getting back out of that one, it would have been super unfortunate, but this is going to stabilize Shopify Rebellion and add a few more points to the board here for them.
Yeah, Mental putting some time on the board. Most kills, most time, least deaths. Already off to a great start here for Shopify Rebellion and Mental. They now have the lead, and they now have to play this cautious. Keep in mind, Native Red did not get a play ball last time they had the elevator set up. Mental preemptively play balls it before he reaches too much pressure. Also wins a one-on-one against Manny.
That was very big. We'll see, though, how that maybe has ramifications a little bit more. But Suppress now, holding down Whirlpool. Soul Snipe gets himself the camouflage, but the ball still going to be available. 2 players down, courtesy of Ryan Noob, though, finally is going to get cleaned up himself. Mental in a interesting position here just to try and challenge his elevator with that ball down low. He's going to need some support. You know exactly where these players are going to be positioned here, and good heads up, just awareness. He knew he was getting shot from behind, back down low. It's just wild to think that this guy, you know, former Gears of War pro, has just continuously grown event after event. In Halo.
Yeah, that motion it's so hard to remain calm during those situations. Understanding where the shots are coming from, back, repositioning so that you can still hit your shots, focus on that kill, and then worrying about that second threat later. This guy looks like he's been playing Halo for years.
Yeah, that's you know, when you are a championship-winning professional gamer, you know what the work.
Good gamers are good.
Yeah, almost right.
Yeah, what the heck?
Who would have thought? Oh, a stick there from Talik over toward Rain. Soul Snipe knows he is the target over toward Long Hole, as the B is now going to be, or sorry, the ball is going to be up for grabs here. No one's going to go for it quite yet, as everyone's jockeying for position. Also, don't forget that camo's going to be popping up here. Gold plays pretty big. Mental opens up this side of the map. Can anyone wrap him up here and get him out of this position?
Enemy has the ball.
Doesn't seem like it.
Enemy has the ball.
Look at this. Objective efficiency wants to just continue holding this until one of his teammates comes on over. Even though he has the weapon to do a little more damage across the map, he's going to wait until he can pass that on over to a teammate. Unfortunately, gets taken out by Suppressed, the last member alive.
Yeah, that guy got right through. It was unfortunate. Pretty much the worst timing you can have. Ryan Noob, I believe, was over toward Long Haul, and I think he had taken the steps at that point. That player jumped up from boxes on Long, came back in. Just Halo timing 101. It kind of puts things a bit on its side here. The ball now over toward the Hydro side of the map. And that shock rifle hasn't really been getting all that much, but it's just really just having that weapon on this side of the map could actually be quite nice for Shopify if they decide to go for it and try and use it to stop these players coming in from the tower side.
Yeah, but there's all 4 down on Shopify. Native Red get a chance to set this ball up over at the Hydro. we critiqued them a little bit before when they had the ball over at Elevator. They never got to play ball. Let's see if they make the same mistake again. I highly doubt it. Generally, when you commit over towards Hydro, that ball is either putting time on your team's scoreboard or it's going off the map and going for a swim.
Yep, and I think that is exactly what's going to happen here. Play ball and good call. Observers is going to head right over to the bats. Now Ryan Noob in that gold steps here is actually huge win there for Taulik, because if Ryan Noob stayed alive, that is not a guy that you want in this particular position to try and stop you from gaining control of this ball.
Yeah, Taulik just laying down some more shots. Knows that there's some resistance over in the pipes. Just has a really unfortunate timing there. I believe he missed that player. Yes, now he gets shot in the back from those gold stairs.
Still trying to contribute as much as he can, though. Even though he knows that he's beeping constantly, there's not really all that much he can do besides put shots forward and hope that his teammates are there for the cleanup. Here comes Rain. Over toward Whirl, 2 players now at Elevator, and that was great too. Rain could have easily committed to that fight. That player was weak, he could have kept going, but he knew that it was just too good to be true. Backed away, he's able to get a trade.
Would have walked right into the trap, also put himself in a position where if that person doubled back and ego challenged, he could have got that easy finish. But also, like you said, more so playing his life, forcing those spawns over at Elevator, grabbing those grenades, and holding down the pipes.
Now with Mental gaining a camo here. It's going to give his team so much information, potentially, but 2 players down now. So the camo player is going to need to make some magic happen. He's got a teammate there, but he gets sussed out. Oh, the camo eyes on Taulik. Caught him. Beautifully done. As the ball's now going to be over toward Hydro. Gets played, so that is going to just all this effort that Native Red, or excuse me, that Shopify Rebellion put toward trying to get this ball back ain't going to work out that well for them. But they got to get this ball possession. 1 second remaining. No need to grab it because you had 2 points on the advantage. And that could have gone down to the wire and been quite problematic.
Yeah, and I'm surprised at how these games or this rounds are just ending off of slays.
Yeah.
Neither of these teams going for full-on steps, just showing how evenly matched these are.
They're even in slays, by the way, 50-49.
That adds up. Makes sense, because that looks so evenly matched, so back and forth there. We continue to see that too as well throughout game number 2. We saw Street Slayer. We just saw so many times that neither of these teams were completely dominant and getting them on a spawn trap instead of trade for trade for trade.
Yeah, a lot of these teams have been on a path of improvement in a very, parallel sense, because you've been seeing like Native Red had to pick up a player, had to incorporate that player. Same thing for Shopify. Had to incorporate this lineup together, make it work, right? We sometimes forget that like Shopify Rebellion, very young team, as far as like the time that they've been together. And for Native Red, they've had that time, but they're trying to pick up these pieces. The fact that they're so close to one another just goes to show the talent that is on that stage.
Yeah, and a couple of the, obviously Native Red, the majority of this roster has proven itself together all throughout last season. Whereas Shopify, we kind of have some newer blood, I almost want to say, in Halo at the highest level. Someone like Cycle hasn't gotten these sort of chances on these top teams.
Yeah.
Mental making the move on over from Gears of War.
Yeah. And he's been a Rebellion holdout the whole time.
Probably incredibly great, but yeah, we don't have the same sort of level of history and years at the higher level of competitive Halo that we do compared to Native Red.
Yeah. And even then, though, it's been an impressive series. 1-1 in the count if you're just joining us here. Both teams laying it all out here on the main stage. These are the type of series that get me really excited, just as a nerd for Halo, because I know the amount of work that these squads put into it. You see it in the scrims, when you see it pop up on Halo Data Hive, and you see like how many games these guys are playing. That time, that work is being put in, and it's reflected. It is reflected in this series. It's reflected in their placements as well. And Brian Noob now, good call. Tell Cycle, hey, I got a guy over here, need him to clean it up. And then they had another player right for the picking as well. This is going to be a 3-kill swing. Beautifully done.
Also, just that backup. Doesn't trade the melee and trade a kill. Realizing he has a significant advantage. Backs away, finishes off the BR shot. Many players there default just going straight for the melee to make sure they secure the kill.
Press is going to be by himself on an island as 3 of his players are over toward gold, 25-13. You would think with the way that, honestly, with the way that Native Red have been playing, you would think that the score would be a little bit higher, given that it feels like Rebellion have kind of been shut down over and over again.
A lot of times you look at Ace or Ryan Dubrash, like, oh, they're going to be objective efficient. Anytime they're even in slays, they're going to come out ahead of objective. But not quite the exact case here on this game. Also keep in mind, like we said, Native Red favored in this from how well they've been, or from their record in the 2023 season. I also slightly misspoke for game number 4. Game number 4 actually is in favor of Shopify Rebellion. I believe they're like 2-1 on Solitude versus Native Red's like 1-2 or something like that. So it's very, very close.
Yeah, and
so not a huge data set for that one.
Nothing shocks me with that though, because Native Red, Native White, as well as Shopify Rebellion, 2 teams that sit very closely against each other in the I guess in the ladder of professional Halo, if you will. Ryan Noob looking to make a play to bring this ball over toward Hydro. Gets it pretty far in though, but there's no one there to pick up the ball. So now you're really going to need to just zone out, get these kills, and then try and see if you can get some benefit out of this one here, because with that ball low, 2 blue members are going to be located on the blue side of the map. Massive fight here as Soul Snipe. He thought he was going to get challenged, but suppressed. Smart play. Plays the ball, dishes it out because he knows he was going to die out of that one. You don't want to give that up.
Yeah, gotta get those play balls where needed. We were critical of the one time Native Red did not play it from Elevator, which made that game even closer in the favor of Shopify. But it seems to kind of be business as usual here for Native Red. They're doing a great job trading out slays. Every once in a while, they get the setup that gives them 10 to 30 seconds of time, and then they go right back to slaying.
Yep. It's a system that's been working out for them. Perhaps Rebellion have wisened up to it a little bit. Good toss-up over to the bat ledge there. He's got a teammate spawning up top gold too, but that's going to get knocked right back down. Love the ball physics. Man, he sees Elevator open. He's going to go right
bat
with it.
ledge did not seem to work so well for them. I'm going to take a little bit of a different route here.
Enemy has the ball.
We're starting to see a little bit more dominance here.
A little more control.
From Native Red, they're getting the slays, they're on the ball, they're rotating it a little bit. Like, they just seem to have kind of everything going on for them. And I wouldn't be surprised to see them play this soon, but what a wacky little battle back and forth.
Yeah, actually, I was going to say, had you stayed alive out of that one, I think it was Soul Snipe.
No play ball?
Oh, that's right, no play ball. So you're still going to be tracking the side, but you have members that are just still stuck inside of gold. So this is going to be a little bit of a tug of war here if Shopify Rebellion decide to go for this one. But I like the fact that he's going to use the green gun, drain those shields because of the fast fire rate of that pistol. Did they get the ball out of there, though? They did manage to take it out.
Guess it doesn't matter when you go to slays, but like hard not to argue and say if you have the teammates over at Elevator, that you rotate the ball towards Elevator, or you need to just play that ball in the center. So feels like Native Red seemed to opt a lot of times for drop the ball and get the damage, get the slays. I mean, they did so well holding there for a long time in pipes, and I mean, arguably they came out ahead in slays throughout this entire exchange.
And with 36 seconds left on the clock.
That would have been a massive mistake if you said 35 seconds.
I know, how dare I?
That would have been
now we're at 34, I'm a criminal. But look, this is where things get really, really dangerous for Rebellion, because the reality of the situation is you got camo, you have positioning, you have ball, and on top of that, you have a Rebellion team that is simply just playing catch-up. The fifth man is on the field, and his name's the Clock. Time McSteven. I don't know, I just made up a name. And he's winning.
And just slays galore there for Native Red. They're going to try to play this clock out. They realize 15 seconds left. If they can just get a few more kills in Shopify Rebellion, the clock's going to drain, and they're going to be up 2-1 in this series.
Yeah, and with this positioning from Towlek, it'll be so difficult for these players to try and break this setup, and that is going to do it as Native Red pick up map 3, 2-0. Look pretty solid doing it, and toward the end there, we started to see Native Red peel away with the slays, which was what we needed to see from them because it was so even the entire time.
Shopify, a little bit down, but certainly not out. They need to bounce back here in game number 4. I double-checked those stats.
You double-checked?
The homie Easy Mac.
Cross the lines?
Yes.
Dotted your I's, cross your T's?
On Solitude King of the Hill for Shopify, whereas 1 in 3 for Native Red.
Ooh.
So that's a little more significant than the 2-1 and 1-2.
That's true. That is
but
true.
Regardless, we're going to have to see how they handle slaying against each other. Sometimes you look at some of those stats, you got to know who was it against. Who was it against in full play? Who was it against in bracket? There's a big difference there.
Yeah.
When you have a small sample size.
And it's not meant to be disparaging to any other team. It's just when you're in these tournaments, it's the small margins, right, that determine the best from the decent, you know? And I think if Shopify Rebellion, Native Red have proven anything, it's that when they need to, they can put that extra, you know, extra level into it. But I want a game 5. I'm gonna be honest, I want a game 5, you know?
I would
really
love a game 5 as well. Now can Shopify Rebellion tie the series up and give it to us and the crowd? We'll find out. When I've watched Shopify Rebellion play King of the Hill earlier, when they played against Native White, it was a domination. Game number 1 against Native White, they won 4-0 on Live Fire King of the Hill. We've seen some smart plays from Shopify Rebellion. Ducking out of the hill early. Sometimes not finishing the hill to make sure they have more control.
Yep.
They have some of these min-maxes figured out, but do they have the bulk of the game figured out? Because if they cannot outslay and keep up with that pressure against Native Red, this is going to be the final game here for Shopify Rebellion in full play.
Yeah, it will be. So now, if you're Rebellion, you got to ask yourself a very simple question. Do you want to hold 2 L's against Native as an organization in one day? Or do you want to try and just force this game 5, get yourself back into the game? And if there's a squad to do it, most certainly will be Shopify Rebellion. Let's see how this King of the Hill Plaza game works out. Or solves, excuse me.
Good, there we got 2 kills coming up for Shopify Rebellion. Let's see how quickly they jump on the hill, and there it is. Ryan Noob not only has the hill, he has the QT, he has the sniper. And I'll just see him move away from it, but it looks like he wants to teleport back in the same location.
Oh, interesting. So he didn't move, but he uses. If I'm going to ask him this. If he's using the QT, it's kind of like a
phase shift.
Yeah, like an invincibility. Oh my God, frame, like an iframe.
Yeah. That
you have in fighting games. I wonder if that's actually what he's trying to do there.
Eventually. And then me and GB were making this joke earlier. We're like wondering when teleportation's embedded later, if it's going to be like more expensive, teleport someone further.
And I told Dave that I will buy it no matter what.
Yeah. GB's going to buy it. He's like, I'm teleporting on over to the kitchen. Be right back. One second.
Dude, can you imagine? That'd be sick. Anyway, let's see. Let's see how Native Red get themselves back in with the lead here. Because currently, Shopify Rebellion, just a slight bit of control. But it does feel like Rebellion have patrolled the middle portion of the map a fair amount more than Native Red have. If anything, feels like Native Red, every time I'm going on one of their perspectives, they're always fighting from like, you know, half shields or from a really bad position. And that's a credit to Shopify Rebellion because we wanted to see them slay, and they're doing just that at the early part of this game.
Yeah, they got the slays, but also a bit concerning from, it felt like Shopify had a strong start, but you look at the hill time, and it's very even right now.
Yeah.
A little too close for comfort for what you consider a great start there for Shopify Rebellion. So we're going to have to see if they can close out this very first hill. Looking real good.
So far, but
mighty good.
Yeah, I saw. Actually, it does look like Native Red are going to go for a little bit of a pincer here. Few angles each side of the map, try and force those players off. QT still going to be up for grabs, and it is going to be possessed by Rain, who gets cleaned up immediately. So I think QT's still up if he hadn't popped it yet. Meanwhile, mid still going to be available. Ryan Noob needs some help over toward Yard. And even though he ends up dying there, takes one with him. It's going to allow Psycho to get another kill out of this one. Big 1v1 battle and a drift across, and nicely done. A double kill also is getting at that point.
All 4 down for Native Red. That means Shopify are going to charge on over, take up all the positions they want. I'm surprised that they all went into Yard rather than taking a little bit more ground here. Maybe they were just a little concerned about the push directly from Market immediately. Shoot suppressed out in the center of the map for an easy kill and ego challenges, because why not? We're at Worlds.
Yeah, but you know what? An interesting thing to that, too, that I'm quite interested in is whether or not they decided to do that because they knew that those spawns are going to be coming from the snipe side. And to be frank, like that area to push is not the best for this particular hill. So it kind of changes, the map a little bit there when the hill moves over toward the driveway, and then you have a bunch of people spawning on the opposite side of the map. Don't give them any yard control, and so far that plan has been working out for Rebellion. Here comes the cafe push, though. This is where things can start to fall apart if Rebellion loses fight.
Yeah, Rebellion just still in such a strong position, though. They have about 80% of this hill, still racking up a few points. And that's going to be hill number 2 going for Shopify Rebellion.
That was clean, very well executed, and that literally started off of the jump. Once that hill moved over to the yard, they were prepared for it. And they have another position here as well to just overlook onto this dip hill. And this has just been meticulous from Shopify Rebellion, which is, you know, for the most part, what we were praising them when we were commentating them against Native White earlier on. They were doing the same exact thing, really just putting the pressure on their opponents in King of the Hill here.
See what Native Red can do here in the dip hill, though. They've gotten outclassed in the first two hills. They finally got a little bit more control on the map. Got them trapped over towards bottom snipe tower, just racking up kills, racking up time.
It's a very
I like the fact that they're not wasting a lot of time here. Sometimes what happens is the team gets up like 2-0 in hill, and then there's too much back and forth, and before you know it, the other team can play the clock. Not the option here just yet. Native Red reacted way too quick. And they're so close to putting their first point on the board.
And they have a decent amount of map control here, but Talik's going to have to value his life. He'll be going into a potential 1v1 in a moment against a player that's going to charge inside of the dip. Watch out, though, because Rain from behind. Well, not for Talik. You won't have to worry too much about that. It doesn't need to abandon that position because he was getting pressured. I believe that was going to be from Catwalk there or from LR. A trade now comes through. You got the cafe side of the map that looks kind of all right for Shopify, but really the point of this, the objective, the hill, and Native Red are going to secure this one, putting one on the board.
Yeah, Talik, seeing if anyone's pushing on over from Loop. A bit surprised to see this much reposition, but looks like he's more so going to where the opponents are rather than setting up where the hill is. I don't hate this play until that happens.
Until you get blown up.
Right? Like, I liked he was in a prime position to catch him off guard. They're not going to expect someone to come out over through LR tunnel or jump on up through Loop. Not sure if he was spotted out through like glass somewhere or somebody just saw him somehow, because that nade from Cycle was a little random.
Yeah, everyone's got a plan until they blow up. True story. Fact of life. Happens to the best of us. Talik living inside of this yard area as he's getting some support from his teammates. And there's Manny with two of his own. Native Red really just kind of, I would even say a little bit baffled at this point because it's been a completely different look from Rebellion thus far. They've been strong in the slays, strong in their positioning game. They've been setting up early for a lot of these as well. They've been doing a lot of things right, checking the boxes.
Look at this patience from Manny.
Yeah.
Not jumping right in that sniper. Knows that when players are spawning over towards Market or Cafe, that they are going to be throwing their grenades, laying down shots. And it's not about touching the sniper. It's about grabbing that weapon and getting to a safe position. Unsuccessful that time around.
Yeah, now that Rain has the sniper, and he's going to be in a beautiful position. S3 just watching this. Well, they thought that there was going to be one player at Cafe that might have fallen victim off that one there, but a body tag. They're going to continue to add on to this. Wow. Beautiful shot from Rain. Watch out for the player on the lift, though. Another one toward LR, the back elevator, as they win that fight. I think he ended up losing that one there, so that's quite unfortunate as Rain's been doing a lot of work here, but he's got a teammate off of the spawn. So now they can start this push over toward from loot side into the hill.
This one's going to be difficult. If either team loses, it's going to be a heartbreaker. Right here, you see Shopify trying to get the last moments in it. And this fight over at Poster's going to decide who gets it. And that's going to be Shopify Rebellion. Up 3-1 here in game number 4.
The Rebellion living up to their name. They're not going down without a fight. Exactly what you expect from those 4 players. And everything is clicking right now. They're outslaying Native Red a considerable amount, 54-37. And on top of that, they also have possession of the QT2. So it's going to give a player like Ryan a lot of free pushes if he wants to just take full advantage of this. Or you can just use it to juke around.
Well, now we're starting to get to the point where time can start to be ran out. And I'm not sure if this is purposeful from Shopify Rebellion as they're going for their slays, if they want either more control or they're trying to drain this clock. But either one is an option right now. Shopify almost cannot make the incorrect decision here. As long as they're killing or grabbing time, they're fine.
And so far, so good. The clock keeps ticking. They're spawning toward yard as well, Dave. And Ryan Noob's got the cross in Cafe, so this is going to be, oh, that hurts. He tags him for 1. Can they break out of that, though? I haven't seen any kills go through quite yet. That's going to be the tag that Ryan Noob got onto Manny. And that's 2 down each side, though. But what makes it even worse is that this time just keeps ticking, and every one of those trades just works out poorly for Native Red.
Yeah, I like that play from Rain, looking all the way even towards yard or driveway, seeing if you can just catch someone off unsuspecting, just sprinting out, trying to get back in the fight. because any kill that they can get, any staggering that they can get is just going to drain more time off the clock. The play is clear now. Shopify Rebellion, they're not going for the 4th cap. They're going for the Slays, and they want time to run out to win this game.
And you know what? It looks like it could work out for them. Now with Mental crossing, they know that he's going to be tucked away inside of the hotel here, which is why they're sending every grenade that they have available here. And Mental knows this too. So he tries to hold this one off, but gets squared out there by 2 players from Native Red. Meanwhile, Cycle, he's just continuing to patrol around this. 15 seconds remaining. A double kill there for Taulik maybe gives them an opportunity, but he's going to get wiped out so quickly that really Rebellion, if they give up anything here, it'd be a shocker. That's not going to be the case. And folks, we are going to a game 5. Shopify Rebellion, Native Red. I don't know what it is with the Rebellion. They really like to go to game 5s against Native.
They want to get the most out of their pool play matches here against Native White and Native Red. Game 5, like you said, it's going to be decided right on that. It's going to be a live fire Slayer for game 5.
I like that. That's a fast one.
You want to know the records on this one?
Sure, Dave. Let me know.
6 and 4 for Shopify Rebellion. For Native Red, 6 and 5.
Oh my goodness.
Couldn't be much more evenly matched than that, GB.
This is good. Good series that we've been treated to here.
Look at the Young Gun Cycle stepping up for squad, 21 and 10. We talked about how Shopify Rebellion, they need to match on that slaying power. They need to fire back.
Yeah.
And that's what you need. When you're bringing on someone newer to the roster, someone who's maybe doesn't have the same sort of experience and history on the main stage, you're bringing that player in because you're saying, I see something in you. I see your skill. I see your talent. And when push comes to shove and people start swinging, you're coming out ahead in those fights.
Yeah, for real. And I think that being able to surround yourself with veterans like Rain, Ryan, and let's not forget Mental. Because even though Mental, it wasn't a Halo pro, this guy's
got main stage experience.
Championship Gears of War player. This guy is, I actually went on one of the greatest runs in the history of that game. So, you know, you're talking about champions that are on that stage, people who know how to win. Cycle's definitely surrounded himself with some high-quality talent. But speaking of that, we go over to the C station here because we have a 2-0 lead for Na'Vi presently as they're facing off against LVT. Seems like Na'Vi won that Strongholds game that went down to the wire.
That close Strongholds game, able to close it out and continue running with that momentum. We see Na'Vi already up 1 round here in Oddball, a few seconds as well. Now, what can Diagram do about that? He has camo. Can he push the enemy lines? He's just been spotted out.
That's
flying around there. Glory.
Did find out that the score in that particular Strongholds game that we had to leave out, 250-248. So yeah, that got down to the wire.
Yeah, that got real close. That got real close.
Wait, was LVT up? I believe LVT was up in that one too. Yeah, they were. Shout out to Chris, our producer in the back, just like giving me all the info. She watches more Halo than pretty much anyone else.
We do have an incredible squad here, but let's see. Like we said, maybe LVT a little shaken up after that game 1 comeback. They need to stop this now. Like we said, this could be their tournament life at stake.
And these
the match here against Na'Vi, yes, other wins are possible, but let's be real. Na'Vi and LVT are the bottom 2 ranked teams in this pool.
Yeah.
Without a doubt. Quadrant phase, clearly the favorites.
Yeah. So really, like, it's an unfortunate draw, but also you know that these matches are not going to be easy at all. And if anything, it's kind of a credit to Na'Vi because, I mean, a little heartbroken for them too, for my boy Jimbo and Wonder Boy, because they very much could have been right there with that win against Quadrant. Would have really just shaken the group to its core, honestly. But, you know, this is the situation that they find themselves in, not unfamiliar territory, really for either team who've been in these spots before, whether for LVT, it's players in previous teams, Na'Vi, this team, exactly. Like, there really is just a lot of experience on that stage in Halo Infinite, and now we got to see who has the better ideas here, and who really has what it takes to try and force this one. Does LVT have what it takes to bring this one back? Because I think they do.
I want to believe that as well. I've seen from LVT these shining moments, these times where they just go on amazing sprees and they get these incredible upsets. I don't know if they need the momentum before to make that happen, or if they can dig deep and make that happen when they are down.
Yeah, and
we're about to find out.
We also forget too that the LVT lineup, like these are players that we've seen scattered across teams throughout the HCS. So if anything, it's even better that these players coming together, kind of doing what Native did, which was just find like hungry amateur players that can play at that incredibly high level and then put them in these situations. That's what LVT did, and I think it's been working out really well for them. Even if they are, down in their group, they're still showing that they can hang here. Because if you look at the scrim results, I mean, LVT were looking pretty damn good coming into this event.
They were absolutely phenomenal.
Those are scrims.
But we got our main stage matchup. If you want to see what will likely be a miraculous comeback since we had that happen last time we left, go back to twitch.tv/HCSRed, and you can check out the remainder of that game number 3.
Just keep taking us away, I have to go back and watch the VOD. I want to see what happened in that Strongholds game, man. That's been nuts. But here we go. Let's focus on the main stage as we have Game 5. Rebellion, Native Red. Massive implications for this game right here. It's a 3-team group, and 2 of those teams are part of the same organization. So Shopify Rebellion has had to deal with nothing but Native teams all day.
And they have quite the battle in their hands as this is the second Game 5, like you said, today, let alone back-to-back here against the Native Gaming Organization. 3-0 start here for Native Red. Shopify Rebellion answering with a couple kills of their own. Gonna find out what's happening with this OS here in 5 seconds, and both these teams gotta be fighting for it.
Yeah, they are, and that's actually why this tussle is happening to begin with. Oh, fascinating there. So you play the smoke over towards sandbags and really just throw off that vision for any players that are gonna be jumping. Interesting. That was pretty cool. Talik now. He's got himself the snipe. He's got himself over shield. Pretty much has everything you could possibly want in a Slayer game, and time to see if Talik can put the snipe to good use.
Doesn't have a reloaded BR though. Doesn't come back to fight him.
No, it doesn't. Yeah,
but now he does. Now it might too. All right.
Ah, there you go. So you're preying on his downfall, Dave.
No,
That's what you get.
Just wanted to, highlight one of the important fundamentals of reloading your weapons when you have the opportunities.
That is true. I have gotten caught many a time with no bullets left in the chamber there, but Native Red, 11-8. They have a fragile lead at the beginning of the game. 3 kills separate them. Scratch that. As I mentioned, it's fragile. 1 now. Native Red trying to just hold on to the lead as much as they can, and because it still feels good when you're like holding on to that and you're trading kills and going toe for toe with them. But really, what happens so many times, Dave, and we've seen it happen, is you get to this midpoint, and then whoever was like popping off, oh man, they start to struggle.
Yeah, they start to feed a couple extra kills.
Yeah.
They give up their advantage.
Get a little overzealous, Yeah.
So the fact that Shopify Rebellion, they've kept this really close, despite there being an early OS grab there for Native Red. What's going to happen if they get their foot back in this? 1-kill game. Rain going to go for this first power-up here in favor of Shopify. Does not jump on it right away. Buys time for his teammate. Doesn't give him the free kill. And that's going to be OS going in the hands of Shopify Rebellion. Let the battle begin.
Yeah, but they burned the hell out of that overshield real fast.
All 4 down for Native Red. Rain, the only one dropping there for Shopify Rebellion. 4-1 trade, and we now have a lead here for Shopify Rebellion, and they're not stepping off the gas. They're charging for the spawn kills.
They know where they're going to be popping up as well. They're prepared for this. Those spawns more than likely over toward the open area. You also have it toward B side as well.
I was surprised they didn't have a dummy there.
Sorry, garage. Yeah, you're right.
Surprised they didn't have a dummy, but looks like they got on over towards B or green once again, and the battle of the garage continues.
Yeah, these guys really like this building, but it is a important area to be able to hold in, and you can also funnel a lot of players in there. That's literally what happened in that last play there. Native Red all spawned over toward green side, charged across inside of garage, and Ryan on the flank more than prepared. They knew exactly where those players were going to move off spawn.
Here on Live Fire in every game, it's a continuous battle for the garage. I unfortunately have lost that battle this one time at my own house in the battle of the garage. I have to park on the street, and it's not a continued battle, it's just a settled battle. So
well, that's because
I have a worse car.
Yeah.
If you want to call it how it is, I have the worst car.
Oh, man, step up your stuff, Dave. Come on, Speaking of stepping up, Shopify Rebellion have done just that. What a run they're going on here, 30-18. And you're right, Dave. You said Shopify Rebellion started things off. They were getting hot. They are not letting their foot off the pedal. Every time we see a member of Rebellion, they're in the face of one of the Native Red players. And I'm almost certain Native Red, not very used to this, you know, against teams that aren't like Quadrant or Optic. You got to give Rebellion their flowers here. Playing this one very well.
Just like that. What a snow scope there from Mental. Prepping for this new OS. Rain's got it. And just like his name says, coming from the sky, raining down here on these members of Native Red. So much pressure coming in over towards Sandbags.
And look how much damage he's done, though. So many of these players are going to be 1 or 2 shots, so they have to slow down, which does not work in the favor of Native Red whatsoever, because you got Mental, 3 bullets in the chamber, and catches someone in the face, hoping that another one was going to challenge, but the members of Native Red rotating around.
What kind of spree is Mental on right now? I mean, last time he caught me off guard, he went on a killing frenzy without me even realizing it. But he's had the sniper. He has hit so many no-scopes. He's done so much damage. He is absolutely crushing it.
10. He's on 10.
He already got the killing frenzy. So, for the second time this tournament, he's got the killing frenzy without me even being aware of it.
This guy just stays alive. What a run he went on there. 10 frags in a row, 39-25. And this is what happened in the Native White game. Mental had a hot start, but then slowed down. Good to see Mental really just, despite the strong start that they had, that momentum, that push, keeps going. They don't let up.
The other highlight I'll bring, last series, Mental had a killing frenzy on Recharge Slayer. But Shopify Rebellion, despite having a 10-kill lead at one point, dropped that game.
Yeah.
Is history going to come back to bite them? They have a 12-kill lead right now. Are they going to falter once again, or can they clutch it up and close this one out?
They got to get these kills here.
That is
good
a
recovery.
Misstep right there. 4 down. Native Red only dropping 1 member. That gap, 11 before. Now just a 9-kill lead.
Dave, it's like you put it out into the universe, and I feel like it could happen. You know, that is dangerous, man. But it's 10 kills, 11 now. They're trying to just come back into this one, Native Red. This overshield is going to be very important for them, and they do manage to gain possession of it. Sniper's going to be up for grabs as well. Rain has eyes on it, and he's dancing around these pillars here. Is anyone there to help him out? Rain with the double. Manny with the double kill, excuse me, off of Rain. But is it going to be enough? They're going to be down by 7 kills here.
I like this continuous pressure here from Native Red. You don't want to get this slowed down too much. Yes, you got to be careful about your lives. Yes, you can't just leak or bleed a couple of free deaths. But at the same time, you can't just let Shopify Rebellion do a perfectly coordinated push at their whim, on their own time.
I want to see Native get back into this one. It's very possible for them to do it. But Rebellion, great shutdown there. And for every single trade that comes through in the favor of, well, for every trade that happens, it just works out for Rebellion, period, because of the scoreboard.
I love that play. He dropped the snipe over towards the C plat for his teammates to grab and decide to push all the way over towards Nest. A lot of times we see people dropping that weapon once they're like face off with someone else. They're like, all right, I see you, we made eye contact, I'm gonna hand this off, you're gonna give me credit for this.
There it is. There it is. 1 kill was all they needed. And they were able to get it, but you're right, Dave. It was those smart plays that Ryan Noob makes at the end of that game. Opens up the map for his teammates. Really, I think Rebellion have a lot to be proud of here because they could have very well won that Native Light series. Not taking anything away from Native Light, fantastic team. But it has to feel good to kind of stabilize here and get that win.
All I know is this pool just got a heck of a lot more interesting.
Oh, yeah.
Because I don't know what's going to happen. Native Red clearly favored against Native White. If they beat them, I'm not envious of the TOs having to go through all those tiebreakers and figure out who goes where in what positions.
Yeah, man, the stats are going to be wild. Everyone's going to be combing over those numbers. But for now, though, the day belongs to Shopify Rebellion. Having fallen to Native White previously, they get their revenge on their brother team, Native Red. And they pull off a massive win. And you're right, Dave. This group has now just been blown wide open. We'll see what happens with Native Red, Native White. That game's going to pop off. But for now, that's going to do it for myself and Dave. Always a pleasure. Lottie, what do you think of that series, bro?
I got to say, GB, Walsh, that was crazy. It was just so tight. I mean, my goodness me, like, Wes, like there were moments that obviously both teams were popping off, but so tightly matched. It was just unbelievable. So back and forth at times. You were convinced it'd be one team, they'd make a little bit of a comeback here, but it all felt very, I don't know, just at ease for both of these teams in certain situations. What did you make of it?
Yeah, I thought that these teams would be highly contested with each other coming into this series, and proven right with that performance. I was worried about Shopify and how they would show up after losing to Native White early on, but this was what I wanted to see from Shopify. You give Mental a chance with the snipe, and Mental goes to work.
He certainly did indeed. We're going to check out some of the highlights here from that final Slayer. And Tony, I mean, along with Ryanoob and some of the smart plays that were coming out of this guy, but Mental popping off the way that he did, the spree he was going on the run with the sniper in his hands, it was something that you can only dream of in an opportunity on the main stage.
Yeah, I mean, as much as I hate to say Wes was right, I mean, he really was. I was looking at Cycle for most of that series. He did have 16 kills in the game 2. Even that game 3 would put up 26. But in a game 5 performance, to sit up and get 20 kills in a Slayer, Wes, when you're right, you're right.
And I say, Wes, you know, we were talking about this beforehand, and we were trying to set up for Mental and this kind of new role that we're seeing from him, the responsibility, right, on the shoulders of this guy. And you were a little bit worried because they had lost previously in their series coming into this Native Red one. You know, this is a tough team to go up against. And in a game 5 situation, like Tony mentioned, you can't ask for anything more out of the guy, can you?
No, not at all. But when you're taking a look at these stats that we're seeing on screen, look at Cycle. I mean, he's right there with Mental, a very quiet 1.2, but getting every bit of the slays he needed to as well. And Cycle was making plays throughout this series and really stepped it up in about a midway point through that Strongholds match. I'm very impressed by these two young guns on this team. And it's no surprise that they're showing up in the biggest tournament of the year, especially with all the accolades that Mental has over in Gears of War. You know that the moment's not going to be too big for him. And now that he's put in a position to shine, he's using that to really carry his team to a new level.
I think the big question right now, Tony, is what does that spell for Native Red? Where do they go from here? This is a really tough pool to be in, and falling short to Shopify Rebellion. I mean, last Worlds, they got 3rd. So this is not the start that they had wanted.
It's really not, but I'm also not going to beat them up too bad. I mean, it made it all the way to a game 5, and for the large part, I think you played well. Manny had a game where not only did he have a pop-off game where 18 kills in that game number 1, that game 3 he had 22 kills and 21 assists to go along with it. Soul Snipe, another one of your X Factors, was going off time and time again. I don't think Native Red actually played bad throughout that series. Rebellion just played better.
They certainly did indeed. And if you play better, you usually get the dub. Well, folks, we're going to head to a quick break right now. But when we come back, boy, oh boy, do we have some action for you. Not only on that main stage, but as you can see, the cosplay contest is happening right now on our community stage. And we also do have a ranked play update coming to you from the man himself, Tashi. He'll be with us right after the break.
The Halo World Championship 2023 is presented by AMD, the Marines, Mountain Dew Game Fuel, and by Zowie.
So deep in my heart that you're really a part of me. I've got you under my skin.
By Rich's face off.
Face clan! 10 in a row for Royal 2! He's Royal 2! Oh, and Gilkey's heating up. Gilkey's cooking. A triple kill out of Cormia! The triple's in front of him if he wants it! And then Jesus is cooking once more! Penguin again! He wants it! Killing frenzy for Eco! That's gonna be a triple kill for Formal. The green wall stands tall once more! Your champions here in Fort Worth! Spurs for the double! Beware of the dog because he's vicious right now! Woo. Double kill for Boo Boo! TJ showing why he's a world champion! 1 kill to go here! And C9 will win the series!
Praise my God, put on a show!
Cloud9 doing 50 to 48! Oh boy! XLG! Oh!
And Glory picks up the big double.
Jimbo puts a couple of extra bullets in as well! Oh! Has Sniper in his name for a reason!
The future is threatened by enemies often unimaginable. When there are battles to win for America's future, there is one constant: Marines.
The future of our species is at great risk. Master Chief and the other Spartans are our only hope.
Hello, Master Chief.
Silver team, on me.
Hello, Spartans, and welcome back to the 2023 Halo World Championships here in Seattle, Washington, the home of Halo. And I gotta say, it really is a home right now to Halo, the community, the fans, Spartans, and we've seen them on the community stage. The cosplay has been insane. So excited to actually take a deep dive at that later on. And as you can see, a lot of players in here also grinding away, as well as the main stage. But as you can see, I do have, obviously, Clutch, Tony, lovely to have you, and a very special guest. And I love having you, Tashi, on this desk, as always, because you've always got something so exciting to talk to us about. So I guess my first question is, Tashi, why are you here, mate?
Well, I'm here first for the amazing Halo World Championship. I just want to give a big shout out to everybody watching at home and here in the venue. It's been incredible. This feels like our version of Halo Fest. So yeah, thank you everybody for making it special. We do have some news to share though. Today I'm happy to confirm there will be an HCS Year 3 for Halo Infinite, featuring a $1 million Halo World Championship prize pool for 2024.
Absolutely incredible. That is an awful lot of money, pride on the line as well, but we love to hear that. Obviously next year is going to be exceptional, and I only expect that the competition level is going to get even more impressive, because throughout this season, Tashi, every single event seems to get better and better and better in terms of what we're seeing in terms of Halo Infinite.
Yeah, I mean, no surprise, the players have been putting on an incredible show, and it's really, I can't remember the last time where the community truly didn't know who's going to come in and win a tournament, including this weekend. So honestly, we've been blessed with amazing gameplay to watch, and yeah, we're just very fortunate, and I'm excited to see more of it continue next year.
Cannot wait for that. And obviously, my next question is then, with the new year, what kind of changes can we expect? Are there any changes going into 2024?
Absolutely. So one thing that we're really excited about is really a gameplay and meta change heading into year 3 in HCS, starting with season 5, which is going to be releasing in just a few days. We actually put together a little trailer, so why don't we take a look?
Are you not entertained? That is incredible. I mean, I could start in so many different places here, but I think for me, the big meta shift of competitive with that bandit rifle. And Tashi, talk to me a little bit about the decision process with that, why we're seeing the bandit rifle start, what is a little bit different about the bandit rifle as well coming into 2024. So cool.
Yeah, I think when Halo Infinite was coming out, obviously the battle rifle is tried and true. You know, a lot of players love it, but the Halo 5 players felt like they didn't quite have the single shot gun that they wanted, something that really they can express their individual skill with. And when the Bandit was in development, you know, we saw the potential of this becoming kind of the darling of the competitive community. So we did some final tuning before it released with Season 3, and the hope was, hey, we hope the competitive community likes us so much that they ask us to make it the new starting gun. And so we made the decision early in the year to say, hey, let's go for it. It's time to kind of change up the meta. Let's give the players what they want with something more high skill. You're going to see a lot of really like outgunning on the stage, and you know, the Bandit is something that I think is going to deliver that in spades.
Wes, for a lot of Halo fans here who are maybe new to competitive or just got into it this season, you know, the shift with this Bandit rifle is so huge, and Tashi mentioned the skill here. The skill gap is going to be produced. You are going to see skill gaps with this weapon. What does that mean for competitive HCS play, though?
Yeah, I feel like as an individual, when you're on fire and you have that level of skill, it feels so rewarding to knock down players left, right, and center. And when you're off and your shot's a little shaky, you're gonna feel it a little bit more. So you do have more like self-expression and self-dictation on how this game is gonna go. And I think that that's something that Halo 5 players traditionally love and they like miss. So I think that we're gonna hit the nail on the head with the opportunity that we're gonna give individuals to create plays inside the game.
Love to hear all of that. Cannot wait. And Tashi, I did see a sneak peek there in the tape of Extraction. So
Yes.
what, you know, talk to us about this new change. How exciting.
Yeah, Extraction's a classic Halo 4 competitive mode. I mean, really, it's the thing the competitive community loved the most about Halo 4. And so we're really excited to bring it back. The Competitive Insights team and the modes team have been really jamming on getting the settings right. And we're excited to see this come into the scene, right? It's going to be something new and fresh for not only the ranked playlist, but it will go into HCS for year 3. And, you know, personally, I just can't wait to see all the intense matches on it.
I can't wait. Tony, I know that you're going to be in on this. I know that you're going to be causing some damage to a lot of people. How excited are you for Extraction?
I really am excited. Somebody who excelled in Halo 4, I'm telling y'all right now, watch out. It ain't beating me no Extraction. I promise you. See me in the playlist, I'm going to put you down every time. Might have to wait a little bit, but it's going to be fun.
And that's exactly why I asked you that question, Tony, because I knew you'd pop off like that, and we love to hear it. And we also love to hear that there are new maps as well. And I've got to ask you, Tashi, about Forbidden, the new map coming. Yeah. You know, what is exciting about that? What can we look forward to with that new iteration of that new map?
Yeah, there's a couple things you can see on the screen right now. Graphically, it really reminds me a lot of Sanctuary, which if you're in a kind of old school classic Halo fan, it just gives those vibes, and it's a really just incredible new environment to play on for a competitive community. And it's a symmetrical map, dual snipers. Can't get enough snipers, honestly. I'm just ready to watch like our top pros just go at each other. So yeah, Forbidden is going to go into the ranked playlist a few weeks after Season 5 launches. And we're excited to put that one into the HCS rotation as well for year 3.
Love to hear all of that. Obviously, Season 5 sounds incredible. Couldn't be more excited about it. My big question is, when do we see the pros play?
So we're absolutely excited to share that we're going to have some online tournaments during the off season. So we really want to give the pros and the entire community that are going to be open tournaments the opportunity to get more familiar with the Bandit, get more familiar with the Extraction and Forbidden. So there will be some off-season tournaments. We'll have more to share on the HCS Twitter in just a few weeks. But those will be a little more casual. We really want to like give players something to chew on before the next official season for HCS. So there won't be any points. You might see actually some really cool pickup teams where, you know, pro rosters are mixing and mashing and just competing on a weekend. So it should be a lot of fun to watch. I know I'm going to have Twitch on all weekend just watching those pro streams, so it should be good.
Going to be absolutely amazing. Well, I've got to say, Tashi, you never disappoint. Thank you for sharing all of that. We are so excited about, of course, Season 5 coming and next year as well. It's going to be insane. Thank you for joining me on the desk.
Thanks for having me.
And folks, we've got to get back to business though, because we've got some polls to update you with. And as you can see, some of the scores have been pouring in as we've been getting through all of our main stage action here. And you can see Pool A, 2-0, Optic Gaming looking pretty good at this moment. We haven't really talked about Pool B much, but Sentinels 1-0, Space Station Gaming 1-0, yet to have played. That is the last game of the night. I'm really excited to see how that one will play out, because it's a brawl for that top spot here, Wes. And Pool B, whoever's going to be taking that is in a prime position heading into championship bracket.
Yeah, you got to expect both Sentinels and SSG to advance at 1 and 2 at this point. But the big question is, the Sentinels have what it takes to take down SSG in pool play. They have struggled against SSG in the past. You remember that SLC Grand Finals where SSG were clearly the better team that weekend, and that was arguably the best we've seen Sentinels play.
Well, we need to set up for our main stage match though, and that's going to be FaZe versus Quadrant. Two teams who know each other very, very well. They've actually played very recently in our online complexity tournament. But we need to talk about the boys in red, and that is FaZe and Wes. For you, when it comes down to this team, you know them so well, like the back of your hand. You have had many accolades with them, but if there's one thing that you know, it's what the communication tells you and how important is comms going to be on this team.
Yeah, this is an important series, so I want to hop into a listen-in very early on and see how these guys are maneuvering on the map. Are they playing together? Because when they play together and everything they do is being communicated, this team reaches a whole new height that is difficult for the likes of Optic Gaming, Quadrant, and any other top teams to try and face. The big question is, do they have it in them to consistently have that level of communication? Because that is where they have struggled. There are times where you go into a listening and things do sound frantic. Things are a little bit quiet. You can't let that happen, specifically on the start of your World Championship run. This Quadrant team is out for blood. You cannot afford to fall behind early.
You cannot indeed. We do have a USMC service record as well on the side of FaZe, and that will be Snakebite. And Tony, when it comes to this team leader here, Snakebite, he has been not only such an important and imperative part of the team when it comes to making certain decisions and being able to bring the team together, but his gameplay also speaks for itself, and it has been absolutely incredible.
Yeah, time and time again, when Snakebite is out here putting up slays, you see FaZe winning. It's not a coincidence. Obviously, Snakebite is an unselfish player. He's going to be willing to play as much objective as possible, but it's really the full package that he brings to the table. And like we see right here on the stats, 6.03 hill captures per minute. That is absolutely incredible, on top of the fact that he's putting up the damage as well.
Yeah, really, really special stuff from him. And I think that's kind of what gives him that edge, right? As a player, Wes, you've known him for such a long time, and he can do it all when it needs to be done. And him making the decisions to be able to kind of pop off when he needs to, pick up the objective, or make a really crucial play is something that doesn't come easily to most.
Snakebite's the best player in the game. I'll say it, hands down, the best player I ever teamed with, that's for sure. When I sat next to that kid, not only could he dominate with any power weapon in any position, but like you said, he's constantly making the right decisions behind it. And when that kid is on fire, I mean, this FaZe team has every bit of leadership and like everything's being done on the map. So I'm looking forward to seeing what he brings this weekend. This is going to be a very, very important weekend for Snakebite to step up and lead this team, because he is the vocal leader as well.
Now, you've got to have all the right pieces together in the right places, and looking to pull those apart from FaZe is Quadrant. West Quadrant, they've made a name for themselves with not only individual skill and talent, but when you actually do compare them to FaZe, what do you actually see?
When I compare them to FaZe, not enough consistency, maybe not enough individual skill. But if you're looking across the board, there's one player on Quadrant that I really do feel like he, in a server with the same players as FaZe, can step up and shine the brightest, and that is Legend. I am looking at Legend to step up in this series specifically and be the best player in the server. If he does that, Quadrant will have a chance to create this upset.
Tony, full Quadrant, FaZe had gotten the better of the Strongholds Kings in the last online tourney, but they still have a really good Strongholds record and a really good Strongholds game too. So what is still giving you hope in this series for them?
Yeah, I mean, obviously we know Quadrant are still the best Strongholds team in the league, sitting at 18-1, but I don't want to just talk about Quadrant and Strongholds. I want to talk the fact that they're not just a one-trick pony. Mind you, they have a 60+ win percentage in 3 of the 4 objective modes that will be played in this very tournament, and their Slayer record is pretty respectable as well. Quadrant are a daggone good team in addition to being the best team in Strongholds.
Indeed, and talk about being the best team. If you want the best version of Quadrant, this guy on your screen right here, he really is their kryptonite, right, for FaZe. I mean, Legend has been so good, and when he is performing the best that he can, it's really difficult to stop Quadrant. He's almost that catalyst, that guy that needs to be popping off for the rest of the team to kind of have some success. You mentioned Legend so many times, Wes, but he's a very, very special player.
He's an absolute superstar. The issue is FaZe has always been his kryptonite. As you took a look at those stats, it was always FaZe that was the difficult series for Legend to have. And that is because when FaZe have that lead, it is so difficult to get back on the map and create space. When Legend has space and room to play around, he is such a special talent. We've seen him have such great series against SSG and Optic, but FaZe is the one that's always eluded him.
Very, very sure of, and it's difficult, right? And now, with Strongholds being a little bit of a problem for Quadrant when it comes up to FaZe, we're looking at our head-to-head in just a second here with some of the stats between these two. Quadrant are looking absolutely fantastic, but FaZe have started to learn a thing or two, and Tony, that can spell a little bit of trouble when it comes to Stronghold Livefire. FaZe did manage to get the better of them in the last online tournament. So how are you feeling about the matchup in terms of this one map and mode?
Well, I talked about this having a lot of implications on the matchup here. The winner of this is obviously going to have an easier road when going into bracket play, which could be the difference of you making a deep run, winners bracket finals, grand finals, or going down to lower bracket and getting as low as a top 4 placing. Game number 1 is Stronghold. This is the bread and butter for both of these rosters. If you want to win this series, you have to set the tone early. You have to get that momentum. You have to win game 1.
Love to hear everything. Well, here we go again, folks, from online to LAN to a World Championships. FaZe versus Quadrant starts right now.
year ago, the European powerhouse of Quadrant didn't even qualify for this competition. They now find themselves face to face with former world champions in FaZe, looking to make a dent and go on a massive run this tournament.
Well, it would be a massive run if you can take down a team like FaZe, because I'm sure you would just snowball after that, but that is a long journey to go through. It's going to be 5 games between these two giants. I mean, it's crazy to even be saying that about Quadrant because, as you say, back in the day, you wouldn't even thought a European team would be able to be competing with the top 3 teams in the world. But they're here, they have their chance, they've done it before where they've been up here with the big boys, but they've not beaten FaZe. These teams know each other very well, they've scrimped a lot, they've spoken a lot about game types, but we are starting off with Strongholds. We know how good Quadrant are at Strongholds, but FaZe, they've been doing their research, and I'm sure I've got a little bit of a trick up their sleeve.
And this is a rematch from only a couple of weeks ago in the Complexity tournament, where they went all the way to a Game 7, and this map featured.
It did, and we have seen FaZe win online, but Quadrant's impressive record is on LAN, of course, so it's going to be a different matter of fact here. And we know that FaZe really want to get this one over Quadrant. They want to be able to just bite that bullet and say, look, we're not bad at Strongholds. We can take down the #1 team. And I think there's a lot to prove here for the FaZe roster.
And for FaZe, already taking down LVT, now up against Quadrant, who are arguably their biggest competition in the pool. But they have ambitions of going even further, getting the championship Sunday and getting their 3rd World Championships under their belt.
Yeah, I think that FaZe here, it's another series where they cannot afford to slip up, similarly to some of the bigger hitters that we've already seen this tournament, the likes of Optic, for example. They were able to 3-0 Complexity. FaZe will want to be 3-0ing Quadrant. Now, Quadrant and Complexity, I would say, are in 2 different tiers. We've seen Quadrant finish in the top 3. Can we see it happen again? Can we see Quadrant kind of maintain that same ability? Because they got top 3, but then they fell back down to 2 back-to-back top 6 placements. Top 6 is about where they are, but it does seem like they are the most likely team to kind of break into that top 4, that top 3.
And traditionally what we've seen from Quadrant when they play against top 3 teams, they can beat Optic on more than one occasion, that is. But against FaZe Clan and SSG, it has been a bit of a mixed match. They're looking to turn that story right here, right now.
Well, Quadrant's still unbeaten on live fire Strongholds. They are 8-0. I mean, they've only ever lost 1 Strongholds in general. But when we get this one going, I'm curious to see how FaZe are going to approach it. I mean, I've seen Snakebite whispering in the ear of SLG at after parties. I know full well that they've been chatting about Strongholds because everyone's trying to learn from Quadrant how to play it. Why are you so good? How do you manage to go 18-0 with a map record and not drop it at all? Then Shopify were the ones who finally shut them down. And everyone now needs to say to Shopify, hey, what was it you did differently to take them down?
And it's interesting when we looked at the statistics of FaZe Clan and their Strongholds woes. They typically done the most damage, got the most kills, but couldn't convert them into points. And on the other side, Quadrant will be getting outslayed on Strongholds, but still managing to get the dub. Why is that happening? What are the changes that need to be made for FaZe?
Quadrant are a team who just know how to play the game type. They know how to rotate accordingly off spawn. They will always pick their battles very wisely, not just running aimlessly into gunfights. For FaZe, I think they are looking for kills. They are a team who loves to control the map. They are thinking about spawns. They're thinking about how do we kill the other team. Sometimes they let that prioritize their thoughts over where should we be rotating, what stronghold do we need to be focusing on, and they can sometimes let those spawners just slip through their fingers a little bit, whilst Quadrant and other teams will just sneak through and get the objective instead. You can see the map records for the entire series layout here for these 2 teams. It's more impressive on the side of FaZe Clan, but just having a stronghold in a series does always give that what if for Quadrant.
Strongholds does appear to be only going one way when we run this one, but like I say, only recently online, Quadrant came over in boot camp, they played in that Complexity tournament, and FaZe actually beat them twice on this map mode combination. So there is semblance there is some room for optimism for the FaZe Clan boys.
But we have to remember that when Quadrant had that incredible placement back at the Optic Major, it was off of the back of when they came out, when they boot camped, when they put that extra bit of practice in. Now, we didn't think it would make too much of a difference without boot camping because they had the experience, they've been playing a lot of the big teams, but then they did fall back down to top 6 and top 6 again. Are we going to see them now rise at the right time when we see them at the World Championship after their boot camp?
Stronghold Live Fire, it's going to be pivotal what way this series shakes out. Looking at statistics as well, we know you love them, Dan. Talk to me.
Well, it was what you were literally just mentioning about 5 seconds ago. It's the difference between these 2 teams and how they approach Stronghold's live fire. You can see how impressive the KD is and the average margin between these 2 teams. Quadrant are a team who will get the job done objectively, even if they are being outslayed, for example. Now, even though FaZe's KD on Stronghold's live fire isn't that great, on Strongholds in general, they usually are outslaying opposition, even if they lose sometimes. And it's a very different opinion of
kind of base that we're seeing between these two teams. One who likes to just focus the objective, one who likes to focus the slays. If FaZe can just learn a little bit on how to focus the objective a bit more in Stronghold here, we could see a bit of a one-sided affair. And I think that's what I'm a little bit worried for Quadrant, because you've got to at some point step up to the plate and match that individual skill that your opposition has.
Now on the desk, they highlighted two very important players, each on either side of the stage. Snakebite, how pivotal he is for this team, and Legend, how I honestly think for Legend, if he was to make the transition to try and compete in North America, he wouldn't look out of place on any of these top 3 rosters.
No, Legend has proved that he is one of the best players in the world, and he is an asset to this Quadrant roster, but every single member on that team also plays a part. Just sometimes it might be in a different area or in a different style on the map. But it looks like the players are just about locked and loaded to get ready into this game, but FaZe and Quadrant is going to be on the main stage, and this should be an incredible series.
This is going to be a real pace setter, is game 1. We're underway, and Snakebite immediately turns his attention towards the overshield side. Got a heat wave face to face there, and on the barrel will take care of Seeka. And it's a 2-2 split on the map right now. Chick backing Snakebite all the way down to bottom middle and away towards Pillars.
So I'll keep an eye on the slays throughout this game and see if the stats don't lie, and whether we see FaZe just really focusing on making sure they stay ahead on those numbers. And if Quadrant can keep control on the map even without necessarily the slays going in their favor. Overshield was the first fight that happened over towards on that side, and it's Renegade who not only gets away with it, but has a sniper to work with as well.
Early points then for FaZe. Still some overshield to play with. Sniper rifle in the back pocket of Renegade. SLG will eventually go down after taking a couple of shots more than Renegade would have liked. Chick gives him the wiggles, gets a kill. Sniper rifle no longer a factor on the map. Frosty looking towards C, and that's where the rest of his teammates are spawning up. A momentary triple cap while Quadrant gather their thoughts. They will capture A, but FaZe with a beautiful start right off the rip.
One of the downsides of being a best at anything is you are going to be studied. People are going to work out what it was you were doing correctly and how to shut you down. And I'm sure that FaZe have done plenty of research to try and work out just why Quadrant were the best in the world at strongholds in general. But Quadrant still holding on strong, even though they went down in the early stages. They were able to put just a few points on the board. Like, they were getting outslayed. FaZe were getting the kills, but Quadrant still snuck in and got 8 or 9 points there, and that's where they're dangerous.
So much respect shared between these two teams. And you can see FaZe not looking to push in with a hold. Frosty stepped out just a touch. We're getting word that we're going to have to put a stop to this one. There's some issues on the stage, and we'll get them all figured out. But while we do, we have something to talk about, and that was FaZe getting the better of the early engagements.
Yeah, I think that's expected, but it's just an audio issue for one of the players at the moment. Of course, we want to make sure that's okay before we get into this series. Quadrant a little bit slower off the start, but we know that when you put these two teams against one another, we've seen it in online tournaments, we've seen it in scrims, FaZe usually get the better of Quadrant in any slaying department. They're a little bit better at just finishing off those kills. Teamwork is just one step ahead of Quadrant, and it was something that Clutch mentioned on the desk. The individual skill is just that one tier higher for every single member of FaZe Clan. We mentioned Legend maybe is kind of up there with them, but it just seems in those individual fights, those BR fights, you'd usually expect FaZe Clan to be winning those.
Well, we put some ice on this series. Players like Renegade, Dan, world champion with Splyce, and how he desperately jumped on this team with ambitions of winning another world championship, and this is where he wants to be, on that main stage, come Sunday, raising a trophy.
Yeah, I think that, you know, when the decision was made and when Renegade had to choose where he wanted to end up, and this roster, I think, was what he had eyes on, it was always going to be aspirations of a world championship, of being back on top once again, and they've had their ups and downs, haven't they, FaZe? I mean, it's a few firsts here or there, but then they've been down to 3rd, 4th, and it's not exactly been all rainbows and butterflies, but we have seen them be on top, and I think that's what's important. As long as they peak at the right time, there is still an opportunity for them to win a world championship here.
And for Quadrant, of course, they have typically fallen short every time they've played against FaZe, but as of recent, with those tournaments and with the complexity one in mind, they showed a lot more signs of life as we look at the KD leaderboard, and at the moment it's actually Bubudubu reigning supreme.
Yeah, and of course during pool play it can be slightly inflated depending on which teams you have played, but Bubu with an impressive 2.04. We were lucky enough to watch Stella compete on the Bravo stream a little bit earlier, and he seems like he is again really impressive at this tournament. He doesn't seem like he's slowed down at all, but it looks like Sentinels are having a comfortable time at the moment in their group.
as attention's turned then back towards the main stage then. We spoke about how important the game is, game number 1, but the series layout in general and how it maybe just ever so slightly favors the FaZe Clan boys.
I think in general you are going to see a series layout always favoring FaZe when you're going up against Quadrant, and that is what separates the best teams at the HCS, is their consistency across all maps and modes. One of the reasons why we see Space Station featuring in almost every grand final is because no matter what maps and modes are presented in front of them, they will always find victories because they are consistent across everything. They have very little weak game types, whereas when you go outside of the top 3 and you go 4th downward, you will notice trends where teams are struggling on certain maps and modes, like really bad trends as well, where it'll be a vicious, like, I don't know, 2-8, for example, or a 1-6, and you're like, well, how are they that bad on this game type? You would have thought they would have put time to try and improve, but I think that the bigger and better teams can be good across the board, whereas some of the lower teams will instead just focus on their best games.
I mean, we've seen it just last tournament, right? In Quadrant, they appeared to have the favorable side of the bracket, and then all of a sudden, Rebellion caused a massive upset, giving them a 3-0, and then we're talking, that doesn't happen to the top 3 teams, and that is why Quadrant needs some more consistency in their life.
Yeah, and I think if Quadrant would have learned anything from that tournament, it would have been consistency. It's how do we make sure we don't have those weaknesses that can be exposed? Because even though a best of 5, it seems like a long enough series, it can really get away from you very quickly. As soon as there's a couple of bad game types, you're left scratching your head a little bit, and all it takes is then one bad Slayer, which is sometimes a coin flip, and you find yourselves out of the tournament. So it is about putting in that practice, finding those kind of gaps in your armor, and making sure you fill them.
Now listen, we know Legend and Co, they've dominated Europe for a very, very long time, but how they would love to make a big splash at the World Championships. They've threatened, they've gotten to the top 3, a couple of consecutive top 6s, but now they need to push on again. They've had that boot camp, like you spoke about, how it's going to be so important to bridge the gap to those top 3 teams, but they have to do it this weekend.
And it's been a roller coaster for this team because they went from not being expected to do anything, they managed to achieve the unthinkable, and then the expectations on their shoulders now is to reach it time and time again, is to get into the top 6, is to push into that top 4. And I mean, it sometimes is uncharted territory. It's not necessarily something these guys would have expected, but they're dealing with the pressure pretty well. The series earlier against Na'Vi, I was a bit concerned that maybe pressure would have got on their side because of that expectation to take down their European counterparts, but they were able to hold strong. They win that series, they stay focused. And there's no reason why they couldn't upset a team like FaZe Clan, even though they've not done it against anyone except Optic. That's the crazy thing. But you've got to remember that Optic, they're the world champions. So if you can beat the world champions, there's no reason why you can't beat FaZe.
Well, we showed you the KD leaderboard just a little while ago, and it's time for us to head on over to Sentinels against Cloud9 and Bubadubu, who sat atop the top Slayer list at the moment. And they're 0-0 as this series only just kicked off. King of the Hill on Livefire, which we will be getting into with FaZe and Quadrant, but Sentinels have a big tournament. They are in a very similar situation to Quadrant. They want to be the team that consistently break into that top 4.
Yeah, and Sentinel stats could get even better after this series. We saw Cloud9 on the Bravo stream earlier against SSG, and it didn't go particularly well for them. Sentinels are, again, another caliber of team you would expect to be shutting down Cloud9 relatively easily. But if you want to continue watching that one, make sure you check it out on the C stream, as Sentinels are taking on Cloud9. And what it usually means when we jump out of a game is we might be jumping into another one soon. So hopefully everyone on the main stage is just about sorted out any audio issues they may have had, and then we can get this series going.
This is all dirty ball. That's what this is. Dirty tactics. It's a masterclass of the dark arts from Quadrant boys.
From the French boys.
Trying to ice the French.
Ah, yes. Just, oh, I've got an audio issue.
Oh, I can't hear things.
Oh, no, we'll slow
I can
you
only
down.
hear on my right side.
It's clever, though, because I will say, and this is no disrespect to FaZe, they do get very frustrated. They get checked out very easily at times, like just the smallest of things, and those boys will be missing shots, and they'll be getting very, very frustrated. But we'll have to see whether they can keep their cool here in this series.
Well, Frosty is one man that can pop some heads and wobble some wigs. Well, we've got a little clip to show you. Take it away.
But doesn't have a BR for the cleanup.
Collective will be forced to back down, and that flag will get all the way out to long haul. King Nick will chase down Snakebite, and Spartan with the grenade will stop the flag in its tracks, but Frosty's finding some faces now. Really starting to heat up with the heat wave. He's cooking. Triple kill for the Iceman.
And it might still go on. Yeah! Overkill! We switch over, but Frosty hits it. And that was an AMD power play as well. We've been seeing those throughout the tournament. And, well, luckily it was one that we commentated over as well. Just as the observer switches, it was an overkill from Frosty. And that's what this FaZe Clan roster is capable of, pulling things like that out of the pocket. And Quadrant need to be careful. Don't allow Frosty to get going.
That observer switch has haunted L-Town since the very day. I remember at the Sunday after party, he was not very happy with himself, but fortunately for him, he's very good at his job and bounced back very quickly.
He did indeed. I think next series he bounced back. Probably that series he bounced back, because we appreciate everything L-Town does when it comes to observing and making sure he is keeping on top of everything.
Yeah, and again, our attention's turned towards FaZe and Quadrant. We can keep building this up in this strongholds. Dan, we need Quadrant to see, we need to see a good fit and firing Quadrant here, because if they start slow here, if they lose game one, that could be unthinkable. It's exactly what we've seen against Shopify Rebellion. They lost game one and then went on to get clean swept. So they need more than ever to win this game.
Yeah, I think what's frustrating sometimes for Quadrant and Quadrant fans is there's always that we know, or Quadrant fans know that they can get into the top 3. They know they can get into the top 4. They know they can compete against the likes of FaZe Clan, against the likes of Optic, but then all it takes is one map not going their way, and I spoke about FaZe getting checked out. I guess you could say the same about Quadrant. They can very easily get down on themselves a little bit and maybe get frustrated themselves. So this first game is everything, because you got to imagine for Quadrant, they're going into this saying, well, it's Strongholds Li-Fi, we've never lost this should be easy. And then they lose it, and then suddenly they're thinking, okay, well, if we can't win our best game type, how are we going to win this series? On the flip side, you've got FaZe, who have put in a lot of time at practicing Stronghold, saying, all right, we put in so much time, surely we finally beat them on it. If they then lose it, they could be the ones that let their head drop. So this is one of the most important map ones that we might have here on main stage today.
And for many people, this Quadrant team are a real dark horse. They're a wild card, and many people have pipped them that they can go on here and win a championship. So but previously, top 3 was the highest they've ever gotten, but people still whispering, talking about a championship reign for these boys.
Yeah, I think that Quadrant, I mean, they're a roster that have been long talked about. This was a year in the planning. I think that there was a few contract permission things that weren't quite there for this team to form back in the day, and that's why we had Ascend and we had Quadrant, but then we get the combination of the two and the best European roster that has ever been fielded for Europe, and I believe that they are a team that can really put on a show for us here at the World Championships. But FaZe know how good they are, and I think that's what's important in this series as well. FaZe, do not underestimate Quadrant. FaZe have seen what Quadrant can do against other teams. FaZe have played enough against Quadrant, so there's not going to be a slow start here for FaZe where they're like, we can kick back, we can chill, this is just an easy series. FaZe know they have to be locked in to compete against this team.
Speaking about the Quadrant boys and how they've combined this master roster, do you reckon there was an interrogation tactic, or a negotiation tactic where Lando Norris would stick them in the back of a car and whenever they're asking for more money, he just whipped them around Silverstone at top speed?
I mean, there's definitely methods. Something has to have happened when they went and got top 3, right? That was, something had to have been done. It was a Lando Norris masterclass. I mean, he's been doing similar things on the F1 track as well. It's been a great year, not only for Lando Norris, but Quadrant all the same, as the organization keeps to rising. New merch, by the way, available. Quadrant putting on new merch for us, love that. Although the boys, where's the lime green? I will say, is it chilly in here? I don't know. I've got a jacket on, but not even the jerseys for the boys.
Maybe it's the championship greens. They wear them on Sunday now instead. Starting traditions.
That's wise, and I think it might be needed just to have a few superstitions here if you want to take down a FaZe Clan roster who should be focused and ready to go. Because you've got to look at what happened last event. FaZe Clan, 4th place. That's not where they would have expected to be or wanted to be, and they will be looking to make a statement as they come into the Halo World Championships to show why they are the best team in the world, or one of the best teams. Now, as we restart Strongholds on Livefire, FaZe are going to need 226 points, whereas, of course, we are going to see Quadrant needing the entire 250. Let's get it going.
We're on their way. Game 1. Quadrant v FaZe, which could very easily be the one that tops the pool. The winner of this one could very easily go on and top this pool and have a very favorable bracket from here on out. Such is the significance of winning this single series. Renegade in a 1v1 against Legend. And it's a demon who reigns supreme here now. Over his shield, pops up, and Chick has it in his chest as he pops away up towards Cuts.
And the individual skill of these teams has been mentioned, and something that SLG does excel in is his sniping ability, and he does have a sniper rifle ready, waiting, lurking in the shadows, but the battle rifle can do the damage as well. It's FaZe that are scoring, but it's Quadrant who are getting the kills, quite the opposite of the stats.
SLG, recognized positionally he's not in the best of places. As Royal 2 tries to get away out towards the scoreboard, and SLG is there. He had a peek but couldn't find the pixels. Royal 2 does show himself, but only into the crosshairs with the sniper rifle. Kills now favoring Quadrant. 3 dead for FaZe. And that hot start they had before the restart, that lead they had, is almost completely gone.
But notice how SLG didn't jump into the C stronghold there. He was more than happy to just take place on tower just in case there was any spawns over towards Dummy. But then as soon as they see the spawns over towards scoreboard and A, that's when they then make sure that C is in their control. Very calculated, their movement around the map, Quadrant, and you can learn a lot by how they play. Again, they know there's going to be a push over towards B, so SLG says, I will grab A. We will just go where the players are not.
Working so far, A and C in control. SLG has the information that one player at least down to no shields over towards C. That kill has now been cleaned up. And Frosty's the last man standing on the map. As he fights over towards B, Quadrant continue to hold A and C, continue to score. And SLG can continue to rain down terror with this sniper rifle in a 1v1 against Royal 2. But it's the Canadian who wins out this time.
A couple of shots that really could have made a difference there for SLG, but just can't quite connect. It did allow Seeker to get control of the overshield, but that's very quickly deleted off of his Spartan. And FaZe just wrestle back a little bit of control as they take C, but just as Quadrant noticed, even with only a couple players on the map, they will instantly throw themselves into B, and this is what we were talking about. Even if the Slays may be going in favor, or feel like they're going in favor of FaZe, it's the thought process from Quadrant and the way they're moving around the map that often wins some Strongholds games.
2 down for FaZe. Full complement of players for Quadrant. Standing, ready to fight, guns up. Renegade tries to slip away under the cover of the scoreboard. SLG's fighting elsewhere. Snakebite's got one Royal to another. Seeka's last man standing for Quadrant. Has to give up the hill, and Renegade will pop back around the corner to ensure that kill will not get away. B for FaZe. A very quickly in their control as well, and they can continue to score. Confirmation, FaZe need 226, Quadrant need the full 250.
That was a good period for Quadrant, but FaZe being able to wrestle it back now means they can focus on trying to put a string of points together as well, especially now with Frosty with a sniper. We had our AMD power play. Is he going to be able to put on another little montage piece for us here as Quadrant just slow things down ever so slightly, but SLG cannot avoid the sniper rifle of Frosty this time.
Frosty trying to land the body shots. Got a melee. Royal 2 on hand. Takedown Chick. B and C now in possession of FaZe as they now wait for the overshield to pop up, recognizing how big that could be, scoring even more points. Happy to sacrifice B for now to ensure they claim the overshield and get themselves right back into this game. Quadrant happy to take the points on offer as they get a couple of kills, and perhaps Renegade has a lot of burden on his shoulders now with the heat wave and overshield combination. Good for 1. As he immediately surveys the land, gets close to B, trying to clear it out, but there's no members of Quadrant positioned there. They simply left and ran away.
Well, Quadrant were in control, but it's a great push from FaZe, so it seems like a good time to jump into the comms and see how they are trying to pick apart this Quadrant team.
Sika's weak. He's trying to door. He's like,
I can play for him. Pillars.
Yo, I'm gonna end it. I'm gonna end it, bro.
I'm coming to please. Yeah, nice man. I'm coming off the garage. Pillars on me.
One B, one it. Sick one and two. We give B. He's one at left wing. He's one at left wing. Okay. Left wing one. He's dead. Nice. They're gonna be able to see fast.
Yeah, I saw Ness. Nothing. I'm trying to fight garage here.
Okay. A plat.
W's so weak. Yeah, they're trying to see us.
I'll come PJ. Somewhere above. No one. There's one B, one Ness.
I killed one A. Nice press. Yo, last guy. The last guy's mine. He's going elbow C.
Yeah, good play. We should go B. John, you go fast. You
have 20.
Yeah, you guys beat him. Yeah,
I'm gonna go.
Make play.
You're bad. I can't.
One top in. One two down weak. And one in
red tunnel. AP. He waving 5 guys. I can't see. OV in 15 as well. You can me on mid.
Yeah, Heatwave's gonna be up now. He was up now. I think he went Keto.
One of us. Look at us.
With Heatwave.
Help me, John.
We'll be in 10 as well.
Running to me. One of these, one of these.
Dummy door.
Come on, Ovi.
We got one.
One in Ovi. One in Ovi.
One shot Keto. No, I killed him. I'll get us. I'm capping A too.
Good.
Can we start building monsters? Yeah, John, I'm getting a cyber out. I'm going B. B.
Wait, two.
I'm gonna die.
Try and class two.
2B.
Snipe down. I heard. I'm gonna be going left again.
Snipe down pillars.
Heard.
Back B.
Yes, snipe. John, I have here.
Two back B.
I have here. Right. Two on Ovi.
Can you kill us?
He's one hit on Ovi.
Nice.
He was on my body.
He had snipe at B somewhere.
John, you have a shot as well. Keep an eye on
back, John. Alright, I'm shooting on him. One shot. Give me a second. One shot dice.
Wow, the pace of the game there really reflected in the comms from FaZe. Very fast when Quadrant were darting around taking the fights, but as soon as they slowed down a little bit, FaZe also took that chance just to take a breather. But Quadrant's still ahead, even with the slight restart lead that FaZe have. We now see FaZe finally take control in terms of the slaying ability. Right at the start of the game, Quadrant were dominating the slays, but FaZe have got right back into it.
Very closely contested game. We expected nothing more.
Enemy team score.
Quadrant desperately need to win this game. They try and control B. Legend's sitting in there, but it's being contested for now. SLG tries to desperately stay alive under bridge. Royal 2 ensures that will not be a possibility. It's now Seekit and Chick in C. Overshield in 20. Royal 2 still has 2 snipe shots to play with and a smoke screen to help his team out in securing that overshield. As he now turns towards scoreboard, Seekit oversteps his marking. Royal 2 using the shroud screen to cover and isolate the fight. He gets a trade in the end. Overshield will pop up now, and Frosty looks to be the one on hand to pick it up.
Just look how annoying Quadrant are being, like just little cockroaches just getting through the gaps and just stealing that stronghold away from you when you think you've got control, and it's so difficult for FaZe to manage. Again, A and B being taken, but that's a big shot from Frosty. Was secured, but Frosty can now try and wrestle it back if he can take this fight against Chick.
Chick waited behind the pillar to do as maximum damage as he could. Overshield's completely gone now. B for FaZe, as is A. They continue to score again. Closing in. Again, remember, they have a 24-point advantage from the initial start. So this game just about tied up, but it's FaZe who have a slender lead.
FaZe with a slender lead, but again, A and B being taken both by Quadrant. And they're gonna suddenly flip the map on its head. As soon as FaZe moved over to C, that was when Quadrant made their move, but A is being contested once more. That's where the big fight's happening at the moment, but Seeker, he's saying, well, if the fight's happening at A, that probably means we can take C, so we'll just go through and we'll take C, it'll be fine.
Said when I make my move, and it really brought me to say, he's going to sacrifice himself. Seeker top middle, might be about to sacrifice himself down bottom middle. Plasma pistol picked up.
Enemy team
he looks towards scoreboard. Nothing doing. Royal 2 will be there in a moment, it would seem. Heatwave in the hand. Plasma pistol won't connect, and the Heatwave player will survive. 2 dead for Quadrant. 2 dead for FaZe. Royal 2 tries to line up Chick, but the Frenchman just about avoids the clean fade. Frosty down to no shields, make it no life. Renegade gets 1. These two teams trading kills back and forth. It's 61 kills in favor of FaZe to 55. They have the Slayers advantage. They just need to convert it into some more points.
Well, FaZe move over to B, and you know where Quadrant are going to be? They're at A, but this is good from FaZe. You need to make sure, okay, expect where Quadrant are going to be. They're going to be going towards A, so then we instantly have to flip C. Outplay Quadrant at their game. Either move faster than them or set traps for them. If you're expecting them to be there, hide round a corner, be there for the back smack, but somehow SLG gets the kill there, and that could really help out Quadrant trying to get back into this game, because they do find themselves about 30 points behind now. It's another overshield in favor of FaZe. Something that has gone well for FaZe here is their overshield control.
Snipewhite still has some overshield to play with. Trying to control A. As he steps out now towards B, expecting a point of contention. 3 dead. Snipewhite is the last man standing. Legend's going to try and make this as difficult a kill as he can, but Snipewhite has the repulsor and sends him straight into a frag grenade. A is almost completely converted. Chick puts the final touches on that. very little to separate these two as we head towards the end game.
This is what you have to be careful of, though, here on Livefire Strongholds, is not getting caught down bottom middle for too long, because then you're leaving the rest of the team at a 3v4 disadvantage. But FaZe, sometimes even when their player's down, they're still able to get the job done. Frosty, the last remaining player, and he just tries to do the extra damage onto SLG to stop being secured there, and unfortunately has to back down from the fight. Quadrant now starting to close that gap some more, but great patience from Frosty. He knew full well there was going to be that potential rotation.
Frosty is locked in and lasered right now. You can tell he's listening to every single piece of information that comes his way. An unofficial triple kill for him. So much damage put down. Quadrant need to put him in some chains because he is popping off right now.
Quadrant being outslayed by 10, but they're only down by about 30 in terms of the objective. This is what we expected. Two very different ideologies from these teams, two very different approaches, but FaZe may be starting to suss out how Quadrant are moving around the map a little bit more now. But again, B is flooded from Quadrant. They're still being a nuisance. They're still threatening FaZe as 4 go down. And again, it's a chance now for Quadrant to get a triple cap and really start to eat away at this scoreboard.
Overshield's popping up at a very good time for Quadrant 2. They've sent some resources that way, trying to prioritize C. They might bite off more than they can chew. SLG has the overshield. He turns his attention towards Renegade, who tries to stay alive and make himself a difficult kill. SLG still has a little bit of overshield to play with. He's going to use it to take down Royal 2. 3 dead for FaZe.
This is where Quadrant get very terrifying, when they have that trip cap, when they can start to push the advantage and press the spawns, as now A will be wrestled back. C is where the spawns are for FaZe, but Quadrant closing in on 250. FaZe have to stop this bleeding.
Quadrant have them right where they need them. Snakebite down to no shields, catch the body shot. But they've got a player with a little bit of a backstab. Frosty has got the world in his shoulders here to stop this game. A, B, and C in Quadrant's control. FaZe have little to no mistakes left in the chamber.
But they do get 3 kills, 3 are dead. Legend can't compete for B or C, so they have to give up control. FaZe wrestle it back. Remember, FaZe have a 24-point lead from the start of this game, so they only need 226 here. This game is pretty much tied between the two. Quadrant, who have never lost this mapping mode all season, and FaZe, who have a poor record, but are starting to show why they put in the practice, why they have made sure they put in the research.
This game's so delicately poised. Royal 2 down to no shields. Snakebite tries to get away. And it's Quadrant who have control once more. They need 30. And FaZe need about 21. So little to separate them. Overshield's about to pop up once more as Sika gets a kill. And they're looking to sacrifice the overshield and trying to secure the points instead.
Yeah, that's a big fight at A. That is won by Quadrant as SLG gets the kill onto Frosty. Now Legend turns his attention onto C. And now they're only 18 points away as well, but FaZe are able to just wrestle him away. This overshield could have an impact, but it's whether either of these teams decide just to ignore it and try and just hold out for the points.
This overshield could tip the balance in either team's favor. But will FaZe just run out of time by the time they get their hands on it? But hold on a second. FaZe are threatening to get a triple cap. They've got A, they've got C. They've got members over towards B and do Quadrant. Frosty steps in and Royal 2's got the overshield.
This could be the backstab of all backstabs. Big fight, but there's 2 players from Quadrant waiting. B is taken though from FaZe as now they have the chance to try and win this game. 2 go down for Quadrant. Royal 2 still over towards Tower. Still being a nuisance, still trying to send players flying as now C will be taken here.
SLG's flying without wings. Off the map he goes. B and C now in control. Quadrant have one last push. Chicks down to no shields. 6 points. Make it 4. Is there anybody from Quadrant in there to get into a hill? SLG tries to go. He's unsuccessful. FaZe win game 1.
And FaZe do what they set out to achieve coming into this tournament. And it was to finally get a Strongholds victory over Quadrant. And that impressive record on Strongholds Livefire, we finally turn a 0 into a 1 for Quadrant. But that is going to be a frustrating loss because they could taste the victory here, but FaZe, they get the job done and show why they have that championship mentality.
Quadrant's best game mode. They take the L. And much like the last event, they found themselves on the receiving end of a 3-0. Are we about to see that here once more? Or do they have what it takes to battle back against the adversity?
And you know full well that means a lot to the FaZe roster as well. They're a team who like to make sure they've been able to win in every way possible. If they feel like there's something they've not achieved, they want to gain it. They want to finally take that W over another team. And that's going to do a world of good for their confidence. As we look back towards the end of the game, then Quadrant, they were so close. They were 6 points off. But Royal 2, he took the gamble. He went for the overshield. He distracted 2 members of Quadrant for the meantime, which allowed FaZe to then capture B. And not only did they capture it, but then Royal 2 was able to take the fight over towards Tower. Capture C, and Quadrant were on the back foot off spawn, just dashing over towards B, and they weren't able to stop it.
Royal 2 picking up that overshield has completely changed that game. That one play tipped the balance in their favor.
And that's going to be frustrating for Quadrant, and we spoke about it before the series started. Are we going to see the heads drop now they lose one of their best maps and modes? But you saw a little bit of acceleration there from the FaZe boys. It did mean a lot. They wanted to get that one over them. Very close though on the score, 250 to 245. But FaZe find themselves one up in the series.
Up next then, Slayer on Streets. And Dan, I know you've got something for me.
It's an average game type for both. 6 and 4 across the year for FaZe, 5 and 5 for Quadrant. We've seen some big losses for the likes of Quadrant and even Ascend when they were that roster back in the day on Slayer Streets. It almost seems like a nightmare map for them with some of the losses they've had on it. You'd have to favor FaZe with how they've controlled kind of power-ups throughout that game. You'd expect them to be a little bit more aware of rockets and how to present themselves towards them, but I still feel like Quadrant, in the speed of which they can move around the map, they can definitely make this difficult for FaZe.
Looking at the body language on the stage, Legend looked a little bit dejected after losing that game, and you know why, Dan. When you're 4 or 5 points away, one play can be the difference maker. And having a look at the game mode records, FaZe Clan on top when it comes to Slayer. That's not good news for the boys in green, the Quadrant lads.
All the good news for Optic, for example, can be bad news for them. They're in green as well, but yet FaZe have been our best slaying performer team throughout the season. And in Oddball, they're also in second as well as King of the Hill. So the maps and modes that are coming up, certainly the actual mode will lend towards FaZe. But that is a big loss for Quadrant, and suddenly the unbeatable team on Strongholds has now taken 2 losses. And we'll have to see whether other teams in the tournament can start to do a little bit of the same. But now we go into Slayer on Streets. Quadrant will look to try and move around the map quickly and stay on top of FaZe, but FaZe will want to control this map. Make sure those rockets are theirs. Make sure that they get held of the Bulldogs so that they can't allow any quick movements from Quadrant. This could be very fast-paced if it's Quadrant who gets to dictate it.
Looking at the head-to-heads between Royal 2 and Chick. In that picture, you can see Chick fighting at his watch. But it's time to show up here in Game 2. As SLG scoops up the rockets, the Bulldog's been dropped over towards Pink. It looks it's going to be in control of FaZe. This is perfect for Quadrant. The kill lead and the rockets to boot.
You can see SLG hesitant to just fire random rockets as he fires a random rocket. And there was thought process behind that one. Second one connects though. Just an early lead for Quadrant, tied up by FaZe. Are they able to get any sort of control off of this rocket play? Doesn't look like it. Especially when you see Stalker Rifle and Bulldog now available for Royal 2. That's probably the worst player you want to see these guns in the hands of, because we know how impressive Royal 2 has been all season with his slaying ability.
Royal 2 about to start blasting. All tied up. 2 members of Quadrant positioned over towards the shotgun side. Another 2 towards bottom tower. Royal 2's happy to stay planted where he is. Towards Ivy. Taking out the no shields. Smoke screen will go down. That will block his vision. He has to overextend just a touch. How about a teammate? Double kill for FaZe. Royal 2 and Snakebite combined. Long-time teammates. Must be near a decade these two are playing together.
But this is where I think Quadrant have matured a bit as a team, as players. Off spawn, they didn't throw themselves at FaZe. They took a second to think about how they wanted to approach, how they wanted to methodically walk across the map and try and get that opening pick. And they did get it against FaZe, but power weapons are a very big thing here on Streets, and the Stalker Rifle is definitely one of them. And unfortunately for Quadrant, the amount of damage output that the Stalker Rifle has, they weren't able really to wrestle the positions off of FaZe. So they want that to be out of ammo, and it will be soon, but speaking of power weapons, here comes the rockets.
Beautiful grenade, banked from Chick, spins up just to back Snakebite away, and perhaps that was to push him off the rockets, but Somehow the Rockets are on a porch. Assuming some sort of combat evolved was used.
I mean, that was next day delivery if I've ever seen one. Snakebite more than happy to scoop that off his step. And now he's got to put him to use. 2-kill lead for FaZe. Again, hesitant to fire. You also don't want to put yourself in a vulnerable position where maybe you can get backsmacked or only fire one rocket before you give a kill away. Because then you also hand those rockets to your opposition. So I said it might be a fast-paced game if Quadrant dictated the pace, but it is not Quadrant dictating it. It's very much FaZe slowing this game down. Probably frustrating Quadrant a bit.
Happy to play this one patiently. Snakebite's looking for guaranteed kills with the Rockets. He gets 2. 2 for 2. Efficient with the boom barrels. And Royal 2 will now just wait for the Stalker Rifle once more. He actually has it in his back pocket. Excuse me. As Chick, recognizing his teammate has fallen, has to back away. Doesn't have to help. Teammates spawning over towards red. And FaZe are a little bit split here.
And this means that FaZe will have the timing on the Stalker Rifle as well as soon as he fires that last bullet. Gets it back on the spawn of the weapon pad. And they can take advantage of it. This is very tactical from FaZe. Quadrant might not even know when that is going to be up, so they're going to have to just try and play for Tram every now and then to get a little bit of an indication on that weapon pad, but Renegade trying to stay alive cannot do so. Still very close, 19 to 18.
SLG was a little bit overzealous, running up the middle of the street. Paid for it with his life. Snakebite's back tower. Royal 2 is in PD. Snakebite's very close to calling 911, looking for some support here. Will get it from Royal 2 with a back smack onto Chick, and SLG will answer back elsewhere. Legend down bottom middle. Renegade has yet another set of rockets for the FaZe boys. Power weapon control has been one-way traffic so far, as well as the power-ups in the last game.
Rockets turn into Bulldog. Power to power. But again, you saw Legend very quickly trying to dart around to get behind enemy lines. That's where Quadrant have to be careful here, because FaZe are pretty wise to flanks. They've always got a BDI waiting, because they know Quadrant are a team who like to go and push for it. Renegade putting the Bulldog to use, but SLG shuts him down, but probably gets cleaned up here by Royal 2 if he can find him, which he does.
Is that what you need to spot out flanks, is a BDI?
A BDI can really help you spot anything out, actually, in life. But this game is maybe a little bit too close for comfort for FaZe. They would have liked to have a bit more of a lead, considering the amount of rockets they've been able to pick up. Quadrant have done impressively well to keep this so close.
On a knife's edge, game slows down. Both teams recognize what's at stake, particularly Quadrant. We do not want to find themselves 2 down in the series. Every play they think about making, they'll analyze, overanalyze, trying to ensure they make as little mistakes as possible. Renegade will get 1 though. SLG has been picked over towards the stairs. Renegade could very quickly turn this into 2. Stalker Rifle putting down so much damage. As Royal 2 backs away. Bulldog whipped out. He gets close though. Does Legend. Zeke is there though. Spares blushes. Still has got Stalker Rifle to play with. Still has Bulldog too. But he's lost his teammate. Probably has to give up this position. Fighting just a little bit too long. Guilty of almost overstaying his welcome.
But again, Legend staying alive, so important. He's able to just maneuver his way around the map to just avoid those last final shots, because he's got some very powerful weapons in his hand. There's the first. Renegade will get taken down by Seeker, and now Quadrant take the lead just at the right time, because Rockets also in the hands of Chick. Things are looking up for the boys in green.
Quadrant have made so many fans over the last few months. Maybe converted some Optic fans as well along the way. There's no doubt they'll be rooting for Quadrant here. 3-kill advantage then to the Europeans. As Chick gets close to the pink street. Eyes on Frosty. As a matter of fact, eyes on 3 members of FaZe. That information will be passed over. Renegade goes back PD, getting shots, getting hassled and harried by Chick, who continues to apply pressure. 3 dead. Snakebite in a 1v1. Will get a kill to lock it down. All 4 dead for Quadrant.
But FaZe find themselves 2 behind. 5 minutes still on the clock, so I don't think the timer is going to really play too much of a factor here. Plenty of time still for both teams to slow things down where they would like to. Legend managed to connect with a shot on the Snakebite. 3-kill lead now. And FaZe just need to be careful they don't allow Quadrant to get too much of a lead, but Renegade just on swap mode cleans up 2, but can't get any further than that.
Using the Bandit, we'll be seeing a lot more of that next year. Frosty then, waiting for the Bulldog, but he's got SLG behind him. No doubt he's heard the shot at his back. Frosty desperately tries to get away, but positionally he was in a bad spot. That Bulldog has popped up, and it's in the hands of the Frenchman SLG. Turns his attention towards Renegade now, who's down to no shields, as is SLG, who tried to get 2 with the Bulldog, but now Frosty needs to put that weapon to use. They're going to eat away at this lead.
Such good nades though from Renegade, but not only that, the follow-up from Frosty. Renegade ensured that he was screaming that call out. It had to be cleaned up. You can't allow SLG to get away there. Rocket's coming up. Chick is ahead of them. Legend gets spotted out. Chick will pick them out, but Snakebite is there with the Stalker Rifle, but it's good pressure from Quadrant. It's whether they can get hold of these rockets though. They're in a vulnerable position, but Legend puts his body on the line and will fire 2 of them. It's a 47-43 lead.
Rockets fired out of desperation from Legend, just to ensure they don't pass hands. He manages to get 1. Stalker Rifle from Seeking to pick up 2. And all of a sudden, Quadrant need 1 to tie up this series. 2 members of FaZe isolated towards PD. Frosty trying to do as much damage as he can. Royal 2 is in big trouble, and Quadrant tie up the series.
How important could that be for Quadrant's chances in this series? Slayer Streets, which has so often been their demise, they're able to just wrestle back some control in the late game. I don't think FaZe took advantage enough of the rocket control they had, the Stalker Rifle control they had, and Quadrant were able to punish them when they finally got hold of some of those power weapons. And now that means that we're definitely going to see a Game 4. And as we looked at that series layout, and you were saying, like, is there maps and modes that favor either of these teams? I think that Quadrant will be delighted that they are at least guaranteed to go to 4 here. 17 kills for Legend. We cannot stress enough what an amazing player this young man is, and how integral, how important he is to this Quadrant side.
Well, sometimes people are speaking about how against the top 3, he suffered and he struggled. Against FaZe in that Game 2, he took over the game. Wes called for him to take over the series. If Quadrant are going to stand a chance, they need more performance like that from him.
Yeah, they need Legend to be the superstar, right? And that's okay. You want to encourage that. If you are a teammate of Legend, you say, look, you big him up. You are the superstar. You are the guy who can do that. You make sure he's feeling at his very best. Give him a foot rub if you have to. Give him whatever he needs to be playing at top level.
Take a look at the highlights then. We spoke about those rockets, Dan. FaZe picked up a couple, 2 unanswered actually, but never really built on it. They got the kills, but never seized the map. As a result, they left the door open for Quadrant to sneak on in and claim victory.
And once Quadrant did have control at the end of this game, they continued to be aggressive. I think that was maybe the difference. FaZe were ahead and they slowed the game down. They allowed Quadrant to come to them, but when Quadrant had the lead, they were pushing their advantages. They were getting in the face of FaZe, and they find themselves winning it by 5. And that means we're set up for map number 3, which is on full recharge.
Game 1 separated by 5 points. Game 2 by 5 kills. Quadrant are in this series. And they're not just here to take part, they're here to win the whole damn thing. We spoke about Legend's body language after Game 1. Looking a little bit downbeat. Game 2 he's won. He looks the exact same. Maybe that's just his face. That's his resting face.
And you can see the stat difference between before Worlds, these stats, excuse me, and Legend. He really has come along from one tournament to another, making sure that he improves time and time again. And his KD might not have been that great at one tournament, but he improves it going into the next, and he is a player who will always be analyzing his own gameplay to ensure that he improves from one to the other.
It just goes to show you, this season, pretty positive, but when he plays against FaZe, for whatever reason, he's not able to cope with the goods, he comes a little bit unstuck, but with more games like that Game 2 Slayer, those stats will be getting a hefty bump all of a sudden.
Yeah, and I think that's always going to happen when you look at overall stats compared to a stat against a certain team, because FaZe have really been able to get the number over Quadrant, and if you consider the fact that Quadrant have lost every time to FaZe, those stats still aren't that bad. Like, he's still just under 1, which means he was still getting those slays, he was still performing well. And Legend is that X factor for Quadrant, but you need the 3 players behind him for him to be able to excel in certain areas. You need the cover, you need someone putting down the sniper control, for example, from SLG, or the assist that might be coming through from Seeker, or running hand in hand with Chick, who can also put down those Slayer numbers too.
Game 3 then, on the horizon, Oddball Recharge. Dan, we speak about how important these games are, and you told me that from here on out, it looks pretty good for FaZe.
It does. I mean, Oddball Recharge, typically, we have seen FaZe perform well. Both these teams haven't played much of this mapping mode throughout this season. One of the tournaments we didn't have Recharge, for example, so it's always going to be a little bit lower. But both have a relatively average win rate. This was kind of a coin flip when I'm looking at this series layout between the two, as was Slayer Streets. The big one for me was Stronghold's Live Fire. With that being won by FaZe, it suddenly tips the series layout heavily in their favor. But I thought that they would have had momentum off the back of that. That now being stemmed by Quadrant in the Slayer Streets, you then start to lean towards Oddball Recharge maybe going in favor of Quadrant, but it is a slower mapping mode. It is about control, it's about setting up. Typically, FaZe are a better setting up team than Quadrant.
This series continues to swing back and forth like a pendulum. Like you say, with structure being the name of the game when it comes to Oddball and Recharge. The funny thing is, not so long ago we spoke about and criticized this FaZe Clan's Oddball Recharge because they were not particularly very good at it, and that was something they went in the off-season, they worked on, they grinded away, they got the reps in to change that complexion, and now they're here and we're talking about how it being somewhat of their favorite game type.
And when I think of objective players and objective modes, I think Oddball is the objective mode because you have to take yourself out of the game to be able to get that objective. All you can do is just be a spotter. You can look and you can try and notice what's going to happen. Of course, you can drop the ball and slay, but then you are not securing the objective. FaZe have more objectively minded players than Quadrant. There is more players on that team that I would say, yeah, I think they know how to play the objective a bit better. And that's somewhere where maybe Quadrant can improve on as they progress in their careers. That's someone who knows just that right time when to move the ball around the map like we've seen Snakebite do historically. Even though they do it very well, when it's crunch time, when you're against one of the best teams in the world, are you brave enough to get your hands on that ball and move it when you need to?
Kickoff on Game 3 then. Oddball Recharge could very well decide which way this series shakes out. Frosty's got camo. Zeke has fallen. Legends on bat ledge. He won't be long to this world either. Renegade ensures Legends taken care of. Tucked him to sleep. It's night time. Chick over towards the whirlpool. Will back Frosty away. Experienced was the decision just to back away, knowing how important this camouflage, can be. As he gets close and makes a meal of the first kill, but Royal 2 is there to spare his blushes. As he dips and doodles, ducks and dives, Frosty will get one on the Chick. A ball in the hands of FaZe, and they've got almost an ideal setup here in Pipes.
I think what is surprising as well, when you look across the board for Quadrant, it usually was Legend in Fort Worth who was getting the ball control. On average, had 69 points across the tournament, and I think if your main Slayer is the guy that's holding the ball more often than not, then that might be an issue at times, as FaZe have a lot of control here. Two members have gone down from Quadrant. Renegade just trying to stay alive. Such difficult fight sometimes at Elevator, but SLG navigates it well.
SLG good, take the shields off Royal 2. Ultimately that'll make him fall. Snakebite's got hands on ball once more. As he begins to juggle it. Might get done for traveling if he doesn't bounce it too much. Legend trying to make this a really difficult fight as Frosty somehow gets a trade when he really shouldn't have. Chick's got hands on ball now in towards Pipes. And it's for Royal 2 and the rest of the FaZe Clan boys to break this setup now. Another trade comes, 2 members down for Quadrant.
Notice the weapons that Royal 2 will pick up when he's getting aggressive and in the face. He sometimes puts that battle rifle away and will find something a little bit more automatic to get very aggressive and ensure that you get the damage done so you can at least rip the shields off of your opponent so that then your follow-up can guarantee that kill. Or, of course, you can get that melee trade.
Second successive camouflage for FaZe. Snakebite no doubt will want to hand this one over if he can. So he can be an influence elsewhere, getting information. Ball down, pass to a teammate then. And he can begin a little reconnaissance mission. Trying to spot out some players. First victim's Legend.
Enemy has the ball.
Taken care of. Seek is the next. In the sights of the Snake. Camouflage has dissipated. 2 kills were good enough to keep control of the ball. 63 and climbing out of sight.
Yeah, this is firmly in the control of FaZe. They constantly have the weapons to stay ahead as well, and with the camouflage you saw on the screen for Snakebite. He was looking at his teammates' POVs more than his own, just to try and assess that situation. Where should he be going? Should he be holding on to the ball? Almost a 70-point lead. FaZe shouldn't throw this one away. Quadrant, even though they are a fantastic team at breaking setups, you'd imagine that FaZe will be given yet again another opportunity at some point to set up, and all it takes is one mini setup and they'll have this round in the back.
A lot of hard work's paid off so far for FaZe. Quadrant have not really been able to piece anything together. And when they've threatened to, it's been cut apart just like this. Chick tries to get the ball, tries to set up. Snakebite's there with a backstab, being a pest. He soars towards the ball once more. Seeker tried to play it, he was unsuccessful, but he manages to win the 1v1. Throws a denial grenade down towards the Pipes entrance. And tosses the ball towards batteries, but is this just delaying the inevitable right now?
And if Quadrant can get a solid setup, they can get a big chunk here, but FaZe aren't allowing it. You saw the grapple play from Snakebite, making sure that they get in the face of Quadrant, maybe learning from their previous game where they perhaps allowed Quadrant a little bit too much space to roam. Legend does have that ball, as I mentioned. He was the guy who held the ball most in Fort Worth for this team. Sometimes it's okay with your main slayer holding the ball, because what do main slayers like to do? They like to drop the ball and they like to slay. So you will see them helping out with damage every now and then.
Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball.
Sometimes you're tasked with taking care of Baby. Baby's nice and snug here. As SLG, unaware of that player on top catwalk, Royal 2 steps in. Ball's been dropped. Renegade and Snakebite pick up a couple. All four dead for Quadrant. You spoke about a mini setup being good enough. This could be it right now.
I want to play from Royal 2 as well, just patiently sitting on catwalk. Ooh. Picked his time perfectly as Renegade picks the face of SLG. Just should try and stay alive here. Keep yourselves healthy as a team and you can win this right here, right now in this round.
Just over 10 seconds required then. Renegade looks to line up one more. The Demons putting crosshairs on people, just can't find the faces just yet. Taking the shields away. Chick's trying to get close to the ball, but Snakebite expertly rotates it away. Round one goes to FaZe.
What did I say? Snakebite, objective, get that ball in his hands. He knows how to move around the map. 76 points for him. And that's maybe what Quadrant are just missing, that little extra flair when it comes to objective play and someone who's prepared to put their life on the line. But FaZe, it was about their setups as well. Often the shock rifle was in their control. Renegade had it, as he will go to pick it up yet again in this round. And the shock rifle makes such a difference on recharge, especially if you've got it in someone's hands who can hit good shots.
So far in round one, Frosty and Renegade have been given a sick note at work to say that they can't handle the ball right now. As you can see, that mantle's been taken on by Royal 2 and Snakebite with 76 and 24 respectfully. Renegade instead tasked to use the shock rifle and create some openings for his team. Snakebite's got ball once more as he flies by towards Pipes. Renegade's tasked now with providing some cover fire, but he's managed to let one leak through. And as a result, Legend and Chick have broken the setup. Snakebite recognizes this, has to play the ball, dies on batteries, but again, happy to give up his life for the objective.
Yeah, it's just a masterclass from Snakebite when it comes to objective play, but now this is Quadrant's chance. Shock rifle's in their hands and in the right hands of Legend as he connects with the first. Only tickles with the second, but they are starting to score. But this is now where we get to see FaZe and how impressive they can be at breaking setups.
Trade in Pipes. Still on board with Legend. As he tries to find a pick. Got help from a teammate. Royal 2 and Renegade in Pipes. One grenade could do a lot of damage, but it appears as though the Quadrant boys all out of them. Have to nip the target if they can. Scoop up a couple. SLG's got ball though. As he heads towards long haul, Snakebite's trying to cut him off at the pass, stopping him getting to blue. Instead, he opts to use glass instead and become a little bit of a ping merchant.
And I think what some people forget as well with oddball holders is you can really bait other teams with your movement, with your positioning. You can encourage teams to get aggressive in certain areas, which will allow your teammates to pick up easy kills at times because they'll be caught off guard a little bit. Very easy just to beeline towards that ball when you're starting to lose a lot of points, but Royal 2 with the camouflage just manages to sneak into the presence of these Quadrant players as now FaZe yet again are scoring.
Cloak of Invisibility still has a bit of battery in. They are solar powered, so they don't last long. Royal 2 with Needler There's a light up the back as those needles rip the spine of Seeker. Legend could be about to fall as well. Desperately tries to get away and does for now. As he hides on that lip, Chick's there to help his teammate. Legend will re-engage. Beautiful bait and switch.
Legend's movement it's fantastic. We saw the same on Streets. His ability to survive and then re-engage sometimes will just keep Quadrant alive in certain scenarios. And that must be so frustrating for FaZe, but Renegade gets a double. SLG trades one out. This is a much closer round, but 3 have just fallen for Quadrant. FaZe are outslaying Quadrant by 12 at the moment. And in Oddball, it's very difficult. It's not like Strongholds. If you are being outslayed heavily, it's difficult to win a game just based off objective play.
4 seconds separate these two teams. It's Frosty, with the help of the shock rifle and a haymaker to the jaw, will handle business. 2 dead, make it 3, excuse me. Quadrant have to try and break this setup once more. It's this time. Ball goes towards Elevator instead. Pipe setup given up. They recognize Quadrant have 2 members over there. Frosty all this time just keeping them at bay. Suppression fire goes down. As Chick and Legend look to re-engage from batteries and indeed Whirlpool. Here comes the pain. Royal 2 lights them up, keeping Frosty alive with the shock rifle. Finally he goes down with very little ammunition to play with. But look how many seconds they've managed to garner from that. Snakebite over towards Blue with the option to play ball if needs so.
And I feel like this is what FaZe needed. They needed Snakebite to return to this form. He was the main slayer for them at one of the tournaments, but we know how impressive Snakebite can be when he gets into his objective mind and allows the rest of the roster just to kind of focus on their own game. Even though Snakebite can step up, can be that slayer, by him taking that pressure off the rest of the team, it almost just gives them that freedom to breathe and to play at their very best.
Well, Wes spoke about how, in his mind, he's the best player in the game. And I think when you talk about commendations and how he was the main slayer in one tournament, he's picked up every single commendation, I think, except with the exception of best supporting player.
And best coach, hasn't had that one yet.
He will get that at some point, no doubt. Right now, he's still very much in his prime. But as we were wagging our chins, Quadrant just about take the lead. Chick was pivotal in that, essential kills with this shock rifle. Ball has been played. They have a slender lead of 8 seconds with 2 minutes and 30 on the clock. There's still a lot of work to do here for Quadrant.
Frosty somehow still alive, eventually gets shut down. Again, it's about avoiding those bullets, just as Legend was doing earlier. The longer you can stay alive, the longer you can keep your enemies distracted and allow your teammates to get into a position, it can really help you win not just an engagement, but it could be the setup that you need to win this round. Ball still on its spot. And at the moment, Quadrant are more than happy for it to stay there. They still have an 8-point lead here. But as they get a couple of slays, that's when they start to get into a position to start scoring once more.
You spoke about Legend having on average 69 points. He has got ball in his hands once more. 10 seconds required then to tie up this game. Series already tied at 1-1. Ops now to stay alive. Frosty soars in. Bottom elevator 3, make it 4 dead for FaZe Clan. Chick's got hands on ball once more. And we could very quickly be going to a tied oddball game. And we are. Chick secures the ball and secures the round.
And I wonder whether FaZe are going to feel like they let that one slip through their fingers a little bit. They had it. And over towards Blue. As soon as that went off the map, Quadrant then wrestled back control and got the setup of Dreams to find themselves all tied up. This could be massive if Quadrant can take the lead in this series. I wonder whether we'd start to see FaZe get a little bit dejected if they were to drop this one, especially after such an impressive round 1 where they had so much control and where they were outslaying Quadrant by so much. But now, Quadrant are starting to sneak back into the slays. They were being outslayed by 12, now they're only being outslayed by 6. They're having far more control, far more freedom to roam around the map.
Legend gets close, gets a trade. He had camouflage, perhaps would have wanted a little bit more of an influence on the game with that. Settles for a trade instead. SLG then, he is now tasked with being the difference maker. Up pretty far on the map then. He gets over towards bottom elevator. Frosty will get a couple of shots. A Snakebite backs away. Renegade has hands on ball. He's in pipes. FaZe have a setup once more.
It's It's often a gold setup for FaZe. That's when they seem most comfortable. And Quadrant have struggled at times to break it. It's very difficult to get into pipes because you can just be naded as you try and approach from Turbine. Even going out towards batteries, with the bat ledge position, you can just quickly engage, re-engage, get out of fights. Snakebite is putting on a clinic again, 15-point lead now for FaZe.
So impressive. Snakebite has 150 seconds of ball time. He could not shoot his gun for 150 seconds, but still only trailed some of his teammates by 2 or 3 kills.
He's a very important figure on the map right now. And Quadrant, maybe they know it. Ideally, you want to keep Snakebite away from that ball. You don't want to allow him to be able to play that objective. Camo's up in 8. Ball back on its spot now. FaZe have lost 3. Royal 2, though, as the last remaining player. He can be sneaky sometimes, and he can make a big difference if he catches out SLG. Maybe he could smell him from there, as SLG does spot Renegade going towards the Camo. And Renegade should at least be able to burn it here.
Reminder that for everybody inside the convention center, do apply deodorant. Particularly if you don't want the FaZe clan sniffing you out just like that. Renegade with camouflage. Quadrant set up so heavily, invested so many resources in securing it, at least baiting it. But it's Renegade who has it in his chest. But it is Quadrant who have ball. 2 dead though. Ball will have to be played here. As Renegade's camo dissipates. As he heads towards pipes, he just misses that jump. No worries though. Maybe some worries, 2 of his teammates have fallen.
He could have thrust Clamber Gandhi hopped in Halo 5, but unfortunately cannot do so in Halo Infinite. Has to just go the long way. But maybe it's worked out for him.
I do miss the auto-stabilize, I'll be honest. Loved it.
Of course you do. It was a crutch for you.
It really was.
Make a jump yourself.
It really was. Renegade in hot pursuit though on the Seeker, down to no shields. Kobe about to turn 2, and is. That's 3 dead for a moment for Quadrant. Snakebite tosses the ball towards Renegade, who happily scoops it up and accepts that Amazon order. Back towards Blue then. Option to play the ball, a safety net there. Insurance policy, if you will. As they continue to score points for Royal 2 then, over towards batteries. FaZe are very separated here. And as a result, they played the ball.
Frosty, last remaining player though, has the shock, and that will stop Quadrant from being able to get any sort of setup here. That's not the first time that a last remaining player from FaZe has been able to really make a difference. And even though Halo Infinite is far more team-focused than the likes of Halo 5, you can still have that individual moment to just set yourself aside from the rest. As now, again, Frosty thought he was going to rip the head of Legend, but Legend knows he needs to shut him down.
Frosty making this a really difficult kill, manages to get the player down to no shields as well. As Renegade picks up back-to-back camouflages now. But they've got to start making Quadrant pay for all the power-ups they're scooping up. They don't have a significant lead.
Yeah, because you're going to remember, FaZe, they were up in the previous round, but Quadrant were able to wrestle it back and get that better setup. And they have demonstrated, Quadrant, that this isn't going to be an easy round for FaZe. FaZe have to secure the ideal setup for themselves. Pipes is usually their target, and now with that kill, they should be able to start to set up here. Renegade just needs to make sure he's aware of any long haul push.
FaZe currently outslaying Quadrant by 11. As they now have a little bit more of a healthy lead. They require 50 more points to secure the game and take the series lead. 2 members of Quadrant positioned over towards Glass. Renegade has the Needler, but they probably need to trust in the battle rifle. He doesn't do so, and he will fall. A Snakebite, like a Matador, tries to bait them in, but Quadrant are no bulls. They're hunting in a pack. Frosty gets 1. 3 dead though for FaZe.
Again though, last remaining player from FaZe does get a kill, but this time Quadrant have made their push and kept ball control in a difficult position for FaZe to quickly push off of spawn. And in fact, off of spawn, they're going to be pressured here. Good aggression from Seeker to ensure he cleaned that one up, but I love this as well. When you've taken a little bit of damage, rotate that ball around, make sure everyone is playing their part, use your health to your advantage when it's available.
Seeker still holds the bottom elevator. Completely unaware that Royal 2 would leak through. As Frosty sets off a remote detonation as well. Renegade, excuse me. Is
cousin of Renegade.
Renegade, that's Legend and Renegade combined. What a player that would be. Shock rifle though. Was good for the assist. But right now, Legend's not able to find the faces. 1 second game.
Wow. That was incredible from FaZe. They used the nades to force Legend over towards Longhall side while someone pushed Longhall so that he was guaranteed to be taken down by either the nades or the BR bullets. That's a great closing of the gap from FaZe to make sure you take out a player who is very important on the map.
It's another camouflage for FaZe. This time, it's Frosty. Needs to be the difference maker. One back smack secured. But now his position is given up. Has he managed to land that plasma grenade? No, he hasn't. Sika has the shock rifle.
Sika with the shock, but Renegade gets the kill and can get maybe a shock as a reward, but can't quite find it. Ball has been grabbed though by Legend. Quadrant now take the lead. 42 seconds left on the clock, and that clock can very much make a difference soon. Quadrant are going to hold the ball as long as they can, and they'll play it when they're under pressure. And now the ball goes back onto the spot. FaZe now have to make a move, but 3 go down. Royal 2's waiting, and FaZe will get control of the ball.
It's an 8-second game with 30 on the clock. Ball's in a little bit of a precarious position. Frosty knows he has to get a touch on it. He's been backed away in blue pipes though. So there's 2 members of Quadrant ensuring he can't get there. 15 seconds remain. Chick's just baiting it to his left. Frosty has got to clear his corners. They've managed to get 1 pick. Will it be enough though with 10 seconds remaining? Ball's been picked up, but not for long. Chick's baited it expertly. Sika has to try and survive. But oh no! Frosty's got hands on ball once more. Can he hold it? 3 dead for Quadrant. They managed to get themselves within 1 second. Ball has been dropped. FaZe will win the oddball.
And they steal it at the death. FaZe up all around the crowd. Right from underneath Quadrant's nose, tried as they might to watch over that ball by the middle. And that one is going to sting. You're going to need plenty of water because it's going to be a tough pill to swallow. Quadrant know full well that game was theirs. They had it, but they just couldn't quite hold it for those extra 2 seconds. And Frosty, so patient. He was back down to bottom blue for quite some time. He was out of the game, but he knew he was going to be the one that had to get that touch on the ball. So he bided his time, he watched his teammates get the slays, and then he was there at the right place at the right time to ensure he picked it up.
So strange. You can see 30 seconds on the clock and almost panic, be a little bit frantic in emotions. And like you say, Frosty's cold with it. He waits patiently for his moment. That opening was created by Snakebite and Co. And in he scoops, pick up the ball and secure the win. What a game of oddball. What a series we have right now.
And similarly to when we watched Optic on the main stage earlier, those are the kind of games that set aside a championship winning team from a team that might finish top 4, top 3. You have to be clutch in those final moments. And clutch is what FaZe have been so many times throughout this season. And perhaps if we had to criticize Quadrant in one of the areas, it would be that clutch factor. Sometimes they do let those games just slip through a little bit, but they are so close. If you had asked Quadrant right at the start of the season, hey, how do you feel about being at the World Championship at the end of the year, and you are only just losing to FaZe Clan, I think they would have bit your hand off.
I think SLG would say no, honestly. He feels like his team's good enough to win the thing. Looking at the leading Slayers, Royal 2 with a 1.61 and a 1.19 for Sika. King of the Hill stats at HCS Fort Worth, where Quadrant fell to top 6. That was their second successive one. But you spoke about the clutch factor, Dan. Royal 2 has it. Frosty has it. In those final moments, in that stronghold, it was Royal 2 who made the difference. In the oddball, it was Frosty. And unfortunately, time and time again, it's Quadrant to find themselves at the receiving end of a loss at these situations.
There was just a few moments where there's that extra little bit of a thought process from one of the FaZe members when, for example, Royal 2 was hiding on the catwalk, and you are out of the game for a good 10 seconds if you are prepared to crouch there, but you just know that if you wait, if you are patient, the kill will come to you. If he had been 2 seconds more impatient and pushed around the corner, he faces 2 players there and he dies. Instead, by being that extra little bit patient, he gets 2 kills, and that allows FaZe to break a setup and frustrate Quadrant.
And even to say, if he pushes out there, all of a sudden, he's no longer a factor, and Quadrant don't have to worry about him. The fact that he bides his time, Quadrant know exactly where he's positioned. They have to continue to worry about him in those final seconds as the game crunches on. But all of a sudden, we're thrusting ourselves to Game 4, Solitude, King of the Hill. Dan, tell me something.
It's a better mapping mode for FaZe than it is for Quadrant. FaZe have played it a few more times than Quadrant have in tournament play, but Solitude, I still think there's a question mark on it. I still don't think anyone's really nailed it down as well as they could have. So I think this is still open for either team to try and wrestle this one. But if I had to lean towards either side, it's got to be FaZe now with the momentum, and maybe Quadrant being a little bit dejected after that game.
I've added game 5 to my basket. I'm really hoping that I accept hope and dreams as payment. Frosty's got snipe. Royal 2's got a kill. It's numbers advantage for now in FaZe's favor. And they have the glass set up, which is exactly what they need to ensure their hill player takes minimal damage on the push. Kills continue to fall in favor of FaZe. And is it fair to say that perhaps those two losses, games 1 and 3, have just taken the wind out of the sails of Quadrant now?
Yeah, you want glass control, you want light rifle control, because there is more cover in top middle from those players who are over towards the snipe side and pushing down blue ramp, for example. You're a little bit more vulnerable when you push down out of light rifle. So Frosty, that's why he's positioned on this side, but now he's got to just push a little bit away to try and take these fights. Grenade doesn't quite connect with SLG, and Quadrant now will be able to get the kill finally onto Frosty. So at least they break the setup, but that's a good amount of time scored from FaZe in this first hill.
Frosty with a net 2 kills, but so much damage put down. Sometimes the stats don't simplify or don't explain just how pivotal that could be. Double kill though for Legend as he falls. As FaZe would have about 40% of the initial hill. But we have seen, Dance, time after time, the team that wins this hill can sometimes begin to look at just winning 1 or 2 more hills and closing out the game.
It's a very tough hill to get as well, and sometimes it can take a long time. There's a lot of game clock that is eaten away at during this first hill, but it might go quicker than we expect with how FaZe have been playing so far. They've done very well at holding glass control. QT not quite popped, so it is going to be available for someone to use. One of the main advantages of the QT on this mapping mode is just being able to position yourself in the hill with it, dive out, and then you can return to it after you've gained your shields.
Frosty scooped up Repulsor on a scavenge mission. Member of Quadrant S1. Chick will put a little bit more damage down and ensure Frosty will not go into his next gunfight with full shields. Legend ensures he's no longer a factor on the map. SLG over towards light rifle. Quadrant are trying to hold Loop. They're trying to hold Blue, but they can't get a man in the hill right now.
Yeah, this is a better fight back from Quadrant. SLG is the player who's been trying to get into that hill a little bit more than his teammates. But even he's only able to sprinkle his toes in for a short while as FaZe regain control yet again. Legend takes the fight but loses to Renegade, who quickly zips back with the QT. And again, we're seeing the advantage of that QT being used. Being able to get out of dodge after taking the initial damage, and now FaZe are close to finishing this first hill.
Taking a look at the stats, we do head towards the first hill's completion. Seeka's having a little bit of a slower start by his high standards. Yet to register a kill, 0, 5, and 8. Has had 5 gun engagements that have resulted in a kill. You know that's in his head. He wants to get off this. Maybe get himself more towards a breadstick than a donut. He soars out towards Blue. Melee will go down, but yet another death registered. He just needs to slow it down and wait for the kills to come to him.
Yeah, you'd like to think at this point in your career you're not too worried about getting off that goose egg that early on, but we know full well the mindset of some of these players. It's always going to be there and present. Quadrant now trying to get a little bit more aggressive because they know if they give up just one more slither, it's going to be first point to FaZe as Frosty rips Legend's face off.
Frosty's icing up once more. Sniper rifle finds a home again. And FaZe now can take their time in securing this first hill. They take the lead. And they're very close to taking the series. As we now move towards driveway, SLG 1v1 against Frosty, and the Iceman comes out on top again.
This is quite the spree from Frosty. Putting together all the pieces to be at his very best, whether it's the repulsor, whether it's the snipe. It's being a massive pain in the backside to Quadrant, but he eventually gets shut down. And now FaZe have the chance to step in the hill. This is one of those hills that is very difficult to sometimes stay in because of the spawns that happens over towards truck, the grenades that can arrive from yard. But Quadrant look like they might have an opportunity here with 3 dead to get some good time.
Frosty's over towards Loop, as is Snakebite. You know Quadrant are going to try and spawn them over towards S1. But right now, Snakebite and Frosty will go down. Royal 2 is in a 1v1. Legends firing down some long distance shots. Has to give it up, does Royal 2, and move towards blue. Frosty's there too. Will these two combine to clear out Tram? Yard's the point of contention. Sika desperately trying to survive. Unable to do so, as SLG tries to scrap as much time as he can, waiting for the cavalry to arrive.
And this is such an important hill for Quadrant as well, because look at that clock down at the bottom. If Quadrant lose this, they are done. They're not getting back into this series. They'll be down 2-0 with not enough time to even think about trying to get back into this game. So FaZe know if they can secure this one, they'll be all but guaranteed a victory in this series. But Quadrant are close, and they are wrestling for that hill. They are throwing their bodies on the line to try and secure this second one.
Quadrant knocking at the door. So close. And they will tie us up. And kills are going in their favor again as Snakebite desperately tries to get the trade and does. But now the hill moves once more. As we head to dip. And Sika will dip away to blue just to control the spawns. He knows how important it is to hold this spot.
This is also where you need players who are prepared to die for the cause. Get in that hill, know full well that you might only get 10 seconds on the board, but your life will be the cost of it. And Sika, who has been struggling a little bit in this game, you mentioned he's 4-12 at the moment. He's not really replicating the stats of his teammates. If I'm him, I'm thinking, all right, well, maybe the objective is my play here, and that's exactly the thought process through his head right now.
Sometimes it's just not your turn to get the kills. You have to get the objective instead. As he moves towards goal ledge. Royal 2, though, turns and gets a trade when he really shouldn't do. And when kills like that go against you, your confidence takes a massive hit.
Yeah, you saw a shake of the head from Sika. He's not quite feeling it in this game. 24 seconds left on the clock, by the way. There will be overtime, of course, but it means most likely we finish on this hill, as it will be next hill wins at that point. Frosty takes the bullet from SLG. He's trying to supply some cover now for the team. And Quadrant, they are ahead at the moment in this hill, but they haven't really been able to get as much as they would have liked.
SLG pops the quantum translocator and gets Frosty. And perhaps they're happy to wait for the timer to tick down. Renegade's isolated on garbage truck. SLG repositions. Will look towards Snakebite, gets him, triple kill as he hunts for the overkill, but he's nowhere in sight.
FaZe do not show, but that's good because that means Chip can eat away at these points. We are into overtime, by the way, so it is next point wins, next hill wins. SLG, QT's out of the way, out of dodge, and still Quadrant are scoring here, and FaZe need to up the ante a little bit. They cannot allow too much time here for Quadrant.
FaZe have control of blue. That could be pivotal now, as they will continue to spawn there until they're uprooted. Snakebite's in dip, and you can see all 4 members of FaZe positioned close to the hill. Quadrant have got to fight tooth and nail for this.
They need to make a plan here to try and take that blue control back, or they just have to be throwing themselves at this hill, and it looks like maybe it's the latter. QT's back up. Frosty trying to take a position at top goal, but Legend is still sat in this hill. FaZe have to get him out.
Frosty starts to peek then. Down onto Prius he goes. Frosty falls. 2 members fall for FaZe, as do Quadrant. It's a 2v2 on the map, and Quadrant need just a sliver, and Chick secures it. We're going to a game 5.
And it was all in that second hill. Quadrant, they threw everything at it. They knew how important it was. King of the Hill Solitude, it can just come down to those fine margins. We only got to play 3 hills there. Well, that can be the difference maker. And even though we saw the first hill, sometimes the most difficult hill, going in favor of FaZe, Quadrant did not allow it to phase them, and they made sure they solidified that second, and then the third was a bit scrappy, but it was Legend who was able to get a lot of hill time at one point. And when you've got a player that impressive, individually skilled, holding that hill, you know it's going to be a tough fight for whoever pushes it.
We called for ice. Quadrant found it. They went to the freezer. They secured the bag. And now we look at damage. Sika had a slow game in comparison to the rest of his team. SLG with that sniper rifle, registering over 5k, as did Renegade. But SLG, with the pressure on his shoulders, he made the difference for his team.
Also, hats off to Sika, because when you are 0 in 10, 0 in 11, or what it was at some point, so easy to kind of get checked out, not play well. He's probably wiping a bit of sweat off his brow right now, saying, thank God we won, because otherwise I might have been blamed. But there was a period where Sika was marauding around the map, forcing the spawns in his team's favor. He was blocking spawns. He was making sure he was dipping his toe in the hill. He was playing the objective, he was playing the support. So credit to Seeker for doing that. But as we look at the final stages of overtime here between these two teams, unfortunately for FaZe, even though they had that blue control, Quadrant were happy to just throw themselves in the hill and say, look, you've got to come to us. You've got to take an angle where we can bank nades, and you are going to be vulnerable in those areas.
So little to separate these two. In game 1, we're talking about 5 seconds of Stronghold's time. Game 2, 5 kills in the Slayer. This series could be already done for either side. But we're now pushed to a game 5. And for Quadrant, they were always called, this series was a mismatch. They didn't have it in them to beat the FaZe, to beat the SSG. They're now just one Slayer away.
They've not done it yet. The only top 3 team that they've been able to topple in LAN is Optic Gaming. Can they add FaZe to that checklist? Granted, it is full play, but this would be the biggest confidence builder Quadrant could ever ask for in this tournament. Not only would they be able to finally take down another team in that top 3, but the likelihood is they would be going through this pool in first place. Although, we have seen in previous tournaments, that's not always a good thing. But right now, Quadrant just need to focus on the matter that is at hand, and that is trying to do the unthinkable and take down FaZe.
Slayer live fire will be game 5. Dan, this is the part where you tell me that this now favors Quadrant. Come on, I need to hear it.
I don't think I can quite do that for you. Unfortunately, you already saw the stats earlier. FaZe are our best Slayer team in the league. They are 12-3 when it comes to Slayer live fire, whereas Quadrant are 7-4. It's not a bad game type for Quadrant, by all means, but it has been a better Slayer for FaZe. And one of the things we've already always credited FaZe for is their ice, their clutch potential in those game 5. We've seen FaZe win so many, but on the flip side, we've also seen Quadrant do a similar thing against Optic Gaming. Those game 5 Slayers where they've been able to take them down, but they cannot and have not done it ever against FaZe Clan on LAN. Is that going to change? We've already seen Quadrant lose their unbeaten record on Strongholds. FaZe had never done that before. But now can Quadrant get one up over FaZe and do the unthinkable and take them down in a best of 5?
These two are like heavyweights, standing in the middle of the ring, trading blow for blow, map for map. Game 5 now to separate these two. Almost like a penalty shootout to see who will potentially top the pool.
It's an early lead though for FaZe, 2 big kills. Make it 3, but Legend using the map to his advantage. And again, he's able to somehow slither away, wriggles through any little nook and cranny he can find. And that is so frustrating as an opposition to see kills like that get away.
Not only does he survive, the attentions of FaZe were distracted for so long. The rest of the members of Quadrant could spawn back up and secure the overshield. 3 members positioned over towards tower. Seeker's going hunting with the heat wave. But he's being tagged up from left, right, and center. 3 members of FaZe, look at him. Wow. And 3 members combined to take him down.
That's a tough one for Seeker. He was in position to potentially pick up 2 or 3 kills, but he got spot out by the one player who wasn't at tower. And they can be sometimes the game-defining moments. Because Quadrant could have been up by 4 or 5 here, but instead they find themselves down by 1. FaZe now moving as a unit, as a wolf pack, as they hunt the Frenchmen there, hiding round corners at the moment. 3 at top middle. Chick's also alone over towards green, but he could be able to get a little bit of an ambush, a solo ambush as Chick picks up 1 with Legend. All 4 go down, and FaZe now find themselves on the back foot.
Quadrant immediately turned their attentions to the fresh spawners over towards tower. Frosty and Snakebite will manage to pick up 2 against the odds, but they could be about to trade it out here. Chick's alone. Chick needs help. It's not going to come. It's a 1-kill game in favor of FaZe.
The team shot at the moment from both of these squads is insane, as we are witnessing 2 of our top teams in this tournament duke it out tooth and nail. Ovi about to spawn, will spawn. Shroud's gone down to cover it. Frosty's able to pick it up and get away, but there's going to be several members of Quadrant all looking at him, but it looks like FaZe should be able to pick up these kills, work in tandem to now take a better lead. It's a 3-kill advantage.
Waiting for response. Snakebite towards Nestbridge, getting information.
Hello?
Frosty will get 1 with the help of a couple of melees. Chick's chasing kills here, down to no shields, and Frosty with the bait and switch. Renegade survives. Just to compound the misery of Quadrant, they're down by 6.
As a reminder, FaZe are best Slayer team in the league. They have the best record, across all Slayer game types, and their live fire is very impressive, 12-3 across the season. So only a few times they've been at fault, and Royal 2 picking up the double kill means that now the lead extends to 6. Was temporarily 7, but Seeker's able to sneak one from Snakebite. But this heat wave could be very important now for FaZe to just try and take the lead again.
We have seen FaZe position back tower multiple times already. It looks like a vulnerable position on the face of it, but somehow they've turned the advantages in their favor time and time again. The third time they've been positioned tower, the third time they managed to get the kills, and now Renegade has the sniper. Is the demon about to cause some nightmares?
This is the period of play where now FaZe can really start to let rip. Sniper rifle, heat wave, map control, Quadrant have to just survive this period. They have to try and just somehow slip through and try and take a little bit of control and maybe take this sniper rifle away from Renegade as well. You don't want to play into it now, so this is where you're very unlikely going to be pushing over top middle. Green is usually a safe, covered position, but it's where you go from there. And has Renegade moved? This is the uncharted territory now. You're like, where is this player going to be? SLG does spot him out at least.
They have the information. Chick's going to run straight into a grenade, killing spree for Renegade. 2 members go down for Quadrant. They almost have a 15 kill advantage. With how good FaZe are, that might be insurmountable.
I mean, it's very rare you would see FaZe lose from a position like this, and I think Quadrant probably know that. This is where you have to dig deep as a team. You have to stay focused. You cannot allow your heads to drop, because all you need is that one little bit of momentum swing. Maybe you're the ones who get that overshield, that sniper, the heat wave in your hands, and you can take control. But I'm seeing a lot of individual fights being taken. Legend might have won it, but there's the cleanup. And FaZe at this point just need to trade out 2 for 1 and they would be fine. They would still win this. Quadrant have to start playing together. They need to be getting all 4 dead whilst not dropping too many players here.
You speak about Quadrant having to dig deep. The issue is they don't have any tools, they don't have any equipment. They're gonna have to use their bare hands because they continue to lose overshields and sniper rifles. And that has been the difference maker so far. Again, FaZe are back tower. Again, they invite the pressure on. This time they come unstuck, but the damage has already been done as they trade 2 for 2.
This next overshield is going to be make or break for Quadrant, you feel. SLG is able to pick up 1. Trying to work with his teammates to take down Royal 2, but the Shroud is enough cover for FaZe, who find themselves 14 kills away from taking this series. Now, they might have thought, FaZe fans might have thought it was going to be more comfortable, but this back tower position, this strategy that FaZe have been employing has been a frustrating one for Quadrant. Because every time they've kind of flown towards them at back tower, FaZe have been able to trade out efficiently.
I would absolutely love to see a FaZe clan heat map on this game. I know exactly where it's going to point. As overshield's about to pop up in 15 seconds, and as you rightfully say, Quadrant need that now more than ever. Chick will go down, double kill for Snakebite. 2 members of Quadrant fighting from sandbags. Legend peeks out towards window. Renegade will fall. And perhaps that's enough to secure the overshield. As SLG steps up, Royal 2 will get 1. Overshield has been secured, but FaZe only require 8.
Well, Chick just put his body on the line to ensure that SLG gets this overshield. So now SLG needs to avenge his death and do some damage here to try and give Quadrant a chance of getting back into this game. But Snakebite finds Seeker. And every kill now for FaZe gets them 1 step closer to winning this series. A 13 kill difference. It's so rare that you would see FaZe throw this one away, and I'd be gobsmacked if we were to see it. But if anyone's going to do it, probably would be Quadrant. We've seen comebacks before from them throughout this season, but it has to start with a sniper rifle. SLG needs to lead the charge.
They have gotten 5 kills without reply.
Yeah.
As I say that, cursed it.
There's the reply.
Double reply. They've hit send twice. Oh, SLG gets 1. All out of sniper ammunition though. And perhaps that's one of the win conditions gone. As FaZe, you know how much experience they have. They're not going to see this one slip through their fingers.
This is the one where Clutch is making eyebrows towards me saying that. I bet you Quadrant won't win this one. And I think he's probably right.
He loves betting on sure things, doesn't he?
There's no way FaZe will throw this one away. 3 kills now is required. Could be even less as now Royal 2 gets the kill. And FaZe, it's time for their victory lap. 2 more kills needed.
Snakebite will go down. 1 more kill required then. for FaZe to secure the series. But this one has not disappointed. Two championship contenders trading blow for blow. But it looks as though FaZe will just get the better of them this time. As kills continue to go down against FaZe, they know they just need one final kill.
The overshield is coming up. A last-ditch attempt for Quadrant to try and do the unthinkable, but Renegade doesn't get the trade. 49 to 42. Hold on a second. Maybe, just maybe, there's something here for Quadrant. It's still a 1% chance, but at least they have a chance. But FaZe now know they just need to hold strong, play this one correctly, and now this 2v1 surely should be enough.
Oh, hold the phone, folks. Ooh, Royal 2 secures with that Martyrdom grenade. FaZe Clan win the series.
But didn't it get too close for comfort at times?
And is that a taster for things to come in this tournament and what Quadrant are capable of? They don't quite get over the finish line, but it's just pool play. There's still an entire bracket that will be played, but it looks like FaZe are likely to be the team to top this pool. And Quadrant may just have to resort to a second place, which would give them a tougher bracket, or you'd at least think it would anyway, when they come into it, a tougher winners round one.
It has to be said though, in the past, when these two teams match up against one another, it was usually a 3-0, a 3-1. They made a really good series of this and were moments away from taking it at multiple times.
And it's another reason why FaZe have been winners at majors this year, is their slaying ability is just one step further than some of the other teams. Even though Slayer Streets went in favor of Quadrant, for any team to take both Slayers off of FaZe, it's so unlikely with how FaZe have been performing throughout this season. So Quadrant should definitely be holding their heads high of how far they just pushed FaZe, but again, that championship mentality from FaZe being demonstrated there.
I think Quadrant can take great confidence from it, right? They should not be fearing any team in the competition. They know they can beat Optic. They just took FaZe to a Game 5. They look really good right now.
They look incredible, but again, are they going to be able to take away positives from that, or is SLG going to be SLG and be like, well, we should have won it. We had the chance, but you know, I think Quadrant need to be very pleased with themselves. It was an incredible series that they put on display for us, but unfortunately, when you get into one of your opposition's best map and modes for Game 5, it's always going to be tough.
Well, all I know is Wes and Tony have their work cut out for them to break that one down. It's over to Lottie and the lads. Take it away.
Thank you so much, Shaz and Gaskin. Wow, what a series. First of all, we've got to give the flowers, you know, to both of those teams there, because what an epic battle that really was. Just pure Halo Infinite excellence on that main stage. You can't ask for anything more. On day one in full play, FaZe were very, very icy, but there were so many other icy moments from Quadrant too. I mean, stealing games practically off FaZe. It was exceptional. They go toe-to-toe almost every single time, and it gets closer and closer each time these two meet. What did you make of the series?
Heartbreaking for Quadrant, right? Heartbreaking because they were that close once again to beating FaZe, but it is that Game 5 that eludes them so many times throughout this season, and honestly even last year with a completely different Quadrant team. Same name, same result this time around, and although it's just full play, eventually you got to figure out how to get the job done. But I mean, that's also shout out to FaZe's resilience and their ability to play their best when it matters most.
Yeah, resilience is definitely key in situations like this where it does come down to the absolute wire. And Tony, you're looking back at those map 5 highlights here. Quadrant, they started going on a run here. It was starting to get a little bit scary, I think, for FaZe fans and the audience, because they made a comeback here, but FaZe, all they needed to do was stay calm, collected, and get that one kill.
Yeah, I mean, at some point in time, Quadrant dug themselves so deep of a hole that they had to go on a giant run just to get close to tying up the game. Eventually, it was just too big of a hole to try to climb out of, and eventually FaZe had to get those final few kills in order to close it out. This game was really won more towards the mid-game, the third quarter, as opposed to the end. Like I said, it only took a few more kills.
It certainly did. Absolutely amazing. I cannot wait to see whether these two teams meet again in championship bracket. Who knows what will happen? I have no idea, but that was incredible. Another incredible feat, I think, is of course Snakebite. Right now, as an objective player, he has been lights out. Clutch, talk to me about some of these stats we're seeing, because that first one is apparently a history maker.
I mean, 21 stronghold caps is testament to how Quadrant plays strongholds and what it's going to take to beat them in a strongholds game, right? 21 caps. That means rotations are constantly coming through. And it was Snakebite that led the charge for that FaZe roster as far as understanding how quickly I need to rotate and actually being there on time, because you do not get 21 caps easily. That's for damn sure.
And just to put a time on that, I mean, for that game 1, 2 minutes and 27 seconds worth of occupation time. In that oddball, 3 minutes worth of ball time. And on top of that, he's getting the kills. He's getting the assists. The numbers that we're seeing Snakebite put up is absolutely ridiculous. And again, it's not just about slaying. It's about the objective of slaying, the assist. It's the full package.
It certainly is the full package indeed. We just saw the masterclass stats there from him. But the team obviously do make that shine. They make that happen. And so far, FaZe have been absolutely amazing. Well, that's all we have time for after that series. We're going to head to a break very shortly, but next up on the main stage is going to be Optic. They are back again, Green Wall. Make sure you get in your seats. Going up against G1. Are they going to have a clean sweep on pool day? Who knows? We'll have to find out right after the break, with also a special announcement.
The Halo World Championship 2023 is presented by AMD, the Marines, Mountain Dew Game Fuel, and by Zowie.
For every generation, it has started with the call to serve. Discovering purpose and belonging well-earned. Fighting and winning for our nation and its people. But Marines are never really finished serving. Their commitment is visible in communities across our country. This is Semper Fidelis. Always faithful. Always Marine.
The future of our species is at great risk. Master Chief and the other Spartans are our only hope.
Welcome to the rubble.
Moving to you, Chief.
Acknowledged. Cortana.
Hello, Master Chief.
Silver team, on me.
This is the world's most advanced processor. In entertainment, its rendering speeds render other processors obsolete. It drives the future of autonomous driving, powers cloud services for billions, helps change the course of climate change, connects communities of gamers anytime, anywhere, and uses AI to accelerate disease detection and cures. We make the world's most advanced processors, but only with your vision can we advance the world. AMD, together we advance.
There's a lot of people who have a lot of wins. There's only a few, I would say, that earned every single win in a dominant fashion.
Looks like it could be done. Formal for the killing spree. He's the brand. Making a double kill. Will he get the...
If you look at the trajectory of his career, he plays what he wants to play, and when he wants to play it, he's the best.
Formal's legacy is absolutely ridiculous.
2 games, 2 world championships.
It's a crazy accolade, and not a lot of people have it for a reason.
He is the FPS god.
The future of our species is at great risk. Master Chief and the other Spartans are our only hope.
Welcome to the rubble.
Moving to you, Chief.
Acknowledged.
Cortana.
Hello, Master Chief.
Silver team, on me.
Hello folks and welcome back to your 2023 Halo Championship Series. We're here at the World Championships of this year in Seattle, Washington, the home of Halo. It has been lights out gameplay from start to finish so far, and the action doesn't stop here. We do have Optic versus G1 coming up on the main stage next, but first, I am very excited to say hello to a wonderful Katie Gerald. She is the head of partnerships at Halo. Katie, so excited to have you here, because it means there's a special announcement, which is of course Halo partnering once again with Mountain Dew. Tell me a little bit more about this special relationship.
Well, you can't really have Halo without Mountain Dew, and you can't really separate them. You know, they've been partnering since what, like Halo 3 2007? So it's just, if you're gonna partner with Halo, if you're gonna have Game Fuel, you're gonna have Game Fuel, sorry. But if you're gonna partner Halo and Mountain Dew together, you got to do it right, or you don't bother doing it, right? So I guess maybe we should just make the announcement.
We 100% should. Katie, please take it away.
All right, I am letting you guys know. Look at me, I'm the captain now. Okay. We are launching Mountain Dew Game Fuel Citrus Cherry. It is back on November, and we have a shit ton of stuff to show you guys today.
Hell yeah, love it. Sign me up. Let's go.
I am so unbelievably excited. You guys can get your hands on Mountain Dew Game Fuel Citrus Cherry at a store near you beginning November 6th. Really, really exciting stuff. And with every single purchase of Mountain Dew Game Fuel Citrus Cherry and other specially marked Mountain Dew products in the US, you'll actually receive a code that can be redeemed on www.mountaindewgaming.com for points that unlock prizes and some brand new in-game items for Halo Infinite. You heard that correctly, people. Brand new in-game items. Hold on a second here, Katie, hold on. What on earth is this?
So this is just one of the cool prizes that you can win if you take your codes and you take it to the website. This is a Halo-themed Super 73 e-bike that we've created for you guys. There's 2 of them that you can win.
Oh
This
my
thing looks
goodness.
outrageous.
Hold on a second. I can tell, Rob, this is right up your alley.
It is. And who knows if it's street legal? This thing looks far too badass to be able to be driven around. But I want one badly.
Yeah.
I'm going to do everything I can to actually scam the competition.
I want the other one. If possible, we can just win this.
Actually, we can just win it
If
too.
you guys don't
These
want
aren't
your
available anymore.
Yeah,
it
if
turns
you
out.
guys don't want your codes out there, just send them to me. I'll put them in myself, and we'll be riding around on these bikes in no time.
I gotta say, that Super 7.3 is absolutely incredible, as our in-game items are as well. You guys can win these in-game items, absolutely gorgeous. I mean, Wes, you look at across these, and they're special. Like, who wouldn't want to rock this? I mean, just
absolutely.
gorgeous.
That tiger camouflage, you gotta love that. And notice the little green glare on the face mask right there of the red. It just pairs so well. I actually love this skin.
I also love the
Amazing.
carbonation.
I do too.
You can kind of feel it right
The
now.
graphics
Almost on the
really
tip of your
cool.
tongue.
The graphics are amazing. Katie, talk to me a little bit about the inspiration behind those in-game items, those skins, the kind of charms, the emblems, everything.
Yeah, so we wanted to make it look like the, here we go.
Oh, hold
So
on.
we wanted to make it look like,
beverage.
like the can. So we leaned into it. It's a little obnoxious, a little intense, but we love it. So this is, if you want to be your own can of Mountain Dew, you can get that
I'll hold it for
coating.
you.
Absolutely gorgeous.
Thank you, you're beautiful.
Cannot wait to get my hands on that.
Yeah.
I don't have permission to drink it, or else I would have
Yeah,
just
please don't drink it. This is a beauty bottle. But let's talk about the visors real quick, though,
Please.
because they have condensation. I want you guys to see this. It's condensation. It has ice in it. Look at that. Like, it's insane. Like, there's ice. I just can't handle it. It's like, so there's the original Mountain Dew flavor. There's the Game Fuel. You know, like that's the cherry citrus.
Oh, it's fresh out the fridge.
It's a detail there.
It is fresh out the
I'm
fridge.
super excited about that. Like, it was a big detail thing that we thought you guys would be cool about.
It looks absolutely amazing. Don't forget, folks, once Game Fuel Citrus Cherry releases on November 6th, keep the bottles to redeem those sweet items. Now, Katie, I hear there's more. A new map, perhaps.
Oh, yes. So this partnership is about the community and celebrating the community, giving the fans what they want, and really going deep. Like, again, because you can't partner with Game Fuel if you don't do some cool shit for the community. Sorry. So we partnered.
Nope, you're fine, Katie. Keep it going.
So we partnered with one of our forgers, our community forgers, to create a Dew-inspired map in the game, and that will come out with Season 5's Combined Arms.
Absolutely gorgeous. Actually, it's also full of Easter eggs as well. You may notice it's also inspired by Halo 3's Foundry Forge canvas. It features nods to Halo players' favorite beverage, of course, and it's also meant to encourage fast-paced action of the classic Halo esports scenes. I can already see Clutch getting in on that, just ripping faces, having the best time, and probably crushing a Mountain Dew as well.
That slime green is like, it's so perfect for just the situation at hand. And I mean, it looks so clean. I love how Forge has been able to give us opportunities, and we're able to take advantage of them.
right.
Shout out to Arthur Bloodshot for the forger that made the map.
Yeah, he did a really good job. We're very proud.
Very,
it was nice to
very
work
good
with
job.
him.
I actually think I met him earlier on.
Yeah,
and
he's
he was
here.
so excited
Yeah.
about it. So
Oh,
a
is
massive shout out as
Yeah.
well to you, who absolutely killed the creation as well. So we also have a playlist too, right, Kate?
That's right. In order to get to the map, Critical Dew Point, you have a Halo 3 Reloaded
Say more.
playlist. That
Go
is,
on.
yeah. It's called Halo 3 Refueled, and it is going to have these maps, including Critical Dew Point, and these are a lot of Halo 3 forged maps that you guys will love, because what's better than playing game, Halo and Game Fuel and Halo
What
3
is
maps?
better? What is better? I already know that you guys have your eyes on some, and I can tell probably now it's just taking your fancy.
I'm always down to run Halo 3 back again and again and again. That was my childhood growing up, and that Banished Arrows put me back with a snipe, cannon to cannon, you spawning up, Andy, me taking you down.
Yeah, good luck. Good luck. I tell you what, though, I was about to say name a better duo than Mountain Dew, Game Fuel, and Halo, but now I'm actually going to say name a better trio than Halo, Mountain Dew, Game Fuel, and a Halo 3 playlist. Catch Me on High Ground. Pretty definitive for that, especially, High Ground, Halo 3 beta map, right? That thing is kind of
100%.
inseparable. Pretty definitive asymmetrical map as well, so catch me out there with the flag and the goose.
I love it. The Halo 3 Refuel playlist will drop on November 14th. Katie, surely that's it. There can't be anything else, right?
We have one more thing.
Oh, hold on then.
And so this is for the people who, you're jumping into the maps, you've got your Game Fuel, but you also want to rep Dew because you love it. So hold on. Wait,
hold on
it's
then.
right here. Okay.
More stuff.
One moment,
We've
please.
got more things.
Wow.
Like Santa Claus up in here. Okay.
I want that snapback. Wow.
We have a merch collection that is dropping on the 6th of November, but for everyone here on site, you can get it right now.
I'll be
or
right
as
back.
soon as they take the lock things down off the stage thing. Over there, you can get it all weekend. There they are.
There they are.
So you can get it there.
Absolutely wonderful. Go on, rip
Are they
it. Go
doing it?
on, rip it.
Rip
Take
it.
down.
Rip it off! Rip it off! Oh, she's counting.
2, 1.
One.
There we
All
go.
right.
They are now up for grabs, folks. The entire merch collection will be available exclusively on the Xbox Gear shop as well at gear.xbox.com on November 6th, but you can go right now and go and take these for yourself in person if you are here at the World Championships. Here's a closer look at all of those. I gotta say, those jerseys go hard though, bro. They look absolutely amazing.
Like, again, if you want to be your own can of Mountain Dew.
I'm not gonna lie,
Game
there's
Fuel.
merch drop. Look, are you kidding me? An H3 hoodie with a Mountain Dew Game Fuel
Yeah.
logo. There's merch drops and then there's merch
Yeah,
drops.
this
and
is
this
a
is
Grail
a good
shirt.
drop.
Well, I'm pretty
Yeah.
sure everybody that's in the chat that makes fun of my bald head at this point knows that I'm a sucker for a snapback, and that's exactly what I wanted to see, was some more merch And I'm having orange snapback as a Tennessee fan. I love that as well.
Oh wait, yeah, we gotta show this hoodie. I mean,
Look
this
at
is.
it. It glows in the dark, guys.
Wait.
Holy.
That is clean.
Nurture your inner child. Like,
That is
it glows in the dark.
badass. Also, the front is clean too. Like I said, name a better duo.
Celebrating Halo 3 and we've been together forever, so.
I love that so much. Well, if you can hear me over at the merch booth, we'll need
These are both my size.
Four of everything.
This is
Yes.
probably my size too.
I just
Yes,
work here.
please.
And
Thank
we're gonna
you
be
so
good.
much.
All right.
They all look absolutely amazing. Please do head on over to the booth. And if you're not here with us at the HCS, no worries. Head on over to gear.xbox.com to sign up for the drop. Well, as you know, Optic are playing in just a moment. And I have been told we have Optic Hex on the main stage. He's getting things ready for his team, but he's also got a couple of surprises up his sleeve himself. Hex, what you got over there, man?
What's up? I have an important announcement to make. You guys are going to be hype about this, especially you OGs who remember the fact that Citrus Cherry back in the day is coming back. Mountain Dew Game Fuel Citrus Cherry is going to be coming back November 6th, and 200 of you people watching here and at home are going to get a chance to win before it hits the shelves. All you have to do is text a number that's appearing on your screen right below, and you're going to get to, enjoy some of that before everybody else in the world does. One lucky fan, as it stands here today, is going to come up on stage and take something away from me that I've snuck away from the factories. As you guys see here, wait, this is fresh, right? You guys are going to get a chance to get this. So, without further ado, who will be the lucky person that's going to get this? There he is. Out the game shirt.
Wow, Mountain Dew really showed up for Halo. My goodness me, Hex up there, taking that bottle to a very lucky fan in the audience. And Citrus Cherry released a new map, a playlist, a full merch collection, insane prizes, in-game items. My goodness me, you name it. Katie, thank you so much for coming up here, putting this all together and sharing this exciting news with us. I mean, absolutely incredible partnership once again. And Halo feels a bit completer now with that Mountain Dew.
Thank you guys for having me. I just want you to remember, we have coupons at the door for everybody here. Gets a 20 ounce of your own.
Wow.
All weekend, you get one. They'll be at the exits on your way out after the last match, and they'll be available when you check in Saturday and Sunday. So don't forget those, and don't forget to follow Mountain Dew Gaming for more giveaways if you're not here on site.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Katie.
Thank you,
Absolutely
Katie.
incredible.
Thank you for everything, really.
Hope everyone in the venue
Yeah.
enjoys it. Go over to the merch booth collection. Go check online if you're at home as well. You guys can get all of that for yourselves. Absolutely incredible. Wes is already rocking it. And so is Bob. He's wearing pretty much every single thing we have to offer here as well.
Yeah, it's great.
Yes,
I'm really happy. I'm actually really happy. I'm actually going to take this too. I'm not
There's a
kidding.
koozie.
Christmas came early.
Yep.
Christmas did come early. Well, I'll tell you what, Santa's on the stage because we've got Optic versus G1 next. Let's get back to the tournament, shall we? Let's take a look at the pools, though, because we have 4 pools that are getting stationed ready to go to take the top spots here. Which teams are gonna do it? Optic, Space Station, they're looking pretty primed, ready to go, but who is gonna try and stop them? Sentinels, perhaps, from Pool B, who are looking at taking that first spot for themselves. They'll have to take down SSG to do so, and Optic Gaming looking pretty primed right now, going up against G1, the only potential roadblock in their way to try and seal off Pool A for them. FaZe Clan had a really tough battle against Quadrant. They did manage to get the better of them in a Game 5. It was a grueler, though. Went very back and forth, and can't wait to see if those two meet up a little bit later on. But again, primed in that position to potentially take Pool D. But G1, that's the big question, right? Can they do this against Optic? It's going to be a really, really tough one. But how are you feeling about pool play so far here?
Feeling great. I think Pool C is by far the most interesting. A chance for a 3-way tie down there could make things real ugly and difficult. It's going to come down to games and if Native White can hold on. But no real surprises. You love what you saw from Quadrant, but I still think the match at the end of the night is going to be a banger. It's Sentinels versus SSG. We got the Green Wall, of course, before that, but I'm excited for all of these teams to really dictate how their bracket play seeding is going to go. And then from there, it's going to be a bloodbath.
Well, Optic, they have their eyes set on that first place in their pools, not to mention first place in the tournament too. And speaking of Optic in this matchup, Wes, no more hiccups. Nothing standing in their way here. We just want clean sweeps. We want no issues Do you think they can have this clean track record here today?
I expect it, right? This is Optic Gaming. This is your former world champions coming back here to defend their throne. And they looked good earlier. They earned the 1 seed throughout the season in order to get into a position where pool play shouldn't be a problem. I expect Optic to win this series once again in dominant fashion.
Now, Tony, looking back at Optic and what they did against Complexity, how are you feeling about the roster right now in pool play? You can tell a lot by day one and kind of how teams are settling in and prepared really going in for the rest of the weekend.
Yeah, man, carry that into the rest of pool play, finish it out here against G1. You already have a favorable matchup against them, so I can only imagine you're feeling confident. For Optic, I think they won a 3-0 right here.
Indeed, they're going to want that 3-0 indeed. We also do have a KD leaderboard as well, and it's quite green at the moment. Formal looking very, very good in terms of KD. He's right on the top there with a 1.77, and you can see Lucid taking that third spot currently with a 1.6, and of course, sandwiched in between is Stella, obviously a 1.62, looking really good. But my eyes are also on those Sentinels boys right at the bottom there, 4th and 5th, because clearly Sentinels are looking to take something here away from Space Station a little bit later on. But really impressive stuff overall from some of our main slayers coming into pool play. Now flipping the switch a little bit on the other side of the stage, we've got G1. Now G1, they have quite a tall order here, Wes. When you look at them, you see potential, but honestly, it really seems to stop there. Potential to beat top teams, potential to make names for themselves, but can they sign a dub off on a series? That is the big question. What is missing?
Yeah, the potential to disappoint is what these guys typically bring me throughout these series. I truly believe that they have some very individually skilled players on this team, and they have put themselves in position to upset great teams along the way, but every single time it feels like they get to a game 5 every single time. They do disappoint me. Let's see if they can find some ice throughout this weekend. Eventually these young players are going to manifest and get the experience they need in order to create an upset of this magnitude. Is it going to be this weekend against your former world champs trying to defend their throne? I don't believe so.
It'd be one hell of an upset, I'll tell you that much. Well, folks, I have been told we are ready to go rock and rolling on that main stage. We have Optic versus G1. Your match starts now.
We're back on the main stage here in Seattle. It's Onset and Bravo to take you through another series here at the Halo World Championships. This time we're going to get another look at our current defending Halo World Champions up against G1, who probably need it more than anyone in their pool.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw their series last time around. I actually got to Casket to see how they looked. I think G1 with certain signs of promise. Of course, Complexity, though, winning that series 3-1 ultimately. And now they have to go up against the defending world champions in the building, where they won their last world championship. That is not an easy task. Here is your series layout.
Very fond memories of this exact building for Optic Gaming. But this is the series layout, and there's a few stories to talk about here, Andy, because we were looking through the stats this season, and just to give G1 a bit of hope at the start of this season, this series, I should say, Stronghold's Live Fire is Optic Gaming's weakest game type in recent memory, and the second game of the series is G1's best in their map pool. So if there was ever an opportunity for an upset, G1 have it in front of them. The question is, are they good enough to beat our defending world champions?
That is the question, and you know that Optic has done the work to prepare for this Halo World Championship. Let's not just forget that they are defending champions, but also defending current champions after Fort Worth Major as well. Optic Gaming coming in here as the #1.
Early on here, Optic going to find themselves 3 dead, but they do flip to B for just a few moments here. But you would imagine the spawns coming in near to APG. But it will be an opportunity for G1 to control A and C. That's exactly what is going to happen. And not only that, Andy, you can see Bomex, he's sat on the overshield. He's going to pop that one. He's got a sniper rifle to play with as well. And early pressure here for Optic Gaming to try and overcome.
Let's see, first 4 kills actually go the way of G1 here. Right now, currently outslaying, make it 5-1. And as you say, overshield as well.
And most importantly, getting the reset onto A. Now they can maybe think about pushing themselves to look for a triple cap. All of Optic have already managed to push up and take a little bit of map from B, though. As Bohm, he's given that responsibility to watch these angles and try and find some Optic players, but at the moment, they're not showing.
See what G1 can do here. Of course, Optic Gaming just really playing a patient game. They're fine with letting 30, 40, even more points go on the board, as long as they eventually get control.
It's a teammate, Bohm. It's a teammate. Overshield's still in his hands. I've got to say, Bohm, maybe not as active as he needed to be in that situation, given that he had the overshield, but a couple of kills is going to get him back in the game, and he's going to get G1 back on this map. But it's a triple cap for Optic here. They've turned this one around.
Yeah, we watched this all from Bohm's perspective on the dummy door, and really, you couldn't tell exactly what was going on across the map. As Optic starts a triple cap, and Bohm making the stick look easy there. Somehow also teased up Lucid with the body shot.
Yeah, good damage coming in from Bohm, but where's the rest of G1 to capitalize? That's the question. Another body shot going to be hit. G1 now making the play onto B, trying to flip that one back into their hands. It's a 42 to 24 point lead here for Optic Gaming. However, G1 have control of AB once more.
That just shows you what the trip cap can do, right? How dangerous. The fact that you saw essentially G1 controlling everything early on, and just like that, one trip cap gives them the lead. However, G1 will continue with the AB hold.
Overshield coming up as well. You see Trippy knows it more than anyone. Shroud will go down as well. He'll pop it. He'll lock it, and he'll back smack Precision, who steps into the bubble. There's a double for Trippy. There's a simple triple in front of him. Huxley trying to escape. Not going to happen. It's 3 in a row for Big Game Trip.
He might even find more. Eventually, the timer will tick down for the over, but he's still probably going to get the kill. You can bet. Comes in. Eventually, Bohm, though, with an impressive trade there. That's not easily done. Somehow comes out with a kill. After all the chaos and the carnage, though, 60 to 44 in Optic Gaming's favor.
After trying to fly into B as well. Good damage coming in from a few grenades, and Optic find themselves with just Trippy alive, which is still a terrifying sight and a terrifying proposition for anyone in the Halo Championship Series. B and C have been flipped though by G1. It's a 62 point to 50 lead here for Optic, but G1 are starting to close it.
Really interesting stat lines here. It was just 62 to 44, and G1 has been outslaying 19 to 13 right now. So Optic Gaming, despite not having any sort of slaying advantage, they're still being outplayed by 6, but still in the lead by just a few, and they will continue scoring yet again. So objective efficiency, it goes without saying, heavily in favor of Optic Gaming.
Most surprising stat I can see right now is Lucid only has 1 kill to his name. And that is something that certainly doesn't happen very often. Usually Tommy's in the kill feed more often than not, picking up kill after kill, but for now, it's going to be APG. He's picking up 2. The perfect 4 to start and the cleanup to finish.
Just like that, the trip cap continues ticking. 85 to 59, make it 87.
Huss going to challenge. There's another one for Trippy. Looking for the triple cap, and again, you're talking about efficiency. Look how quickly Optic are moving across this map to defend and capture strongholds. AB is now their hold, and the score keeps going up for them.
It's a masterclass. Only a few points left here before they close out the run. Now 100 points, of course. 23 to 19, they are still being outslayed. Unbelievable here. Just the way they're playing this. Very rarely do you see this continue on into the mid game. AB hold still ticking, and they're still being outslayed by 2.
Still ticking, and most importantly, picking up 3 kills just as the overshield comes back onto the map. So Optic complete control of the overshield side of the map. They're going to have all of G1 spawning in and around green and B, and that's just going to be easy pickings here for Optic. They're going to have an overshield flying. They're going to have Trippy, who's going to pick up 1, and you would imagine the rest of G1 are going to be under pressure pretty soon.
Amazing there, Trip. Not easy when you're under that sandbag pressure from 2 players to hit the body shot and clean it up before you get taken down, but that's exactly what he does, and they've now doubled the score of their opponents here at 123 to 60.
Formal was just playing a little bit sneaky around the back of A there, seeing if anyone from G1 wanted to step in that stronghold. Having seen that that's not going to be the case, now they turn their attentions towards flipping B as G1 step into C. So this constant out-rotate we're seeing from Optic has been mesmerizing, to be honest with you, in the last few moments. Every time it seems like G1 have some kind of a hold on the map, Optic just out-rotate, capture that stronghold, and look to win this game.
It really it's been a battle of out-rotating and just playing the game one step ahead, really in all aspects, as I said. And as we say this, they're still being outslayed by 4. And you almost never see a stat line like this But credit to Optic Gaming for simply playing exactly as we often hear Royals do say, right? Doing exactly what it says on the screen. They are capturing the stronghold, 147 to 66.
Formal still alive here. Was alive a little bit too long as the last player. If you're a G1 fan, Husk picks up one, and finally G1 will be scoring once more. It's AC, which is their hold. A little bit awkward, a little bit janky, and a 2-kill hopping into the kill feed in the side of Optic is going to make it even more uncomfortable for them. Formal turns his attention to A now, and A and B has been a stronghold so far for Optic.
We'll get flipped again very comfortably here, and Optic Gaming looking to just really continue at this pace here. It's a little bit hectic early on, trying to get the lead back, but it feels like once they've done that, Formal with continued good damage into B, and eventually wins the staring contest from the sandbags, and now will make his way over to C. That's 3 dead. Right now, Formal looking for Huss.
I mean, Formal is just kind of doing what he wants right now. He's putting a couple of shots into one, a couple of shots into another, and then repositioning himself for the next objective. Both of those are going to be coming up, and by objectives, I mean Overshield and the sniper rifle. Helps out Lucid, and now looks for that sniper. Won't be able to quite connect, though, and it'll be Bohm who comes out with that power weapon, but on the other side of things, Trippy is going to take it straight back off, and he's got Overshield. He could have the sniper if he wanted it as well, but instead he's going to go hunting for kills. There's one, there's two. Trippy with another double kill.
Pulls what I believe you coined the reverse Santa Claus in order to make it happen as well. 3 dead. Bohm is your last player alive. That should be a B flip in favor of Optic Gaming as well. But just a reminder, they're still being outslayed here. But guess what? Not the category that they're worried about here. BNC hold continues.
Lucid's starting to pick up a bit of form as well. I mentioned it took him a little while to get going in this game, where he's 8-12 now. He's getting closer and closer to being even parity. Does it just look like maybe we've got a little observer glitch?
It is going to be an observer glitch. You can just tell kind of by the way APG's playing here that it's just, we're going to drop an observer there. You can tell by APG's cam, they're still in game. So we'll make sure we can still get a feed. We'll take a look if we have another one available. So the game will continue, but we'll lose that observer.
We get a look at the obs screen, but it gives us an opportunity to talk about Optic and what they were doing right in that game. Well, at the end of the game anyway, we can talk about that because we're back into the game, most importantly, as our observers reconnect, and we're going to see Haas challenging APG. APG, we saw him looking pretty calm and cool and composed in his player cam a few moments ago, and you can see why when he's hitting shots like that.
Absolutely.
Oh, wow, that's nasty.
Trips here to play. 2:20 on the clock, 2:20 to 103, and just because we've been talking about it so much, finally, the kill total will sway in the favor of Optic Gaming. They are now finally outslaying 49 to 43 as they go on a bit of a run here. Trip capped as well, potentially for the home stretch.
Yeah, this could be the victory parade towards the end of this game. All of G1 trapped in and around A. Trippy's got a heat wave top middle, just waiting to see what the call is. Swish is going to take damage. Huss is going to take some too. 2 kills fall for Optic. 250 points will be crossed, and Optic will take down G1 in game 1 of this series.
That's a very Optic Gaming-esque way to take game number 1. As we said, when you saw 40 points on the board for G1, you got this feeling that Optic Gaming, as they very often do on Livefire and on Stronghold in general, they're letting everything settle, right? You let the dust settle. Maybe the Overshield grab didn't go your way. Maybe you didn't get the kills that you needed off of the opening. And Optic Gaming plays the long game. The second they got that, keep in mind, we were on Bohm screen dummy door for what felt like a minute of play. Meanwhile, Optic Gaming has a trip cap around the map, and what was a 40-0 lead becomes a 66-44 game, just like that. Optic Gaming really knowing exactly what they needed to do, despite being outslayed about 90% of the game.
Yeah, don't get me wrong. If I'm not mistaken, there's some new glasses on the face of Lucid there, and maybe some World Championship, I should say, glasses, which are giving him some pretty good sightlines when it comes to finding kills on the map. But one thing I want to talk about G1, and you were right at the start of that game, right? They had everything. They had Overshield, they had Sniper Rifle, but none of their kills were impactful to converting strongholds. It was kills on the Overshield side of the map. It's kills in cuts. Where are the strongholds? Either side of the map and over a B.
Right.
And when you're getting, even if you're picking those kills up, where Optic going to be spawning? They're going to spawn back to access to C. They're going to be spawning around B, inside of A where those strongholds are. So maybe the strategy just a little bit off there from G1 on how they wanted to approach that game, and most importantly, where the most important places were to get those kills.
I couldn't agree more, because keep in mind, Bohm goes 16-9 in that game. An unbelievable stat line, but you have to wonder, if you watch his POV, and I'm sure the team will go back and watch that game, I think you put it perfectly. The kills that they needed were not happening at the right time nor the right place, despite the huge kill totals. Optic Gaming wins it 250 to 103, way over double the score of their opponents, and now that sets us up for a game number 2, Slayer on Streets.
Now, I talked about how G1 will be looking forward to Slayer Streets because it has been their best game type. But with the way that Optic are playing and the way that I think G1 were playing and have been playing so far on the first day here, Optic certainly still the favorites coming into this one. And I just get the feeling with Optic, there's a sense of calm all of a sudden around the team, right?
Yeah.
It's been a turbulent season. We all know that. The expectations are always so high after you win the first event of the season, especially after coming off the back of winning the Halo World Championships. And then there was the dip in form. And we always talk, it's so hard on Halo Infinite to win one event, let alone two, let alone 3 in a row. So there was naturally going to be that little bit of fall off. There was a little bit of soul searching within the team, and then they bounce back at just the right time. They come out in the last event in Fort Worth, they win it. And they win it in one of the greatest finals we've ever had. In that Game 7, pushed all the way by Space Station. But it's almost repeating, right, what we saw last year when they won Orlando, and then they came in and won Worlds. After everyone was saying they're not going to be able to win an event, they get so close, but they're not going to be able to win it. Optic just have this sense of calm about them, I feel, coming into this weekend, where the expectation, the pressure has been lifted off their shoulders with that win they got in Fort Worth. Now they can just concentrate on trying to win the Halo World Championship.
Exactly. I agree completely. I think last season, it was a proof point. This season was more of a reminder. They reminded themselves, yes, they can be on top and they can win a grand final in the most epic of fashions. And that has taken so much pressure off of the World Championship. You just saw on the down-the-line camera shot, Lucid's all smiling, right? The boys are laughing on the stage. They take game number 1, and they're ready to load into game number 2. Optic Gaming leading the series 1-0, looking to go up 2-0 with this one. We'll see if G1, though, might have something to say in this game type. And as we said, it's a game type they can certainly take.
Interested to see what pace this game is played at as well. We see Streets kind of ebb and flow in and around the rocket launcher, dropping a lot of the time, and a lot of teams prioritizing that Stalker as well to hold down the tram when that weapon is coming up. But Lucid POV is where we're going to start off here. A couple of trades going down as you would expect. But it's Optic Gaming who come out on the worst side of it, and Bohm is going to find rockets. Last time it was a sniper, this time he's got an even bigger gun.
Interesting play here, very rare that you see, even though he knew there was presence around B stairs. Okay, he takes a long road up, and we'll see if it pays off here.
Yeah, doubling up as well. Just be careful not to rocket a teammate. We saw him almost snipe a teammate in that previous game, but this should be pretty comfortable. Trippy does get 1 kill. However, Bohm is going to fire through the shroud and pick up a double himself. So Optic on the back foot here. It's a strong start from G1. It's 6-2 for them.
I really like that from Bohm. To be honest, 99 times out of 100, you will see a player take the rockets up the B stairs. The fact that he goes into tram and takes his time, really just showing off that patience that we saw Optic Gaming have throughout all of game number 1, could indicate a different game 2 for the side of G1. 6-2 still the score.
Decision looking to move in and clean up the damage that was done, however, not going to be able to. And now Optic have a chance to get those shields back. Formulator push themselves, and now G1 are finding out how that feels. 3 dead, Swish left on his own, but he does have control with that Stalker rifle.
8-5 here. We'll see what G1 can do. As you say, Optic Gaming does apply the pressure, and they start to inch back just a bit in the scoreline. G1 now with being tested, and what will be one of many tests to come in this game, undoubtedly. We'll see if they can maintain the lead here. All 8 players up on the map.
Talking about the pace of the game, and it seems to be an Optic pace, shall we say. Interested to see if G1 do get aggressive off this damage being done by Swish. Remember, a third of the shield is going to be chipped away when you connect with this Stalker rifle, and there's the opportunity to close gaps.
Really impressed there with what we just saw from Swish. All it took was 1 shot to Heaven to take Formal off of Heaven, and 1 shot into Lucid to get that damage advantage. Right now, they're just playing off these rockets, trying to get a little bit of chip damage before they pop.
Swish is going to be rotating into Tram to get a better line of sight onto them too. Trippy going to put pressure. He's got a commando, and that means half the shields are going to disappear, but they have control of the shroud, and now they have the rockets. Huss is going to fire 1 in, but Optic answer back. Wow. 2 kills here for Huss, 2 rockets go down. And Optic Gaming find themselves 3 in the death screen. Formal's last alive.
Formal does pick up a kill, though, which keeps the game within 3. So even though on paper and the POV that we just had on screen, that looked like a big G1 victory, really they just maintain the exact lead that they have. And Formal somehow, as the last player alive, gets a kill. In the end, though, it'll be 12-8. Optic chant in the building.
Even on a Friday here in Seattle, the Optic fans are always turning up strong, and you can hear them trying to wheel their team towards a 2-0 lead in this series. Trippy going to be challenging Precision, but Precision with a double kill. Some fantastic shots, more damage as well. Keeps G1 in this slender lead. It's just 2, but you can see why G1 have got such a good record on this game side.
Boy, and look at that nice little baiting and switching that happens. And even though they had about 3 players on the Neons, the kills don't get traded out exactly the way that G1 would have wanted. They maintain a 1-kill lead here.
Former just waiting in Tram, like I mentioned, for this Stalker rifle. And this man has certainly given us some highlights throughout the season when he has this Stalker in his hand. Husson Bone pick up a couple of kills though, which means that he's going to have to just change maybe the approach on how he wants to play this situation for him. We're going to have to play more of an anchor role than getting aggressive. up on the map.
Still a 3-kill lead here. So G1 has, oh boy, nice shot. That's big damage. Here comes the driveway push.
APG moves in and cleans them up quite comfortably, and now you're seeing, even with Optic picking up a couple of kills, G1 answering back every single time. It seems like Optic at the moment just can't get these kills without being traded out, and they're really struggling to link the kills up one after the other without being taken down themselves. G1 doing a phenomenal job to trade.
Now 19-17, they get 20. And as we said, this would be the hardest part, right? Is it just being a 2 or 3 kill lead? Rocket's popping right now. This is a big moment in the game.
Oh!
The perfect comes in from Formal.
And now he's still alive. APG is going to scoop up those rockets, you would imagine, but maybe tries to clean up another kill beforehand. Now he grabs the rockets. Formal does clean that up. G1 2 dead. And Optic, for the first time in this game, should go into a lead here as APG not only survives, but make sure those rockets go to use.
Wow, somehow you have to think there was nothing left, maybe 1 to 2% damage left without the trade. And Huss tries to fly out, but leave it to APG to somehow stay alive. Optic Gaming now in a narrow lead here by 2, 24-22, off of the rocket grab and also deny from G1, still 2 dead.
Fantastic shots from APG as well. And Optic for the first time started to get 1 or 2 kills without being traded out by G1. And now, having done that, having got a situation where they're 3v2, 4v2, whatever it is on the map, the numerical advantage they've had, they have put to use. They have a 4-kill advantage now, and they've taken control here on Streets.
Dare I say, it's a little bit of a story we've seen before in game number 1, right? G1 leading all through the opening. Optic Gaming slow and patient. Now they lead by 2. However, just as quickly as I say that, game comes back within 2 from the side of G1. It was 3 dead momentarily for Optic Gaming, bringing G1 back within 2.
Trippy and Formal moving over to the Pink Street as Lucid looks to just give up the arcade side of the map. He got the information of where G1 were, and no need to challenge when you know you haven't got the numbers and you're going up against 2. Precision has that Stalker rifle though, and even though Optic got that last set of rockets, G1 in the majority of this game, I would say, have controlled that Stalker better.
Still just 2-kill game, and as we often see right here at the 30 mark, things slowing down to a crawl. Info does come in for Lucy, knows exactly where Huss is off of the Threat Seeker. Here they go.
The double push is going to come in as well, and they get the kill. No trade there for Huss. And there's the Threat Seeker being used, and I feel like that weapon, that utility, excuse me, is becoming even more useful for teams, especially in these standoffs. G1 getting punished here inside a tram.
Beautifully executed. Another one for Trippy as well. This is an unbelievable sequence that all started with, as you said, Mark, that Threat Seeker. And when you put it in the hands of a player like Lucid, deja vu here with the rockets on B stairs. No trade comes in, and it's really well done here for a 7-kill lead for Optic Gaming. But it all starts with that Threat Seeker in the arcade. Leave it to a player like Lucid, right, to hit the perfect Threat Seeker, time the 2v1. Because of that, they get all the kills, the collapse they need, and the rockets. And now, just like that, the game is out of hand. 7-kill lead for Optic Gaming.
G1 have just spent the last 60 seconds or so getting cycled, and that's why you're seeing a 6-kill advantage. Trippy's trying to stay aggressive, gets a beat down, but no kill and no trade will come in. So finally, a little bit of parity on the map, but as I say that, Formal's there to clean up the kill, and all of a sudden, G1 again find themselves on the back foot.
Let's see what they can do here. Optic Gaming up by 5. And we'll see if they can continue on this exact trajectory that they've been on. Let's get to an Optic Gaming listener.
Sit here. Sit posters.
Trying to get out right for you, Tommy.
Soccer's
almost up.
18 mid.
Watch out TM absolute.
I see that. I'll kill this guy. I'll try to kill this guy.
I killed him. Arcade, Joey, Arcade.
He's one guy.
Flank on me.
Four dead. Nice job.
I'm on.
I'm gonna check if Bulldog's up.
I have soccer.
8-kill lead here. Bulldog is not up. One guy just spawned back nest.
Come here. They're all there, bro. They're all back in. Tommy, here.
Hey, remember.
This one's up. Oh, trust me.
One shot.
That's an RPD.
One shot.
Two dead. I'm here right now.
Missing one.
One shot.
Absolute precision. He's one shot top nest and blue gen. Top nest and blue gen.
He's on green gen. Absolute purple. PD, bro. The top PD. Heaven. Back PD.
Well, there's 4 more, and there's the killing spree for Matthew Piper. Optic taking over this game. Is 2 to go now, Andy.
Once they took the lead, they never looked back here. How good did they look in the late game? And just like we said in game number 1, they're patient, they're poised, and they wait to strike. Now just 2 more kills to go before they close out the game.
G1 trapped on the arcade side as well. Swish is trapped in the red room. Stalker here for Optic. There's a rocket launcher in the hands of Lucid as well. Trippy will find 1. The question is, who wants the 50th for Optic? And they will be up 2 in this series.
Once again, just going to wait for the last one to come in, and here comes the push. Lucid might be the man with the rockets.
Formal gets the final kill. Optic looking confident as ever here on the main stage in Seattle. Up by 2 now in this series. And you get the feeling that G1 are just falling into the traps that Optic was setting.
Once again, leading all the way right to that 25 mark. G1 doing so well to not just stay in the lead, but really even maintain a 3-kill cushion. Really impressive once again, but you had the feeling that when a team like Optic Gaming is keeping the game that close, spawn after spawn after spawn, and G1 not able to find a way really ever to even pull away by 4 kills. Just felt like a matter of time before Optic Gaming would find themselves in the lead, and all it took was a little bit of Shroud and Rocket work. We'll take a look at some of the highlights from the game.
Well, the early, I think, initial damage came off of the fact, and the lead, I should say, came off the fact that G1 were able to secure a couple of early rockets. Almost some beautiful shots here with the Stalker as well. Perfect shots, I should say. But I was very impressed with the way that APG played on this map as well. He was kind of anchoring a lot of the time for Optic Gaming, putting down some really good long-range damage for everyone else to base their pushes off of. This is a great example of it, right? Holding down the top of the tram here, finds another player in front of him, doesn't get the beat down. I kind of love the fact he went for the 4 and backed himself in that situation as well, but just opening the map for everyone else, keeps teammates alive, putting down damage, APG controlling the pace of that game, it felt, for Optic Gaming.
I gotta tell you, I never get tired of seeing Trippy and APG give each other the air pounds. Fist pounded through the air, down the line, down 11.
Vintage at this point, isn't it?
It is vintage. They don't mess it up. 250 to 103 is your game number 1. 50 to 37 is your game number 2. And I tell you what, as we get ready for game number 3, how clean was the Optic Gaming? Listen, one of my first of all, it's so, you know, when you're Lunchbox in the back and you could say 8-kill lead here, boys. Feels pretty good. But another thing you might catch up Lunchbox doing more than maybe any other coach is where the last player is. And even though when they get 3 dead on coming up Purple Streets, etc., you always hear him saying there's 1 more. We left 1. And they're able to sniff out that kill so perfectly, knowing exactly what they need to check. It was textbook play from Optic Gaming all the way from the 20-kill mark and on. We'll see if they can make this a clean 3-0 here in game number 3.
Now we're saying it wasn't strong game types for the first 2 for Optic. Well, game 3 is. They're already 2 up in the series. So G1 gonna have to do something extremely special here and play better than we've seen them so far today if they want to keep this series going. For Optic, they'll be very happy to see Oddball in front of them, and now we're going to see an opportunity for Lucid with the G-Slide to get the beat down onto Precision and secure the camo.
That was 3 dead both sides, a 1v1 against Precision to win that. Not only win it clean without a trade, but also come away with the camo and now make his way. Thought about gold, but the work is already done. So instead, he's going to start to move that objective, and then B, guess what? Surprise, surprise, on the prowl with a camo shock grapple. This is vintage Halo Infinite launch period Lucid. Let's see what he can do.
See what Mr. Sandbox can put together then. Lucid doesn't quite connect that time. There's this pressure coming in, but there's a grapple as well. So if he needed any more toys, well, maybe it would just be the real life Santa Claus instead of the reverse one we were talking about earlier.
Leave it to Lucid to stay alive in all these scenarios. And even Peaks stays alive for the extra bit, just whipping around. And this is what you expect to see. Lots of damage coming out. Also lets the shields recharge, and he's still on the hunt.
Not quite connecting, not quite in his top form, you would say, but now he's getting aggressive knowing the rest of the damage has been done. 2 kills fall. G1 will find themselves a 2 in the death screen. Last 2 players alive are going to be spotted out as well, and Optic now have that Oddball in their hands, and Huss is starting to shiver a little bit as he gets hit by that shot.
A few extra points on the board here for Optic Gaming. The reversal comes in, and I'm not kidding. This, if you ask me when this is from, it looks a lot like early days, the Halo Infinite with Lucid with all the goodies. However, it doesn't translate to as many points as Optic Gaming as they fall 3 dead. Didn't really translate to as many points as Optic Gaming would have wanted on the board there with that opportunity. They will fall, and eventually we will probably see a lead change here. G1 will slip into the lead.
Well, Hustle's on the flank here. If he plays this one well, there's 2 kills just waiting in front of him. Trippy's going to be one of them. Wow. Formal's going to be trying to challenge as well. Precision will trade that one out, and it's 4 dead for Optic Gaming. Camo coming up as well. Huss is going to secure that, and G1 should be able to spawn in and around that Oddball to get some more time on the board.
Let's see how Huss plays this. Yes, it was 4 dead. He was the only player alive, though, so Huss knows, you can just tell by his POV, there's a lot of responsibility here to play this correctly.
Yeah, also wants to secure the elevator, right? He wants to make sure that he keeps eye on that Oddball, tells the teammate just to touch that Oddball if they can to make sure it doesn't reset on the map, because there's a real opportunity for a strong setup!
My.
That just gets blown apart, that idea, thanks to the repulsor.
The stick repulse combo comes out of Lucid, and it's once again a tale as old as time. It's Lucid with all the goodies and putting them all to use. This time it was the plasma. Of course, it's a triple kill on your screen as well. He's getting tagged up, but he's going to hero ball toss. Little extra bonus points for the repulse as well. That will be controlled. Somehow Lucid also stays alive from batteries. You can tell by the way he played that he was expecting to die. Instead, he's still doing damage in long haul.
Oh, boom. Oh, boom. killing spree for Lucid. Maybe he wasn't hitting all the shots in the world with a shock at the start, but his battle rifle is not letting him down. And you might have been mistaken for that triple kill to think that Lucid had loaded into a team SWAT game with the way that he was shooting.
That will now translate into a little bit of a meteor Optic Gaming lead here at 33-19. Lucid's been the man so far. Oh boy, might even pick up this one. Precision somehow flies through, just aggressively brute forces his way into a kill. Nice job here from Swish to also get a lot of damage here on Trip. Trip says no on the double stack. 2 dead for Optic Gaming.
Do get the play ball though, Optic. Formal finds 1. Not going to be able to turn that into anything more though. Lucid finds himself as last player alive once more, and I don't think there's many more players that are more terrifying as a final player alive to have to deal with than Lucid.
You talk about it so many times. He's been doing it really since the entire lifespan of Halo Infinite. If Lucid is still alive, the job is not done. He gets 2. Somehow he also gets that one from the grave. 2 dead for both sides.
Shots coming in from Bohm though, but this is kind of just playing into the hands of Optic once more. G1 try and throw that ball out bottom middle. But the scrappier this gets, the more it just seems to work in the favor of Optic Gaming. They're so good at keeping map control, working together and holding down angles, and G1 just kind of donating a couple of kills in their favor. But off the back of the initial push, finally G1 get 4 dead. And not only that, the camo is up as well, so someone needs to come and grab that. Otherwise, Optic is going to be able to challenge, and you can see Huss did not know where to take that ball, whether to pick up the camo, what he wanted to do in that situation.
Exactly what I was going to say. You could tell on the team they weren't exactly sure how they wanted to play it with the camo popping as well as the ball down bottom middle. Trippy in the end though is your last player alive. He does get the camo. Let's see how he plays this.
Goes for the dive bomb. Oh!
Doesn't work! The ball
has a failed detonation on the dive bomb if ever I've seen one.
You have to think he really had the play there. He had all the opportunities, all the decision making, and maybe you could argue with the camo all the time. In the end, it will not pay off. He actually gets turned on. The ball though will slowly scamper down into Hydro, and not a lot of points on the board just yet for G1. It's 42-26.
G1 going to be forced to play this ball as well. You can see Swish is trying to flank. There's 2 players to deal with here for Formal. Just spotted that one out. He jumps up to the back of Blue, but instead he's going to check. Here's no noise, and now he becomes the flanker.
See what we could do here. 1 grapple to play with as well, which could potentially get him out of dodge if he finds himself in trouble or needing to chase something down. Look at the game clock as well. This has been a low scoring round of ball. 59 seconds on the game clock, and it's just an 8-point game.
Optic are playing Slayer right now. They just know if they pick up 1 more 4 dead, 1 more 3 dead, whatever it might be, that should be the game, or should I say the round, going towards Optic Gaming with Formal listening to those comms beautifully to snap onto another player from G1. Trippy moves the ball away. Camo coming up in 10 seconds as well. The question is, do Optic want to play time, or do they want to just try and win this round in a dominant way?
Let's see what happens in Pipes. There's a double pizza Pipes push coming, but Trippy with the rotate. Look at it, onto grapple. Which is going to be so obnoxious for the side of G1 as they get perfect pipe control, but they have to fly out into batteries. 2 dead here for Optic Gaming. 3 dead though. Huss versus Lucid in a 1v1.
Saw this at the start of the game. Huss is trying to scarper away once more. If he can turn this corner, maybe there's going to be time for help to come. And indeed there is. Precision gets that kill onto Lucid.
Look at this.
And G1 scarper away with it. And even though Optic have had control for so much of this game, there's an opportunity here for G1 right at the death of the round to steal it away. 49 all. They go into a lead here. 24 seconds left, and Precision is on the hunt.
Oh,
Lucid last alive once more.
Look at this. Huss with the play, the getaway. Somehow the help comes on A-Cross. 24 seconds on the game clock now with an 11-point lead.
Optic have 1 push. The question is, are they in position to even get near that off-ball if they get it played? Game clock has stopped, of course, because G1 are holding that off-ball. To be honest, I'm a little bit surprised to see they are doing so. Killing spree here for Precision.
Yeah, I agree. You have to wonder how long are they going to hold? Are they going to try to bait any clock? It's kind of a little bit of an awkward sweet spot in terms of how much is left on the game clock. That's a very nice trade here. Still 2v2. 19 seconds left. Ball will reset here, and everything to play for in the final push.
Trippy makes a desperate play. Huss in a 1v1 against Trippy. Has to back down. There's the help coming in from Bohm, though. Optic might find themselves throwing this round away a little bit because G1 have stayed in this game, stayed in this round. The ball is still down. Optic are falling one after the other. The time ticks down, and G1 will steal away round number 1 here.
Wow, what a play from Huss to get the ball bottom middle. Somehow goes bottom tower and just gets away with it as the help comes from a spawner from top A. It's a big brain play that comes in, and it keeps them alive here in the series. They get a round on the board. We'll see if they can turn it into a game win.
Hus picks up 2 off the rip as well. That's terrifying. Halloween's just round the corner, but there's an early jump scare for you. APG now finds himself on his own. Bone pushes him out, and G1, arguably one of the biggest momentum teams we have in the Halo Championship Series, right? That is going to give them all the momentum that round. Now they are dangerous.
That's big. That's a reminder to them that they can take these games and totally turn a series around. And the way that they did it, right? The fashion in which they stole that game out is big. Let's see what Bone can do with Camo.
Lucid in front of him. Lucid taken down, uses it effectively enough. He's waiting for help, but APG is going to push him. G1 find themselves 2 dead. Optic are going to be able to maybe throw that oddball in and around Blue, running through the tunnel, but Precision was not taken care of, and he takes down APG.
APG's seen some real wall glitches. He's not worried about that one. Picks up a very important kill. G1 off to an early lead, 18-0, but we've told that story before. Minor man advantage still for Optic Gaming. Let's see what Optic can do on this push here in long haul.
Here's Formal. Goes for the stick, doesn't get it, but gets the second with the beatdown. 3 dead here for G1. That's Formal. Once again, the player to step up when Optic look like they need him most.
Beautiful play there from Formal to pre-ned with the sticky that would have stuck if someone doubled back, and instead, he also flies in at the same time in case someone's wrapping the corner fast, covering every single angle in that 1v1. It's beautifully executed, and just like that, we will see Optic Gaming go into the lead.
APG holding that oddball, and you can see Lucy's trying to get a position as quickly as possible to make sure the oddball doesn't get played, and that APG has some assistance with that objective. Instead, now he's going to have to turn his attention away. Lucid not sure he saw that player, but he's out of there. He's throwing that ball away, trying to bait in with the green gun, knows that in a close-range battle, he should come out on top thanks to this weapon.
Right now, just checking this corner 3 times in a row, making sure there's no one behind him. He might get repulsed.
Oh, Precision has no idea that he had that grapple. And if I'm not mistaken, Lucid almost broke a little smile there.
I'm telling you, there's something special. You can already feel it in the air at this event. There is, I have chills. Look at that. Lucid just, beautiful play. He either was going to stay alive on sword platform or he was going to grapple back in. Precision had no idea that just with style, Lucid doubles back. Finally, he is taken down.
I think it was a little smile confirmed from Lucid. He was very happy with himself after that run, and why wouldn't you be? Precision, though, keeping his focus on the game. Oddball is in the hands of G1, and Boma's got yet another camo, but it's just a trade with the camo this time around, which isn't going to impact Optic too much in this situation. Precision trying to survive here. Instead grabs that oddball. Hus picks up another one. Trippy taken down, but Swish is the bodyguard here for Precision, saying, hold the oddball, I got you, buddy.
See what G1 can do so far, outslaying 68-60 in total. Able to get that first round on the board, as you saw was a heroic late game effort. Right now tied the 33 mark with Optic Gaming in your second round.
Precision 21-13 in this game. Might turn into 22 pretty quickly. Great shots coming in from him again. And now Optic all spawning in and around Blue and Longhorn. And G1 have got that ball back to Pipe. So G1 done a great job here to take the lead once more. And G1 are giving as good as they get here in this game number 3.
Well, like what I saw from Precision there, he knew that all the help was coming. He didn't ISO and just over-invest in that Lucid 1v1. Look at this big win in Pipes. Keeps things at a 2v2 on the map.
APG looking to clean up these kills though, can't find them. Swish taking down to no shields, but APG gets collapsed on 2 players alive. We're able to pinch in on him as G1 kind of keeps some semblance of control on the map as far as numbers are concerned. But as I say, Optic, they collapse at just the right time. They get 3 kills, and now Trippy gets that ball back into Pipes for Optic.
Really nice from Trippy. He took that angle. He knew the Bone was still alive, but thought he could wrap around the corner. Here comes the double Pipes push. They don't know about it. There's one. Can Tripp convert on both?
Second kill in front of him, but Hus will come out on top. He gets the double kill and clears the way for the rest of G1 to force their way through. While this distraction is going down though on Pipes, Formal has moved in and picked up that power up once more.
Enemy halfway to victory.
You hear that cue from the multiplayer audio. Big stick comes in there from Swish. More than halfway done is G1 on your second round.
Trippy picks up another glow. That's going to clear a little bit more room. APG has got the shock here, so toys are in the hands of Optic Gaming. 2 dead again for G1. Trippy is going to be relying on APG here to hit some shots. With that shock, if he can take a couple of skulls with him, then it will clear the way for this rotate.
I like this from APG. Really quick, oh boy, it's caught out though. Swish and Hus, maybe a little bit of a team shot there. Just caught him off guard. Otherwise, I did like the rotate there from APG to bring the shock all the way around. Nade comes off the back, unfortunately for Lucid, but he has even more, unsurprisingly, goodies in the backpack. A grapple to grab this ball, probably. Yep, no problem. Also got a plasma pistol. Leave it to Lucid to have a backpack of goodies. I'm taking this man camping.
72 points on the board here and rising for Optic Gaming.
He's probably got snacks in there too.
He's got, dude, that guy knows his way around a small. That's all I'm saying. Lucid, yet another kill assisted by the green gun, and there's another. It's 30 kills for Lucid in this game so far. He's having fun.
30 and 18, I'm telling you, this is vintage Lucid. There's been a lot of talk about other players in the game since we saw Lucid's early reign of terror. I think he's ready to change that narrative. He's doing it right here, 30 and 18 in game number 3.
Well, Optic are pretty close to winning this game, but round, I should say. They were pretty close to winning the last one as well. And G1, even though Optic only needs 7 more points, have started putting points on the board once again. It's 2 dead for Optic. Lucid, once again, trying to cause some problems. Precision moves in to clean it up, though. And Optic again find themselves 2 dead. Formal trapped. Formal wins the big battle here to clear the way. But G1 still have that ball in their hands, and I think they're looking to rotate towards Elevator.
What a risky play from Formal. If he loses that, it could be the round, but instead he wins it here. Here comes the push.
Trippy with the camo. Ball gets played, so Optic have to turn their attention, as do G1, back to that ball spawn. 3 dead here for G1. Trippy has so much responsibility here, Andy. If he can find that first pick and throw that ball back, then maybe Optic can close it out here.
I love this. Formal picks up another one. That could be it. APG just picked up a double, and you saw Formal grab another one, and Precision's going to die on batteries. This could be the round.
Such good play here from Trippy. Showing great composure towards the end of this game. APG picks up that odd ball and runs it back towards the elevator, but Optic find themselves 2 dead. And if you can't win it right here, right now, then G1 might have had an opportunity for a setup, but APG knows his angles. That man, he studied trigonometry.
That is a fantastic run from APG. And the second he was headed all the way into the back depths of A, you knew he was going there for a reason. Like you said, if APG dies, I would say 1 second sooner, this is probably a G1 win. You already hear the green wall chant reacting to that. We are tied 1-1 in your game number 3.
Cameron once again going to be taken out of the game. 3 dead for Optic off the rip. Now, the question is, can G1 get out to a good start? Because it's been the end game and the end of rounds that's been pretty good for them in this oddball. It's been the start where they've just let Optic take a bit too much control to really try and come back from. 3 dead for them this time. Optic find themselves with 3 alive. The oddball down just in and around pipes. APG sets off the remote detonation and tries to flush out these players from G1.
Precision forces a Husk bro spawn, but it should be cleaned out pretty easily by Optic Gaming here. They triple team into pipes. APG trying to stay alive. It sounds like nades were swirling everywhere. In the end, though, they not only pick up the kills, they do it without trading whatsoever. This is beautiful play from Optic Gaming to clear out the pipes the way that they did, and they will continue scoring here. It's still 3 dead for G1. Beautiful play from Optic Gaming throughout those sequences.
I mean, APG only has 9 kills, but he has 82 seconds and rising of objective time and 20 assists. So he has been involved in 29 of the kills that Optic have picked up so far in this game. It's an objective masterclass coming in from APG. Lucid not going to be able to connect with the head this time, but defying dirty work. That's exactly what APG is doing in this game.
I mean, APG's got more assists than Bowman Husk combined in this game. That's an unreal stat line, and of course, leave it to APG to be the man who's doing it all across the map. Formal just gonna green gun his way through top gold, much to the chagrin of many a Halo 2 player. More time on the board here for Optic Gaming.
Oh, just gave me PTSD really quickly there, but
Colossus.
I think G1 are going to be fed up of seeing this green gun again, because it's yet another kill that the Plasma Pistol contributes to. 41 points and rising, and this has been a much more dominant round coming in from Optic than what we've seen previously. APG now working alongside Lucid to clean out this final kill. Another player floods their way into pipe. Swish looks for that play ball and manages to get it out and escape, most importantly.
Yeah, really nice play from Swish there. That was not easily done. He had to thread a bit of a needle in order to play that ball. Lucid said, actually, we're going to bring it right back home. They haven't killed Swish yet, though.
I know he's here somewhere.
There he is. Knew he had to be here somewhere.
Home is there to keep him alive, and Swish finally is going to be taken down by Lucid, but there's Husk, and all of a sudden the game speed is picked up, trade after trade. Here on recharge, and G1 will come out the better of it. They have that ball back in towards pipes, and you can see on the player outlines that there's a couple of players from G1 there to support that odd ball carry.
Here comes the push. First kill does go to G1, though. Now going to be tied up 1-1. 3 alive for both sides. Trippy wants to make this push happen, but you can tell he's making sure he has the support.
Damage going to be done to Husk as well. Does G1 try and play this ball? They do indeed.
Wow, look at this.
Trippy turns his attention away just for a second. from the player at top gold and pays for it for a few moments as well as Optic finds 3 dead once more. G1 with the ball and trying to work out where that rotate comes in. Now the spawn's coming up blue. They know Longhaul is the hole.
Really nice play there. Formal is your last player alive. They don't leave him alive. They collapse on him at tower, which is big because that's going to give them much more comfortable control. And just like that, it looked like it might be Optic Gaming running away with this. It was 42-9. Now just like that, it's 42-30. It's a 12-point game.
G1 staying in this one. And you've got to give them some credit here. They're showing real heart, especially after going down 2-0 in the series in the way that they have, to try and force this series just a little bit longer. Precision this time going to find the green gun, and Optic might find out how horrible that is to go up against. There's 3, there's a beat down. That'll take down 2 Optic players and clear the pipes once more, but Optic have got away with that oddball.
Huss is your last player alive. He knows, oh boy, he knows the responsibility he had. He almost turns that 1v2 into something special. Eventually he'll be taken down. Does get the kill he needed, but also worth noting at the time, Lucid is the first one to hit 40 bomb territory. He's 40 and 26. Still got to finish the game though. It's only a 10-point lead despite the miraculous stat line we just referenced. Still a lot of game to play, and it's about to be tied up actually.
Yeah, it's a really good setup here as well. You see Huss is supporting Bone with that ball. They've got it back to Elevator. They've got the crosses watched here. So G1 have the perfect setup here for the Elevator. But APG gets that first pick again, and now Optic can start to move, can start to groove, can start to flood. And Formal with the camo is the player to watch here. G1 forced to just throw that ball away.
Precision also goes bottom middle. He'll find a very, very quick death as well. We'll see what Formal can do here. They need to find Bone, bottom gold. They should be able to do so in a 2v1.
They bait him out with that oddball as well. The trade comes in, and that'll be Optic who will be able to regain the lead here as Huss tries to challenge but doesn't have the shields to do so. But Swish still being a problem.
I mean, this is SWAT team-esque movement. Precision's trying to fast rotate this, but there's pressure going to be from Optic Gaming on C-Stairs as well, so it's not too much of a worry. But how many times has Optic Gaming at Gold and elsewhere wrapped every corner into 2v1? It's perfectly timed, just isolating those battles and moving around tactically with one another.
Optic go into a lead once more. Ninja attempted. Ninja not complete, and Formal just whacks him in the chops. Puts him in the death screen for a few more moments. 36 and 30 is Formal in this game, and he's found himself a shot.
Optic Gaming with a narrow lead here. Can G1 get a play ball or a hold? Right now it's going to be a hold because it's...
Was
my goodness. Was a hold!
2 headshots coming in from the shot. G1 still have the ball in their hands though, and they have the lead, but Formal has stopped this run from G1.
Wow, leave it up to Formal to have a shot coming down the long haul. In a 1v2, of course, he hits both brainers to blow that hold wide open, force the play ball, and could be in a moment, depending on how these kills go. He's not done yet, folks. Might be a lead change as well.
Camo coming up as well.
Anybody else?
Bone popping up the kill feed for another one for Formal. Hush, he will be taken down. This is starting to get ridiculous from Formal. This is the kind of mood that you want to see him in if you're an Optic fan, and he's chasing down Lucid at the moment for kills. But the oddball, that's the most important thing to worry about here for Optic. They finally have a setup, and Formal just hit another brainer. Oh, he's hit another one.
Frenzy, by the way. That's Formal on a killing frenzy with a double kill off screen. Hits the frenzy to now be 43, 19, and 31. And of course, unsurprisingly, off of those kills, they will take the lead here, 73 to 63.
Camo's still here for Trippy as well. Who wants some needles? Huss doesn't. He finds out about them though. Oddball down here again for Optic. They pick up the kills, and the lead is starting to establish itself once more.
You have to think G1 was in this all the way until now. 3v3 though, what can happen here? Can G1 stay alive? 2v2 on the map. Make it now a 2v1. Lucid is the only player alive for Optic Gaming.
Lucid gets taken down as well. It's 4 dead for Optic. It's 4 dead for Optic. So even though we saw Formal going on a killing spree, 45 kills apiece here for Lucid and Formal. G1 might be about to steal this game away, Andy. They have the ball back at blue. They're about to go into a lead. And Optic, once again, have to have questions asked here on the efficiency of holding that oddball.
Huss needs to play this ball. He does get the play ball. 3 dead. Swiss is your only player alive. They know exactly where he is. You could tell just a moment ago here. They're in a narrow lead. 35 seconds on the game clock. Going to be a grapple grab here coming in for Formal. He's able to do it and stay alive.
So smart. Saw the elevator spawns coming in, so that cuts off the lines of sight. He was thinking, move that ball back in towards the elevator spawns, because he thought it was clear, but when they came out, He had to change it, and now Optic Gaming got to change things up. Huff picks up another one. APG's last alive. It's a tie game here with 15 seconds left on the clock.
He gets naded off a bat ledge. He knows he needs to stay present here at batteries and bat ledge, but he's getting naded here and shot from multiple angles. Huff goes for the grab. He's going to play the ball bottom middle.
But here's APG. APG making a hero play towards the end of the game. Stays alive. Does the damage, gets the double kill, and Optic will win the series 3-0.
APG.
Say it louder. Say it louder.
The man is called a pure gangster for a reason. Are you kidding me? Last player alive on bat ledge? Everyone pre-nades it. They turn their backs and they sprint into tower because they're playing the ball bottom middle. And APG just has a free reign on the map. Big raid plays from APG to close out the series. As your last player alive, Optic Gaming will spawn up and fly to the rescue as well. They will also outslay in the end in a fantastic game number 3, 146-136.
Well, Lucid wins the slaying battle with Formal. It was neck and neck for quite some time. He ends up with 47 kills in that game. Just behind him, though, was Formal with 45. APG with the majority of that ball time as well for the squad, but the most important player of the game was APG, staying alive, like you say, challenging, making sure that he was putting pressure on that oddball. And this is how the series ends up off the back of that play. 250-103, game number 1, 50-37 in the Slayer, and a 2-1 win on Recharge Oddball means that Optic Gaming sit top of their pool after a 3-0 series win.
What a play there, and you got to give credit to APG because guess what? When everyone's pre-nading and looking bat ledge and they force APG off of the bat ledge into the pipes, the last thing you expect the last player alive to do is not just peek bat ledge, but fly out of bat ledge. APG knows that all too well, and I think it's a really good, important exclamation point and question, a stamp on that game in the end, an exclamation mark, I should say, on the series, because if that series kind of drags out a bit, Optic Gaming and their fans might be thinking, maybe we have a bit to work on. Instead, to end that series and their night 3-0 is a pretty big deal.
It certainly is indeed. Optic Gaming arrived here in Seattle feeling composed, feeling good after the win in Fort Worth and looking to retain their Halo World Championship. They've been very impressive today, Andy, looking extremely strong with a 3-0 series win here on our main stage. For now, though, we're going to throw it back to the desk, so Lottie, take it away.
Thank you so much, Onset Bravo. Wow. What a series. I mean, there were moments that I thought, okay, we're going to go to the next map here. This is not going to end on map 3, but my gosh. I mean, we talk about resilience in other teams, but Optic, they just do have that bounce back ability when it matters most. And we talk about the situation with APG surviving where he needs to, but the damage that he dealt across that catwalk was so important for that final second that Lucid was able to pick up there. Clutch, talk to me about those final moments and how important it is to not give up even when you have 5 seconds left in the game and you are down 1 point in a round.
Yeah, I think that's the best thing about the Optic Gaming team is that they have proved the saying is true. It's never chalk. And if the game is still on, these guys still have a chance. And although it was G1 getting 3-0'd, some of these games were pretty close, and Optic Gaming showing their clutch factor early here at the World Championship bodes well for theirs to showcase itself in the future.
Now, Tony, we talked about Formal earlier on. We saw some stats. We saw how good this guy can be. And this, to me, was a showcase. This map 3 was a showcase on how amazing he can be, alongside the likes of Lucid. But when you have Lucid and Formal popping up for your team, things tend to go your way.
I mean, it's crazy how much of a team effort it is. I gotta give a shout out to both you and Wes. You guys talked about it earlier. It's the full team effort that Optic attacked you with in game number 1, Trippy with that 16 kills and that 54 seconds with the occupation time. You're talking about Formal in game number 2, 18 kills, Trippy coming up with the 12 assists. And then obviously that game 3, you're talking about almost 100 kills combined between Lucid and Formal. It is the full team that is so tough to deal with Optic, and good luck rest of the tournament.
Good luck indeed. Formal with a 1.57 there on the KD of the series. But we also have Bone looking pretty good himself with a 1.11. I've got to say, just overall, pretty close series in terms of G1. From the G1 side of things, keeping it close on each map, but then ending things in a 3-0. I know it's not the result that you wanted, but can you take away anything from that? You're going up against the previous world champions, and you are keeping games really competitive and pushing Optic to their limits at times.
Honestly, as you asked me that, I have like the worst case of deja vu, and it's because G1 are who we know them to be.
Yes.
And with that, They haven't shown me any promise as far as they're going to go further in a tournament, especially the World Championship where everybody brings their A game, than they have in the past. And I hate saying that because I do think they have a lot of talent, but I've said that throughout all of this year, and they have yet to create that one upset. Although Optic Gaming are clearly the world champion defenders, like the best team in this pool, I still don't know if G1 showed me enough promise to take them over the likes of a Shopify Rebellion or a Native Red or White, like I would assume is going to be in their way.
Indeed, we'll have a look at the KD leaderboard as well, because Formal is finding himself on top, especially after that series. He's just adding to his stats here, a 1.68. Stella is in that second place with a 1.62, which brings me on very nicely to our next matchup, and our final matchup of the night, which will be Space Station going up against Sentinels. This is going to be an absolute banger, folks. These two teams should be having a brawl on this main stage. We're going to head to a break real quick, but when we come back, boy oh boy, we have some action for you guys on this main stage to end your night. And remember as well, folks, we will be crowning your 2023 HCS Season MVP right after this break.
The Halo World Championship 2023 is presented by AMD, the Marines, Mountain Dew Game Fuel, and by Zowie.
The future is threatened.
by enemies often unimaginable. When there are battles to win for America's future, there is one constant: Marines.
There's a lot of people who have a lot of wins. There's only a few, I would say, that earned every single win in a dominant fashion.
Looks like it's gonna be done. Formal for the killing spree. Hits the brain. Making a double kill. Will he get the...
If you look at the trajectory of his career, he plays what he wants to play, and when he wants to play it, he's the best.
Formal's legacy is absolutely ridiculous.
2 games, 2 world championships.
It's a crazy accolade, and not a lot of people have it for a reason.
He is the FPS god.
The future of our species is at great risk. Master Chief and the other Spartans are our only hope.
Welcome to the rubble.
Moving to you, Chief.
Acknowledged.
Cortana. Hello, Master Chief.
Silver team, on me.
What is it? Why are you on fire like this, Stellar?
I have no idea.
Now, Stellar, what is it? Is it the practice, the diets, the workouts? Because how do you play like that?
It's just like second nature at a certain point. Yeah, it's just pure instinct.
All right, my name is Braden Betcher. I go by the gamer tag Stellar.
Ain't nobody else said it. I'm going to say it, all right? Because this is the MVP. Seattle, help me make some noise for your 23 season MVP, Stellar! Man, the man himself, the MVP of the 23 season, Stellar from Space Station Gaming. Give it up one more time, Seattle. Stellar. Talk about the season you have had. Did we surprise you? Was this a surprise coming to the stage?
Kinda, yeah. I mean, yeah.
Now, you have had a phenomenal season. We have watched you make so many amazing plays on the stage. You was voted up here by your peers as the best player throughout this year. What does it feel like to earn this reward?
I mean, it means a lot. Like, Halo is all I know, so yeah, it feels amazing.
Definitely does, okay? Now, when it comes down to it, this was a year, your best year ever, okay? What was the mindset coming into this year for you to play as well as you are right now?
I mean, personally, like, my mindset, it's not like, doesn't have to do with me personally, it's just our team. Like, I think we're the best team, and we go into every event with max confidence and trusting each other, and that's what it is.
That's exactly what it is. Now, we can't let you go without a trophy. So to help me give you your trophy, I got Walshy out there coming to the stage with a beautiful season MVP trophy, and there he is, coming right out the crowd. Make some noise for Walshy, everybody, and your season MVP, Stellar! One more congratulations for him, everybody. Make some noise, Seattle.
A huge congratulations to Stellar, your 2023 HCS regular season MVP. He has been lights out all year long. Honestly, it's a hard one, right? So many players come into this trying to perform at their very best, but Stellar is so consistently damn good that I am not surprised at all he is walking away with that trophy today. What exceptional talent he really, really is.
Yeah, when you take a look at the big three, I mean, it's so difficult to separate these teams and these players and their performances, but Stellar really, truly has a special season throughout this 23. And what an opportunity SSG have to capitalize on a punctuation for their season and trying to win a world championship. You know, Stellar is always looking forward, always trying to think about what is next. But it's great to have an opportunity to appreciate the gift that he has given us, which is the show that he puts on every time he touches the sticks.
Indeed, and what next, Tony, is Sentinels. Do you think that MVP kind of mindset now, Stellar knows he is the regular season MVP, is going to come and kind of weigh in on this series that he's got coming up in literally moments?
Normally, in most players, I would say yes, but not Stellar. It's clock in, clock out. You're going to get the same Stellar every single series, whether it's round one, grand finals, it doesn't matter. He's going to come in and put in that work. And did I see 830,000 damage? That is unreal. Throughout the course of this year, 830,000 damage. That is unreal. Absolutely unreal.
It is unreal. Let's take a look at the pools, though. They are very much real with very real scores coming across the board here. All four of our pools have been very, very busy. And I want to say, by the way, Pool C, as you may see, we did get to that tiebreaker situation. Native Red will take that tiebreaker due to games played here and won. So Native Red will be at the top of that Pool C here with Shopify Rebellion second and Native White coming in third here. I've got to say, though, when we're looking across Pool B, Sentinels, Space Station Gaming, there's a lot on the line here. Tony, talk to me about the implications of this series.
Yeah, definitely paying attention to the Space Station Gaming versus Sentinel series. The loser of this will most likely end up playing against Optic in round number one, which, by the way, they look absolutely locked. Meanwhile, the winner will get a little bit of an easier road, end up going up against Complexity on that lower half of the bracket, which, I'll be honest with you, I'd rather play Complexity than Optic in round one, so watch out for this matchup.
I think we can all agree there, and Space Station Gaming, they have their sights set on that first place. West Playstyles, they clash here actually, so that's been a massive problem for Sentinels every time they've met Space Station Gaming, but what is it specifically about SSG that Sen finds so hard to combat?
SSG's individual skill and the pressure that they continuously are putting on a team makes it really difficult for anybody, but specifically Sentinels have trouble with it because Sentinels traditionally slow the game down and play a little bit more methodically than any of our top teams. Unfortunately, SSG loves to prey on that opportunity, loves to prey on those timings, and when they get those timings, they just take advantage of like the map space that Sentinels give them. If Sentinels want any chance of winning the series, they're gonna have to figure out a way to flip those aggressive plays from SSG on their head.
Now, Tony, last time for Space Station Gaming, there was a three-way tie in pool play. They got knocked down to the Elim bracket early. How important is this pool play match to a Space Station Gaming, knowing their history with the Elim bracket?
Yeah, there's definitely the difference of you also making it to the winners bracket finals and ultimately into a grand finals and end up getting knocked down a lot earlier than expected. Like you said last time, end up in a three-way tie that may have worked in their favor in Fort Worth. It will not work in their favor here in the World Championship. SSG needs to bring that mindset. Show us that MVP Stellar that we literally just saw on stage.
Indeed, on the other side, those Sentinels, it's a full circle moment for them. How does Sentinels combat the play style clash that we're seeing and what you talked about here, Wes? How do they turn this thing around for themselves?
Yeah, it's got to be one player that I'm looking at specifically. That's got to be Bubudubu. When he steps up, he can play at a superstar level. We have not seen the best of Bubudubu in the past 2 years of Halo Infinite. And I believe if he truly comes back to his final form, finds his flow throughout this weekend, he will give Sentinels everything they need off that Salt Lake City performance to try and compete for this World Championship.
Indeed they will, and we have our stats here from Bubudubu. We need to see him really step up to the mark here, step up to the table and do what he does best. Tony, they say with something that seems difficult to achieve, set smaller goals. What are those, do you think, for Sentinels?
I think if I'm Sentinels, the one thing I'm going to do is keep in mind that there are no maps within this layout that are double snipers. So the one thing I'm doing, I'm keeping the shock rifle and the sniper out of the hands of Stellar, our MVP so far this year. He's been consistently top 3 when it comes to power weapon kills throughout the entire year. If you allow Stellar to grab a hold of a shot or a sniper, it might be the end for you. Meanwhile, get in the hands of someone like Sparty, and it's going to be looking real good for Sentinels.
It certainly could be indeed. Well, folks at home, folks in this arena with us in Seattle, Washington, it's our final pool play match of the night. It's going to be an absolute banger. It's Sentinels versus Space Station.
It's the last match of the day, people, and what a way to close it out. Space Station Gaming versus Sentinels here in Seattle, Washington. And of course, I'm Golden Boy, the guy currently yelling at you right now. Joined here by Walshy. You may know him. He did some things one time. Dave, how you doing?
I'm doing well. I'm excited for this match. I do have to say, we're seeing this rematch of this Salt Lake City Finals.
Yeah,
These
and
two
it's
teams
exciting.
battling out. So I'm excited to see them play each other again. You got to give the edge to SSG.
You do.
You were just showing me their stats.
Yeah, bro.
It's nuts. It was like, what, 35 and
There
7
are,
in this game modes?
I believe it's Live Fire Strongholds, Recharge Oddball, and Solitude King of the Hill. They are undefeated.
Undefeated
across
in
the board.
those 3 game modes.
Yeah, I could be.
Over the 2023 season. I
Let
think
me
you're
make
correct.
sure. I'm not
And then
that
when it
old.
came to the 2 Slayers,
I
I
am
remember
correct.
that's where they had the majority of their losses out of the, like you said, out of that 7 or 9 losses.
Yeah, and really for Sentinels, and let's not act as if Sentinels are a pushover team. Actually, quite the opposite. They proved that at Salt Lake City as well. This is a squad, let's not forget, that has not been together nearly as long as the rest of the teams that are on that main stage, and yet they're putting on performances that are on par. So I think that if anything, Sentinels, they have a little bit of an upper hand in this game, because I think that maybe a few people might catch a few people off guard. Potentially.
Absolutely. I mean, both these teams vying for that top pool play spot. So let's see how this one plays out here. Stellar instantly going for no scopes. And it's weird when we see that happen, like, oh, he didn't hit it.
Yeah.
As if that should just be a given.
It is the absurd reality of, and the, what is it, the talent that he has. You know, it's insane, the expectations of his massive talent. But that being said, though, it is going to be a 2-location hold here. B and C, A currently on the flip. Lethal, big win, trying to win that out. It's actually good preemptive nade there to try and put some pressure on the Stellar. Might actually give his teammate an opportunity here, but Stellar, okay, is going to get cleaned up finally. This is just going to lead to more time being gained here for Space Station.
Yeah, Space Station have to trade out Slays and some damage here, but it is just going back and forth. Bound somehow still alive through all those exchanges. Took that nade damage over there from, what was it, not from Lethal, but either way, yeah, took that nade damage from Lethal, lived, ran all the way towards the pillar, just living and doing so much. It's one of the reasons why they picked up this player. They looked at the movement that he has around this map. They're like, all right, who's going to create that distraction? Who's going to do that damage? Who can do each and everything that we need for this roster? And that's why Bound is on this team. That doesn't show up in the stat screen. Sure, he might have gotten an assist in there, but other than that, does not show the stat screen. He just bought 15 seconds of time.
Yeah, and this is just going to continue to add on a little bit more to Space Station. You're so right, Dave. We are going to get a flip on C, and they're trying to make B happen here, Sentinels, but the damage has certainly been felt here by Sen, as they're going to be reeling a little bit. Space Station now starting to roar a bit in this live fire game.
Yeah, now they're stuck at back B. They have 2 choices. They have to stay and hold, or they need to push on out. It looks like they have to push out. I like this play. Space Station, seeing how half the opposing team was over at B, decides to make a push on over towards C.
Yeah, and it turns out you get yourself a little overshield to boot. So that's a good pickup there. That was part of the reason why they were charging across the map there, because they saw overshield's going to be up for grabs. No one was going for it. Let's go ahead and nab this as fast as possible. Spartan's getting pressure though from the left side. You know, there's going to be one over toward Ness, and there's going to be another one sneaking around. But watch out behind you. Thankfully for him, he was able to clothesline him as soon as he turned around. One-shot player was going to be easy pickings, and this is going to be a flip and a trip cap for Sentinels.
Yeah, trip cap indeed. They're looking for the spawns here against Space Station. They're all spawning over at C. No great avenue here unless he wants to take the repulse, and that he does. Goes up towards Nest Bridge and continues to put the pressure here on Space Station spawns.
Call-outs were made. You know the pressure's going to be coming from short. That's why Spartan's looking at it here, and he's trying to drop into this and go into the fight. Big fight here, and that is Spartan doing what he does best, winning those 1v1s in those critical situations. He's going to continue to linger about here. And just as we were talking about the incredible run Space Station was going on, Sentinels answers back in kind, and they have a substantial lead that they're building off of this.
Yeah, they've just been dominant with this trip cap. The pressure's been relentless. They're now able to stop the bleeding and just get this B converted. But the pressure's still on. Lethal and Falcated pushing on over towards the B stronghold.
Yeah, something that you're seeing here a lot of teams do in Seattle is when they're trying to put pressure on one stronghold, they then try and divert that attention to another place too. Just really try and pull the attention away from the opponent that's holding those locations as much as possible. And that is what worked out so well there. You got to try and hit these sites from two separate angles. Otherwise, you're just going to be running in like lemmings. These teams have been immaculate in Stronghold. It's been so fun to watch them develop.
Yeah, Sentinels just playing this so incredibly well. And like you said, winning a lot of these 1v1s. A lot of these times where we've been highlighting how Stellar wins all these 1v1s and all these members of Space Station being so strong. Sentinels answering and coming out ahead so far throughout this game. Big battle going for the OS. MVP Stellar picks it up.
Yeah, well, let's see what the most valuable player of the regular season can do with this series. He's able to secure one kill, maybe looking for a second as well. He's going to send him back packing. That's going to be a double kill for him. More pressure coming up potentially from short, but instead it's going to be Stellar, knowing that Lethal is going to be lingering about. And a trip cap as well for Space Station, all off of that incredible run that we saw Stellar put together. Wasn't able to get the kill, but Lethal is going to be very weak at the back of the base. Cleaned up finally. 2 down for Sentinels, and Space Station, well, they get right back into this one, Dave.
2 down. Trip cap still in effect. Both these teams back and forth on these total controls, doing such a good job. Spawns coming in on dummies, and that's where the push is going to be, taken over towards C. But somehow Stellar and Eco eliminating all those players on their own.
I'm going to say this very bluntly. They're ripping them apart. It's like every single time the two of them are together, they are just unstoppable. How does Sentinels try and counter this? Because now, this is the scary part of the game. When you're at the midpoint of the matchup and you have players that are popping off like that, that is very, very concerning here if you are a Sentinels fan, because Space Station is the type of team that once they get hot, they do not stop.
Somehow putting out that fire though, Sentinels putting more points on the board. This is easily within reach. You can get back these 50 points with a 2 stronghold setup. However, if I know Sentinels and what we've been watching thus far, they aren't going to be content with just 2. As soon as they see the opening, they are going to want to push for a trip cap.
And this will be Space Station now on the back foot here as they are looking to make some caps happen. There goes the cleanup. B's going to be up for grabs. The commando so clean from Penguin there. A lot of pressure with that gun. You can really just output a lot of shots so quickly with it. And there goes the flip. So Space Station going to be back in control.
Yeah, the other part about the commando there is these players, they can't read the damage as well as they could with the BR. A lot of times you know the cadence of the BR fight, you know how back and forth. Sometimes it's not as readable compared to the BR damage.
And the commando is just, you know,
it's so fast.
It's so fast, bro. Sometimes I lose track of it as well. Speaking of that, though, you got a BC hold now for Sentinels. You get Falcated holding the overshield to boot, a trip cap, and this has kind of just been the name of the game here. Back and forth we go. The Sentinels now make this trip cap happen. They're going to look to jump back into this. Here comes the overshield with the heat wave, clears them out on aisle 3, and now he's just looking to see if they can just pretty much end it here if they can hold it for a decent amount of time.
Yeah, 4 down. They knew all the spawns were blocked, and so they're going over towards dummies. Space Station trying to get control of C. Unsuccessful, though.
Unreal.
2 members taken out. Great defense there from Sentinels, and they find themselves in the lead.
What a way to stay alive from Falcated. And they already have the speed and the response now to just go after this. Lethal on the flank is going to be able to get the back whack. That's going to be confirmed. And this is really just Sentinels really flying at the opportunities that they have presented to them. And they could very well walk away with this Strongholds win at this rate.
Looks like we're seeing a little deja vu. Push on over from Nest, over to see the spawns over at Dummies. Clear setup here from Sentinels as they get control. They've been getting the spawns out in the open areas, like over towards Dummies, over towards out open areas, so they can get those picks and easy kills on Space Station.
Space Station now, as they have A and B control. Overshield coming up in 24 seconds. They were getting those picks you mentioned before, Dave. Now, you got to play for this power item. And so far, it's kind of been hit or miss for Sentinels. I feel like Space Station have had the better reads when it comes to where to place people for those power item plays. And if they're not careful, Sentinels could very well lose control of this game, because they already have. I mean, they're losing the lead.
And indecisive time here from Lethal. Uncertain if he needs to go over towards OS or push on over towards B as this OS comes up. But Boo Boo Dubu has overshield. Couple kills secured there for Sentinels and a couple kills answered. Boo Boo, interestingly enough, not going for that finishing cap. Wants to put the instant pressure over on B.
Yeah, I
realize he's a one-man wrecking crew.
You really don't see that all the time, but it makes sense. You have the overshield. You know that there aren't a lot of players over there because the callouts are coming through, so just go for it. That's exactly what he does out of that one. Boo Boo Dubu staying alive as well, and the way that these players have just been so effective with that. Actually, that was a crazy juke as well. Did you see that? I think it was one of the players at the Space Station went for a back whack, and then Boo Boo Dubu just Houdini'd his way out of there. But it's still going to be a close game here, Dave.
And looks like B finally gets converted there for Space Station, but Sentinels, they can hold a 2-cap set for the rest of this game. They just need the kills, and that is a devastating blow with Valkated falling. Bound, pushing on over towards A. Gonna try to take control of this stronghold.
Yeah, but Spartan gets 2 kills off camera, which is quite problematic here for Space Station. But they're going to be scoring now. Space Station, what a shot there. Nailed Spartan from the sky. Lethal going in for the challenge as well. Another one toward Mud. He's hearing the sound effects all over the place, and he's got the shots on Valkated, but the help is there to back him up.
I believe that was all 4 down there for Sentinels. They just need to hold this setup here for Space Station. 10 points, and this game is over. Spartan has Sniper in his hands. 1 pick can turn the tide of this fight.
Oh, and that was the pick that Spartan needed. If he came around the corner and popped the headshot, who knows how this could have looked. But that's a different multiverse. And in this one, Sentinels lost game 1, and SSG pick up a fat dub. We'll see, though, if they can keep this one going, because Sentinels were going toe-to-toe with them.
Yeah,
a few points in that game.
Even as you get, I mean, every single time one team got strip capped, there was an answer right back. We're talking a 20, 30-point game.
Yeah. There goes the the SSG Spartans. Had a chance to meet one of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, you did too.
I did.
Yeah.
I did. I was like, hey, what team you rooting for this weekend? He's
Yeah.
like, come on, look at me.
Look at me, man.
Look at me.
You know, got to get that armor coating in the game. Just saying. You know. In any case, though, what a game. What a way to start. Space Station managed to pick up the map win. Live fire. As we take a gander here at some of the highlights. MVP Stellar doing MVP things. Just Tuesday for him.
I mean,
really just you know, I think that when you discuss these 2 teams, right, and the journeys that they both have gone on, I really got to tip my hat to Sentinels for just the speed at which they have progressed as a team. It makes me wonder if they get a whole season together, what can they accomplish? Because it really is incredible. And that was the play right there, so clever.
Yeah, I mean, you're talking about some rosters here, like Stellar and Eco have been playing for how many years now?
Yeah.
6 years together?
Won a world championship together.
Exactly. So for this, like you said, more fresh Sentinels roster to try to compete with the history that the squad has, it's difficult, but they're right there.
They really are. They really, really are. Well, up next, we got Slayer Streets. An opportunity here potentially for Sentinels to come back, but again, we have to look at the stats. And the stats are very good for SSG, as they are across the board. And it's kind of like, we keep referencing the stats, it's always gonna look good for SSG. This team didn't finish in the top, outside of the top 3 at all this year.
top 2 and then 1 third
So,
place.
like, if you haven't finished outside of the top 3 and you don't have 1s and 2s across all these different categories, there's a problem. All right?
But no, you're right. They are 10-2 here on Street Slayer. They're formidable on every single game type, map, and mode. And that's not going to be any different here. Let's see how Bound kicks off. How do you get there that fast? How do you get the arcade that fast?
The movement this week has been immaculate, really. It has been absurd. There was a play I think we saw in the last series where one of the players just went from bottom blue tunnel on recharge all the way over to ball. And I'm like, that is absurd. Like, how fast you were able to do that. These players have been just continuing to push the game to new and new heights. It's so impressive to watch. Now, 4-1 total here. Sentinels on a hot start. But just like that, as I said, I feel like I jinxed them. 3-4, Space Station right back into this one here. Look at the help coming through. Massive. Lethal was in a spot to be able to pick off that player with the Sentinel beam, and then here comes Eco for the assist.
Yeah, and Lethal outputs so much damage there, but getting 2 players to 1 shot does not matter.
Ain't gonna cut it.
They'll get finished. Yep.
Not a Slayer game. Ooh. All right, well, Bound, or rather Eco, thought he had an opening there, but the red room was going to be available there, and one of the members of Sentinels residing inside of it certainly caused him that push over towards the driveway. Now this is just Sen kind of just being pinned in just a little bit here, and a few of the kills now going in the favor of Space Station, but the lead still with Sentinels. Kind of been the song and dance though, right? A kill happens and a kill gets traded, a kill gets traded. You're going to constantly see it at this level of play.
Absolutely. And someone like Space Station as well is they are going to make sure anytime one of their players receive damage.
Yeah.
It's not even just reacting to a call out. Part of their overall strategy, their positioning plays on that. These players know how to back up to where teammate can help them. If they're pushing out, they're likely pushing out with a purpose so that they can fight together. It's not just randomly reacting to callouts for those at home wondering how they're going to work better with their teammates. These players know how they maneuver and navigate the map.
And they maneuvered their way up to a rocket, but unfortunately couldn't really get much value out of it. Shot one off and the other one's just going to be waiting at the jump up toward tires. Meanwhile, Bound just waiting this one out. Unsure whether or not they can even go for that, but just look at the nades that are coming in. Perfect placement as well, just forcing Bound to not be a part of the fight, but he does have the rockets now. Is he going to be able to stay alive long enough? Oh, okay. That was, he had a decision to make there, and he was able to secure the kill, but it's still going to be 4 kills for Sentinels in the lead.
Every single time I'm seeing these great plays from Space Station, I look at the scoreboard and I just say, it's great plays, but it doesn't reflect fully on the board.
Yeah.
Equally as many good plays are being made by the Sentinels members that are not on the screen.
That's very true. It's all of those intangibles, right? Play a huge role in Halo because there's so many things happening at any given time that to keep track of it all is just impossible. You have to have, like, you know, a galaxy brain, which I clearly do not possess. 23-20 now. Sentinels looking to continue on this lead. They're at the halfway point practically. And they have the, well, I should say, they're kind of in a bit of a bad spot at the back of the base, or at the back of PD rather. And they do get flushed out very quickly out of there. So there's a few players that are going to go down. That will give Space Station a little bit of an edge to just get back into this one.
Yeah, we're going to see how these rocks play out. Boo-Boo, indecisive, not sure if he wants to push all the way towards front tram or back up and hold a neutral ground. Looks like he opts for the backup and neutral ground. Now we're going to be at an even fight here. However, want to give a little edge here to Sentinels since they have closer towards rail. They're going to have better angles towards those rockets.
And it will be popping in 6 seconds. We'll see if those angles work out for them. They end up losing Spartan though, so one player down by bench, quite difficult to have to deal with. But you have 2 players here toward tires, and Boo-Boo, he's just waiting for anyone to try and push toward the palm trees area so you can start applying pressure. But that opens up the floodgates here for Space Station to get those rockets a double kill. They're right back in this game, Dave.
Yep, just using those rockets quickly and effectively. A little surprised to see Space Station not charging after that. If you're going to go in with those trades with the rockets, you generally want to use that damage, that numbers advantage to continue pushing forward. But it looks like they have a slow construction here on these players. Space Station just wisely staying in safe positions, slowly picking them apart, giving Sentinels no room to push out.
Yeah, it's been really gorgeous Halo that we've been seeing played from both teams, let's be honest. But Space Station Gaming with the slight lead. Let's go ahead and jump into a listen in and hear how they can extend this.
2-shot bricks.
I'm pushing it.
Okay.
One. Shot PD. Shot PD. Watch out. PD. Attack it. He's behind the pillar. That's one's behind the pillar. One shot.
I'm just gonna camp.
Look at Zane's cross.
Yeah, I might go to, I'm
going
to Zane.
I'm watching Spike.
I'll hold you. I'll hold you.
Yep. Exactly.
Have
Yo,
stuff
2
in.
planners in heaven. They're aping.
Dead end. Weak. The bottom is party. Laundry. Watch that team. Watch that team. Watch that team. Watch that team. Watch a shot.
I'm here, Zane.
I'm one shot.
One shot. Shotty, guys.
Beacon tires.
Coming to you,
Bricks,
Zane.
1 shot, Zane. He's bottom mid, Zane. Or bound.
One shot PD, one shot bricks.
I hear bricks.
Arc. I don't know what's going on. PD was weak and tires.
One shot back PD. One shot MPD.
To there.
To the right.
Go on, Brayden.
There's one shot nice. One more. There's a shotty down back down.
Brayden, stay alive. There's a guy trying to kill us. Yeah. Side door. 1 shot. Side door weak, Brayden.
Look at
nice,
that.
good trade. Stalker, he's on respawn. Yes.
Back tower.
Get into B. We're giving up map control. We're giving up map control. Spawn C, this is fine.
Look at B-roll.
Be real and B. Be real and B. I have to run.
Agent, bricks.
Should be stairs.
Brayden, you have to run. We're all dead.
Trash.
B stairs weak as well.
One shot back trash.
Alright, Rockets are up in 2.
Yeah. B stairs is going to go for them.
He's laundry.
They're going for them now.
Two quick things I noticed during that listening. At the very beginning, you saw them just talk about watching that cross. And they said, all right, somebody's got our neons watching the cross. They all pushed on over towards street together. There were 3 players there. Secondly, when Stellar was being hunted down towards PD, they said, stay in here. Someone's going to try to hunt and finish you off. Although they didn't effectively clear off that kill, it just shows the small communication and how they set up these traps consistently.
Yeah, a few teams I enjoy listening to their comms more than Space Station Gaming. They're calm, they're collected, they understand what they need to do, and there's no wasted discussion in the comms. Goes a long way for them. Even though that listening was superb from Space Station, the credit has to be given to Sentinels here for keeping this map as close as it has been, and then wrestling the lead away from Space Station in those critical moments.
Yeah, you heard a lot of their panic calls saying, hey, person's going to come in here and kill you, and that's exactly what Sentinels did. You saw Falcated and Crew run inside PD, get 2 kills, 0 deaths.
5 minutes.
Just the execution that we've been seeing from this rather young roster, and young is in like the existence of the team, still continues to baffle my mind. But even then though, the game slows down, 41-43, and so much time on the clock to work with as well. Eco navigating the field, not sure, well, obviously has an idea of where they are, but unsure of the exact positioning, which is why he's just waiting on these angles toward Neon. Got a few players stacked on each side of the map.
Yeah, right now, both these teams know relatively where the opposing team is. They just don't know the numbers.
Yeah, that's it.
In order to get that information, you have to peek around the corner and find 1, 2, maybe 3 BRs.
Yeah, someone's got to do it. Someone's got to do it. We'll see though. Boo Boo Doobu's over on the PD side of the map, so it could very well just create a big opportunity here for him if, you know, Space Station decides to just go for a push, or they feel like they have a numbers advantage on this fight coming up here, and then here comes Boo Boo Doobu with the flank.
Stalemate going down. Spartan grabbing those rockets. No, actually, it's Penguin. Somehow Penguin got the rockets?
Yeah, sure did, and he's able to get a kill out of that one, but this is going to put the go button here for Sentinels. They want to try and end this one because you cannot let these rockets, at this point in the game, play a role here. It could be too dangerous.
Yeah, it looks like Space Station were opting to let Sentinels touch them first. I'm assuming Spartan grabbed those rockets, Penguin killed, and grabbed those off the body. That way I don't sound like I was wrong, even though I might have been.
It's okay, Dave. I live my life in a perpetual state of wrong. Can't help it. Ooh, Penguin did not see that player sneaking by, man.
Sneaky
That's
spot.
going to open up the mid. And now here comes Penguin.
Just knows there's some action over here.
And
doesn't
really,
know exactly where.
The way they doubled back, they realized this was not a situation they wanted to fight him with the Rockets. They go back into the tram. They turtle up because, truthfully, your only other option is to get blown up. So you might as well just try and give yourself a winning fight, reposition, give yourself some height, create some choke point opportunities, all these different things here. And it's a 1-kill game. We're in a very similar situation as well, Dave, because we saw this at the beginning with Rhino. The difference is Penguin, he's taking advantage of it. He's using those rockets and he's going in for the push. He sees an opening.
Got the kill. However, the damage is too great on these members. Space Station, they're pushing a tram, but they're getting picked off. Boo Boo Doobu fighting in the back of here. It is 48-48.
49.
Make that 49 for Bound and Crew. Can they get this last finish?
Sentinel
How
beam
are they
in the
going to
mid.
fight this off?
He's trying to find him in the mid there. Stellar's going to go down 49, and Bound gets the last frag. Wow. Just had to peek around at the perfect moment to get that kill. And you know the SSG fans here in Seattle loving that.
Yeah, I mean, it is a 2-0 scoreline here in favor of Space Station, but that doesn't reflect how close this series has been.
Oh, it's been amazing.
50-49, losing by, what was it, 23, 27 points on the first Strongholds.
And this is the rough one, right? Because it's like, oh man, you see a 2-0, and you're like, okay, maybe they're just waxing them.
There's different 2-0s.
There's different 2-0s, man. We always say it, there's different 2-0s. This is a very different 2-0. Unreal game from both teams, genuinely. And take a gander at the remaining of the stats here. I think, like, Falcated again, you know, it doesn't get talked about enough, but like, just such an impact player for Sentinels. Opened up the lane so many times for this team. But ultimately, it just comes down to, right, like, how calm are you in those moments? And, oh, when we hear that listening, man, I mean, let's be honest, it doesn't get much calmer than that.
No, they're pretty chill. They're like, hey, in a couple seconds, someone's going to round the corner and try to murder you. If you want to turn around and fight that person, feel free to.
Hey, guys.
If not, no big deal.
One's over there. Cool. That's all I'm going to call out now. Piss off all my friends. Go ahead and do it in your games. You'll feel better for it. There goes that final kill from Bound. And that was quite the matchup there as we get ready for map 3. Oddball recharge could very well be a 3-0, but look at that scoreline.
Both teams are undefeated on this game type.
Oh.
Here in 2023. 3-0 for Space Station. 4-0 here for Sentinels.
Oh. Cool. All right, brother. See what happens. I'm in.
Stats cannot continue to hold true for both of them on this exact map/mode combo.
But look at that overall oddball win rate. It's just impressive.
It's good.
But again, when you have finished second and third and first in practically every tournament, never finish in the top 2 or 3, you should probably have those stats. So the consistency plays off there. But
They've definitely got to take it for the most consistent team in the HCS,
hands
undoubtedly.
down. Hands down. Can't consistency, though, lead to a world championship? That's what a lot of SSG fans are asking themselves. Seems like a lot of combo coming into this. And as it usually is, it's like, FaZe, oh, Optic, oh, hey. You know, Mark, Dan, and Jersey yelling about Quadrant all the time. Because we love them. But SSG sometimes, man, he slipped through the cracks. And before you know it, they're in the grand final. So you cannot sleep on this team, man, at all. They're on a run to win a world championship, I'm telling you. They keep playing like this, clutching up in those big moments.
All Sentinels need to do is keep playing how they've been playing, and just like you said, just a small little fight here or there, and that is literally the difference in all of these last 2 games.
So true. And those are frustrating ones, right? Those are frustrating ones to lose because you feel like, you know, when you talk about them with people, it's like, you know, we shouldn't have lost that, we choked or whatever. And those are always like the rough feelings to have in those fights, right? You never want to feel as if like, oh, one thing I could have done right would have been the difference maker here. But oftentimes that is the name of the game in Halo with how fast this title moves. Now, speaking of fast movement, Bound, he's trying to just get some angles and open up the map for his teammate here. He has that fast fire rate on that Magnum, barely takes any damage as a result.
Fight towards that bottom tunnel. They have these players, the Sentinels, just all corralled down here. This is going to give them the rest of the map control. Now they have to choose, do they want to push over towards Hydro and block those spawns? Looks like they opt to push in towards Hydro.
Yeah, they certainly wanted to try and just get as much as they can out of this one here, but it's going to be a few points now gained for Space Station. Inside of the elevator. Well, I was going to say inside the elevator is Bound, but the ball, as you had mentioned, on the other side of the map, or toward that Hydro area there. And now let's see how Space Station try and work through this and continue to hold on.
GB, stop standing on the cord. Thank you. All right, the audio's a little better now that GB's not standing on that cord anymore.
Sorry, guys, I was standing on a cord. It's my fault.
But
you know people are going to be mad at me about that, right?
Of course, that's the goal.
Damn, come on, Dave.
But Space Station, throughout those exchanges, getting some ball time on the board, getting the play ball, and slowly but surely, amassing a 23-point lead.
Yeah, this is where SSG certainly want to be after a very hotly contested game 2 to have not necessarily like the largest lead in the world, but you're building, and hey, you know, 37 is a lot better than 13. So if anything, Space Station Gaming certainly feeling themselves. This is good positioning for them as well. They have a player up toward gold. Watch that fight if it comes through. And another player that was watching toward Hydro, but just as I say that, they go for the tower push instead. 2 players out toward the mid. There goes the cleanup. And once again, members of SSG shooting for one another. A beautiful thing to watch. The moment someone gets popped one shot, a player's there to pick it up.
Now we're seeing Sentinels, for one of the first times in this, getting the advantage as far as the slaying department. They're moving the ball out. Earlier in the game, they rotated the ball away as they were kind of trading slays. Yeah. Right there, we saw it for a moment where they had the advantage. Advantage gone pretty quick. Lethal gonna get the early play ball and gets the one-on-one against Penguin. What a huge play by Lethal.
Yeah, big motivating play there, right? Penguin, damn good 1v1 BR. So for Lethal to be able to pick that up, you know, he's got to be shooting pretty well here today. Here comes Found, another trade coming through. 2 down on each side of the map. Penguin with the, or sorry, yeah, well, Penguin and Stellar working in tandem together to just handle business over toward gold and secure this for as long as they can. Force those spawns further out so that they can go and grab the ball.
Penguin gets the ball, but not going to rotate this one out. Going to opt to just stay inside batteries and grab as much time. During that time, though, Bound, Stellar pick up a couple kills. So damage has been done, couple points on the board, no harm, no foul.
Yeah, can they get that ball out of there? They've been living on that side of the map for a decent amount of time, but ultimately does not work out in their favor. They have 2 players now for Sentinels on the gold side, so maybe it's going to be their turn to try and fight this one out. And part of the movement here that you're seeing is SSG recognizing that Camouflage is going to be coming up in a moment. Ball hasn't really been touched. We have a big lead. Time continues to tick down. Let's just try and slay around this and see if we can get ourselves a power item.
Yep, there go all 4 members down for Sentinels. Space Station grabbing this ball. Camo up shortly. Eco trying to stand right on top. Gets the grab, and let's see how he decides to play this flank. I like that quick double back. That was really good.
Okay. It's okay. Well, Hemi.
Good decision. Not the greatest, you know, tried to optimize on those shots and execution. Pays for it. You make one little misstep here in the Halo World Championship, you're just getting picked off.
Yeah, you're going to pay for it. You're going to pay for it. It's not there's no rocket science for that. Booba-dooba, though. Grapple shot used there to get that ball, which was in a bit of a no man's land position. So good use of the utility. Oh, I like this charge. He wants to just smell blood in the water. He's going to go for the fight, but instead, he ends up getting met by BR from Booba-dooba. Some help there for Sentinels, though, and they're going to continue to get this ball and bring this over to their teammates. This was pretty much like what happened there, what Booba-dooba did with that grapple shot and not having to expose stuff there and take that ball over toward long. Huge play.
I feel like once they've committed this rotation, you could go all the way to elevator. You saw Boo Boo spawned over there, was controlling that direction. Looks like the op just hold it inside pipes. Unfortunately, not be able to grab those extra few seconds during that time, but we'll see. We'll see if comebacks hurt him. But gets the play ball out of safety. 2 members here in Space Station gonna get control of that shock rifle, get control of pipes. It's time still being put on the board here for Sentinels. They gotta be careful not to overextend and desperate the time on this. At some point, you've made that ground back. Drop the ball, slay. Trust they have the same amount of slaying power, it felt like these last couple games, at Space Station.
I do wonder, though, if it's the time pressure as well, Dave, right? Like, it's only going to continue ticking down, and Space Station is going to take full advantage of this. They've held on to this lead for such a long time now, but they are fine with draining that clock as much as they possibly can, and that puts the pressure on Sentinels to have to make those, you know, decisions and potentially mistakes.
There's that pressure on, but, you know, you still got a full minute. 15 points to get on the board is one setup. So I think at this point, Sentinels, they need to just answer with the kills. They've been outslayed so far in this game, number 3. So they need to get the kills on the board, and then they can worry about the ball. This is not going to be a play ball. Bound tries to get it out, and that is a big mistake, especially on Elevator. Yeah. Elevator is one of the toughest spots to get to on the map. Sentinels, they can hold this setup. Can they get the kills?
Yeah, you had mentioned it only takes one setup, Dave, and we could very well see that one setup play out. Now Penguin looking to get into the action here, but as he drops away, Bound gets a kill on the Booba-dooba. Here comes the ball rotation, but a great pincer from SSG to just force Sentinels to make those errors. They drop the ball, they can't get it out of there, and now this is going to be right back for SSG. There goes that ball in no man's land yet again, and there's Eco for the pick.
But Slays are still being traded back and forth. Eco gonna fight Falcated. Falcated gonna get the finish. That's 3 down for Space Station. And once again, this elevator, no play ball, is hurting Space Station.
Yeah. You think that for a moment it was gonna hurt Sentinels, but a great recovery there to keep themselves in this. And only a few more points and they'll be able to take this lead back.
Yep, in the lead here for Sentinels.
There it is. There it is. Falcated managed to pick up one with that shock, and now he's looking for another target.
What a great ball rotation too, just realizing that they had time to move this across. Falcated all the way across the map with the shock rifle, doing so much damage.
Putting that gun to work. One more shot left as well. Does he get the shot? Thread the needle there against Bound, but it's a massive nade on him. It's going to back him away. And that is it. I mean, you know, it's essentially just a matter of full-on control here. Very impressively done in that first round. 2 teams just battling it out, back and forth, back and forth. The setups, everything. It's exactly what you'd ask for.
Yeah, Sentinels played that so well at the end. They saw a mistake from Space Station. They didn't get the play ball. They matched in firepower. They got all the slaves at elevator. They did a brilliant rotation away from elevator over towards Hydro and won the game. Simple as that.
Yeah, very cut and dry play there, but it worked out very well for them. Now as we set our sights here in round 2, a camo pickup for SSG. And out of the gate as well, you had a triple kill for Bound. So you already established this in the team early on to just get a little bit more control of the map and understanding of where their opponents are going to be, because they're going on the hunt and they're going to maybe lean on Stellar here to get a few with this camo.
Stellar finally getting the fight with this camo. He's kind of been on the fight throughout that whole time.
Yeah, he didn't really get to do anything.
Tried to take a safe route through pipes, or assumed he'd find opposition there. Didn't find it.
Well,
he now has shock rifle, still doing some great damage on the map, but albeit his teammates got out rotated.
Stellar now looking to just clean up this kill, and I mean credit to Falcated for being an annoying kill there. And even while all that was going on, Ball's still going to be out in the middle of the field, and it really just feels like they're just trying to just take each other out one by one, right? They're really just trying to jockey for position on this map so that they can get a comfortable setup with this ball. So impressive.
Yeah, but despite all this slaying, neither team
Nothing's
really
happening.
touched the ball over the first minute and a half. They realized how important it is to get that kill advantage and then push the ball out. Neither team opting to give a free kill in the center of the map. That's 3 down though for Sentinels. I expect that ball to be picked up soon.
Yep, and there it is. Good call there, Dave. Bound's got it. He's going to be holding on to gold, and he really doesn't have anyone else that's going to be contesting him at this point in time. You see a few of those spawns coming in from the elevator side of the map. Turns the corner. He's met with a shock rifle to the face, courtesy of Falcated, who gets the camo as well.
If you're staying in the same hotel as Bound, he's just swinging all the time, man. He's just walking around hallways and elevators, so be careful as well.
Double kill for Falcated. The Sentinels trying to get themselves back. In the early parts of this game, I say early, it's been a few minutes now, but the score is just going to be so low because neither team has been in a comfortable position to be able to get ball control.
Yeah, every single time they get a kill or two, like we talked about before, that answered damage, the answered kills back. The ball being in the center of batteries, they're not comfortable just running out and grabbing that and giving up that numbers advantage. But somehow, Sparty grabs out from the center of the map, runs all the way towards Hydro where he can get a play ball if needed. Stellar is going to have to make an incredible play here to stop this.
They do get the play ball. And, yeah, you're right. It was a great play from Stellar. Exactly what they needed to do there. And also, credit to that player at Gold as well for just peppering them with shots. So it gave Stellar that opening to get into that fight, take a comfortable 1v2, make them play the ball.
Enemy has the ball.
Ball now in the hands of Space Station. They have the numbers advantage, especially with Penguin picking up that 3rd crucial kill on Boo Boo. This is looking like a strong setup here.
It really is.
I don't really know that we're going to see Sentinels stop this anytime soon. They don't really have any good route. Spartan, I like taking this higher up route, but somehow still had enough damage on for Penguin to trade out 1 melee and get the kill.
Yeah, I think if Spartan had gotten the frag on that one, he probably would have been able to wait a bit longer and then make that push happen toward on the long haul side of the map. Ooh. But hey, man, maybe Boo Boo Doobu's going to be the difference maker here. Gets himself two.
Oh my God.
Just as he's being pressured in the tower, somehow squeaks away 2 frags.
2 difficult shots, and also odd pressure. One coming over from Pistol. Another one coming over from the window, separating Hydro and Control.
Impressive stuff there. And here's Spartan now. Got that camo's going to be up for grabs, and Spartan gets that one with relative ease. He's just going to burn it as fast as he possibly can, which works out well to his advantage, and he manages to get away with it. So let's see if he can use his camo to maybe break this ball setup.
Also, just the fact that he gives so much credit to those members of Space Station that he just started pre-firing that corner.
Yeah, he knew.
Knowing that a player had rounded that corner seconds ago, he started pre-firing it, just expecting a player to double back, knowing that they want to take out that camo player.
Soft play ball is going to send it over to the batteries, and
All
now
4 down.
That's, yeah, exactly, Dave. 4 down.
I saw this last time. We saw Sentinels get the kills towards the end of the game and then close it out. Can they do it 2 rounds in a row?
I think for SSG, it would certainly be a bit of a, I wouldn't say a shocker, but you know you're in this series, and it was only going to be a matter of time with the way things were going in maps 1 and 2. That yeah, of course, Sentinels, we're going to be able to pick up a win if they keep going like this. But let's not, rest on our laurels quite yet here, because it is going to be still an advantage to Sentinels, and Space Station has a little bit of a lead here, but it's trickling down as Sentinels now manage to get themselves back into the fight.
Getting the kill trades that they need. Penguin, the one closest to the ball, gets taken out. They're trying to rotate this ball on over. Not sure what the play is, though. Are they bringing it to Hydro? Looks like they met some resistance over in Control, so maybe they just decided to push that ball out, realizing elevator contested, and saying anywhere is better than here.
Yeah. Great heads-up play there by Bubudubu, who picked up the Disruptor long haul and charged straight across on tower. So they thought they had the opening, and now that's what we're seeing play out here, right? This belief that Space Station had the opening on Hydro side, was going to be able to rotate that ball across. Now it's just sitting in the no man's land, but it's still going to be such a close game. 1 minute left on the clock, though, means that the pressure is certainly going to be on here for Sentinels to try and close this one out in 2 rounds.
Yeah, Sentinels would like to not have to go to a round 3 here. Space Station decided to move this ball across the map. They got 1 down here, and this is honestly too long of a flank. This could come back to bite him. We're going to have to see what Bound does in this situation. Catches Spartan over in the Mangler pit, getting that first pick, which is huge.
35 seconds left, Dave. He's putting pressure on him in elevator. You have 3 players.
Everyone's hiding there. What is...
I think they were waiting. They were waiting for the aggression.
Yeah, looking for that flanker, I guess. I couldn't tell if maybe too much damage was done from players in the pipes, but that was a bit surprising there with all that firepower.
Well, at this rate, we could be going to a round 3. Tries to play the ball, but instead, no! Gets grabbed. Stellar, he's got to pull off a big play, but he can't do so. Is anyone in the vicinity to try and stop this? No, they're going to get this lead. Respawn comes through. We're toward Hydro, and yeah, this is going to be a Sentinels lead here. They're holding this one and might even try and milk as much time as they possibly can out of this.
They need to grab, they can't just drop the ball and guard it for 30 seconds. They need to grab as much time as they can, and then they'll play ball in the center of the map and drop it.
Yeah, because they got to build up enough of a lead that if Space Station grabs it for a second, it doesn't cause a problem here. But he get that ball when he thought he was going to play it toward the middle of bats, and he brings it right back into gold. That actually could have been a massive play here.
Stellar just getting away from the opposition, knows that so many players are over in pipes, but Elevator is not going to be much safer unless his teammates are spawning there.
And his teammates are going to be lingering about that. Here comes Bubudubu, though, with the commando. Kind of lost himself a little bit with the grapple slide. A few seconds remaining. Bound now with the ball in hand. He's got a few seconds left. You cannot drop that ball until you get that lead. And he's got protection. He's got help. Stellar gets a double kill as well. 2 points remaining, and that is basically going to be it. Just incredible stuff that we're seeing from SSG. 4 seconds remaining. No one in the vicinity to be able to grab this, and we are going to be going to a round 3.
Perfect job running out that clock, not dropping the ball in the center of the map for a play ball, instead realizing that they can just waste those last 10 seconds over an elevator.
3 ball in.
Good heads-up play. And now we're back into the action. Bound on the last round started things off with a triple kill. Might try and find same success again, but does not work out in his favor. But it does work out for his team because they get the camo and they can use this one to great effect.
Stellar taking a bit more of a direct route this time. Last time we saw a longer flank route. Instead, getting some vision over in the center of the map and somehow still spotted out.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. He thought he had the coverage.
Tough. Yeah, well, even Yeah, he had plenty of coverage. Nobody should be looking there. You have no business looking there.
That's just the way the cookie crumbles, man. That's Halo, baby.
That's one of those times where I get spotted with Camo, like, what are you doing looking there? You're playing the game wrong. Even though you did everything right, just like, it infuriates me. Getting lit up in Camo, and time you shouldn't get lit up with Camo. I feel for you, MVP.
Oh, man. Maybe you're wrong, Dave. You ever thought about that?
I've never thought about that.
You've never been wrong a day in your life? Okay, that's fair. All right, well, now we start to see SSG add some points onto the board in the early goings of this one. What a close matchup this has been. Lethal with the help, though, is going to be able to back them up, and Boo Boo Doo and the rest of the squad of Sentinels hanging out in gold with that ball. And they got themselves some toys to play with here.
Yeah, got that shock rifle magnum combo. Not sure if that was purposeful or Boo Boo prefers that as the secondary to help get the finishes. We will see here momentarily. Missing one, gets the shot in the second, but has to hightail it and run on out. Ball and Boo Boo rotating over towards Hydro, knowing that Space Station are hot on their heels.
Gotta get to that ball, which he does. So you're going to be looking at potential play ball in a little bit if it keeps going like this, but never mind. They do have some assistants here to back him up. Here comes Bound on the push, and he's got to play that ball anyway. Bound, unreal stuff there. He pulls so much attention when he is just there.
And just so many difficult shots, like a spot where someone's rounding the corner over from control into Hydro. Like, he just slid and completely avoided that headshot from that first one.
He never made himself a target.
Back and forth, ducking out. Once he was back towards the back of Hydro. Yeah, just never an easy kill. No one kills Bound. It's like, oh, thankfully that was the easy one.
Yeah, well, it's also getting really hard to take out Penguin because he's got that camo, he's grapple shot, he's also got himself the ball, and they have this map positioning. So they're just going to try and ride this as far as they possibly can and get as many points as possible here.
Enemy has the ball.
But this has been a pretty solid setup, I would say, for Space Station. And on top of that, Penguin managed to get across the map with, you know, relative ease. He wasn't really touched at all.
I like this. He's not playing the ball too early. He wants to force the members of Sentinels to run all the way back towards Hydro before he plays it. If he just plays it early, those players don't have to go all the way back to this corner of the map. And now that they've ran over towards there, he's bought time for his teammates Stellar and Nico to reposition, to get elsewhere on the map. They weren't able to execute and get the kills. But that was such a brilliant play ball. That's why people do not play the ball too early here at the highest level of Halo.
And you can see the spawn off of that as well, right? Now they get themselves a gold spawn. Ball is going to be on the other side of the map. Members of Sentinel still pinned inside of Hydro. So it is, again, as we have mentioned time and time, the micro plays that these guys make at this level is utterly absurd. And it goes to show you that when you play something just for a few more seconds, the benefits can be huge for you. That being said, there hasn't really been much in the way of movement with the ball. Ball's still going to be hanging out down low. And finally, just as I say that, there was an attempt to grab it there by Sentinels as it's over toward goal.
Yeah, they need to slay right now. They know the pressure's coming in. They're down a person, so they're not going to poke out in these high up angles. Otherwise, they get melted across the map. This is likely going to be a play ball soon. Falcade knows pressure's coming nearby. His teammates are down, and that is going to be a play ball. And here comes the finish there from Eco.
Enemy has the ball.
And now, with that kill, comes the camouflage pickup yet again for SSG, which is something we haven't really talked about much in this one, but the power item control from SSG has been, you know, very impressive. They have kept it away from their opponents, even when there were opportunities that their opponents grabbed it. They tried to neutralize it as fast as possible. Incredible efficiency with those in-game objectives, so to speak, of denying your opponent power items and positioning on the map and whatnot. It's been so impressive to see SSG put this one to, put that game plan to fruition, you know?
Doing so well. There's another play ball, drawing back Falcated towards the back of Hydro. Rinse and repeat, adding on 15 seconds or so at a time there for Space Station, giving them this 23-point lead that they had.
Falcated, a big fight there, stays alive, and Penguin's there for the pickup. Sounds like it's a, you know, same song and dance over and over again. The trades have been constant for both teams.
Enemy has the ball.
Now Space Station grabs his ball, brings it across. Penguin there for the coverage as well, trying to help him out. Body block, maybe put a few more shots too, but you got two players that are going to be very weak.
How many times have you seen this play here, GB?
Yeah, it's true, and they're pulling
Space Station, bring it back towards back Hydro. Make sure that Sentinels have to fully commit towards back Hydro before playing it, Here comes the melees back and forth, and they're just getting the kills.
Yeah, they're getting the kills. Penguin's repositioning himself every single time. There was a frag, he moved over to the left. There was another frag, he backed up a little further away, didn't give himself away where he was hiding. It's just, again, what Penguin and the SSG guys have been able to do to try and pull this attention over to them, nothing short of just solid. Just a game plan that you want to try over and over and over again. Now 80 points to 29. SSG trying to clean this one up here and could very well end it.
SSG could definitely close this out, but we saw it round one. We can see it again. Sentinels, they need to get the slays and get a full setup. You have so many kills on the board, especially look at Valkated. 46, 10, and 34.
Yeah, Stellar
what a heroic
dropping a
effort.
40 bomb of his own. And that is a painful one if you end up losing a map and you drop near 50. Always going to be a difficult one to have to, or a tough pill to swallow, rather.
Enemy has the ball.
Spartan gets that ball, but he's going to be in no man's land. Look at the members of SSG just surrounding him. There's only a few more points here, Dave. This could very well be it.
Yeah, Space Station, they look at the clock below and they say, all right, we slay for 40 seconds or we grab 12 seconds. We'll opt for the shorter route. They're trying to grab these last 8 seconds over in the pipes, but Bound realizes the pressure is coming in, drops it and tries to slay. Does not want to give Sentinels a chance to get fully back into this game.
Yeah, but they grabbed the ball right as that fight was going on, and they got to fly over to the mid. Oh, 99 points here. They get the ball, they bring it over toward gold. Can Penguin spell spoiler for this team? But instead, he's actually going to make his way into gold and double back around because he didn't like what he saw. Falcated waited for him with patience. And now you're at 42 points here, 99 for SSG. Can Sentinels bring this back?
Sentinels, they have 3 down. Stellar, the last one alive. They know his location. They're securing the kill on Stellar. Stellar backs down, waits for his teammates to spawn, and makes a new push.
They're holding this one. Trying to prevent him to get inside of elevator. Shots coming from the left side. Lethal playing his life. So well done. And Falcated's got to win this big fight here, and he does so.
God.
Everything is working for Sentinels right now, Walshy.
This is the moment, yes. SSG are calm, cool, and collected, but this is the moment they're saying, all right, guys, we got one more push here.
Yeah.
We need to break the setup, and we need to break it now.
Yeah, you're
Falcated just winning one-on-ones left and right.
Can somebody please stop this man? He is on a tear. Unreal play that we're seeing from Falcated. He just dropped 50. He's at 51 presently. It's just, again, an impressive performance here from the Silent Assassin. 93 and counting. They're right there, Dave. They're right there. They're trying to rotate the ball around. Booba Dooba brings the ball inside the tower. Spartan's going to be right there to help him out, but his teammates there to pick it up. Eco, he grabs the ball.
What a ending to a incredibly close series.
Wow.
Way too close for comfort there for the SSG players and fans, but relax now they can with a 3-0 victory.
Every single SSG fan in Seattle had a squeaky butthole. Guaranteed. They were all scared. They were all clenching. Hell, I was. I mean, they were down 99 to 32, Dave.
Yeah, that was such a sick setup there from Sentinels, especially riding off of the kills from Falcated. Falcated just winning so many one-on-ones, winning so many fights.
Yeah, a bit of a heartbreaker to lose the series, especially if you just drop 50. But sometimes, you know, them's be the ropes. What an incredible series we saw, though. And we can say officially that Falcated now has the kill record at a major event with 52. So congratulations, Falcated, man. That was impressive. Well deserved. What a game.
Yeah. Give a round of applause for both these teams playing their hearts out here on the main stage. That's the last pool play match here for today and for the weekend.
Oof.
We're getting into bracket after this, GB.
Oh, man. I'm so excited. But there you have it, a 3-0, but as we like to say, was it really a 3-0?
Definitely not.
Was it a 3-0 that you could, did they dominate the competition?
It's been all fun here for day one of the Halo World Championship. Of course, for a lot of these players, they are certainly going to be feeling it, but what a day this has been. Dave, always a pleasure.
Well done.
Thank you
well
so
done.
much. Appreciate you. We'll be back tomorrow. But for now, though, we'll send it over to the Queen. It's Lottie standing by to break down this one with the gang.
Thank you so much, Golden Boy and Walshy. Wow. I mean, again, another 3-0, but kind of not quite how you see the score going. You know, you look at that 3-0 result and you think, all right, a sweep. Certainly was not a sweep. This was a difficult series for Space Station Gaming. Sentinels, they definitely rallied back at times, but they can't get the dub across the maps. There's no clutch factor for them. What is going on in your head, Clutch, with Sentinels right at this moment in time? Why do you think they can't battle back where it matters most and take a map off these guys?
I mean, I think they weren't able to in those 3 games. Yes, they would be able to over time, but the big difference for me is just the playstyle clash. Now, SSG was traditionally always able to play from the lead and able to close the game out eventually. Sentinels continued to fall behind throughout each of these games, and that's when it gets difficult. That's when you have trouble. That Slayer, in my opinion, was probably their best opportunity to try and push this series a little bit further. And the second they lose that, that is a heartbreaking game to lose in a very important series in your World Championship tournament. Unfortunately, that's got to go into the minds. And although Game 3 was hyper competitive, came down to the last seconds, it's still, you have to win another game in order to even get to a Game 5, and that weighs on players.
It certainly does indeed. Talking about weight though, Falcated was pulling his, I'll tell you that much. And Tony, this guy was absolutely popping off. We talk about stars rising when it matters most. I know it wasn't what they wanted and intended in this map, but I gotta say Falcated kept that one alive for them. And unfortunately, you know, that situation in VR there, it just didn't work out for them. But Falcated, I mean, if he brings that type of energy, that juice to tomorrow, things can be rewritten here for Sentinels.
Yeah, you know, I want to sit here and sound like I'm surprised that Falcated was able to put up the numbers that he did. I mean, last season, he was the most underrated player in the league. This season, he's on everyone's radar. We know what Falcated is going to bring to the table time in and time out. He's going to get high kills. He's going to die very few times. What he brings to the table and reason why Sentinels have him as one of their more valuable players.
Just having an opportunity to look at the stats. Spartan having the least amount of damage on his team, that is a very showing statistic because traditionally he dominates that category. He actually usually leads this team. You want hope for a Sentinels fan, I'll give you some. If Spartan picks it up and leads this team in damage and the rest play like they just did, you get 52 from Falcated again, you can beat a team like Optic Gaming. You can beat a team like SSG.
I gotta say though, props to SSG. I mean, we talk about Sentinels and what could have, should have, maybe could have been at some point. With Space Station Gaming, they managed to get it done in a 3-0 fashion. They are absolutely incredible and clinical when it matters most. And I'm excited to see them bring that energy to tomorrow. And speaking of, let's take a look at the pools to see what is gonna be going on tomorrow. And with that last match, we do have our final results. Native Red, they win Pool C by the tiebreaker. It was determined by the games won divided by games played. In Pool B, very exciting stuff. Luminosity, they're representing Mexico, beating Cloud9 in Game 5. And they're the first Mexico team this year to make it out of pools, so never a better time to do it than this year at the Halo World Championships as well. And then of course Na'Vi surviving another pools this time by dominating against LVT. There's luck on the rise there, and Europe will stand strong heading into Saturday. So some really impressive stuff, and I just want to say, you know, a massive GGs and thank you so much to our teams that we are saying goodbye to right now who will be going home. And you know, what an amazing season for these guys. To come to a Halo World Championship, I think in its own right is just such an incredible accolade. And Tony, I think to be here, to play, to know that you're good enough to be competing with the best of the best, I think for a lot of these teams, they need to take some pride and confidence in that, take that back home with them and bounce back next season.
Yeah, I mean, to represent your region here in the Halo World Championship is absolutely amazing. Although you didn't end up making it over to Day 2 on Saturday, you still can go back to the drawing board. You can do that film review and find out where your weaknesses are, turn them ultimately into strength. Just because the team maybe underperformed a little bit in this World Championship doesn't mean we won't see him again early next year or even late next year. I would love to see a run out of many teams, including like teams like Quadrant, who weren't in the World Championship last year. Na'Vi and what they've been able to do, making it over to Day 2. So excited to see what happens with these teams going further.
Me too. You're talking about underperforming, but I want to talk about overachieving. Let's have a look at our KD leaderboard and see who is up there right now. Formal taking that first spot. It hasn't budged. Will it tomorrow? A 1.68 for him. Royal 2 in second place will take over Stellar after that. Game 3 series from Space Station Gaming. He's got a 1.47. We've got the likes of Lucid, Falcated. Not surprised he's up on there. But I've got to say, it's an interesting one, right? To see Falcated's name up there after a series he's just lost just shows you how much he really poured his heart and soul into that last series. You know, didn't happen for him, but hopefully tomorrow he can retain some of that kind of confidence and energy off the back of that incredible Game 3 performance from him. We need to take a look at our brackets though, because tomorrow we head into our championship bracket. Let's have a look at the winner's side of things. This, of course, is our golden teams, the teams who have made it out looking pretty damn good. Optic Gaming in their quarterfinals takes on Sentinels. FaZe Clan, they will meet Shopify Rebellion. Native Red, they meet up with Quadrant. And Space Station Gaming, they will be seeing Complexity. Here's our elimination bracket side of things. Who is in it still in the safety net here of the World Championships? Native White, G1, Luminosity, and Na'Vi. Wes, they have quite a serious road to go on here. I think when you find yourself in that first round of the elim bracket, there's a lot that you have to kind of, I think, take in and focus on and try and regroup, right, going into a Saturday, especially at a World Championship.
Yeah, it's going to be tough, especially when you're looking at all those series above and you're saying, who's probably going to lose this series? Who's probably going to fall down in that elimination bracket round one? Well, Sentinels playing Optic Gaming round one, that's a tough pill to swallow for whoever is just waiting for them in the elimination bracket round one, because the last thing I want to do is play a team like Sentinels or Optic to try and finish this one off.
We're going to have a look at the broadcast schedule for you guys tomorrow and what is coming your way for day 2 here. Beginning things off, we've got Optic Gaming versus Sentinels. It will be that winner's quarters that I think a lot of people had their eye on, because either way that you had spanned that for Optic Gaming, they were either meeting Sentinels or Space Station. And Tony, like Wes said, it's a tough pill to swallow. I think Sentinels right now, obviously being kind of on the back end of what Space Station Gaming were able to do in that series, I think this is really good for Optic Gaming. They might be able to catch Sentinels kind of dipping their head low here. So how are you feeling about that matchup, especially as the first one of day 2?
I mean, I said it before the matchup against Space Station Gaming. You lose this, you're going to have a harder road going up against Optic. If I knew it, I'm sure they did as well. Sentinels have to go up to the plate, step up, and actually beat Optic if they want to make it far in this tournament. The last thing you want to do is drop down elimination bracket round number 1, but this is the position you put yourself in.
Amazing. Tony, Clutch, can't thank you guys enough. I'll see you guys bright and early tomorrow. Well, everyone, that does it for day 1 here. What an exceptional day of Halo it has truly been. Some of the gameplay has been absolutely electric, and it only makes us more excited about what tomorrow will bring. And just so happens to be the championship bracket. We have said goodbye to some amazing teams today, but say hello to more opportunity tomorrow. And I cannot wait to see what day 2 is going to bring us for your 2023 Halo World Championship.